Thus, at this moment, they felt excitement mixed with lingering fear and relief. Looking at the people whose expressions changed, Landon patted the young man who had loudly countered the Valerie before. This young man made quite an impression on Landon. Although his cultivation was only at the peak human immortal stage, not yet reaching Earth immortal, his talent was relatively good compared to the other humans. With a smile, Landon asked him, "What's your name?" Seeing the sacred rock whom he admired most patting his shoulder affectionately, the young man appeared flustered. Like a loyal fanboy, his honest face flushed in embarrassment. Scratching his head, he replied in a gruff voice, "I'm called Ryan, hee." His face lit up with fervent admiration as his eyes sparkled. At this moment, Ryan, who earlier faced external enemies fiercely, now looked like nothing more than a rugged and simple man. Landon also smiled, finding this straightforward young man quite amusing. Ryan, a fine name indeed. You did well this time. It was clear that Landon appreciated this young man's indomitable spirit. Ryan, blushing modestly, thanked Landon solemnly. "Thank you, Your Majesty. Ryan is unworthy of such praise." Hearing Landon's compliment, the corners of his mouth curled up all the way to his ears, full of laughter. But he still knew enough to bow respectfully to Landon and say some humble words. Landon liked this man more and more as he checked his purple mansion, thinking about rewarding someone who contributed to humanity. But there was nothing in it suitable for such a weak cultivator. All the treasures Landon possessed were top-notch goods. Sighing in frustration, Landon waved his hand, breaking off a branch from a tree nearby. He then gently channeled the great Tao power into the branch and handed it to the man named Ryan. "I don't have much to give you. With your strength, it's difficult to activate higher-grade magical treasures. Consider this as a token gift." The man looked perplexed, inwardly doubtful. If not for the presence of the sacred rock in front of him, he might have thought he was dealing with a charlatan, casually breaking off a branch to trick him and calling it a gift. However, Ryan did not say anything, reluctantly accepting it with an unwilling look. Seeing Ryan's struggling and disbelieving face, Landon, despite his temperament, could not help but laugh. Glancing at Marina, who watched with a half-smiling, half-mocking look, Landon felt slightly embarrassed. This rough man made the sacred rock lose face in front of Marina. If he were Ryan, seeing Marina smile at him, was practically speechless. The other humans, including the Andreli leader, stared at Ryan enviously, wishing they could replace him. This boy must have done something amazing in his past life to receive praise and gifts from the sacred rock and even get a smile from the normally aloof Audrey Mother Marina. Seeing Ryan's innocent expression, everyone felt he truly deserved it. At this point, Landon had already been completely ignored by Ryan, leaving him speechless. Indeed, no matter how simple a man is, he still has a fondness for women. Noticing Ryan's fixation on Marina, the Andreli man nudged him. "Didn't you forget to thank the sacred rock for the gift?" Snapping out of it, Ryan laughed sheepishly. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for the treasure." Seeing Ryan's expression, Landon found him less appealing than before. He waved his hand and gave a faint acknowledgement. Realizing Landon's lack of interest, the Khalil quickly suggested, "Ryan, quickly ask His Majesty how to use this treasure." Ryan followed suit immediately. Knowing this was a gift from the sacred rock, Ryan understood its significance more seriously than before. With high regard, he politely sought guidance from Landon on using the branch. Landon did not mind teaching the naive fellow. "Just channel your energy into it, and it will unleash powerful attacks capable of harming any cultivators below the golden immortal level." Huh. Ryan was utterly baffled, initially thinking it was just an ordinary branch. How could it be so powerful? Why didn't the branches he used earlier have such strength? Ryan was amazed, as was the Khalil. Considering Ryan was only at the human immortal stage, this item allowed him to contend with cultivators below the golden immortal stage? Does that mean the Khalil himself couldn't match Ryan now? The Khalil, observing Ryan's bewildered expression, felt the urge to slap him twice and snatch the god-beating whip from him. It was infuriating to think that such a wonderful treasure had been given to this simpleton. Seeing that Ryan still harbored some disbelief, Landon just smiled and urged him to try it out. Upon hearing Landon's encouragement, Ryan immediately responded excitedly. He was clearly itching to give it a go. But he had refrained from trying until now because the sacred rock hadn't said anything. Ryan might be honest and straightforward, but he wasn't stupid. What if the sacred rock took offense because he didn't believe in the value of the gift? Feeling rather pleased with his own cleverness, Ryan didn't realize that his facial expression had already betrayed his thoughts. Looking at Ryan's excited and eager face, Landon found himself at a loss for words. He decided then and there never to give anything to this rascal again, not even if his life depended on it. Then, looking at the branch in his hand, his usually plain and thick eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. It was because of this branch. Although Ryan had used almost all his strength for maximum effect, he knew his cultivation was limited. At the human immortal stage, while strong within the tribe, he was far from having the ability to move mountains or fill oceans. The energy he poured into the branch was not much, yet the power unleashed was incomparably stronger. Haha, it really is a treasure. His Majesty, the sacred rock, is truly generous. Ecstatic, despite being covered in dust from the collapsed mountain, he couldn't hold back his grin and flew toward Landon, thanking him joyfully. Seeing the dusty and grinning Ryan, Landon chuckled, waving dismissively. "So, you believe now that I didn't deceive you?" Hee. Ryan scratched his head sheepishly, smiling without answering. The Andre, who was the tribal leader, stood shocked. As the leader, he was well aware of Ryan's capabilities, merely at the human immortal stage. Such a powerful attack was beyond Ryan's means. Even he, the Andre, couldn't achieve such force. Clearly, it was due to the branch granted by the sacred rock. The Andre was startled as he recalled witnessing the branch being casually broken off a peach tree by the sacred rock. Yet now, it possessed such astonishing. Whatever name the sacred rock chose was fine. If you're unsatisfied, let's pick another name. I've come today because of the deities from heaven. This too can be considered fate. This branch will be your protection against them. Let's call it the Shunmu, God-beating wood. How does that sound? Chapter 284, Anger and Shame. At this moment, Landon thought of the whip of gods that would appear in later times. Coincidentally, it too was made from a peach tree, crafted by Murphy. His Andre master uncle specialized in alchemy, and the whip of gods was meticulously crafted. In later times, the whip of gods also gained new abilities. It could strike down gods on the tablet of immortals, causing injury upon contact. Although this object he created casually didn't seem to work yet, it contained a hint of his Tao essence. It wasn't an ordinary item either, so Landon gave it a similar name, Divine Strike Wood. He thought this name was quite fitting. Seeing the peculiar expressions on the faces of the two people in front of him, Landon felt somewhat confused. Was this name not good enough? He asked, how is this name? The Andre and Jean hastily replied, great name. Truly a great name. Your Majesty has great wisdom. Divine Strike Wood is indeed a good name. It seemed he had a talent for naming things, but why did he detect a hint of panic in their tones? Seeing the two praising the name he chose, Landon didn't dwell on it further. However, if they knew what he truly thought, they would undoubtedly scoff inwardly. Doesn't His Majesty know how hard it is to name something well? But this was destined never to be known because Landon wouldn't give them the chance. They feared that His Majesty might come up with more bizarre names. Indeed, to them, something as straightforward and simple as Divine Strike Wood lacked grandeur. Yet, even if they had to cry, they had to use whatever name His Majesty chose. The two exchanged glances and nodded bitterly, satisfied that Jean had understood the implication. Indeed, it seemed this Divine Strike Wood was a sign of auspiciousness, making even someone like Jean sharper in the mind. Looking deeply at Jean, a tinge of envy flashed across his eyes. Jean felt bewildered, feeling his brain couldn't cope anymore. Why was the leader looking at me like that? Does he want to snatch my treasure? He glanced warily at the Andre, clutching the Divine Strike Wood tightly. Seeing Jean's wary look, the Andre's face twitched in anger. He fumbled with his beard, pulling out a few strands. He harumphed and turned away, deciding not to bother with Jean's possession anymore. Landon found it amusing. Though he could make this thing effortlessly, he couldn't forcefully change the fate of humans. If all humans possessed such power directly, the arrival of feudal dynasties would be postponed indefinitely. Thus, he let them be, thinking this item should protect humans from common monsters. The Andre respectfully invited Landon and Marina to visit the tribe. Your Majesty, Lady Marina, if it's convenient, please move to our tribe so we can offer you a warm welcome and fulfill our people's small wishes. After pondering for a moment, Landon nodded without refusal. He then smiled at Marina, inviting her along. Marina hesitated briefly but nodded. Although reason told her being too close to humans wasn't beneficial for cultivation, today's events piqued her interest in humans. After years of seclusion, it wasn't doing much good for her practice. Besides, she hadn't seen her brother closely before. Seeing Marina agree, the tribe members cheered excitedly. Yay! Seeing the tribe's excitement, Landon and Marina exchanged amused glances. Landon was used to this reception, but Marina felt a soft touch in her heart. Please. The Andre watched the two with joy, then bent slightly to show them the way, guiding from the side. The youth formed circles, discussing excitedly, all focusing on Landon and Marina. Landon paid no mind to these gazes, smiling warmly back at shy girls. His friendly responses made them feel bashful. He smiled at me. Not you, silly girl, it was me. But his smile is so charming. It flashed with an extremely fanatical admiration. Next to the white-robed youth sat a woman with a cold and clear appearance, who was none other than Marina. At this moment, Marina had transformed her tail into the form of two legs, making her indistinguishable from the human race. And the white-robed youth was none other than Landon, who had just entered the human clan. The two exchanged glances, looking at the fervor in the eyes of the humans below, and they couldn't help but smile helplessly. Great Sage Rock, Lady Marina, this is the largest cave of all the people in our Sui Ren tribe, but it still cannot accommodate too many people. Please forgive any inadequacies. The chief of the Sui Ren tribe said with a smiling face. Though he was apologizing, his expression was one of great pride. This was a rare and vast cave for tens of thousands of miles around. They had searched for a long time to find such a good place. Then they gathered hundreds of strong men to expand this cave. They estimated that other tribes wouldn't be able to find such a large cave. Currently, their Sui Ren tribe was the largest known human tribe. So when speaking of this cave, the Andre's face was flushed with pride, extremely satisfied with his abode. Landon and Marina exchanged smiles. This little Khalil was quite amusing. No problem. He then smiled and waved at the Andre. Hearing the recognition from the Great Sage Rock and Lady Marina, the Andre was somewhat proud, but seeing those outside eagerly waiting to enter, he didn't waste more words, clapped his hands, and shouted, "Serve the food." The Andre's voice, imbued with magical power, echoed outside the cave, causing immediate commotion. Soon, a line of people appeared at the entrance, holding huge stone dishes covered by half-circular objects made of sandalwood, obscuring what was inside but allowing the aroma to escape. Smelling this, the crowd outside fixed their eyes on the stone dishes. Their lips quivered as they swallowed the saliva produced in their mouths. However, it only brought temporary relief. Their mouths couldn't stop producing more saliva. Gulping. How fragrant. Why does this thing smell so tempting? I can't even speak straight anymore. Don't worry, once the Great Sage Rock and Lady Marina have tasted it, we can also go to the back mountain to eat. I can't wait anymore. How about you? Hee, same here. While the humans outside were swallowing saliva secretly, the line of people carrying the stone dishes had already entered the cave. The crowded group parted to make a narrow path just wide enough for one person. Landon and Marina looked at this grand scene and couldn't help but laugh. When the line quickly approached, the Andre called out loudly, "Open!" Subsequently, the covers on the stone dishes were lifted. Instantly, fragrances filled the air, and everyone couldn't resist sniffing. So fragrant. Seeing the exotic delicacies brought up, Landon widened his eyes. Initially, when the Andre said, "Serve the food," Landon was slightly worried. Would they serve tasteless things? What delicacies could there possibly be at this time? But with his status and magical power, he was too lazy to investigate what was inside. Now that the contents of the stone dishes came into view, Landon was momentarily stunned. It seemed since coming to the chaos world, he hadn't touched this kind of food, always focusing on monotonous cultivation. Although Landon found it dull initially, he had long gotten used to this lifestyle. This scene now felt like returning to a restaurant of his previous life, with beautiful waitresses bringing exquisite dishes. Of course, there were no waitresses here. The ones serving were strong men. After all, the stone dishes looked incredibly heavy, better suited for men to carry. Seeing the great sage rock slightly distracted, the Andre was first stunned, then a sense of pride arose within him. It seemed even the sage emperor was astonished by these delicacies. He loudly said, "Please enjoy the meal, Great Sage Rock and Lady Marina." Landon regained his senses slightly, then his expression turned calm again. His cultivation had already reached the fasting stage. He only needed to practice and draw chi into his body, without needing such food. To calculate, Landon hadn't eaten such food for tens of thousands of years, eating mostly ginseng fruits and such. Marina wrinkled her delicate brows slightly at the sight. She obviously thought eating these rare animals wasn't right. But the fragrance was overwhelming, unlike anything she had smelled or seen before. She couldn't help but glance at the dishes, each roasted golden yellow, sizzling even inside the stone dishes. The aroma wafted, tickling Marina's nose, causing her to involuntarily wrinkle her nose. Landon found this amusing. Looking at the humans below, these skills weren't taught by him. They had mastered them on their own. He had only taught them how to make fire by drilling wood back then. Thinking of this, Landon chuckled bitterly. It seemed humans' essence was that of food lovers. But seeing the Andre and Jean among others staring expectantly, Landon felt curious. "Why are you looking at me like this?" Looking at the food on the stone dishes, he glanced around, not finding what he expected. "There's nothing here? Are you expecting me to eat directly like this?" His lips twitched, leaving Landon speechless. "Do you want me to perform hand-grabbing rice for you?" Chapter 285. Aren't you usually so smart? Seeing their holy rock staring blankly at the food, all of them were quite curious. Could it be that our holy rock doesn't know how to eat? What is he looking for? Landon was also a bit curious at first. However, seeing everyone below looking at him so strangely, his eyebrows twitched. Turning back, even Marina was now looking at him peculiarly as if she too was curious about what he was searching for. Faced with this situation, Landon could only laugh helplessly. Then he casually conjured up a pair of chopsticks. The chopsticks were a little more than half a foot long, one end thicker and the other finer. The thick end had a diameter of about half an inch, while the thinner end was slightly less than half of the thick end. Yet, both ends were round regardless of thickness. Seeing their holy rock not eating but directly conjuring up two sticks, the humans below felt intrigued. What is His Majesty doing? You ask me? How should I know? Could it be that His Majesty doesn't want to eat, implying something by conjuring up two sticks? It's possible. After all, who is Holy Rock? If he has something to say, he won't say it directly like us. Big figures are always like this. Eugene said this first with uncertainty, then spoke with certainty. Hearing this, Landon couldn't help laughing. What on earth is going on? But the crowd around Eugene all agreed, urging him to speak on. So he went on more energetically, spitting out droplets of saliva. This stick is made of wood. Where does wood grow? Eugene said smugly, then glanced around at everyone. There was silence for a moment before someone finally spoke up. In the soil? Eugene gave an approving look to the person who spoke up, nodding sagely. He then continued, You got it half right. It should be on the ground. The people around were baffled. On the ground? Does it make a difference? Seeing everyone's confusion, Eugene pointed at them sadly. Oh, you disappoint me. How can you be so stupid? Go on. Just tell us. If you don't satisfy us today, you'll get no good result. Seeing the usually simple Eugene call them stupid, veins bulged on everyone's foreheads, causing Marina to smile faintly. This group of humanoids is truly amusing. Having lectured everyone, Eugene was extremely pleased. Satisfied, he clicked his tongue, then said, Growing in the soil is what Holy Rock wants to teach us, to stay grounded. Oh? Is it? Is that it? Seems like there's some sense in it. Everyone stared at each other in disbelief, but upon careful reflection, it indeed seemed to be the case. Before they could fully comprehend Eugene's profound truth, he spoke again. Do you know why there are two sticks? Well, is this also a hint? Of course. If it's just about staying grounded, why go through the trouble of making two sticks? Do you think Holy Rock is idle? Hearing this, everyone hurriedly shook their heads. They could not take the blame for this. This seemingly honest Eugene turned out to be quite cunning, pushing all of them against Holy Rock with just a few words. Though they wanted to ignore him, they genuinely wanted to know what Holy Rock was implying. They stared at him with eager eyes. Eugene looked enigmatic and cleared his throat. Ahem. Oh, you guys, aren't you usually so smart? Why can't you understand this? Everyone's expressions became very strange, gritting their teeth and wanting to beat him up, but they dared not. Even before, this simpleton was already quite strong, let alone now with divine punisher would bestowed by Holy Rock, he had become untouchable. Yet, allowing such a normally dull person to mock them was hard to endure. But since they needed this dimwit's answer, they exchanged helpless glances, then forced ugly smiles. As for Eugene's swagger, they chose to endure it. Eugene, big brother, please tell us. Yeah, we were blind before. In terms of intelligence, how can we compare to Eugene? Eugene smiled smugly, feeling secretly satisfied. He knew he was smarter than them. Okay, I won't keep you waiting. Holy Rock doesn't know how to eat? What is he looking for? Landon was originally curious too, but seeing everyone below looking at him so strangely, he couldn't help but frown. Turning around, even Abrielle was looking at him peculiarly, seemingly curious about what he was searching for. Landon could only laugh helplessly. Then he casually conjured up a pair of wooden chopsticks. These chopsticks were not very long, slightly over half a foot, one end thick and the other end thin. The thick end had a diameter of about half an inch, and the thin end was even less than half of that. However, both ends were round. Seeing their holy rock not eating the food and instead conjuring up two sticks, the humans below were also puzzled. What's the holy rock doing? You ask me, how would I know? Could it be that the holy rock doesn't want to eat, and the two sticks hint at something? It's possible. After all, the holy rock wouldn't speak directly like us commoners. Important people are all like that. Jean, who stood beside them, initially seemed uncertain but then spoke with certainty. Landon couldn't help but sigh and laugh. What on earth was he saying? However, the group beside Jean nodded in agreement, as if it made perfect sense. Yes, indeed worthy of the holy rock. Truly extraordinary. That's right. How can we compare to the holy rock? He is a true big shot. Hearing everyone echo his words in admiration of the holy rock's greatness, Jean wore a proud expression, as if he shared the glory. Jean, do you make a difference? Seeing everyone squirm, Jean pointed at them with a pained expression. Ah, you guys disappoint me. How can you be so stupid? Why don't you just tell us? If you don't satisfy us today, you'll regret it. Seeing the usually honest Jean mock their intelligence, everyone clenched their teeth in frustration. Sonia chuckled at the scene, finding these humans quite amusing. Jean berated everyone one by one, satisfied when no one argued back. Finally, he smacked his lips and said, "What grows in the soil. That's what the holy rock wants us to understand, to keep our feet on the ground. Is that it? Seems to make some sense." They exchanged puzzled glances but, upon closer thought, it did seem reasonable. Before they could recover from Jean's profound lesson, he continued, "Do you know why there are two sticks? Huh, this also has meaning? Of course. If it were just to remind us to stay grounded, why create two sticks? Do you think the holy rock has nothing better to do?" Hearing this, everyone hastily shook their heads, not wanting to bear the blame. Jean, who usually appeared straightforward, unexpectedly showed such cunning. In a few sentences, he had pushed them to oppose the holy rock. Despite wanting to ignore him, they desperately wanted to know what the holy rock hinted at, so they stared at him eagerly. Jean put on a mysterious face and cleared his throat. It's these humans, especially with these peers, Landon felt relaxed. Different from the relaxation he experienced with his master or fellow disciples of the Xianxia sect, this was a pure kinship among the same race. Perhaps because human cultivators generally had lower cultivation levels and faced bullying from other races. Chapter 285. Aren't you usually all very smart? Seeing their sacred rock just staring at the food, everyone was curious. Does our sacred rock not know how to eat? What is he looking for? Landon was initially curious, but with everyone staring oddly at him, his brows twitched in agitation. Turning around, even Marina was looking at him strangely, seemingly curious about what he was searching for. Landon laughed helplessly. He then casually conjured a pair of chopsticks. These were just over half a foot long, thick at one end and thin at the other. The thick part had a diameter of about half an inch, while the thinner end was slightly less than half that size. Despite this difference, both ends were round. The people below saw that their sacred rock wasn't eating and instead conjured two sticks, making them more curious. What's the sacred rock doing? How would I know if you ask me? Is it that the sacred rock doesn't want to eat and these two sticks hint at something? Could be. After all, the sacred rock wouldn't speak directly like us common folk. Important people always have their ways. At first uncertain, Ryan then said firmly. Ryan gave an approving nod. Half correct. What grows on the ground? Everyone was baffled. What was the difference? Ryan sighed dramatically, pointing at them reproachfully. Oh, you've disappointed me. So dense. Well, speak up, fool. If you don't satisfy us today, you'll regret it. Despite Ryan's usual simplicity, this felt unusually devious. Still, they wanted to know the sacred rock's intention and watched Ryan anxiously. Ryan, looking profound, cleared his throat. Ah, you're usually smart, aren't you? Why not now? Furious yet helpless, everyone clenched their teeth. They dared not retaliate, remembering Ryan's newfound strength from the sacred rock's gift. Why two sticks? That's the clue. If it were just to teach us to be grounded, why two sticks? Do you think the sacred rock has nothing better to do? Realizing they couldn't argue, everyone gritted their teeth. Even though Ryan often seemed simple-minded, this taunt was hard to bear. But needing an answer, they forced smiles. So Ryan, please tell us. Sure. Before, we mistook your intelligence for ours. None can match brother Ryan. Grinning triumphantly, Ryan enjoyed the moment. All right, no suspense. Hearing Ryan's chuckle, everyone wanted to cry. The sacred rock used two sticks to tell us to be paired and united. His face flushed slightly as he gazed at the nearby girls. Ideally, like the sacred rock showed, couples are best. Hearing this, Landon turned grim. So, Ryan was also eyeing wives? Yet, the listeners nodded sagely, believing they understood. Interacting with fellow humans relaxed Landon. This was different from the camaraderie with fellow disciples of Master and the Xianxia sect. Here, there was pure kinship. Additionally, since human cultivators generally had lower cultivation levels, they faced external oppression from other races, which bonded them further, this time. The human race could be considered relatively weak. However, it was precisely because of this weakness that the humans were so united and friendly with each other. Landon found himself enjoying this joyful atmosphere. He chuckled inwardly as he looked at Jean's smug face, finding it quite peculiar. Without further ado, he directly used the wooden chopsticks in his hand to pick up some food. Seeing the holy rock suddenly move and use the pair of wooden chopsticks to pick up food, everyone watched Landon curiously, wondering what he was going to do. Even Marina glanced over with interest. Then they saw Landon use the chopsticks to pick up the food and chew it. Jean looked somewhat embarrassed. Wasn't His Majesty hinting at something? Why was he using the sticks to eat? Usually, humans had to hunt or deal with other matters. and they faced constant invasions by ferocious beasts. This made their living environment quite harsh. They ate very quickly because they never knew when danger might strike. Since there was no comfort in their surroundings, they usually ate with their hands, without any utensils. The group who had previously pestered Jean now glared at him with burning gazes, almost as if they wanted to devour him alive. Jean XuanHuan also felt a bit guilty. He thought that if the Holy Rock had started using the sticks to eat earlier, it wouldn't have been so embarrassing. Edited for fluency and natural reading in English. The group who had previously pestered Jean now glared at him, their eyes almost seeming like they could devour him alive. Jean shrank back, feeling somewhat guilty. He thought that if the Holy Rock had started using the chopsticks to eat earlier, it wouldn't have been so humiliating. Note, XuanHuan is translated to shrank back for better readability in English. Glancing at Landon with a resentful look, Jean felt his scalp tingle. Being stared at like this by a burly black-faced man wasn't exactly a pleasant experience. But Landon ignored it, continuing to enjoy his meal, picking up vegetables with relish. Unfortunately, there was no aged wine to accompany the feast, which left Landon feeling slightly disappointed. However, he thought the heavenly court should have fresh brews, and he could fetch a few cups for himself. After some deliberation, he decided to do just that. Then he turned to Marina and smiled. Having such delicious food without wine is rather tasteless. Would Taoist friend Marina be interested in accompanying me to the heavenly court to fetch a few cups? Marina's expression turned odd. Then she shot a glance at Landon. For a moment, her charm made Landon lose his composure slightly, while the human men and women below stared with wide eyes. Even Jean, standing nearby, was almost drooling. Note, fengqing is translated here as charm, to make it read more naturally in English. This guy actually wanted her to join in a robber's errand. But now that he thought about it, he hadn't done anything like this since he became enlightened. Trying something new sounded interesting. After a brief internal struggle, she nodded lightly. For some reason, being around Landon made even her normally monotonous life more interesting. Before, she didn't feel the passage of time. Hundreds of thousands of years spent in seclusion were the norm. Seeing Landon smile, Marina felt an unexpected joy within her that she hadn't noticed before. Landon also laughed heartily. It was indeed amusing that the aloof holy sage Marina would accompany him to the heavenly court for some wine. He then instructed the humans, and with Marina, vanished into thin air. We will be back shortly. What was going on? Just leaving like that? Indeed, they admired the Holy Rock's decisiveness. They didn't think fetching wine from the heavenly court was problematic. Instead, they found the Holy Rock extremely dominant for just deciding to go. The fact that even the usually uninvolved Lady Marina was called along excited them. However, some calmer individuals frowned and wondered aloud, won't Lady Marina be influenced by the Holy Rock? A chorus of Landon's fangirls retorted fiercely, how can such a handsome Holy Rock influence anyone negatively? That's called dominance. If you don't understand, stop talking nonsense. The man couldn't respond, surrounded and berated by a group of girls, making others feel strange. Influence had nothing to do with attractiveness, but women were always so baffling. Yet, everyone envied how the Holy Rock not only had supreme cultivation but also good looks. Even the usually straightforward Jean touched his own black face, thinking why, despite looking good, no one complimented him. The scene was filled with both confusion and admiration as the people continued to marvel at their Holy Rock's actions. Chapter 286. Want to sacrifice me? At this moment, Landon and Marina had already arrived outside the South Heavenly Gate. Both were among the few beings in the primordial chaos who possessed sage-level cultivation. Such a journey was but a blink away for them. Seeing Marina's cheeks flushed from excitement, Landon chuckled softly. It seemed that despite her sage-level cultivation, Marina hadn't experienced many things, but it was indeed rare even among sages. After all, at the level of a sage, one should comprehend the way of heaven. Of course, Landon was somewhat different. He aimed to transcend the great Tao and eventually surpass the Tao of heaven. However, how could one understand the Tao without comprehending the world? In the primordial chaos, including Landon, there were 9 sages in total. Which of them had a simple disposition? Except for the aloof Marina and Venus, who was devoted to the witch tribe and all living beings, they both had simpler hearts. One became a sage due to the virtue of creating humans, the other for the virtue of saving all beings. They lacked thoughts of deceit and trickery. Shaking his head, he met Marina's gaze, then stepped straight through the South Heavenly Gate. The intelligence burst out with a force trying to block them, but it was akin to an ant attempting to stop a carriage. It was useless against their cultivation. With a casual wave of his hand, he destroyed the obstructing restriction. Walking in leisurely as if it were nothing, it made others think the restriction outside the South Heavenly Gate might as well not exist. Marina quickly followed. Rhett, sitting on the Lingxiao Pavilion and originally extremely angry, suddenly felt a stir in his heart. Someone has broken into the South Heavenly Gate? The restrictions are destroyed? He was now furious. Really, did they think the Jade Rock was easy to bully? First Landon disrespected him, and now someone was disrupting his gate. I will see who dares do this. He stood up angrily from the dragon throne and left the Lingxiao Pavilion. Obviously affected by Landon, Rhett was in dire need of an outlet for his anger. Filled with rage, he lost some of his usual rationality. Thus, he didn't think about how extraordinary anyone who could break the gate's restrictions would be. If not for his connection to the gate, he wouldn't have noticed its destruction. However, Rhett couldn't calm down to consider these facts. His mind had only one thought. He must go out and teach the intruder a lesson. Landon and Marina entered the gate, admiring the scenery along the way. Back when his cultivation was shallow, Landon had fought outside the gate but never ventured inside. This heavenly court turned out to be a marvelously beautiful place. Just as they nearly forgot the purpose of their visit, a stern voice interrupted them. Who dares invade my heavenly court? Today, you shall perish here. Landon chuckled and looked mockingly at an empty spot. A moment later, a figure appeared wearing a golden robe embroidered with 9 dragons. You arrived before your voice, Jade Rockret. Indeed impressive. This voice, it's so familiar. The figure looked up and staggered backward. It's this Calamity Star? And Sage Marina too? Rhett wanted to show his power, to let all cultivators in the world know. Those who dare invade the heavenly court meet only one fate, death. But could he still assert his authority now? Forget it. Asserting authority is impossible. Not being humiliated is good enough. Initially reacting with fear, Rhett then felt endless rage. How dare they? He was infuriated but forced himself to calm down, bowing to Landon and Marina. It turns out it's Sage's Landon and Marina. Ahaha, it's all a misunderstanding. Oh, a misunderstanding? I thought you wanted to sacrifice me, Landon said with a smile, glancing at Rhett. Marina also cast a faint glance. Not at all, not at all. May I ask what brings you here, great sages? Rhett laughed awkwardly, inwardly cursing. If he could, he'd sacrifice Landon. Landon wasn't here to torment Rhett. If he went too far, Ewing might think differently. I've come because I heard the heavenly court has excellent wine. Hence, I've come to ask for a few cups. Huh. Hearing Landon was here for wine, Rhett oddly felt relieved. In front of Landon, Marina seemed to notice something, giving Landon a peculiar look. Rhett, however, shot a discreet glare at XuanHuan. He only asked for good wine, not the best, but she insisted on bringing the oldest vintage. Feeling the oddness, Landon smiled inwardly. XuanHuan did well. Hee, thank you, Jade Rock Rhett. He glanced at Marina, then disappeared into thin air, leaving the heavenly court. Translation complete with adherence to style, tone, character names, and structural elements as requested. Chapter 287, Returning to the Xuanhuan tribe. Marina cast a deep glance at XuanHuan until the latter's eyes began to dart away. Only then did Marina follow Landon with a serene expression. Rhett bent slightly, offering his courteous farewell. The smile on his face earlier had gradually turned cold and distant. He glanced deeply at the south heavenly gate, then flicked his sleeve and departed as well. The heavenly court once again fell into calm. Xuanhuan tribe of the human race. Inside a cave, a group of people were eagerly waiting, their gazes shifting nervously as if expecting something significant. Though the cave was crowded, no one dared sit on the 2 seats in the innermost part of the cave. Even standing was preferred over taking those seats. It was quite peculiar. 2 wisps of green smoke suddenly appeared out of nowhere. As the smoke dissipated, figures of none other than Landon and Marina emerged, who had just been in the heavenly court moments ago. Oh, it's His Holiness Rock and Empress Marina. Rock, what have you brought back from the heavenly court? What was that wine like? Can we eat it? I want to try to. Ryan, noticing Landon and Marina's arrival, pushed his way through the crowd using his robust body, a fawning expression on his face. Landon chuckled, then waved his hand, causing a jade bottle to appear before him. An intense aroma of alcohol wafted out immediately. The nearest Ryan's eyes lit up instantly, sniffing hard through his nose. How fragrant! Is this the wine, Your Holiness? Landon smiled and nodded, finding it amusing how eagerly Ryan stared at the bottle. This burly man seemed quite interested in what he held. Everyone else also looked covetously, even though they didn't know what the object was. The rich and refreshing fragrance couldn't be concealed. Their mouths watered, and they couldn't help but swallow the saliva pooling in their mouths. Looking at the small bottle in his hand, Landon knew that although it appeared minuscule, it contained a spatial array that could hold far more than its size suggested. This seemingly 6-inch high jade bottle could store an entire lake's worth of nectar. To satisfy Ryan's curiosity, Landon casually conjured a crystal goblet and poured half a cup of the nectar for him. Ryan gleefully grabbed the goblet and gulped it down hurriedly. The sweet and crisp taste made him feel incredibly refreshed. The explosion of flavors in his mouth left him speechless. Finally, all he could say was, "Delicious." Amused by Ryan's reaction, Landon thought to himself, this wine is quite old, possibly older than Ryan himself. Though it tastes sweet and clear, there's more to it. After drinking the wine, Ryan danced around excitedly, drawing envious looks from the others. Seeing this, Landon waved his hand, causing everyone to receive a crystal goblet. With his fingers together, he drew numerous streams of transparent liquid from the jade bottle, filling everyone's cups. Their faces lit up with joy. This was something from the heavenly court. Normally, they wouldn't dream of tasting such things, especially since it was brought by the Holy Rock himself. How could anything from him be subpar? Even a simple branch of peach blossom, as he once showed, had immense power. Everyone held their cups delicately, afraid of dropping them. Each person swallowing nervously, while wanting to drink yet reluctant to finish it quickly. Landon paid them no further mind, conjuring 2 more cups and pouring wine into them, inviting Marina to join him. Marina hesitated briefly before picking up her goblet and sipping lightly. Her beautiful eyes lit up as she drank, then finished the whole goblet. Someone like Landon had emerged from the human race she created. Moreover, the strange objects and phenomena around him were unlike anything she'd seen before, and there seemed to be some hidden connection between him and XuanHuan of the 9 heavens, which puzzled her greatly. Feeling Marina's gaze, Landon put down his goblet and chuckled, rubbing his nose. Why do you look at me like that, Taoist friend? Is my face really that appealing? Hashtag Chapter 287, The Riley Clan's Cave. Hearing Landon's soft laughter by her ear and seeing the teasing look on his face, Marina was momentarily lost in thought. Then she spat lightly and averted her gaze. Seeing this, Landon didn't say anything more but picked up his wine cup for a sip before quietly pouring himself another drink. The man before her was inscrutable. At times he was as cold as ice, like ancient unyielding iron, forbidding to all. At other times, he was gentle like a spring breeze, such as with the jet teaching or the human race. Yet again, he had an audacious side, even daring to tease her. But his teasing was always measured, never offending, and instead drew one in with the mystery that unintentionally exuded from him. He was of the human race she herself had created. Why couldn't she fathom him? With an indistinct smile often gracing his features, Marina was profoundly astonished. She remembered Marion arriving among the humans. Landon must have used some means to make Raina kneel and repent. His eyes had turned pitch black, as if consumed by darkness. Landon must have acted during that moment, surprising her that he could subdue Reyna without her noticing. She glanced at Landon with newfound admiration. This young descendant surpassed her in both methods and cultivation. Eyeing Landon with complex emotions, she asked worriedly, "Will treating the heavenly court this way displease Dao Ancestor Ewing?" Her concern struck Landon oddly. His creator deity actually cared about the human race. Rest assured, since Lorenzo addressed me as such, it's fitting I educate him. Ewing calls me Dao friend. What qualification does Lorenzo have? His casual words were laced with astonishing arrogance and supreme confidence, causing Marina to glance at him in surprise. Despite his gentle appearance, his pride was unmatched. "Well, it's up to you," Marina replied, recognizing Landon's indifference towards the matter and thus decided to drop it. As Marina fell silent, the cave grew quiet. The night passed without incident. The next morning, groggy voices broke the silence. "Why am I sleeping on the ground?" "Ah, you big oaf Ryan, you stepped on me." "Hee hee, I'll move." Just as they awoke, some were irritable. "Hey, did I break through to Earth Immortal? How is that possible?" Ryan rubbed his head, surprised. "I've broken through too," others chimed in with delight. Many had advanced in their cultivation. Even those who didn't break through, like the Andreli leader, felt closer to doing so and had condensed more magic power. Initially stunned, they soon erupted in joy. Could they be the chosen ones, breaking through just by sleeping? Especially Ryan, who grinned widely. "Now, I'm an Earth Immortal. Wonder if I can beat the leader?" Though many were confused, some perceptive ones guessed it had something to do with the sacred Emperor and Empress Marina. Before breaking through, they drank the wine bestowed by the Emperor. Knowing the Emperor's gifts were extraordinary, they wondered if another sip might lead to continuous advancement. The thought excited them. The cave bustled again as everyone looked fervently at the two seated above. Meanwhile, Landon experienced deep sleep for the first time in tens of thousands of years. Normally, he meditated, but the familiar dishes and wine relaxed him unprecedentedly. The immortal drunkenness suited his taste perfectly. Though it couldn't intoxicate him, he enjoyed the sensation and let himself drift into sleep. Waking up, he stretched luxuriously, feeling as though he had returned to his mortal days. Squinting against the light, he was momentarily dazed. Why were these people looking at him like this? Suddenly remembering, Landon realized what had happened. Confirming his suspicion, the humans kneeled and thanked him in unison. "Thank you, Sacred Rock, for the wine." Smiling, Landon acknowledged it. Looking down, he sensed their aura slightly strengthened. Their cultivation was weak, so he hadn't noticed immediately. "Get up. Did you all break through?" "Indeed, because of the Emperor's wine?" "Thank you, Sacred Rock." Ryan hesitated nearby, wanting to say something but holding back. Landon chuckled at Marina's reaction, roughly guessing what she wanted to say. But since she hadn't opened her mouth, he wasn't eager to take the initiative either. "Landon Taoist fellow, what happened between you and the Nine Heavens mystic earlier?" Note, Shin near, Reyna, is often translated as mystic or maiden in this context to ensure it reads naturally in English. Playing dumb, Landon asked, "What happened?" Marina, realizing he was avoiding the topic, felt a bit helpless. "It's about the Marian. Although your interaction was minimal, I saw clearly from the side. Doesn't the Marian hate you?" Smiling upon hearing Marina's question, Landon knew he hadn't hidden it well. This wasn't a big deal, so he told her how he secretly subdued the Marian. Though Marina wasn't completely part of his camp, Landon trusted her implicitly. He believed she wouldn't spread this secret. After all, she considered herself half-human. However, he didn't go into detail about the function of the Hell Ghost Eye. Marina didn't pry further, recognizing the trust shown by Landon sharing such significant information. Landon admired her restraint and confidence in handling the secret. Even if word got out, only Rhett's enmity would result, and Ewing wouldn't likely sever ties over this. Still, Marina was highly surprised. She had been present when the Marian first came to the human race. How could such an outcome have occurred? Only one detail stood out. Landon seemed to use some technique to make the Marian kneel in repentance, his eyes turning pitch black as if devoured by darkness. It must have been then that he acted. Despite Landon's formidable power, completely hiding such a move from her was astonishing. Glancing at Landon with admiration, she acknowledged that this younger generation surpassed her in both skill and cultivation. Her expression grew concerned. Treating the heavenly court this way might displease the Dao ancestor Ewing. The worry in her voice stirred a peculiar feeling in Landon. This so-called creator god also worried about the human race. "Don't worry. Since Red addressed me in such a manner, it's natural I should teach him a lesson. After all, Dao ancestor Ewing only calls me a fellow Taoist. What right does Red have?" His words were light yet contained immense authority and disdain. Even Marina couldn't help but be taken aback by the pride radiating from this seemingly mild-mannered youth. "Ah, just be careful," she finally said, noting Landon's lack of concern. As silence descended on the cave, the night passed without incident. "Ugh, why am I sleeping on the ground? Ryan, you big oaf, you stepped on me." "Hee hee, I'll move," replied Ryan. One by one, the humans woke up, their moods varying from irritation to excitement. Did I advance to Earth Immortal? What's happening?" Rubbing his head, Ryan looked at his body in surprise. "Huh, me too," exclaimed others as they realized their advancements. While some, like the Andreli leader, didn't break through, they still felt closer to it, with increased mana. First stunned, they soon turned jubilant. Could they be chosen ones? Breaking through simply by sleeping? Ryan grinned broadly, now an Earth Immortal, wondering if he could challenge the leader. Though many were confused, quicker thinkers sensed a reason behind the phenomenon. They didn't believe in being chosen. Even divine favor shouldn't apply to them. They had enough protection from the Sage Rock and Lady Marina. Recalling the wine given by the Sage Rock and Lady Marina, and drinking the offered liquor, they speculated that the breakthroughs were due to the special drink. Could more drinks cause more advancement? Excitement buzzed in the air as they gazed fervently at Landon and Marina seated above. For the first time in tens of thousands of years, Landon slept deeply. Previously, he meditated constantly, but the familiar dishes and wines relaxed him entirely. The immortal drunk suited his taste perfectly. Though no drink could intoxicate him, Landon let its faint drowsiness envelop him, eventually dozing off. Whoosh. Stretching lazily, he sighed deeply, feeling as if he'd returned to his mortal days. Squinting against the sudden brightness, he pondered, "Why are they looking at me like this?" Realizing something, he smiled. Indeed, it was because of the wine. Looking down, he noticed a slight change in their auras, having missed it initially due to their weak levels. "Stand up. You've all broken through?" "So, it was because of the Sage Rock's wine?" "Thank you, Sage Rock." Ryan muttered hesitantly, unsure if he should speak. Chapter 287, Riley's Cave. Hearing Landon's soft laughter and seeing the mocking look on his face, Marina's train of thought was momentarily interrupted. She then spat lightly and averted her gaze. Seeing this, Landon did not speak further but picked up his wine glass, took a sip, and then continued drinking alone. The man in front of her was truly inscrutable. At times, he was as cold as ice, like ancient iron that no one dared to approach. Other times, he was as gentle as spring breeze warming the heart, as seen with his treatment of the Jia teaching and humanity. Yet again, part of his camp, Landon trusted her implicitly. He believed that even if he told her, she would not reveal this secret. After all, she was half human. However, he did not elaborate on the role of the hellish ghost eye. Marina did not press further on this matter, acknowledging Landon's trust by sharing such significant information. Seeing she wasn't going to probe deeper, Landon admired her discretion more. Sharing such secrets required confidence, but even if the news leaked, it would only lead to hatred from Lorenzo. He doubted Ewing would completely turn against him over this. Still, Marina was astonished. The Valerie's submission before humanity was something she had witnessed firsthand. How could this have happened? It must be that Landon used some means to make the Valerie kneel in repentance, his eyes turning completely black as if swallowed by darkness. Clearly, he manipulated the situation at that moment. Despite Landon's immense combat strength, his ability to completely fool her into subduing the Valerie was astonishing. She looked at Landon with admiration. This young successor was stronger than her in both methods and cultivation. Staring at Landon with complex emotions, she asked, slightly worried, "Will your treatment of the heavenly court displease Grand Master Ewing?" Her concern intrigued Landon. So, this creator deity was also concerned about humanity? Relax, calling me that. Rhett deserves a lesson. After all, even Grand Master Ewing addresses me as a fellow Taoist. What qualifies him? In his light-hearted words lay remarkable arrogance and self-confidence. Even knowing the Sacred Rock's gifts weren't ordinary, they wondered if another drink might lead to continuous advancements. The thought excited them. The cave buzzed with fervent gazes toward the two on the throne. For the first time in tens of thousands of years, Landon fell into a deep sleep, feeling unprecedented relaxation from familiar dishes and wine. Coupled with the perfect flavor of immortal drunkenness, Landon allowed the dizziness without using his powers to dispel it, eventually falling asleep supported by the armrest. Exhaling deeply, stretching lazily, Landon felt transported back to his mortal days. Blinking slightly, adjusting to the sudden brightness. What? Why are they looking at me like this? Suddenly lost, he then realized something. Confirming his suspicion, the humans kneeled and shouted in unison, "Thank you, Sacred Rock, for the wine." Landon chuckled, confirming his guess. Looking at the crowd below, he noticed a slight increase in their aura. Due to their weak cultivations, Landon hadn't immediately detected it. Stand up. Did everyone break through? Is it because of the Sacred Rock's wine? Thank you, Sacred Rock. Ryan hesitated nearby, wanting to say something but held back. Landon found it amusing inwardly. This rough man, Ryan, who had always seemed fearless, was now acting so bashfully. Rena wanted to keep their relationship hidden, which Landon understood fully. He then addressed the crowd. "Where is that baby boy we talked about earlier?" The sudden change in topic left everyone momentarily stunned. The Andre responded, "You mean Elmer?" Clearly, the Andre was well acquainted with the baby named by the Sacred Rock. Landon nodded approvingly at the Andre. "The boy is still in the Riley clan's cave," the Andre replied promptly, demonstrating his knowledge of the baby's whereabouts. Landon raised an eyebrow and glanced at Marina. Noticing her expression, Landon knew what she was thinking. He decided to play along. "Quickly bring him here. I suddenly feel like seeing this lad." Hearing Landon's words, the Andre paused, a trace of envy flickering in his heart, wishing he were Elmer. Realizing he envied a child, his face flushed. Pushing aside these thoughts, the Andre instructed someone to fetch Elmer. Unsettled, he also asked Ryan to go along to ensure Elmer's safety. Although they were within the same tribe, the Swaran tribe was sizable. If anything happened on the way, considering how important Elmer was to the Sacred Rock, the Andre would be held responsible. As the person left, Landon gave Marina a reassuring glance, signaling her not to worry. Marina must have been concerned about her brother, because Elmer's fate was concealed by both Landon and herself, finding him prove challenging. Marina gratefully acknowledged Landon with a nod and turned her beautiful eyes toward the entrance of the cave. At that moment, Marina no longer looked like the awe-inspiring sage who ruled over the chaos. To anyone unaware of her cultivation, she seemed like an ordinary woman waiting for her family to return home. Chapter 288, The Baby Boy. Here they are. Outside the cave residence, a gentle and graceful figure appeared, holding a baby boy in her arms. Beside her was a burly man with a dark face and another relatively unfamiliar face. They were unmistakably Jean and his companion who had gone out earlier. Landon also recognized the gentle figure. If he wasn't mistaken, it should be Elmer's current mother, Riley. Landon stroked his chin, glanced at Marina, and didn't say much. Just as Landon got slightly distracted, the woman holding the child and Jean arrived. "Your Imperial Majesty, we have brought him." The Andre saw them come and immediately respectfully reminded Landon. Landon nodded in acknowledgement, and then signaled to the Andre. Instantly, the Andre understood. He directly took the baby from Riley's hands and handed it over to Lady Marina. Do you want to take a look, Your Highness? Though he asked this, the Andre pushed the baby into Marina's arms without waiting for an answer. Marina herself wanted to get a closer look and did not refuse. Giggles. As if with a sense of awareness, the baby boy, who rarely made a sound even in his mother's arms, giggled when Marina held him. A hint of emotion flickered on Marina's face, though the expression of benevolence made Landon feel a bit strange. So now, what did Marina consider Elmer? An Andre brother or a junior? However, these weren't Landon's concerns. At this moment, Marina was emotionally stirred. She hadn't seen her brother for tens of thousands of years. Although he currently didn't look like his past self, she could still see glimpses of him. Watching the laughing baby, Marina pondered what she should give him but didn't know what would be appropriate. She then channeled her power of law to help cleanse and strengthen the baby's body. Intense light erupted, and then, as if a funnel formed between heaven and earth, the energy coalesced into a tangible storm. Marina's baby rested at the bottom of the funnel, absorbing energy continuously. A short time later, everyone witnessed an astonishing surge of power from the baby, golden light flooding the entire residence. This spectacle left the onlookers excited, knowing that the baby must have received immense benefits. Riley watched nervously as Marina held her child, remembering the 12 long years she carried him. Her concern was natural. Although she knew the Supreme Rock and Lady Marina wouldn't harm her child, maternal instincts made her uneasy. However, her worry soon turned to astonishment as she sensed a powerful aura emanating from her baby, surpassing even their tribal chief. Landon observed Marina's actions without too much concern. If this were any ordinary human, he would certainly intervene. But with Elmer, he left it to her. Other humans might struggle to withstand such sudden influx of powerful energy, possibly leading to bodily destruction. Yet Elmer did not need such worry. Despite being less powerful than his past self, he still possessed a solid foundation. Moreover, as a human tribesman, Elmer's advanced cultivation benefited humanity greatly. Little Elmer continued giggling in Marina's arms, his bright eyes sparkling with vitality. His cultivation had already reached the peak of Earth Immortal, a formidable existence within the XuanHuan tribe. The Andre marveled at how the baby's energy instantly surpassed his own. He thought about the sage's incredible means, casually altering the laws of nature. He felt a mix of admiration and envy, having spent a lifetime cultivating to merely reach the late stage of Earth Immortal. Envy aside, the Andre saw the same expressions on others' faces, which gave him some solace. This baby belonged to their race, and perhaps conversation happened in the Jiang clan tribe, located southeast of the XuanHuan tribe. Their leaders suddenly felt surprised. You mean the Supreme Rock appeared at the XuanHuan tribe? Yes, though I'm not sure, it sounded like that. With renewed determination, the stern-faced leader turned towards the tribe and called out, "Summon some strong men. We are heading to the XuanHuan tribe." Meanwhile, as the XuanHuan tribe marveled at Marina's cradled infant, unaware of the omen's impact on other tribes, the colorful cloud beast descended, swirling around the baby, adding to the awe-inspiring scene. Landon was also somewhat curious about this unusual phenomenon. He certainly hadn't caused it. At the same time, he could feel that Marina hadn't either. Therefore, the only explanation was that it was predestined by heaven. At this moment, outside the boundaries of XuanHuan in the chaos, an endless palace complex floated within the chaos, its true appearance unclear from the outside. However, it was enveloped in a misty aura with wisps of purple vapor, giving it an ethereal and otherworldly feel. In the main hall of Xiao Palace, an Andreli figure sat quietly on the mat at the front of the palace. His eyes were tightly shut, as if he had been in deep slumber for a long time. The Andre's gray eyebrows twitched, then his eyes slowly opened. They held countless vicissitudes of time and space, seeming to contain a whole world within them. Is humanity about to rise? Or is this the will of the heavenly Tao? This person was none other than Yuan. The Khalil mumbled meaningfully and then rotated his palm. An inexplicable force shot out from his hand, seemingly crossing through space before vanishing. After a brief moment of contemplation, Yuan closed his eyes again. Although he was the spokesperson for heavenly Tao, even he found it inscrutable. He took the occasional will of heavenly Tao very seriously. His role was to suppress anyone who went against the heavenly Tao, ensuring events remained on track. As one with heavenly Tao, he was not entirely heavenly Tao. This was somewhat similar to Venus's relationship with earthly Tao, because earthly Tao has its own will too. Even though they could be seen as representatives of heavenly Tao and earthly Tao, they couldn't completely replace them. In other words, heavenly Tao is heavenly Tao, and Yuan is Yuan, but sometimes, Yuan can be heavenly Tao. Only Yuan himself could fully comprehend this relationship. Just as Yuan sensed a hint of the heavenly Tao's will, the two Western sect sages also felt something. Presently, Dirk and Tisha no longer exuded the vigor of their youth since Landon's intervention in the Western sect. Their sect's fortune had declined daily. Even many followers were swayed to the lesser vehicle Buddhism established by Pedro. Although Pedro's cultivation was low compared to theirs, they dared not act against lesser vehicle Buddhism because they knew whom Pedro represented. With Landon's strength, even together, they couldn't defeat him. If they did anything to lesser vehicle Buddhism and angered Landon, the Western sect might not survive another upheaval. Sitting under a lush ancient tree, Dirk looked gaunter, while Tisha wore a perpetual look of sorrow on his face, matching his title, Steve Buddha. They both emerged from their meditation, looking strangely towards the sky. Could this be a sign of humanity's flourishing? Exchanging glances, they saw the same unspoken understanding in each other's eyes. Humanity, the race of Landon. Despite their desire to benefit from humanity's prosperity, thoughts of Landon made them wary. Would he allow them to interfere? Sighing softly, they reluctantly abandoned the idea. In Baiying Palace, Holden Cave, Ashan was in seclusion when he suddenly felt a powerful fortune surge from the northwest. He quickly calculated, and his indifferent eyes showed a hint of surprise. This is a sign of humanity's imminent rise? Could it mean their human sect can share in this fortune? If he could harness this vast fortune, perhaps he could break through his stagnant 4th stage of Grand Yuan Golden Immortal Realm, possibly even advance 2 stages at once. After countless years at this stage, he had accumulated enough power. All he lacked was an opportunity. Thinking of this, Xian's usually expressionless face flushed slightly. The rise of humanity must be related to that surge of vitality felt recently. It likely involves a newborn from that direction. But who? With such a leader, humanity's rise was inevitable. Changing expressions, he sent a message to Holden, summoning him into the cave. Greetings, Master. A tall figure dressed in purple walked in, moving gracefully, creating a breeze that stirred his purple robe. He had an ethereal presence. With sharp features and eyes black as obsidian, tinged with blue light, it was Holden. No longer as brash as he once was on Mount Sumeru, now more reserved and mature, mirroring his master's aloof demeanor. Xian nodded approvingly at his disciple. Without Landon, Holden would have been the most outstanding second-generation disciple. But Landon overshadowed him. Despite this, Holden's current aura was far superior to his mid-quasi-saint level, now at late quasi-saint stage. Xian observed this change, sensing how Landon's influence had tamed his young disciple's arrogance. Not knowing if it was good or bad, but with the signs of humanity's rise, perhaps Holden was better suited for the task than Xian himself. After all, Holden was truly part of humanity, boasting exceptional talent, second only to Landon. Due to their shared heritage, Holden considered Landon a rival. But after witnessing Landon's prowess on Mount Sumeru, Holden had given up on competition, focusing solely on following his steps. The narrative maintains the previous tone and style, ensuring a natural flow and continuity with the story. Each character's thoughts and actions are preserved, adhering to the original paragraph structure and line breaks. Chapter 289. Can there be a great revival? In Holden's heart, Landon was no longer just a senior disciple. He had become a target for unwavering pursuit. The proud Holden now regarded Landon as such. In just a short time, Landon had advanced him from the mid-quasi-saint stage to the late quasi-saint stage. This significant progress was largely attributed to Landon's contributions. Despite Xian's scrutinizing gaze, Holden maintained a calm expression, standing there in silence, meeting his teacher's eyes without a word. Such composure brought a wry smile to Xian's face. He could see his disciple becoming more and more like himself. Seeing Holden so composed, Xian smiled helplessly. Was his disciple's willpower even stronger than his own? Holden, do you know why I summoned you here today? After this simple question, Xian focused his gaze on Holden, wanting to see how his disciple would interpret the situation. Teacher, you summoned me because of the human race's destiny, right? Holden bowed and replied aloud. Xian raised an eyebrow and smiled. Oh, how did you deduce that? Ha ha, over these years, I've wandered around the chaotic world and only recently returned. Most of my time was spent among the humans. So it seems you know what happened to the humans? Xian's expression showed surprise. He knew that the humans were showing signs of a great revival but didn't understand why. Holden smiled and bowed. I've left many marks among the humans and helped quite a few. So I understand that the key to their revival lies somewhere specific. Oh, tell me about it, Xian said with interest. After sensing the sign of the human's prosperity, he tried to predict its origin but found himself obscured by a veil, likely cast by another sage. Forcibly predicting had almost backfired on him. Xian didn't realize that Landon and Marina were the ones obscuring it. Now, however, with his disciple saying he might have some knowledge, Xian felt genuinely curious. His indifferent eyes now held a flicker of curiosity. Holden smiled at his teacher's reaction and began to recount what he had observed among the humans. When I was in the Xuanhuan tribe, I noticed a significant difference between this tribe and others. Oh, in what way? As far as I remember, all human tribes established shrines for the sage rocks and Marina, making them quite similar, Xian responded. Though these things are the same, the Xuanhuan tribe's cohesion is noticeably stronger. Why is that strange? Given the Xuanhuan tribe is the largest and has unique qualities, it makes sense, Xian asked, not understanding how this observation mattered. Holden, seeing his teacher doubt him before hearing him out, felt a bit helpless. Teacher, haven't you noticed that the sudden surge of human destiny originated from the direction of the Xuanhuan tribe? And according to my knowledge, elder brother Landon first created writing in the Xuanhuan tribe. You mean, Landon is among the humans now? I don't know for sure, but given elder brother Landon's cultivation level, even you can't predict his location, Holden said with a mischievous tone. Hearing this, Xian chuckled inwardly at his disciple's boldness. Under Holden's bright gaze, he reluctantly nodded. Even when he was weak, predicting anything about him was difficult. Holden wasn't surprised by his teacher's statement. After all, his master placed great importance on Landon. While other disciples could predict heavenly events, Landon was always an exception. Even Xian couldn't foresee Landon's actions, a normal occurrence given the circumstances. Although I'm unsure if Landon is currently in the Xuanhuan tribe, I believe it's highly possible. Xian became more certain that Holden should be sent to investigate the human race. As a human himself, Holden would naturally instill a sense of closeness. No one witnessed this eerie scene. At Kunlun Mountain, in Yusu Palace, Augustin suddenly woke from meditation. The disturbances from the Xuanhuan tribe earlier had roused him. However, he refrained from acting, despite achieving sainthood through humans. Ultimately, his connection to humans wasn't strong, especially since none of his second-generation disciples were human. Despite his disdain for scaled and horned beings, he didn't hold much regard for average humans. Recalling how he dismissed Landon back then, believing him too ordinary to tarnish the reputation of the three pure ones, Augustin had later been proven wrong by Landon's exceptional talent, which impressed even him. Translation completed while preserving style, natural fluency, coherence with previous content, paragraph structure, and line breaks. But deep in Augustin's heart, Landon was ultimately an exception. Yes, another exception was Holden, the disciple of his Andre brother Xian. He couldn't forget this point. However, at the core of it, Augustin still felt that the human race was too weak. An occasional genius emerging couldn't represent much. But now, He actually sensed signs that the human race was about to rise. Augustin truly couldn't fathom how such a weak human race could possibly rise among the myriad races in the chaotic world. But what he sensed was indeed so. After a moment of deep thought, he stepped forward directly and asked, "Master, may I inquire why you have summoned us here?" Hearing Michael's words, Augustin snapped out of his contemplation. "This time there is a tremendous good deed that needs one of you to complete. If successful, it will bring immense benefits to our orthodoxy sect as well as yourselves." All the disciples were somewhat puzzled, but then immediately became excited. Even their master Augustin, the heavenly venerable, said it was a great good deed. It must be genuine. They all looked at Augustin with anticipation but did not compete, because they knew their master placed great importance on propriety and order. So although their hearts burned with enthusiasm, thinking it would be wonderful if they could do what their master spoke of, they did not rush forward. Augustin, seeing that his disciples didn't scramble after hearing this tremendous good deed, smiled approvingly. Although these disciples were not as remarkable as his Andre brother Eshan's disciple Holden, or his younger brother Shaw's disciple Landon, he liked their character very much. Thus, a smile lingered on his face. Seeing Augustin's smile, Michael immediately followed up with a question, "Master, what is this matter?" Michael had the air of a Taoist sage, and usually got along well with his fellow disciples. However, he was quite shrewd. Seeing the smile on his master's face, he immediately asked. He knew that asking at this moment would greatly increase the likelihood of his master assigning the task to him. Even as a saint, Augustin found it hard to notice Michael's small schemes. With Michael leading the way, the others quickly followed suit, their gazes filled with expectation toward Augustin. They wished they could shout, "Master, let me go." Augustin chuckled, then said, "I have divine signs that the human race is destined for greatness. Especially in the northwest direction, a thick aura of auspiciousness has erupted, indicating the birth of someone with great fortune." The humans? When Augustin finished speaking, the disciples began to doubt. The humans were so weak. How could they suddenly rise? And what did their rise have to do with them? Their interest quickly waned. Seeing his disciples look at each other, no longer showing the initial excitement, Augustin did not blame them. After all, he reacted similarly at first. In their minds, the humans were one of the weakest beings in the chaotic world. How could they suddenly rise? But Augustin believed more in his divinations. At this moment, Michael felt somewhat disappointed, but also thought his master wouldn't jest about something like this. Thus, though disappointed inside, he showed no trace of it on his face. Seeing none of his juniors wanted to compete, Michael was glad the task would fall directly on him. He then stepped forward and bowed deeply. "Since none of my juniors wish to go, I am willing to take on this task to alleviate my master's concerns." Hearing Michael's words, Augustin rubbed his beard contentedly, the smile on his face growing broader. The other disciples, however, were secretly displeased with Michael. "Just go if you want to go. Why say it's because we don't want to? It sounds like you're trying to show off," they thought inwardly, finding Michael's display of loyalty by comparing himself to them quite absurd. Clearly, they were unhappy with how Michael belittled everyone to elevate himself before their master. Feeling the gaze of his junior brothers behind him, Michael realized he might have gone overboard. He silently laughed to himself but made no further explanation. Explaining now would only confirm his earlier ulterior motives. Augustin paid no heed to these matters. In his view, since Michael was willing and the other disciples were doubtful, why waste energy picking someone else? Thinking thus, he nodded in agreement. "Very well, this task will be entrusted to Michael." Chapter 290. It's all about sentiment and righteousness. "Thank you, Master, for giving me this opportunity." Michael's face was brimming with excitement, showcasing his seriousness about this matter. Seeing his expression, Murphy felt even happier. Then he warned, however, "Given the signs that humanity is flourishing, I presume the other sages are aware as well. So, there might be some competition this time." Michael became more alert and nodded to acknowledge. Say anything more and hastily agreed. He hoped not to encounter difficult people. Otherwise, if he failed, it would disappoint his master. But if successful, as his master mentioned, he could share the fortunes of that person. Someone attracting so many sages couldn't be ordinary. With these thoughts, Michael's facial expressions kept changing dramatically. Murphy didn't speak further, waving his hand at him. "Go ahead. I bid farewell to Master." After performing a grand salute, Michael left, transformed into a beam of light, and departed from Kunlun Mountain toward the location specified by Murphy. Beyond the eastern sea, on Janeo Island in the Bio Palace, the Taoist Lord Shaw looked deeply into a spot in the sky. That place seems to be where the humans reside. At that moment, Shaw stood with his hands behind his back, muttering. When founding the religious order, Shaw did so with the idea of pleading for all beings. Therefore, in his eyes, all things in the chaotic primordial world were equal. He emphasized teaching without discrimination, quite different from Murphy Tianzuan's hierarchical beliefs. One could say Murphy strongly believed in hierarchies while Shaw was broad-minded and unrestrained. Without the belief in equality, he wouldn't have founded the Jie school or fought for the survival of the masses. Even in the Western religion, which claimed equality, even its two leaders couldn't truly achieve it. It was just rhetoric to lure people confident in Landon. Landon and Marina had no idea that their actions drew the attention of various sages. But even if they knew, Landon wouldn't worry much. These sages either directly or indirectly had ties with him, and with the pride of being sages, none would interfere maliciously. Landon trusted them. Seeing that Quentin's actions brought significant luck to humanity, Landon was curious. Would the human race rise if he hadn't taken such actions? Would Marina have done the same for humanity? These questions were beyond solving because nothing was hypothetical. The phenomena triggered by Quentin heralded humanity's prosperity. As the holy emperor of humanity, he would accumulate immense virtue after the Battle of Mount Sumeru. Landon took back the Kungtong seal to bolster the fortune of both Jie school and humanity. Humanity's rise was inevitable. What Landon worried about was whether Quentin would become a future ruler of humanity without proper guidance. Revealing Marina's relationship with Quentin could create a rift, leading to complications if Quentin favored the demon race over humans. This scenario was unacceptable to Landon. This fortune wasn't negligible. Although it couldn't directly aid him in enlightenment, it would enhance his status in the supreme immortal realm. Guiding Quentin himself was impractical. First, despite Quentin's humanity, Landon couldn't treat him like a common person. Moreover, Landon preferred solitude, making long-term guidance unlikely. However, becoming Quentin's mentor entitled one to share the fortune. Thus, he'll become incredibly powerful. From that point on, Raoul changed dramatically, viewing Landon as both a role model and a goal to surpass. When he finally embraced his true self, his exceptional talent left Ashan in awe. In those days, Raoul was unrivaled. Even his initial idol, Landon, seemed within reach of surpassing. During the war between witches and demons, however, he realized just how far behind he truly was. By then, Landon could already face two peak near saints effortlessly. Raoul was astonished and envious, admiring the prowess of such a strong individual. He put away his youthful arrogance and asked his master if he would ever become as strong as Landon. His usually lenient master remained unusually silent, for even he wasn't sure if Raoul could reach that level. At that moment, Landon was displaying unparalleled combat power, not yet untouchable, but formidable. When his master sent him to Mount Sumeru for support, Raoul was thoroughly convinced of Landon's superiority. Landon could now contend with two saints, a feat that even surpassed his master. Since then, something diminished inside Raoul. A clear void. Perhaps the lack of a goal lingered. From then on, admiration and reverence replaced his desire to catch up. Fortunately, he followed the path of inaction rather than striving for the great Tao, or else Landon standing in his way would have driven him to despair. Such despair and unwillingness to compete would never lead to enlightenment. Reflecting on this, Raoul felt a hint of relief. He shook his head, pushing aside those old memories. They were past events. Perhaps visiting the Xianxia tribe might bring new opportunities. With renewed hope, Raoul quickened his pace. If becoming a sage like Landon was beyond him, achieving sainthood would be his lifelong pursuit. Chapter 291. Unrivaled Dominance. Just as Raoul fully entered the Xianxia tribe, he noticed that things were somewhat different from what he remembered. But what was it that differed? He couldn't quite put his finger on it. Furrowing his brows in thought, he soon realized why this Xianxia tribe appeared deserted. No, not deserted. There wasn't a single soul in sight. Raoul's heart clenched. Had someone already been here? Is everything alright with the humans? Though he spent most of his time cultivating on Jingyang Mountain, Raoul was still extremely concerned about the human race. Closing his eyes to sense the energy around him, he found that all the humans were within the tribe, but curiously enough, they were all gathered in one place instead of being spread out. Sensing their intentions clearly now, and knowing where everyone was, Raoul felt his earlier ease dissipate. His figure blurred, transforming into a wisp of blue smoke that vanished. Who are you? At the entrance of a cave, a rugged-looking man directly blocked Raoul's path. Startled for a moment, Raoul wondered, don't they recognize me? Raoul felt disheartened. Despite being part of the human race, he was stopped right at the cave's entrance. If not for the faint oppressive aura emanating from inside the cave that caused a slight unease, he would have walked straight in to see what was happening. After all, with his cultivation level, how could these low-level humans possibly stop him? Watching the guard eyeing him cautiously, Raoul found himself feeling somewhat amused yet helpless. Friend, please don't be alarmed. I'm also part of the human race, he said calmly. The man stared skeptically at the person dressed in purple robes before him. You're one of us? He seemed to know more than he let on, doubting Raoul's claim. Realizing his suspicion, Raoul nodded helplessly. Our people don't wear attire like yours. Leave quickly. Don't think we're weak and easy to bully. Leave before you regret it. Seeing Raoul in unfamiliar purple robes, the man clearly didn't believe him. Assuming he was there to cause trouble, the man urged him to leave in a, I'm only doing this for your own good manner. Initially, upon seeing Raoul, who clearly wasn't an ordinary person, the man had felt a bit nervous, but then he remembered that both the sacred rock and Abriel were inside. What did he have to be afraid of? Raoul was rendered speechless by the guard's goodwill. Yet, through his words, Raoul realized something. The human seemed more confident. Could it be that Master Landon is really here? Excitement filled Raoul's heart, but then he thought, if Master Landon is here, what role do I play? Disappointment washed over him. Noticing the changing expressions on Raoul's face, the guard thought he was about to attack. Those outside the cave entrance also thought so, and soon surrounded him with unfriendly gazes. Raoul wanted to curse but held back due to propriety, unsure of what to say in such a situation. Inside the cave, Landon and Abriel had long noticed someone entering the Xianxia tribe. The moment he stepped in, they sensed it. Abriel looked at Landon in surprise, aware that Raoul was a fellow human. But what brought him here? Abriel didn't know, but Landon had a clear idea. Raoul was a decent choice. Being part of the human race naturally made Landon feel closer to him. Plus, Raoul's genuine respect towards him back on Mount Sumeru left a positive impression. Despite its subtlety, Landon liked Raoul's vibe. Thus, Landon saw Raoul's arrival as an option. However, since he was the Andre brother, it wouldn't make sense to go greet him personally. Moreover, Landon was curious to see how Raoul would handle the situation. Perhaps reaching such a high level of cultivation had relaxed Landon's mindset. But while Landon remained unperturbed, the commotion outside grew, eventually catching the attention inside the cave. An Andreli man frowned, wondering what was happening outside. Were they unaware of the sacred rock and Abriel's presence? If they displeased either, they would suffer consequences. The Khalil instructed Haroun, currently the strongest in the Xianxia tribe, to check it out. Confident in Haroun's abilities, he glanced at the baby in Abriel's arms. Realizing this baby was now technically the tribe's strongest, he felt humbled. Such talent born shortly eclipsed his lifelong cultivation. But thinking of the Xianxia tribe's future glory, he felt comforted. Haroun eagerly rushed out, excited by the prospect of showing off his recent cultivation achievements. Hey, who's there? Landon watched Huan, who stood with immense dominance, pointing a branch at Raoul. It was as if Huan believed himself to be a powerful sage. Landon couldn't help but rub his forehead in exasperation. If only Huan knew that the person in front of him could crush him with a single finger. As for Raoul, he was pondering how to benefit from meeting Master Landon when suddenly a roar interrupted his thoughts. Looking up, he saw a dark-faced man pointing a branch at him arrogantly, hence urge to teach him some manners. Ignoring the babbling Huan, Raoul stepped forward, revealing his intention clearly. Let's fight. But to avoid harming the surrounding human brethren, Raoul kept his aura reined in, nearly invisible. Huan finally took a proper look at the purple-robed man in front of him and felt a sudden jolt. He seemed familiar somehow, but Huan couldn't place it. However, being straightforward by nature, Huan found joy in the fact that this man didn't fear him. This was just the opportunity he needed to test his magical treasure. With one swift move, Huan lunged forward and swung the divine beating tree towards Raoul with all his might. Feeling the aura emanating from the branch, Raoul's pupils constricted. Initially, it had only felt somewhat mysterious, but as the branch neared him, he sensed a faint trace of Dao energy within. Recognizing the Dao aura, Raoul became more serious, immediately leaning backward into a bridge-like posture to evade the attack. Avoiding the branch's strike by a hair's breadth, Raoul narrowly escaped. Huan, seeing his attack fail, immediately adjusted his stance and brought down the divine beating tree once again. It seemed like there was no way to dodge this strike. Confident in hitting his target, Huan wore a victorious smile, which quickly froze on his face. The divine beating tree met no resistance. It was as if striking air. Turning his gaze to the spot where the purple-robed figure stood moments before, Huan saw the silhouette fading away. Shock filled his face as he noticed two identical figures now appeared in front of him. He could feel they weren't mere illusions but tangible presences. Recognizing these figures, Huan's expression shifted from confusion to sheer joy. Are you great mage Raoul? Raoul, sensing the powerful Dao aura within the branch, wasn't sure about Huan's strength. To subdue him, he employed a technique called one breath turns into three purities. Before he acted, however, the black-faced man shouted out his name, leaving Raoul puzzled. The laws within his grasp dissipated. Looking at Huan with bewilderment, Raoul asked, Do you know me? Huan repeated his question with excitement. Are you really great mage Raoul? Seeing Huan's erratic behavior, Raoul frowned. Was this person daft? Why ask the same question repeatedly? Yet, recognizing they were both human, Raoul nodded, confirming his identity. Oh great. Great mage Raoul, it's been decades since we last met. I haven't seen you in so long. Huan particularly moved by Raoul's declaration. You weren't sure if I was here before, yet now you claim to come especially for me? Regardless, Landon held a slight favor towards Raoul. Hehe, my apologies for not coming out to greet you, younger brother Raoul. Please come in. Hearing Landon's voice echo from within, Raoul's face lit up. Sure enough, it's senior brother Landon. No wonder I couldn't detect any hints from inside. Since Landon was here, it explained why nothing seemed amiss. How could anything related to Master Landon be easily discerned? Raoul bowed gratefully, thank you, senior brother Landon, and then strode confidently into the cave, encountering no further obstruction. Chapter 292. It's actually Marina Empress. Eugene also scratched his head and hurriedly followed behind. The surrounding humans were full of questions. From what that person just said, he's actually Rock Sage's junior brother? It seems so. Didn't you hear him calling our Rock Sage Luis Landon? And Rock Sage directly called him junior brother too. So, he is truly one of us humans? Seems so. At first, didn't he say he was human? Oh no, I stopped him from entering earlier. Will she blame me? The rugged-faced man grimaced as he spoke. Hehe, who knows? Alright, stop scaring him. What kind of person is Rock Sage? If the senior is his... Someone spoke up in support of Holden. Just stop arguing. Since Great Dharma Master Holden is one of us humans and Rock Sage's junior brother, it's like family within family. Seeing everyone quarreling, the older person stepped in again to mediate. They all felt the reasoning made sense and ceased the argument. Inside the cave, Holden walked in step by step, admiring the spaciousness of the cave. The strength of the human race now far surpassed what it used to be, which made Holden happy inside. Walking a bit further, he saw a youth in white robes sitting on the main seat. He immediately approached to pay his respects. Holden pays respects to Luis Landon. Respect and reverence were evident in his tone. Seeing Holden bow so deeply, Landon smiled gently and asked him to rise. Junior brother Holden, there's no need for such formality. Holden raised his head and looked at Landon. However, out of the corner of his eye, he saw a strikingly cool figure, Marina Empress. He was astonished. How did Marina Empress come to the human world? Toward Marina, Holden harbored some resentment deep in his heart. As one of the first generation of humans, born not long after Landon, he apprenticed under Eshan when young. While Landon joined the Jie school early on, quickly becoming remarkable. His tribe had been destroyed by some unknown creatures. Back then, being young and inexperienced, he couldn't save anyone. Marina created the humans but never cared for them, letting them fend for themselves, which slowly eroded Holden's reverence until only resentment remained. But Marina was a sage, and seeing her sitting beside Landon, Holden was unsure of their relationship. He bowed to her, though his words carried a hint of laziness, deliberately adding human before his name, which conveyed hidden resentment that Landon could sense. Human Holden greets the Holy Empress Marina. Landon couldn't say much. This was between Marina and the humans. Hadn't he once had complicated feelings toward Marina because of similar issues? So he couldn't comment on Holden's grievances. Marina's cool expression faltered slightly, feeling somewhat awkward. Indeed, she had been too lenient with demons back then, which Holden didn't fault him for. She nodded slightly and looked away. Aside from Landon, the most outstanding here was Holden. If only she had restrained the demons back then, Holden and the mysterious-looking Landon might have had a close relationship with her. Regret welled up inside her, but she didn't speak. As a sage, she maintained her dignity. Seeing the tense atmosphere between them, Landon spoke directly. Junior brother Holden, why are you here? Knowing Holden's intentions, he smiled and asked to ease the tension. Holden regained his cheerful demeanor. This time, Master ordered Holden to find someone with great fortune among the humans. He didn't directly say he was seeking fortune, but looking for a person of fortune. Landon understood and stayed silent. Seeing Landon suddenly quiet, Holden thought he had upset him. He quickly explained, if Luis Landon needs this fortunate person, Holden naturally won't compete with brother. Hearing Holden's words, Landon first froze, then shook his head helplessly. He cast a peculiar look at Marina. Feeling Landon's gaze, Marina glanced at him reproachfully. Though she didn't want to reveal her relationship with Elmer, Holden shouldn't mind. She nodded lightly, agreeing. Seeing she had no objections, Landon spoke directly. Junior brother Holden, I have no time for these things, but the fortunate person you seek is right here. Pointing towards Marina's arms, he indicated a baby boy. Initially captivated by Landon, Holden hadn't noticed. Now he saw the baby shrouded in heavenly mystery, indiscernible to Holden despite his proximity. But he could feel the aura emanating from the baby's body. Complete Earth Immortal? Translator's note. The last line implies that the baby possesses a level of cultivation or potential beyond normal expectations, specifically the level of Complete Earth Immortal, a significant achievement in many Chinese fantasy settings. Holden's pupils constricted slightly, astonished that someone with human bloodlines could possess such formidable abilities at such a tender age. It was truly incomprehensible. But after the astonishment, it his head to look at Landon again. But, senior brother Landon, he is ultimately from our human race. Noticing Holden's hesitant demeanor, Landon knew exactly what he was thinking. Marina also sensed something inside. You two continue talking. I'll take a walk outside. She handed the baby boy to Rilisi, then vanished into thin air. Her sigh carried a hint of loneliness. Landon sighed lightly too. Ah, these grievances, who can unravel them? Landon waved his hand, unleashing a rule of law which transformed into an inexplicable aura enveloping both of them. Speak up, Empress Marina has left. Only you and I remain here. Suddenly, those outside the cave couldn't hear Rock Sage speak anymore, even though his lips were moving. Curious, they watched but eventually gave up as the two figures gradually faded under the mysterious aura. Senior brother Landon, Elmer is actually a member of the beast race. What if he discovers this fact later? Holden quickly interjected, the urgency in his voice sounding almost accusatory. Landon understood Holden's concern for the human race and did not mind his unintentional offense. He smiled faintly. She won't remember she's from the beast race, but his name is Elmer. Won't others talk about it? When he grows up, this will eventually come to light. Well, if it can't be hidden, we won't hide it. What? Hearing Landon's words, Holden became utterly anxious. How could they not hide it? What would happen to the humans? He has completely lost his memories from his previous life. All he needs is a good mentor. Anyone who dares tell him about his past will not be spared. At this point, Landon's tone had taken on a disdainful yet domineering air. No one would offend a battle-proven sage like Landon over such matters. The impact on the human race was uncertain, but offending Landon would be unthinkable and unwise. Holden still harbors resentment towards the beast race. So be it. Holden considers this encounter with the fortunate one as non-existent. Seemingly convinced by Landon's authority, Holden sighed and decided to forego this opportunity. Originally, Landon intended for the humans to benefit from the virtue of being the Heavenly Rock's mentor, but if Holden refused, Landon wouldn't force it. Do you really want to give up, junior brother Holden? This is your chance to become the Heavenly Rock's mentor and earn divine merit. Landon wanted to test Holden, to see if he could truly renounce such temptation. Holden trembled, his eyes filled with inner turmoil. Landon remained silent, awaiting his response. Chapter 293, Family Wealth Should Not Go Outside. As Landon was watching Raoul in that manner, Raoul's changing expressions gradually calmed down. Finally, it turned into a light sigh. Since is approaching. One was clearly familiar, but he couldn't quite recall where he'd met the other before. Since that's the case, there's no need for further words from me. But if junior brother Raoul doesn't want this chance, I'll have to offer it to someone else. Raoul shook his head bitterly, feeling helpless at Landon's words. Senior brother Landon had done enough for him. If not for his own hesitation, this perfect opportunity would have fallen on him. Landon felt, as a fellow clansman, what he could easily do, he would try to help. Thus he added, this is just a sign of the prosperity of the human race. Junior brother Raoul, being of the same race as me, let me tell you openly that in the future, there will surely be earth rocks and human rocks born among us. Perhaps then, you can strive for it. Giving him a gentle reminder, Landon left Raoul to ponder it alone. Waving his hand, he broke the barrier and sent a thought summoning Marina back. Marina now felt complex emotions towards the human race, growing closer but also guilty for her previous inactions which disappointed many people. As she wandered in thoughts, she received Landon's call, returned with a bitter smile, wondering when she had become so avoided. After Marina returned to the cave residence, a man dressed in spiritual treasures arrived at the XuanHuan tribe. Dressed in high-level spiritual treasures, not quite matching Landon's supreme innate treasures, but far superior to any ordinary cultivators. This was Freddy, dispatched by Shaw to assist the human race. Upon arriving at the XuanHuan tribe, DeBeo did not barge in rudely. As it was the race of his senior brother, despite knowing that humans were extremely weak, because of Landon, he harbored immense goodwill and curiosity towards them. Hearing that although humans were weak, they nurtured an unparalleled person like senior brother, who among the ancient deities could remember their own Andre brother. Now senior brother was acclaimed as the greatest after the ancestor of the Tao. Not even their master bore this title. And on Mount Sumeru, he once met Raoul, who had reached mid-stage quasi-saint at the time, stronger than Debeo now. Though he entered the sect earlier than Raoul, due to cultivation differences, he always called Raoul senior brother. Such a person came from the human race, naturally intriguing Debeo. Inside the Suiran tribe, things were unlike Debeo imagined. Before leaving, his master told him humans would soon prosper. Yet why was no one around? Closing his eyes to deduce, he sensed humans gathered in one place, curious about this concentration, but understanding from his master's tone that it was significant. Without hesitation, he transformed into a streak of light flying toward the location. Approaching the cave entrance, he was stopped by the same rough-faced giant, behaving less drastically this time, possibly learning from the last encounter. Carefully questioning the well-dressed stranger before calling someone to report. Seeing these humans so serious, Debeo was puzzled. Was a big figure inside? This immortal waits here. I've informed Saint Rock. The guard explained respectfully. Sainthood Rock? Debeo was instantly excited. Remembering his senior brother was honored as the human Saint Rock. Could he be here? Too agitated to wait, he shouted loudly, Senior brother, Debeo requests an audience. The guard was startled. This gentleman was polite just moments ago. Hearing senior brother, was he addressing the Saint Rock? Not daring to stop him, he let Debeo wait outside. Come in, Debeo. No need for formalities. A voice sounded, filled with pleasure. Clearly, Landon was glad to see his disciples. Recognizing the voice, the guard was astonished, realizing it was indeed their Saint Rock's disciple. What was happening today? Debeo's face lit up upon recognizing the voice, truly his senior brother. This mission became much easier. Though details weren't clear, with senior brother here, he wouldn't be shortchanged. Confident in his senior brother named Landon. Inside, Debeo looked delightedly at Landon, chatting amiably to grow up properly. That great virtue in the future would certainly involve him, the sacred rock of humanity. And since he didn't want to deal with these trivial matters, it only made sense to share some of this virtue. In the end, he would still get the largest portion. Ronan had just been chatting about their master with Landon, wondering why the Andre brother would have anything good for him. Looking at the enigmatic smile on the Andre brother's face, he felt puzzled. Did the master send him here for matters concerning humanity? Why didn't elder brother mention this? Although Ronan had doubts, he remained silent, only watching Landon. Landon chuckled and asked, how did master explain this visit to you? He said I might have a significant opportunity this time, Ronan replied honestly. Ha, it seems master hasn't deceived you. Let's see who this is, Landon said, leading Ronan deeper into the grotto. Senior brother Raoul? No wonder I sensed several vague presences nearby earlier, but I wasn't sure. Ronan let out another exclamation. He hadn't expected to encounter senior brother Landon and senior brother Raoul during a mere errand sent by master. Though they had met before, Ronan harbored some good feelings towards Raoul. Raoul smiled and greeted Ronan with a nod. But junior brother Ronan can discern these hidden presences, which shows some skill. After praising Ronan, Raoul stepped back and smiled silently, giving space. So Ronan could only stare at Landon with wide eyes, waiting for an explanation. Seeing Ronan's puzzled expression, Landon laughed. His junior brother was quite amusing sometimes, especially when he looked less than smart. He explained, has master told you about the rise of humanity and one of its key figures, Quentin? These light words hit Ronan hard, leaving him even more perplexed. Elmer? Elmer isn't. He glanced at Enviwa beside him, seeming wary. Isn't Elmer Enviwa's brother? Didn't he die during the war between witches and demons? Landon chose not to explain further but said, Quentin still has a trace of soul in the 6 path cycles and happens to be among humanity. The prosperity of humanity relies heavily on him. Despite the vagueness, Ronan's eyes widened in surprise. Digesting this information was too overwhelming. Elmer didn't die? He's now part of humanity? And most astonishingly, he's crucial to the rise of humanity? With so many questions in his mind and no answers, he looked at Landon again. So, elder brother means? Probingly asking Landon, Ronan felt uneasy. It was difficult to quickly absorb such a large amount of information. Enviwa didn't stop Landon either. Naming the baby Quentin meant it was hard to keep it a secret. If Quentin had a guide by his side, fostering a sense of belonging to humanity would only bring benefits, both for humanity and Quentin himself. If Quentin grew to despise or even hate humanity, things would become complicated, and even Enviwa admitted she wouldn't be able to handle Landon's interference. Therefore, she tacitly approved of Landon's actions. Landon stared straight into Ronan's eyes and said firmly, I want you to be Quentin's master, teach him to belong to humanity, assist him in achieving the throne of Celestial Rock. In the future, thinking of his master's deep affection towards him, Landon smiled with understanding. Even though his current cultivation level had already surpassed his master, whenever there was something good, his master would still think of him. But Landon was the holy rock of the human race, so these blessings naturally wouldn't bypass him. Initially, he intended to let Raoul, also a member of the human race, enjoy this first bout of good fortune. However, due to other reasons, Raoul could not accept it. Now that Debeo had arrived, this blessing naturally fell upon him. After all, family wealth should not go outside the family. The destiny of being the teacher of the heavenly king would be shared with this junior brother. He then said with a smile, it's troublesome for my master to be concerned, but your arrival now is perfect. There's a good thing waiting for you. After saying this, he gave Debeo a mysterious smile. As long as Quentin and the others could grow up under his guidance, Debeo marveled at this. Another beautiful figure appeared out of nowhere, startling him. Despite feeling alarmed inside, he managed to stay calm outwardly. After examining the figure closely, Debeo sighed in relief. It was Marina. No wonder she could appear so silently. If there were any ill intent, I would have been seriously injured instantly, he thought. Let me introduce her. She's Marina, Landon explained with a smile. At the moment Marina appeared, Raoul's previously impassive smile stiffened slightly, then he turned his face away awkwardly. Debeo didn't notice this small action, but Landon saw it clearly and sighed lightly. It seemed Raoul still harbored some inner grievances, but as long as there was no animosity, it was fine. What is the opportunity elder brother spoke of? Recalled to reality by de Bao's question, Landon paused briefly, then responded, your opportunity lies with them, pointing to Marina and Raoul. De Bao looked baffled. How could they be opportunities for him? Could they help him break through? Of course, he dared not ask this directly, as everyone present was stronger than him. Despite being in the early quasi-saint stage, which was quite remarkable in the chaotic world, they were all true top-tier figures. Moreover, Raoul seemed even stronger now. Offending them was unwise. So de Bao just stared wide-eyed at Landon, awaiting an explanation. Seeing de Bao's puzzled look, Landon smiled. His junior brother sometimes appeared less astute. Thus, he explained, did Master tell you about the rise of the human race and the key person involved, Quentin? These words left de Bao more confused. Quentin? Isn't Quentin? He glanced at Marina beside him, seeming hesitant. Isn't Quentin Marina's Andre brother? Didn't he die during the war between witches and demons? Landon didn't explain these details but instead said, a remnant soul of Quentin entered the 6 paths of reincarnation and reincarnated among humans, playing a crucial role in the rise of the human race. Although Landon's words were vague, de Bao's eyes widened in shock. Digesting this information wasn't easy. Quentin isn't dead? He's among the humans now? Most incredibly, he's essential to the rise of the human race. No one answered his many questions. He looked expectantly at Landon. So elder brother wants to? Probing Landon, de Bao felt somewhat uneasy. After all, anyone would find it hard to digest such substantial information quickly. Marina didn't stop Landon either. Naming the male infant Quentin meant it was difficult to keep it secret. With a master guiding Quentin to embrace the human race, it benefited both Quentin and the humans. If Quentin despised or even hated the human race, even Marina recognized that Landon's intervention would be unstoppable. Thus, she tacitly approved of Landon's actions. Staring into de Bao's eyes, Landon spoke earnestly, I want you to become Quentin's master, hatred or deep enmity. Moreover, now, as a member of the human race and a subject of his eldest master brother, Scott regarded Elmer as a treasure. Recalling that his eldest master brother mentioned Sonia as an opportunity, he glanced at Holden. Could it be that Holden came here with the same purpose? Initially, Scott's agitation upon arrival made him seem less perceptive. However, during the absence of Shaw and Landon, Scott was the one managing the vast Jia teaching, proving that he was far from unintelligent. Note, Jia is a specific term in the context of Chinese mythology and should be either transliterated as Jia teaching or explained further depending on the target audience. Initially, Scott's agitation upon arrival made him seem less perceptive. However, during the absence of Shaw and Landon, Scott was the one managing the vast Jia teaching, proving that he was far from unintelligent. This edit ensures clarity, fluency, and consistency in terminology. From Landon's words, he understood the ins and outs of the matter. Connecting Holden's status as a human and his tribal background, Scott surmised Holden must have come looking for a person of luck initially. Surprisingly, this person of luck turned out to be Elmer, a former demon, causing Holden to decline being his teacher. Initially, Landon likely chose Holden, also a human, as his first pick. Scott gazed deeply at Holden, feeling some admiration. To forsake such great temptation for principles was truly commendable. Turning to Holden, he bowed. Many thanks to elder brother Holden for your kindness. Silently mourning for Michael, they stood still. Even Abrielle frowned at Michael's behavior, finding it unbecoming compared to Landon. Recalling his composed demeanor before Lord Ewing, Abrielle couldn't help but glance at Landon. How come she kept comparing everyone to him recently? However, undeniably, Landon was too outstanding, eclipsing others renowned in the primordial chaos. Remembering Landon's composed stance before her when weaker, Abrielle's gaze held a strange light. Did he even know fear? While Abrielle mused, an arrogant voice echoed outside the cave. Clearly, Michael had arrived. Feeling somewhat smug, despite initial concerns about competition, he saw no rivals along the way. Mostly fearing Landon, if he was here, competing for the position would be hopeless. Similarly, Holden would pose a challenge. Now, without them, and with confidence barring sages, Michael aimed for this prime role. His mentor promised benefits from human merit. Imagining it, Michael's eyes flashed. Arriving at the cave entrance, seeing humans gathered, and sensing no presence due to Landon's concealment, Michael asked, is this the human Xuan tribe? Though seemingly respectful, disdain and superiority were unmistakable, making everyone uncomfortable. Observing within the cave, Scott and Holden resisted the urge to reprimand Michael, halted by Landon's look. Remarkable. According to Landon's impression of Michael before coming to XuanHuan, Michael left no particular impression, or rather, he was seen as loyal and honest, like a reliable spear under Augustin Tianzuan's command, always obedient. Now, Landon discarded this thought. The burly guard outside the cave dwelling was somewhat unhappy but realized these Andres were fellow disciples of the sacred rock. He dared not offend them and thus gave Michael a respectful salute. May I ask what brings you, revered immortal, to our Xuan tribe? The burly man asked without directly mentioning the sacred rock's name. Landon nodded in approval from inside the cave dwelling, appreciating the intelligence in the burly man's words. This man, despite looking rugged, had a sharp mind. Seeing that the human race did not immediately answer his question but instead questioned him, Michael felt a tinge of annoyance. Usually, he appeared amiable within the Tongtian Sect, but in front of the weak human race, his sense of superiority greatly inflated. He believed there was no need to hide himself before them. If not for knowing the connection between the human race and Landon, his temper might have been worse. Waving his hand impatiently, I simply asked if this is the Xuan tribe. Answer me directly. Don't ask too many questions. Hearing the reprimand in Michael's voice, the burly man's eyes showed anger. But thinking that this round, After receiving the response, Michael asked impatiently, are all recently born infants in this Xuan tribe here? The burly man shook his head again. Michael glared at him and waved, ordering, quickly gather all newly born infants here. I will wait right here. The burly man's face showed difficulty. Recently, there were many newborns in the Xuanhuan tribe, but some new mothers were still weak after childbirth. These infants couldn't be separated from their mothers yet, making it hard to gather all newborns as requested. Should he comply? The sacred rock hadn't responded. If this person was indeed a fellow disciple of the sacred rock, he couldn't afford to offend him. Just as the burly man struggled internally, Michael became even more annoyed. Such a small human dared not follow his order? Was he being disrespectful? Although he didn't dare harm humans because of Landon, teaching them a lesson should be fine. Thinking this, Michael said coldly, "What? Can't you hear me? Aren't you going?" The burly man, merely at the level of a mortal human, couldn't withstand Michael's oppressive and icy aura. Even though Michael only released a sliver of pressure, the gap between a quasi-saint level powerhouse and regular humans was vast. Under such pressure, the burly man trembled, almost involuntarily following the order. Just as he was about to comply, a calm and emotionless voice echoed inside and outside the cave. Junior brother Michael sure has great authority. Translation note. To ensure consistency and accuracy in names and terms used in this mythological context, specific Chinese terms are transliterated into English, e.g., Sui Rin, Chongjiao Sect, and explained where necessary. The narrative style and tone remain faithful to the original. Chapter 295. The Reborn Aura Bearer. A voice echoed, striking terror into Michael's heart, who had been swaggering a moment ago. The voice carried with it a Dao resonance that made Michael's heart tremble. The rugged big man, who had been struggling under pressure, suddenly felt the oppressive aura vanish as a warm current flowed through his body, bringing him immense comfort. Nicely done. A gentle voice sounded beside him. Turning his head, the rugged man saw a young man with a kind smile. It was Landon. Great Imperial Sage. The man exclaimed in pleasant surprise, but was silenced by Landon's gaze. Landon patted his shoulder before walking forward. The rugged big man forgot about the pressure he had faced and beamed foolishly. Great Imperial Sage praised me. He touched his shoulder and vowed to himself to keep this exotic beast fur as a treasure. He walked away, and made it seem like he truly repented. However, Landon, recalling Michael's behavior, wasn't convinced at all. He took it as amusement. Yet, Landon didn't intend to seriously punish Michael, considering their past at Mount Sumeru and respect for Master Murphy Tianzuan. So he dropped the matter. Never mind. What brings you here? Michael felt relieved hearing Landon change the subject. When asked his purpose, he wanted to gloss over it to avoid competing for the aura bearer with Landon. Yet, he couldn't think of what to say. Come to check on humans casually? Why would he summon all newborns of the Fire Drill tribe just for a casual visit? Even he wouldn't believe that. And if his master knew, surely Landon would too. Not to mention, there was still Master Shaw. Deciding honesty was best, Michael replied, to be honest with big brother Landon. I'm here following Master's order to find a special newborn child within the Fire Drill tribe. Oh. Landon feigned interest. Does he really not know? Michael felt his heart drop, regretting his loose tongue. Can you explain? Landon asked. Reluctantly, Michael glanced at Landon and explained, trying to downplay the importance of the aura bearer. Smiling inwardly, Landon found Michael far from sincere. An idea struck him to rattle Michael. Ah, interesting. Actually, I do know of a peculiar child recently. Would you care to take a look? I didn't fear Michael. They were equally matched in cultivation, but with his arsenal of spiritual treasures, how could he possibly fear him? With this thought, Scott shot Michael a slightly provocative look. Feeling this faint animosity, Michael smiled bitterly and greeted both men respectfully. It appeared that his earlier behavior outside the cave had been witnessed by all. However, it was too late to salvage the situation. He was only here to see the child Landon mentioned, but now only they were present. Puzzled, he looked at Landon questioningly. At this moment, Abrielle had discreetly hidden herself. Though she was still within the cave, Michael couldn't see her. The other humans had also been asked to leave the cave. Seeing Michael's puzzled gaze, Landon understood what he wanted to ask. With a wave of his hand, Elmer appeared on the stone chair. Junior brother Michael, take a look at this child. Is there anything special about him? Pointing to Elmer, Landon watched Michael with an expression of feigned curiosity. Upon seeing the child, Michael's pupils dilated, his face contorted with excitement. This child actually possesses the peak cultivation of a terrestrial immortal? Observing Michael's excited reaction, Landon nodded, confirming he hadn't misread it. Though Michael wished to take the child away, as the human imperial sage, Landon wouldn't allow it without reason. Moreover, even if Landon seemed unaware of the child's significance as the bearer of destiny, a baby with such cultivation would be invaluable to the human race. Swallowing hard, Michael then asked, I wonder if senior brother Landon can let me take this child as my disciple? I'm moved by this find, and if you wish to take him as a disciple yourself, I wouldn't dare interfere. This statement was filled with sincerity, yet concealed ulterior motives. By speaking thus, Landon was put in a difficult position. If he contested for the disciple, it might not reflect well on him given Michael's seniority. Instead, he could appear magnanimous by saying he wouldn't contest. If Landon didn't want the child, Michael could ask for it, expecting him to grant the favor due to their sect relations. Furthermore, Michael didn't directly ask if the child was the bearer of destiny, instead acting as if he was merely intrigued by a rare talent. Once Landon agreed, it would be hard for him to later reclaim the child, knowing his seniority and relationship with the Enlightenment sect. After uttering these words, Michael couldn't help but admire his own mental agility, looking at Landon with sincere eyes. Seeing that expectant and sincere look, Landon's playfulness arose. This man indeed had talent. No wonder he was so favored by that Andre of his. With a face like his, even the dignified Cooper Heaven Venerable must have been quite pleased. Chuckles, junior brother Michael. Why do you say that? I merely asked for your help to identify if this child is indeed the one you spoke of. Smiling ambiguously, Landon responded, revealing no emotion in his eyes, making it impossible to discern his true thoughts. Internally cursing, Michael realized Landon was no easy opponent. Despite his heartfelt words, Landon didn't fall for it. Michael prided himself on his mental acumen, confident that despite Landon's superior cultivation, he could outsmart him. Yet, his words failed to ensnare Landon. Could it be that he had finally met his match? The original structure and style are maintained while ensuring a natural and fluent English translation. Chapter 296, Beyond Reproach. The apprehension in his heart towards Landon grew heavier, but he didn't dare treat Landon disrespectfully. After a moment of deliberation, he cautiously said, "I won't hide it from elder brother Landon. This child should be the one with the good fortune." Though uncertain in his words, it was merely to confuse Landon. This wasn't really lying. Ideally, Landon wouldn't believe him and would hand over the infant directly. In Michael's mind, he was already 100% certain that this baby was the fortune bearer his master had sent him down the mountain to find. Upon hearing Michael's reply, Landon smiled. "From what junior brother Michael says, this boy seems indeed to be the bearer of good fortune. I place great trust in what you say, brother Michael. Believe me so easily? What nonsense." Seeing Landon's smiling face, Michael felt somewhat irked inside. He wanted to punch this smiling face but could only imagine it. If he truly did anything, he'd be no match even for Landon's finger. Hee, senior brother Landon is joking. Michael can't be sure. It's just a guess. He laughed dryly in response, inwardly regretting how honest he had been. Afraid Landon might see through him, he half-truthed, and now he wished he just bluffed outright. But it was too late for that now. Saying now it wasn't the child would only make things worse. Landon might think more highly of the child then. Sighing, normally shrewd Michael couldn't help but reflect on his many missteps around Landon. I trust your judgment, brother Michael. No need for modesty. Since we have identified the child as the fortunate one, let's consider this matter settled. If you have no further business, please go back. To believe me so suddenly? Why didn't you believe me at first? Grumbling internally but recognizing Landon's clear intention to dismiss him, Michael dared not linger. He opened his mouth to speak again but was stopped by Landon waving a hand. Junior brother Michael, don't say more. Thank you for helping identify this child's identity. I will visit you next time. We still have matters to discuss today, so we won't detain you any longer. Please leave. Landon's tone was now tinged with impatience. Though polite, Michael didn't dare say more. The slight seriousness in Landon was quite intimidating. With a bitter laugh, Michael bid farewell and left the Xianxia tribe, dejected. Watching this, Raoul and Ronan were astonished. They couldn't believe it was that easy. Was that it? So casual? Even Justine, hidden away, looked at Landon strangely. Initially, she wondered how Landon would handle this situation. While Michael was slightly arrogant, it was understandable considering it was toward regular humans. A scolding or two would suffice. But outright rejection seemed excessive among fellow disciples of the same sect, despite their current division into 3 teachings. During the Battle of Mount Sumeru, the Human Sect and Enlightenment Sect had sent disciples to assist. Even the sect leaders came in person. Thus, Justine wondered how Landon would deal with the matter. Between the senior's disciple and her own interests, and a direct junior brother, she couldn't give up such a great opportunity just to save face for her senior. That would likely disappoint her fellow Jiajiao disciples, and even her master, Hawkins. Yet, openly favoring Ronan outshone Taoist viewing. It was almost expected. Seeing Ronan's composed reaction, Raoul admired Landon even more. Meanwhile, outside the Xianxia tribe, Michael pondered. He knew the child's whereabouts but hadn't even learned its name, dismissed without a struggle. Was it because he feared Landon's imposing presence? Too ashamed to return, he flew back to Kunlun Mountain, ashamed and furious. At Kunlun, in Yusu Palace, Cooper Celestial Venerable listened to Michael's embellished report silently before nodding slightly. I know. You may go. He pressed his brow, ending the meeting below. Michael was unwilling to let it go and immediately jumped up. But master? Before he could finish his sentence, Murphy waved his hand to interrupt him. Do not speak further. I can't believe you had such an attitude among the humans. Your senior brother Landon did not hold your rudeness against you. That alone gives me face. But the fortune bearer. Michael's face showed deep pain. He felt that if he had been clearly intimidated by Landon's power and expelled, he could have accepted it more easily. But being dismissed so ambiguously felt like a humiliation and trampling of his intellect. Plus, if he could persuade his master, perhaps they could still win over the fortune bearer. You still have the nerve to say that? Didn't your senior brother Landon place the If Landon truly did that, what would he do? He supposed Landon would still give him some face. After all, Murphy was also his uncle, and he had never wronged Landon. But if Su Min didn't show any respect, what could he do? After all, Landon was the holy emperor of humanity. If forced, Murphy's sect of enlightenment would not gain any advantage. It seemed he needed to consult Ashan and Shaw. As various thoughts flowed through his mind, Murphy remained vague, replying simply, Rest assured, I have my plans. Michael wanted to say more but was silenced by Murphy's displeased glare. He sullenly withdrew. Murphy sighed softly, watching Michael leave. Sighing inwardly, he thought about how long it had been since the division that now required him to take the initiative to visit his seniors and juniors, especially over such matters. Pride aside, the vast fortune of the human race was too much to give up. With a low sigh, Murphy vanished from the palace. Unbeknownst to Landon, his actions would soon lead to the unprecedented visit of Murphy to the Jiajiao. However, if he were aware, he would likely just smile lightly. While the fortunes of the 3 sovereigns and 5 rocks were tempting, it ultimately wouldn't escape his influence. If it helped mend the relationship between his master and senior brother, it would be well worth it. Under no loss to himself, he didn't mind letting his uncle reap some benefits. Chapter 297, Becoming increasingly majestic and dignified. A trace of joy flickered deep within Ashan's eyes. He had always been indifferent, devoted only to cultivation. However, he held an immense fondness for his disciple, who knelt at every step while climbing the mountain to pay respects. Even during their first meeting years ago, Ashan was profoundly moved. Upon hearing Raoul's clear voice, Ashan assumed that his disciple had successfully completed the task, causing the usually indifferent aura around him to disperse somewhat. The Taoist teachings naturally enveloped his voice as it spread outward. Come in. At this moment, a man in purple robes outside the Bagua Palace was none other than Raoul. He had come to confess to his master. Prior to descending the mountain, he was full of confidence and indeed had a chance. Yet, he never expected that person to be Elmer, something even his master did not foresee. Naturally, he too was unaware. But now, having disappointed his master's great expectations, Raoul stood with bowed head, filled with remorse as he waited for his master's summons to accept punishment. Upon hearing the familiar tone of his master, Raoul gave a bitter smile. He could sense a hint of delight in his master's words, probably thinking that he had succeeded. Thinking of this, his guilt grew even stronger, but this matter would eventually have to be told. Thus, he took large strides inside. Raoul pays respects to master. After entering, Raoul first respectfully saluted Xian and then noticed Cooper Skylord nearby, promptly greeting him with another bow. However, he felt some puzzlement. Greetings, Uncle Augustin. Just as Augustin was about to speak, he was interrupted by Raoul, feeling slightly aggrieved. However, seeing nothing amiss with Raoul's manners and considering him as the beloved disciple of his Andre brother, he nodded and said with a smile, "Heh, nephew Raoul truly appears increasingly majestic and dignified." While Raoul didn't feel much from this praise, thanked him, and stood aside. Xian felt gratified hearing such commendation for his disciple. After all, his younger brother Augustin was quite haughty, so getting a compliment from him wasn't easy. Xian's gaze softened even more towards Raoul. "Hey Raoul, how did your trip to Xuanhuan tribe go?" Xian harbored no secrets from Augustin, since both could sense the anomalies in the human Xuanhuan tribe. Without any doubt or reservation, Xian asked openly. Moreover, given his disciple Raoul's strength, none among the 12 golden immortals could surpass him. Casting a peculiar glance at Augustin, Xian wondered if his visit was to complain about his disciple losing out on destiny. However, considering it a fair competition between the second-generation disciples, he didn't expect any fuss. Smiling, Xian awaited his disciple's report, but the anticipated good news did not come. Raoul looked guilty and bowed deeply, saying, "Disciple has failed master's trust." Xian, whose heart soared with hope, suddenly couldn't believe it. Could anyone really compete against his disciple? Slightly surprised, he glanced at Augustin, wondering if this visit was to brag, or if Augustin's disciple caused Raoul's failure. Feeling Xian's scrutiny, Augustin gave a bitter smile. This visit is indeed about this matter. Listening to Xian's query, Augustin realized it concerned Xuanhuan tribe, especially when he learned Xian sent Raoul. Upon reflection, this seemed logical, and he also found relief in Raoul's failure, making it easier to persuade his Andre brother. Turning to Raoul, Xian inquired, was it because of senior brother Landon? Surprised, Raoul understood Augustin's ulterior motive. Determined to prevent Landon from being disadvantaged, he clarified, "Master misunderstood. Senior brother Landon did not interfere with my search for the Destiny Bearer. In fact, upon recognizing me as human, he offered for me to become the Destiny Bearer's teacher." Hearing this, both Augustin and Xian appeared startled. Augustin changed his expression while Xian looked questioningly at Raoul. "Oh, then why do you say you failed my expectations?" At this, Raoul hesitated, glancing uncomfortably at Augustin, indicating reluctance to share in front of him. Noticing this, Augustin's smile faltered slightly, finding Raoul's behavior odd. Xian also noticed and, trusting Raoul, looked apologetically at Augustin. "Brother, let's..." Augustin sighed lightly and laughed helplessly. "Elder brother, rest assured, I will cut off all perception." He waved his hand, enveloping himself with sage's rules, temporarily severing his sensory connections. Feeling a bit helpless yet unwilling to eavesdrop, especially in front of Xian, Augustin respected their privacy. Curious about Raoul's hesitation earlier, Augustin dismissed further thoughts but observed Xian giving him an apologetic look. Turning to Raoul, Xian instructed, "All right, your uncle Augustin has temporarily cut off external contacts. Speak quickly." Gazing at his disciple sternly, Xian found it unusual for the normally humble Raoul to behave this way, seemingly avoiding offending his uncle. Understanding his master's tone, Raoul gave a bitter smile. Reluctant, he worried Augustin might harbor resentment against senior brother Landon if he heard what he had to say. Glancing warily at Augustin, who appeared in a deep trance, hearing this, Xian gradually calmed down. He believed his disciple's words. "No wonder you didn't accept when Landon offered to let the destined one become your disciple. It's because of this." As Raoul's master, Xian naturally knew about his disciple's feelings towards the demon clan. Although Elmer was now human, asking Raoul to personally guide him would likely be too difficult for him to accept. However, to refuse such an enticing offer due to his principles, his disciple showed more courage than even Xian himself. Although he understood his disciple's actions, Xian didn't know how to comment on them. Praising him seemed silly given the circumstances, yet criticizing him would undermine the admirable resolve he admired. Just as Xian was unsure of what to say, Raoul spoke up again. "To be honest, I struggled with this decision before rejecting it. However, Master must have sensed that Elmer is only the first of many destined ones. Brother Landon assured me there will be opportunities later for me." "Oh." Initially feeling a bit depressed, Xian looked up, saying, "I understand that, but did Landon really tell you this?" Detecting a hint of surprise in his master's voice, Raoul smiled. "Yes, Brother Landon wouldn't deceive me. Initially, he wanted to give me the position of Elmer's teacher, but seeing my refusal, he promised me future favors. Demanding favors from our brother Shaw. But Xian didn't need anything. Thinking this, Xian couldn't help but feel relieved. Chapter 298. Just arrogance. Augustin, my younger brother, I apologize. My junior disciple was rude just now, please forgive him. With an apologetic look towards Augustin, Xian said this. Augustin had some resentment in his heart originally, but seeing Xian's demeanor, most of it dissipated. He waved his hand and laughed. It's all right. It's normal for you to have some private words with your disciple. I can't be so shameless as to eavesdrop. Seeing how easily Augustin took it, Xian felt somewhat embarrassed. His eyes fixed on Augustin, he didn't say a word. After a brief pause, Augustin continued, so Raoul nephew also did not succeed. The reason I came here was to discuss with elder brother whether we should find our junior brother Hawkins to talk about this. Xian tugged at the corner of his mouth, thinking to himself, if you want to talk, then go ahead. I don't need to. But he put on a difficult face and said, well, I won't meddle. After all, it's between disciples. Do you not feel tempted by the human race's good fortune? It could greatly enhance our sect's luck, Augustin said bluntly, no longer hiding his desire for the good fortune. Xian found this approach less than ideal. After all, hiding such matters from Augustin didn't seem quite right. He could only remain silent. Seeing that Xian was not talking anymore, Augustin grew impatient. Elder brother, you must know. I've divined that there will be more benefits related to the human fortune. We surely can't miss out on it. Faced with Augustin's urgency, Xian reluctantly revealed that he had already reserved a place for one of the 3 rocks. He glanced at Raoul, then looked at Augustin, whose expression suddenly turned grim. Xian had no choice. If he didn't speak up, Augustin would keep pestering him. Moreover, if Augustin went alone to seek Landon from the Complete Perfection sect, it might expose the secret. If others informed Augustin later that Xian had been hiding it, it might damage their relationship. Therefore, honesty seemed like the better option. Raoul sighed silently nearby. Brother Landon, sorry, teacher Uncle Augustin still found out. Feeling guilty towards Landon, Raoul thought that Landon likely wouldn't mind this information being known. It wouldn't affect him either way. However, considering their senior, Landon would probably still get his position among the 3 sovereigns and 5 rocks, due to respect for teacher Uncle Augustin. Meanwhile, Augustin was visibly angry. Elder brother, you actually kept this from me. Augustin was deeply hurt. He never imagined that Xian would hide anything from him. Had he not come today, he might not have noticed even while seeking Hawkins alone. His gaze filled with disappointment. Xian, unaware of these thoughts, simply nodded and agreed. Augustin then proposed, let's ask nephew Raoul to join us. After considering his disciple's importance, a human and a potential mentor for the first human rock, Xian agreed but looked at Raoul for consent. Raoul, knowing he couldn't refuse without offending Augustin, sighed and nodded, as master commands. Though agreeing verbally, Raoul felt guilty towards Landon and wished he could warn him. With Augustin's expression improving, the 3 departed Jingyang Mountain with different intentions. At that time, Landon was still with Ronan in the Sui Ren tribe. Unaware of the drama unfolding earlier, he had no interest in peeking into it anyway. Ronan, however, was worried. Luis, it might not be good if teacher Uncle Augustin finds out. Landon chuckled. What's wrong with it? Blame Eric's arrogance. Seeing Landon's indifference, Ronan remained quiet. Landon then comforted him. Don't worry. If teacher Uncle Augustin knows, he won't come to me first but to our teacher. It depends on teacher's decision. Having made his plan, Landon thought, if his teacher agreed, he'd give up a position. Otherwise, he'd respect his teacher's wishes. Ronan was puzzled and asked, why not go to the elder brother instead of our teacher? This Uncle Augustin and teacher's relationship? He sighed, understanding the true relationship between teacher and their second uncle but harboring no good feelings towards that second uncle. Yet, as an uncle, he knew teacher didn't want a real fallout. Still, Ronan couldn't understand why Landon chose not to visit the elder brother, but go straight. These visitors had significant cultivation within the human race. Moments after the voices outside, a burly man rushed in to announce the arrival of the Jiang clan representatives. Seeing the dozens already present, he froze, realizing they had entered unnoticed due to lax security. The tribes maintained peace among each other due to external threats, making conflicts rare but not non-existent. With the Sage Rock present, the Sui Ren tribe saw little need for strict defense. Thus, the Jiang clan members slipped in undetected. Tensions rose as the Sui Ren tribe viewed the Jiang clan as rivals, fearing they might invite the Sage Rock to their tribe. Noticing the wary and even hostile glances, the leader of the Jiang clan, a dignified middle-aged man, chuckled. He understood their suspicion but felt relieved his information was accurate. Observing the Sui Ren tribe gathered around this cave indicated the Sage Rock was inside. The prospect of meeting the revered figure excited him. Many never got the chance to see the Sage Rock, yet today he would. Ignoring the hostile gazes, he led his followers in reverence, calling out to meet the Sage Rock. Inside the cave, Landon smiled. The man's keen observation impressed him, determining his location by the Sui Ren tribe's behavior. Promoting human development was part of his plan, which is why he stayed. The Jiang clan, known to Landon, would later become the Shin Nong tribe, evolving due to Shan Nong's rise. Curious about this dignified man's connection to Shin Nong, Landon awaited further events. Why have you come? As the Jiang clan members kneeled fervently, a clear voice resonated around them. Surprised, they noticed the youthful tone of the speaker who matched rumors about the Sage Rock. Looking toward the cave, they beheld a striking figure in white robes, a handsome youth. Despite unclear statues in their village, the white robes and transcendent aura confirmed it was none other than the Sage Rock. This was truly the Sage Rock, the pillar of the human race. Chapter 299, Triangular Relationship. Pay homage to your majesty the sacred rock. The dignified middle-aged man disregarded the youthfulness of the one before him and took the lead in bowing down. Although the person looked young, they were their ancestor of the human race. What did a bow matter? With not an ounce of hesitation, he performed the 3 kneelings and 9 bows, gazing fervently at Landon afterward. Landon smiled, readily accepting their worship. Regardless of his influence preventing other races from bullying humans or by seniority and lineage, he was indeed their ancient ancestor. Rise. Thank you, your majesty the sacred rock. I wonder if your majesty can grace our G family tribe as a guest? We wish to serve with all our hearts. Haha, Landon found it amusing yet interesting, but declined. Visiting the G family tribe will have to wait. I have matters to attend to. The dignified man's expectant face froze, expecting agreement but now seeing no hope. The people from the Sui clan gleefully thought that trying to steal favor would be futile. Wasn't the sacred rock more than enough for them? Landon ignored their thoughts and discussed the alliance between tribes. After all, the three sovereigns should unite all humans, not constantly manage each affair. They needed a representative. The scattered tribes fighting independently were unwise. Being weak, unity would strengthen the human race. Such collective strength was what Landon sought. While discussing this, both tribes showed reluctance but dared not disobey the sacred rock's decree. They reluctantly agreed. Although agreeing, the Ji family had always led their tribe and hesitated to relinquish leadership. Eyeing Landon nervously, they asked, "Your Majesty, who will lead the allied tribes? They cannot be forcibly merged?" Landon, understanding the concern, reassured him, saying, "Rest assured. Tribes with different customs cannot be forced together. They need time to merge." Stunned, the man followed up, "So, Your Majesty means? Establish an alliance among tribes while maintaining traditions. Regarding leadership, you'll soon know." He glanced around, beckoned Scott Taoist, then left the Sui clan. "I've said my piece. Your future rests on your own efforts. Remember." Before leaving, Landon left these words, leaving both tribes in bewildered silence. Gone already? Yet, perhaps influenced by Landon's speech, the Sui clan now viewed the Ji clan without previous animosity. Though disappointed, some radicals felt a loss with both Marina and now Landon having left. While understanding Landon wouldn't stay forever, it was still hard to accept. Sighing, both tribal leaders shook heads and began discussing the human-tribal alliance, a pivotal meeting for humanity's rise. But now, Landon trusted Elmer to handle everything and turned his attention elsewhere. Above the Golden Turtle Island in the Eastern Sea, three figures floated mid-air, Murphy Tianzuan, Xian, and others. Not descending due to the protective formations of the island, especially the 10,000 Immortal formation, improved by Shaw after Landon had cast it. Thus, these three stayed outside, not here to cause trouble. Murphy glanced at Xian, who understood inside, sending a mental command inside. Inside Bixiagong Palace, the meditating Shaw suddenly smiled, hiding it quickly, flashing into existence above the goldery. Acknowledging Murphy's comment, Shaw's rigid posture relaxed, the green robe slowly fitting again. Though silent, his mind had changed. "No." Xian smiled at this sight, bringing a rare smile to his usually impassive face. "Well, Master Shaw, my Andre brothers and I have come to visit you. Do you not welcome us?" Upon hearing this, the rigid expression on Shaw's face finally softened into a smile, as if the one who had just exuded such overbearing aura wasn't him at all. "Haha, how can I not welcome you too, my esteemed Andres?" His laughter echoed powerfully, intimidating yet filled with an imposing dignity even in its mirth. Then he shimmered forward to stand before them, affectionately patting their shoulders. He then cast an appreciative glance at Holden and said, "You young lad, not bad." Seeing Shaw back to his usual self, both of them felt a great sense of relief. It looked like their visit would indeed be fruitful. Initially, Shaw's display was merely a manifestation of some lingering resentment, but after all, they were brother disciples sharing countless eons of friendship, which could not simply vanish. Though he still harbored some grudges against Murphy Tianzuan, it didn't amount to any real animosity. After all, Shaw had always been generous-hearted, not the type for petty grievances. Holden, hearing Shaw's praise, felt somewhat honored and overwhelmed. Watching his three revered masters chat amiably, he couldn't help but smile sincerely. Yet, worry lingered. He wondered whether the atmosphere would remain harmonious when they eventually discussed the three sovereigns and 5 rocks, as mentioned by Master Landon. "I hope nothing goes wrong, or else I'll bear the blame." Under this anxiety, Holden gathered his courage to ask, "Uncle Master Shaw, is senior brother Landon in the jet teach now?" Shaw froze for a moment, then shook his head. Even he couldn't predict what his disciple was up to, as any attempt would risk counterattack. Holden felt disappointed, realizing that senior brother Landon must still be in the Sui clan tribe. "Come brothers, let's take a look around my jet teach." Shaw invited them warmly. Murphy was rather anxious, but seeing a subtle glance from Xian, he reined in his impatience and followed Xian. Shaw, trusting his Andre brothers, didn't notice these small gestures. Holden, however, observed everything closely. His concern grew. His uncle Master Murphy. Although he couldn't make rash judgments as a junior, Holden couldn't help but inwardly sigh about his uncle Master Murphy's demeanor. Compared to his own steady master, Murphy appeared more restless. Compared to Uncle Master Shaw's magnanimity, Murphy seemed less broad-minded. But it was ultimately a matter between Andres, and he shouldn't meddle. Presumably, his own master understood Murphy's temperament well enough. If asked to come alone, it might end in a bitter confrontation. That's why he accompanied, probably to mediate. As Holden pondered, the 4 figures descended onto Golden Turtle Island, without triggering the protective formations due to Shaw's presence. Shaw had already summoned his disciples to meet the 2 senior uncles. The disciples respectfully greeted them. Xian reciprocated with a rare approving nod and some praises, while Murphy maintained a polite smile but secretly sneered. "Hemph, mere beasts, I cannot recognize you as my nephews." Sensing this, Shaw turned to look at Murphy, causing Murphy's smile to freeze momentarily. He laughed awkwardly and quickly looked away. Observing this, Shaw narrowed his eyes. Despite his straightforwardness, he wasn't naive. He knew many things but chose not to expose them. Regarding Murphy's thoughts, Shaw had a pretty good idea. Looks like his senior brother still disapproves of his way. Oh well, different paths lead to different destinations. Thinking of his loyal disciples and stubborn disciple Landon, Shaw felt immense pride. Looking at them, Shaw believed firmly in the path he chose. He casually dismissed the disciples and led the trio toward Bixiagong Palace. Inside Bixiagong Palace, the 2 sat as guests, while Shaw sat at the head of the hall. Holden stood quietly to the side, like a devoted student. Facing 3 seniors, Holden dared not sit. "Now, what brings you here, brothers?" Shaw asked leisurely. Xian and Murphy exchanged glances. Seeing Murphy's hesitation, Xian took the initiative. "Our visit concerns the matter of human race's fortune-bearer. Surely, Brother Shaw knows about it?" Instead of answering directly, Xian deflected the question back to Shaw. Shaw paused, then chuckled. Ah, that matter. Yes, I know. So, what do you want to achieve by coming here? Suspecting their intention, Shaw eyed them with interest. I've sent Scott. Since Scott hasn't returned, he must have met that obstinate disciple of mine. And now, my Andres are suddenly visiting, surely because they've suffered setbacks from my disobedient disciple. At this thought, Shaw felt deeply satisfied. Ha, you never approve of my path? Now my disciple makes you stumble. My disciple truly brings me honor. Well, have you now seen the rightness or wrongness of my path? Noticing Shaw's smug smile, both of them sensed his delight. Note: this translation maintains the original tone and style while ensuring the storyline remains coherent and consistent with the previous content. Master, this matter is ultimately about humans, and I shouldn't intervene. That helpless tone would be convincing if one didn't see the expression on his face. Murphy felt a surge of anger. His face turned cold. Does this mean brother will not intervene? Shaw's temper flared up seeing Murphy's stiff tone. He replied emotionlessly, my disciple's matters are hard for me to meddle with. If Andre brother has no other business, I can't spare you any further. Murphy also threw off his fake smile, laughing spitefully. All right, Shaw, this shows you don't care about our long-standing friendship. Shaw initially just wanted to make him concede a little, intending to go talk to Landon if he gave in a bit. But who expected him to lose his composure so quickly? Who was he angry at? Was he owed something? Why didn't he find my disciple himself? Angry, Shaw sternly turned away from them, saying, Humph, please do as you wish, elder brother. Ashan couldn't react before these two people ignited like gunpowder barrels, uncontrollable. He sighed lightly. Oh, why should it come to this? Murphy, brother Shaw didn't say he wouldn't help. Murphy, hearing Ashan's words, instantly snapped. Elder brother saw how he behaved. Has he ever acted like a fellow Taoist? Shaw snorted. And you still have the audacity to complain. My disciple sincerely paid homage, yet your disdain showed clearly. And now you dare to say such things? Ashan laughed bitterly. Why don't we sit down and talk it out calmly? No point in hurting feelings over such trivial matters. But Murphy clearly couldn't bear listening anymore, anger clouding his judgment as he spoke his deepest thoughts aloud. What is there to talk about? Elder brother got assured of a fortunate person by Landon. It's easy for you to say. Ashan, trying to mediate, found Murphy's ignorance infuriating, redirecting the conflict towards himself. His expression changed, and he angrily retorted, Fine, I won't concern myself with your affairs anymore. Seeing Ashan upset, Murphy regretted his words, silently cursing his loose tongue. However, thinking Shaw wouldn't help, and now even Ashan wouldn't interfere, most likely his plan would fail. With growing rage, he blurted, Humph, Shaw, I've always looked down on your disciples, beasts and half-breeds, unworthy of the name of the three pure ones. Enraged by Murphy's harsh words, Shaw's mood darkened. Very well, very well. You finally said what you thought. You've always despised me. If that's so, sever all ties between us. Furious, Shaw believed firmly in his Tao. Just like his disciple, he wouldn't tolerate such insults to his followers. He shouted, No need to see you out. Murphy, still seething, though knowing his words about Shaw's disciples were hurtful, refused to admit fault. Pointing at Shaw, he said, Good. From now on, I, Murphy, have nothing to do with you, Shaw. Then he left in a huff. Initially furious, Ashan's anger diminished when he heard Murphy insulting the disciples of the Jia teaching. He inwardly cursed Murphy's impulsiveness. What started as a minor argument now involved disciples, leaving little room for reconciliation. Note: Jia is translated as Jia teaching to maintain consistency in terminology. In an actual translation, Jia should be translated based on previous context or a provided glossary. If it has been previously introduced as Jia teaching, then this approach maintains consistency. Otherwise, a more suitable translation might be necessary. He mentally rebuked Murphy for his impulsiveness, sighed wryly, and bid farewell to Shaw. Alas, Shaw, elder brother has some matters to attend to. Shaking his head, he left with Holden in a flash of light without attempting to retain Shaw. Holden watched with a sigh and followed Ashan, thinking that the worst had indeed happened. Outside Xianxia Island, Landon and Scott arrived from the Swaran tribe and saw Murphy storming out. Catching Landon's eye, Murphy angrily flicked his sleeve but said nothing. Landon and Scott exchanged glances. Had things escalated so quickly? It seemed his master hadn't reached an agreement with Murphy. Landon intended to greet him, but seeing his demeanor, he chose not to bother. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Landon led Scott toward Bixiopolis. They passed Ashan and Holden outside. Unaware of the conversation between his master and uncle, but noting Ashan's resigned look, Landon greeted politely. Ashan reciprocated despite Landon, technically being his nephew, due to their equal status in titles and power. Landon, wanting to ask Holden, restrained himself out of respect and asked Ashan, why did Master Uncle Murphy leave so enraged? Ashan smiled wryly, thanking Landon instead of answering directly. Thank you, nephew Landon, for offering a place to Holden. Confused by this cryptic response, Landon soon understood. Chapter 300. Severing this bond. Feeling the pride in Shaw's words, Ashan and Murphy understood that their junior brother must have known about this matter. Ashan was relatively calm, though there was a hint of envy deep in his indifferent heart. After all, it was rare to find a disciple as excellent as Landon. Ashan was already quite satisfied with his own disciple Raoul, not to mention someone as extraordinary as Landon. Murphy, looking at Shaw who smiled contentedly, felt choked inside. He secretly envied Shaw but wouldn't admit it due to his arrogant nature. He never doubted his own Tao, especially since he viewed Landon as a proper human being rather than a lesser creature. Thus, he would never consider Shaw's Tao as correct. However, he did regret it. If only he had known what would happen when Landon first sought to become a disciple, he definitely would have taken him in. Now, it was too late. Seeing Shaw's smug face, Murphy could only say, I came here hoping you could help talk to Landon about the distribution of Qion. Seeing Murphy soften, Shaw felt an indescribable satisfaction. He tightly pursed his lips, trying not to laugh out loud. His face flushed as he responded carefully. Although I am Landon's master, this is ultimately a matter for humans. I shouldn't interfere. If one didn't see his expression, they might have believed the helpless tone in his voice. Feeling infuriated, Murphy's face turned cold. So, brother, you mean you won't do anything? Seeing Murphy's harsh tone, Shaw also lost his temper. With a blank face, he replied, It's my disciples' matter. I can't interfere. If elder brother has nothing else, I won't see you out. Murphy dropped his fake smile and retorted angrily, Fine, Shaw, you're disregarding our long-standing friendship. Shaw originally intended to make him squirm a bit before helping if Murphy softened up. But now, seeing how short-tempered Murphy was, he grew angry. Whose disciple are you yelling at? How come you don't talk to my disciple directly? Frustrated, enraged, Shaw's face darkened. Hearing insults against his disciples was crossing his line. Fine, fine, fine. Murphy, you've finally revealed your true thoughts. Since you despise me, let us sever our ties as brothers forever. Shaw shouted fiercely, I won't see you out. Murphy, still furious, wouldn't back down. Pointing at Shaw, he declared, Fine. From now on, I have no more ties with you. He stormed off. Ashan, who initially felt annoyed, was alarmed hearing Murphy insult the Jia teaching disciples. His anger subsided, realizing the situation was serious. Knowing this wasn't just a minor quarrel but something involving his disciples, Ashan silently cursed Murphy's impulsiveness. Sighing, he bid farewell to Shaw and left with Raoul. Seeing them go, Shaw remained silent, unwilling to let anyone insult his disciples. At Xianxia Island, Landon and Scott arrived from the Sui round tribe to witness Murphy storming out furiously. Noticing Landon, Murphy ignored him and left without a word. Landon and Scott exchanged glances. So quickly, it seemed the negotiation failed. Initially planning to improve relations between his master and uncle through this conversation, Landon now regretted his plan. Suppressing his emotions, Landon led Scott towards Bo Palace, encountering Ashan and Raoul along the way. Uncertain about Master's sake, though Landon wasn't overly close to them, he didn't want them as enemies either. Perhaps he shouldn't have dismissed Michael so rashly based on his personal preferences. With this thought, Landon vanished from where he stood. Scott watched the space being overtaken by Landon's speed and sighed wryly. It seemed even eldest senior brother wasn't as indifferent as he appeared on the surface. Creak. Landon arrived at the entrance of Bixiopolis without notifying anyone and pushed the door open directly. At the top of the great hall, a towering figure stood with his back turned. The once lingering sharp sword and tint around him was much diminished, causing his once magnificent and domineering silhouette to hunch slightly, exuding a faint sorrow and desolation. Landon sighed softly. His master clearly valued kinship deeply. He wondered if Uncle Murphy felt the same way. Master, Landon called softly. The solitary figure trembled slightly at the sound of his voice and slowly turned around. Forcing a smile, he said, Ah, you naughty disciple, you finally came back. Seeing Shaw like this, Landon felt a pang in his nose, managing a smile through the ache. That matter with Uncle Murphy, it was my oversight. I originally hoped Master would resolve it personally, perhaps easing the tension between you and Uncle Murphy. I didn't expect it to escalate this far. Sumin's original intention was to mend relations between the two, but it had ended up going this badly. Hearing his disciple's apologetic words, Shaw's eyes moistened. So, his disciple had intended to bridge the gap between him and Murphy. Even the usually straightforward Shaw struggled to contain his emotions, his eyes reddening as he patted Landon's shoulder with a smile. You little brat. Landon sensed his master's agitation and asked softly. So, regarding Uncle Murphy. Here, Landon looked at Shaw with concern. Though Shaw had been very angry initially, seeing his fearless disciple acting cautiously melted much of his anger and sorrow. He chuckled and said, From now on, he is not your uncle. Your master has no more ties with him. Hearing Shaw's decisive words, Landon felt a tightness in his chest. Things had become this serious? What about Uncle Ashan? Landon asked again. Shaw fell silent for a moment before answering hoarsely, Let him handle his own affairs. Sigh, disciple understands. What did Murphy do to upset you so? Shaw let out a self-deprecating laugh. Ha, I treated him as an Andre brother, but he didn't see me the same way. Landon sighed inwardly. He knew many things, including Murphy's cool and vain nature. Perhaps it was better for his master to part ways. Words, they carried significant weight, startling Scott. However, he quickly accepted this fact. After all, he could sense a deeply hidden disdain in Cooper's eyes for them. So, naturally, he had no good feelings towards his uncle teacher. Speaking of strength, as long as the Jiejiao had their master and senior brother, who would dare to challenge them? Thus, he soon stopped paying attention to the matter. Seeing this, Landon instructed, In the future, we should still be wary of the Zhanjiao people. Don't let your guard down. Landon meant what he said since Master had already broken ties with Cooper, and conflicts between disciples seemed inevitable. Scott nodded in agreement. Although he didn't care much about those Zhanjiao people, he took Landon's words seriously. Meanwhile, back at Kunlun Mountain, Cooper stormed back in anger. In the Yushu Palace Hall, all the disciples watched nervously as Cooper sat in the main seat with an angry expression. They all bowed their heads, afraid to speak. Frustrating. Utterly frustrating. Walker, you go too far. Cooper felt no guilt, only believing Walker was showing off because of Landon's power. Watching him mumble, Michael felt disheartened. It seemed hopeless for him to become the teacher of the human race's 3 sovereigns and 5 rocks. Still, he wasn't willing to give up and timidly asked, Master, please calm down. Did Uncle Walker refuse? Humph. Cooper snorted and cast a cold glance at Michael. Don't call him uncle anymore. He isn't one. Hearing this, the 12 golden immortals were shocked. things had escalated this far? Michael shivered under Cooper's icy stare and then laughed weakly. So, Master, are we just going to let this plum fall into Jiejiao's hands? Wouldn't that benefit them? This comment made Cooper even angrier. What can we do? With Walker and Landon on their side, do you think we can snatch it by force? Force? No one dared to confront the ferocious god who had killed Saint Adebayo twice. Remembering the consequences of offending Landon, the 12 golden immortals shivered and kept silent. Watching his frightened disciples, Cooper was frustrated. They were such useless lot. However, he also felt helpless. Even he couldn't easily provoke his nephew. This thought made Cooper even angrier. Walker wasn't better than him. What virtue or ability did he possess to gain such powerful disciples? Just plain luck, that's all. Seeing Master's enraged red face, everyone trembled. They hadn't seen Master so agitated before. He usually remained calm and composed. Gathering his courage, Michael suggested, Master, although we cannot forcefully seize quotas from Landon and Walker, can't someone in XuanHuan control him? Cooper's eyes lit up. You mean? Yes, Michael smiled. Hongju and Yuan. As I know, Landon even disciplined the Heavenly Rock before. Master could join forces with him. Before he finished, Cooper understood his plan and considered it. He might not persuade Hongju and Yuan alone, but if united with other saints, there might be hope. Thinking of this, Cooper became hopeful again, yet regretful for his hasty words earlier. After all, although Raoul had gained Landon's promise, it was just one quota while there were 5 for the 3 sovereigns and 5 rocks. Had he not offended his eldest brother, he could have persuaded him. But now, sighing, Cooper asked, do you think Hongju and Yuan will be easily convinced by me and Rock Lorenzo? Michael was secretly delighted. Master asking meant he was considering this plan. With renewed motivation, Michael suggested, though few may catch Hongju and Yuan's attention, if Master unites all saints. Oh. Cooper looked at Michael with interest. Can you unite the saints? This worked. Michael grew enthusiastic and began listing names of saints, which amused Cooper. Yes, this plan can work. You'll invite these saints. Never mind. I'll do it personally. With that, Cooper vanished from the palace, leaving a proud Michael and bewildered disciples behind. Was it decided so hastily? Would it work? But seeing brother Michael confident, others felt some hope. Even if Michael benefited most, a rising fortune for Xianxia would benefit them too. Thus, they hoped it would succeed since Master himself was taking action. First, Cooper sought Rusty but received no warm welcome. Why are you here? Rusty frowned angrily. Ariv, I was overwhelmed by anger. Even though you accompanied Walker to Jiejiao despite having a quota, I acted foolishly. Rusty's anger subsided slightly hearing this sincere apology. Feeling Cooper still had conscience, he partly forgave him but remained stern. Speak your purpose. Why are you here? Cooper laughed awkwardly. Ariv, are you content with your quota? What do you mean? Rusty's expression changed, questioning Cooper. Since the human race will have 3 sovereigns and 5 rocks, why should Landon allocate them? Do we need his charity? Cooper's passionate speech inflamed him. By calling Rusty's allocated quota charity, he aimed to provoke him. Instantly uncomfortable, Rusty frowned and retorted, don't try to manipulate me like that. If Ariv is willing to listen to Landon's allocation like this, entrusting the benefits that should be in our hands to Landon's benevolence, then it might as well be said that I, Murphy, never came. At this moment, Murphy reversed his previous attitude and pretended to leave. Hold it. What exactly do you want to do? The 3 sovereigns and 5 rocks are matters of the human race. Landon is the holy rock of the humans. He should have a say. Seeing Eshan trying to retain him, Murphy felt relieved. He was quite nervous when pretending to leave just now. If he really left, it would mean losing a great ally. After all, Ariv Eshan was superior to himself in both cultivation and temperament, so there was no way he could overlook him. Though that is true, we, as saints, are not bound by ordinary rules. Murphy proudly responded, doesn't Ariv still have the pride of being a saint? What are you implying? Eshan's heart was moved by what Murphy said. After all, the blessings and virtues from the 3 sovereigns and 5 rocks were of great use even to someone like himself. If saying he was satisfied with one share, even he wouldn't believe it. Initially, he felt this was merely a matter of the human race and had nothing to do with him. Hearing Eshan wavering, a faint smile emerged on Murphy's face, one of hidden satisfaction at the success of his scheme. Although Landon's strength is exceptional, he is not invincible yet. As long as we publicize the matter of the 3 sovereigns and 5 rocks, I believe other saints will show keen interest. Eshan's pupils contracted, clearly surprised by Murphy's idea. You're thinking of forming an alliance. Before he finished, Murphy interrupted. Exactly. Would elder brother join us? If all else fails, we might have to ask you and Ewing to come out of seclusion. Murphy stopped pressing for an answer after asking and calmly watched Eshan, waiting quietly for his response. Eshan struggled, and after a long while, gritted his teeth and spat out a word. Yes. Upon hearing the affirmative reply, Murphy couldn't suppress his grin. Haha, excellent. Seeing Murphy so triumphant, Eshan added cautiously, I hope you and Shaw can reconcile. It's best not to pressure them too much. Murphy slightly scorned this request. Things were already like this, and thought such leniency was misplaced. Still, he agreed outwardly. Ariv, wait for my good news. With that, he turned into a wisp of green smoke, disappearing from Byring Palace. Eshan sighed deeply, appearing visibly aged. My apologies, younger brother Shaw, nephew Devon. Eshan found it hard to resist the temptation. If his sect could claim more of the 3 sovereigns and 5 rocks, his stagnant cultivation might finally advance. Pushing aside feelings of guilt, he closed his eyes and began meditating, resolving to gain a few shares without harming Shaw, as he believed Shaw wasn't wrong in this dispute. After leaving Eshan's place, Murphy directly went to Sonia's palace, assuming she, as the creator of humanity, should partake in this opportunity. A little embellishment would likely hook her, but he didn't know that Devon, also created by Sonia, had a unique relationship with her. Seeking her for help might not work. Also, Pinshin of the underworld was not included in his plans. Pinshin had been recognized alongside Devon by heaven and earth, suggesting they shared a special bond. During the war between witches and fiends, Devon even assisted the witch tribe. So Murphy didn't rashly seek Pinshin's help, fearing he'd lose more than he gained. At Sonia's palace. Why has Taoist Murphy come here? Sonia's clear, cold voice halted Murphy outside her palace. Stopping, Murphy looked towards the source of the voice, confident his persuasive words would work on her. How does Taoist Sonia see it? The 3 sovereigns and 5 rocks are a huge cake, but Landon didn't even mention it to the founder of humanity. He completely disregards you. Murphy attempted to sow discord, hoping to stir Sonia's anger and create conflict between her and Devon. He unknowingly acted like a clumsy clown before her. Because she was concerned about Devon and knew Murphy would approach other saints, due to Elmer, Sonia owed Devon a favor. In her heart, her relationship with Devon had become closer over time. Even now, she felt worried in a way she hadn't before. Although aware of Murphy's intentions, fearing harm might come to Devon, Sonia agreed to Murphy's invitation and then dismissed him. Murphy believed he had successfully persuaded Sonia. Despite her coldness, he achieved his goal and ignored these minor details. Leaving Sonia's palace, feeling content, Lorenzo realized his true position, merely a puppet in the eyes of the sages. Without Yuan's backing, they probably wouldn't even glance at him. Even with the backing, he was still a high-ranking ant. So, Lorenzo now filled with reverence for the sages, as they could decide his life or death with a mere gesture. This is quite the honor. The supreme sage actually informs me first. Quickly, where is Sage Augustin? I will greet him personally. In the south gate, your majesty, responded the messenger quickly. Meanwhile, Celine, curious about why Augustin sought Lorenzo, wondered if she should report this to her master. But Lorenzo didn't notice Celine's thoughts, hurriedly descending from the Lingxiao Hall to meet Augustin at the south gate. Greetings, Sage Augustin. Lorenzo's tone was respectful. After his encounter with Landon, he knew how to conduct himself before the sages. Seeing Lorenzo's respectful demeanor, Augustin felt somewhat relieved. Although he needed Lorenzo's assistance, he wasn't against reminding Lorenzo of his previous humiliation if necessary. Rock Lorenzo, there's no need for such formalities. I'm here to discuss some matters. Please proceed. I'm all ears. Noticing Celine standing beside Lorenzo, Augustin gave a look, prompting Lorenzo to dismiss her. You may leave. I need to discuss some matters with Sage Augustin. Celine, disappointed at missing out on overhearing, yet sensing the importance of the matter, decided to report this to her master using a communication talisman granted by him. She swiftly returned to her chamber, activated the talisman, and immediately lost consciousness. Meanwhile, Landon, immersed in his 36 celestial worlds, felt a calling within his divine soul. Recalling the few communication talismans given to Celine, he became curious about what could have transpired. Musing on potential issues with the heavenly court or the tablet of God-ordained officers possibly surfacing prematurely, he dismissed it as unlikely given the human tribe's current stage. Waving his sleeve, he conjured a mysterious force of law, distorting the clouds before him into Celine's figure. Master, exclaimed Celine, looking around curiously, finding herself in a world different from both the Cooper Chaos and the heavenly court, but suddenly noticing a white-robed figure. Master? Landon nodded in response. Zurinv, how are you? Zurinv pays respects to Master. Her eyes sparkled with longing and excitement. What brings you here? Celine paused at Landon's indifferent tone but quickly recounted Augustin's visit to the heavenly court in detail, including Augustin's unusual politeness and his deliberate avoidance of her presence. Upon hearing this, Landon stroked his chin. So, Augustin is up to something. I hope he doesn't cross any lines. Otherwise, I might have to fulfill my promise to my teacher sooner. Celine, admiring Landon's nonchalant attitude towards the sages, felt a surge of admiration. You've done well. If important matters arise again, remember to report to me promptly. Her spirits soared at his words. Thank you, Master. Feeling satisfied, Landon dismissed her, returning her to the chamber where she woke up, noticing the talisman had vanished. Concurrently, Augustin left the heavenly court with a smile, heading westward towards the western sect. Believing the sect to be easily convinced due to their animosity toward Landon, he managed to persuade them. With immense merits at stake from the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 rocks, they couldn't resist joining his coalition. Meanwhile, Landon, aware of Augustin's activities through Celine's report, broke his meditation early. Realizing rapid advancement beyond the 5th stage of immortal enlightenment would take time, he decided to emerge and converse with his fellow disciples. Offering guidance, he watched as those who received it rushed eagerly into seclusion. Smiling, Landon found nothing unusual in their enthusiastic gratitude. Given his strength, such respect was deserved. After all, due to the system's effect, all the cultivation techniques he had mastered had reached their peak. Guiding his junior fellow disciples in cultivation was naturally effortless, and Landon found great joy in this pleasant task of guidance. Years of cultivation had made Landon's mindset extremely tense. Therefore, while among humans, Landon enjoyed being with them, finding it relaxing to watch his juniors frolic and play. However, this happiness did not last long. Taoist friend Landon, Marina has come to visit on important matters. The relaxed Landon slowly retracted his smile, flashed into motion, and went to greet her. Although Landon had some suspicions about Marina's visit, he wasn't entirely sure. May I ask what brings Taoist friend Marina here? Marina gave a strange glance at Landon, thinking to herself, so he really doesn't know? But then again, even though Landon's cultivation was heaven-reaching, he still couldn't predict the actions of Cooper Celestial Venerable Augustin. With a reproachful look, Marina said, Taoist friend Landon seems quite at ease here. Perhaps I've meddled too much? Hearing Marina's tone, Landon was startled, but felt more confident about his earlier speculation. Hee, thank you for your concern, Taoist friend. Could this visit be related to Augustin? After calming himself, Landon chuckled softly. Augustin? Indeed. So you don't even call... There's one more thing. I agreed to him. Landon looked at Marina with genuine surprise, which affected him more than she anticipated. Oddly, seeing Landon's expression brought Marina an inexplicable sense of achievement. It felt significant that she could stir any emotion from this overly composed human. Do you not blame me? Unable to resist, Marina finally asked. Landon found it amusing and shook his head. Why would I blame you? At this, Marina couldn't help but roll her eyes. I'm going to work with Augustin against you. Is this kid practicing so hard that he lost his mind? He's not even angry and chatting happily with me? Landon found Marina's annoyed manner highly entertaining. Hee, I trust you. Those simple words left Marina speechless. Chapter 303. Someone is showing off. Perhaps in the future, she would still gain a lot of trust, but none of it could weigh as heavily as Landon's. Listening to Landon's easy tone, Marina felt that her visit wasn't in vain. He had always trusted her, hadn't he? This feeling was quite nice. Still, she cautiously asked, since you already know about this matter, why haven't you taken any action? Landon stared into Marina's eyes, silent for a long while until Marina uncomfortably shifted her gaze. He then spoke again, thank you. Marina was surprised by Landon's gratitude. She knew what Landon was thanking her for. Because she agreed to Murphy's invitation and wouldn't harm Landon, it meant she would help Landon learn more about Murphy and their movements within that group. These were things that Celine couldn't achieve since major figures like Murphy wouldn't bring along a mere Xianxia like Celine for important matters. Feeling the sincerity in Landon's words, Marina smiled gently. I should thank you for helping my brother. Of course, I won't stand by idly if you have troubles. Hearing this reply, Landon didn't want to argue further with her. He wasn't one for petty disputes. He simply gave her a smile in response. Seeing that Landon already knew about the matter, Marina lost interest in staying longer. Now that fellow Taoist Landon knows about this, I don't need to say much. I will return to the Sonia Palace first. Murphy will likely come looking for us soon, so we'll meet up later. Landon bowed politely in farewell. Watching Marina step into the void, Landon's eyes deepened with a flash of sharpness. Uncle Murphy, why? He immediately returned to Jinxiao Island and summoned Zeus Taoist. Senior brother, why did you summon me? Zeus bowed respectfully to Landon before asking. Landon glanced at Zeus and smiled. Some people are coveting the human race's 3 sovereigns and 5 rocks affair. It's just the right time to take you to meet these people. Upon hearing this, Zeus's eyes flickered, clearly realizing something. Please provide it for more accurate translation. Hearing Landon's explanation, Zeus nodded in agreement. He looked at Landon and said, Senior brother, Zeus has nothing else to prepare. If senior brother has no other issues, I can leave anytime. Landon laughed and said, fine, let's go now. With that, he took Zeus flying towards the XuanHuan tribe, as Elmer was still there. On the way, Landon instructed Zeus, Zeus, guiding Elmer requires your utmost effort, which will greatly benefit your future cultivation. Remember this. Always trusting in Landon's teachings, Zeus nodded respectfully. Yes, Zeus remembers senior brother's instructions. Seeing that Zeus took the matter seriously, Landon also nodded. He had said what he needed to. Zeus would surely seize his own opportunities. Too many words were unnecessary. After all, he couldn't follow them forever. Even Devon, he hadn't managed recently. Even though Devon would significantly impact the future of humans, Landon believed in letting things unfold naturally. After all, whatever changes occurred, they should still be under his control. For this, Landon was absolutely confident. If he couldn't control human affairs, there would be no point in continuing as the sage rock of humans. Those who achieved greatness should possess absolute confidence and an unbeatable belief. Landon consistently adhered to this principle. Saints would come. If his senior brother failed. Thinking this, Zeus glanced at Landon, but then dismissed the thought. His senior brother had never lost. Though multiple saints might trouble him, Landon should be able to handle it. Sensing Zeus's concern, Landon smiled at him. Relax, everything will be fine. Hearing Landon's light laughter and seeing the ease on his face, somehow Zeus's worries gradually subsided. All right. Nodding heavily, he followed half a step behind Landon as they continued flying towards the XuanHuan tribe. Hey look, isn't that Audrey Mother Marina? She's here. Everyone, come out quickly. Really? It's really Audrey Mother Marina. Greetings, Audrey Mother Marina. A sharp-eyed individual noticed the group of 6 in the sky above the XuanHuan tribe. Though the others were unfamiliar, the people recognized Audrey Mother Marina and came out excitedly to greet her. After all, Sage Rock had just left not long ago, and now Audrey Mother Marina was here again. Since Elmer's birth, good things kept happening at their XuanHuan tribe. Due to the commotion, the XuanHuan tribe members gathered from all sides, eager to see Audrey Mother Marina. Some keen observers noted differences in Audrey Mother Marina this time compared to when she came with Sage Rock. They couldn't exactly pinpoint it, but felt the difference strongly. And who were the people standing beside her? There was an Andreli man riding a buffalo interrupted. Where is the brat Landon? Call him out. It was Murphy. Knowing Landon wasn't there, he bluffed. Attacking humans directly wasn't beneath him while Marina watched. Yet venting frustrations here helped relieve pressure from Shaw. However, humans instantly exploded into outcry, surprising the sages. Rude. What did you say? Insulting our Sage Rock? Outrageous. Who are you to mock our Sage Rock? Such bold retorts surprised Murphy. He thought these weaklings wouldn't dare contradict him. Just mentioning Landon shouldn't incite this reaction. Unbearable, he barked. Silence. A surge of power struck downward, silencing the crowd instantly. They stared pale-faced at venerable Murphy. So powerful. Each swallowed hard, overwhelmed by the crushing aura. Initially, hearing their revered Sage Rock insulted filled them with indignation, momentarily forgetting the speaker was a sage. Realizing their mistake, they broke into cold sweat, as if doused with icy water. Seeing Murphy intimidate humans openly, Marina's beautiful eyes narrowed dangerously. Just as she tightened her fists to intervene, a slightly grim voice echoed. Haha, what impressive bravado, venerable Murphy. Relaxing her grip, Marina felt both annoyance and relief. Finally, he arrived. Upon hearing this voice, the human's eyes lit up with joy. The oppressive aura lifted immediately, easing their spirits. Murphy's smug expression faltered, his voice sharp with surprise. Landon? Chapter 304. Perish quickly. Augustin felt a twinge of bitterness in his heart. He had assumed that Landon would still be with the Zhejiao, but who knew he would suddenly appear at the Suiren tribe. However, since he was surrounded by other sages this time, his courage swelled somewhat. With a cold laugh, he said, "Oh, so you don't even call me master anymore? Is this how Hawkins taught you?" But these words had no effect on Landon. Landon was extremely angry to see Augustin come to the human race to suppress ordinary humans. When he heard that Augustin actually used his master to lecture him, Landon's last shred of hesitation vanished like smoke. His figure gradually materialized before everyone, and he spoke without any restraint. "I respected you as my Andre before, but now, you've lost that qualification. And don't mention my master's name. You," Landon glanced at Augustin with disdain and icy coldness, "don't deserve it." These defiant words made Augustin, who usually cherished his face, squirm uncomfortably. Blasphemy. Seeing Augustin's rage and embarrassment, Landon felt even more contempt. TCH, what a petty mindset, completely different from my master. "How? Want to fight? Just give it a try, and I'll accompany you." Landon sneered and looked down on Augustin from afar. Augustin was only a grand supreme immortal of the third heaven. Did he really want to fight with him? On the side, the two Western Sect saints and Haltan, Lorenzo, were already astonished. They didn't know what had happened between Augustin and Landon, so they were unsure about the current situation. Landon was acting so arrogantly. Although the three pure ones had split, Augustin was still an Andre, right? To scold him in front of so many people. Thinking about this, they both felt that their own Western sect's past encounters weren't that significant. If even one's own Andre was treated like this openly, what more for others? But while feeling stunned, there was also a hint of schadenfreude. They could understand each other's thoughts just by exchanging glances. The usually sorrowful face of Jesus seemed to have eased a bit, and even the tightly pursed mouth twitched, making his expression rather comical. And although Lorenzo felt some schadenfreude, he was also worried seeing Landon's imposing presence. Augustin, who was already embarrassed and angry due to Landon's unrelenting rebuke, but since Landon wanted her to remain hidden to gather more information, her concerns slightly diminished. Could it be that he truly has confidence facing so many sages? Forget it. I'll just pretend to support him from the sidelines. If things go badly, I'll intervene even if he stops me. Landon. The 3 emperors and 5 rulers of the human race are about to emerge, which is a significant event in the world. It's not something you can monopolize. Today, we came here to renegotiate with you. Please don't push us too far. Augustin, noticing the sages supporting him, said proudly. Landon ignored his words, looking over Augustin directly at Jesus and Dirk, with a mocking tone. "What? Haven't I visited the Western sect for a long time? Do you miss me?" Seeing Landon ignore him and speak to the Western sect saints directly, Augustin's face turned red with anger. "Landon, don't push us too far." Jesus and Dirk tightened when they heard Landon's sarcastic remarks, but with so many people supporting them, their boldness grew. "Haha, fellow Taoist Landon, please don't scare us. We are here just to negotiate the emergence of the 3 emperors and 5 rulers." Landon chuckled at their evasive answer. These two had been thoroughly intimidated, afraid to confront him head-on. But Landon simply ignored the shouting Augustin and barely glanced at Lorenzo standing at the back. To him, Lorenzo was insignificant. Looking at Augustin with a faint smile, too arrogant? "I think it was Augustin who insulted my disciples in the Zhejiao, right? Compared to you, I still have a lot to learn." Augustin's angry expression faltered, looking a bit awkward. It seemed Landon had heard about the insulting remarks about the Zhejiao. Upon reflection, it did seem like his fault. But the arrogant Augustin wouldn't admit it. "Ronan." Seeing Augustin fall silent, Landon didn't bother arguing further and shouted abruptly. Ronan immediately responded. "Do you know that Sage Augustin despises the Zhejiao?" Ronan smiled. "Of course. I'm appointing you as the teacher of the human emperor. Do you dare accept?" Ronan gratefully looked at Landon. He understood that his senior brother was showing strength before the humans and warning those sages not to covet his opportunities. Looking at the group of sages not far away, Ronan felt a surge of bravery. With a light laugh, "Why not?" "Haha, worthy of being my junior brother." Landon patted Ronan on the shoulder approvingly. From start to finish, he never looked at Augustin and the others once. Landon and Ronan's disregard for them made Augustin's expression turn completely cold, and even Jesus et al.'s faces became difficult. They clearly saw that Landon, "You are far from our teacher. Is that so? Do you want to make a move?" "Ha, just try it, and I will gladly accompany you." Landon sneered at Augustin, looking at him disdainfully from afar. This Augustin was merely in existence on the 3rd tier of Great Completion Golden Immortal. Did he actually dare to confront him? On the side, the 2 saints of the Western teachings and Ret were utterly astonished. They did not know what had transpired between Augustin and Landon, so they were confused by the situation. Could Landon really be this arrogant? Though the 3 pure ones had separated, Augustin was still his Andre. How could he be reprimanded like this in front of so many people? Reflecting on their own plight in the Western teachings, they both felt that it was nothing compared to this. Their expressions revealed some schadenfreude. Looking at each other, they understood the unspoken meaning in each other's eyes. The usually solemn expression of Elijah softened, and his tightly pursed mouth even cracked into a smile, making his face appear quite comical. Ret, though harboring some schadenfreude, was worried seeing Landon's imposing aura. Meanwhile, the already irate Augustin felt even more embarrassed by the mockery in the 2 Western saints' eyes. Being reprimanded in front of numerous sages and ordinary humans was humiliating, almost clouding his reason. Yet, he forced himself to calm down, knowing he was no match for Landon alone. Glaring at the 2 Western saints, he said, Ladies and gentlemen, if we let this brat run rampant, we might as well forget about dividing the destiny shares. Upon hearing this, Elijah and Adebayo immediately focused, looking gravely at Landon. They sensed that Landon's aura had become even more solid and profound than when he was on Mount Sumeru. Satisfied, Augustin continued. If we allow this, imagine what chaos it could cause. He had already decided to suppress Landon first with combined force and later, appease the Western Saints with a lesser destiny share. In front of so many Eastern sages, the Western Saints wouldn't dare act rashly. As for Landon, Augustin did not intend to completely cut off benefits for Landon and Hawkins, fearing their united power against the 5 sages. Gathering all these sages was merely to gain leverage in negotiations. Even Rusty, who usually advocated non-action, showed interest upon hearing the talk of destiny shares. Nuwa glanced worriedly at Landon, wondering if she should assist him. However, Landon subtly stopped her, reducing her worry but also annoying her slightly. He likely wanted her to remain hidden to gather information. Does he really have a plan against all these sages? Well, I'll stand nearby and intervene if needed. Landon, the emergence of the I appoint you as the teacher of the human race's heavenly rock. Will you accept? Grateful, Dujuobeo knew his senior was establishing authority before the humans and warning the sages not to covet his chances. Looking at the sages, Dujuobeo felt a surge of courage. Why not? Heh, worthy of being my junior, Landon patted Dujuobeo approvingly, never once looking at Augustin and company. This display from Landon and Dujuobeo angered Augustin further. Even Elijah looked displeased. They all realized Landon was asserting dominance. Appointing Dujuobeo publicly declared his control over the matter, barring others from interference. Even Nuwa's eyes sparkled admiringly at Landon's audacity. How dare you, roared Augustin, pointing accusingly at Landon. Only then did Landon slowly turn to Augustin, his eyes cold, his voice as chilling as the wind from the netherworld, sending shivers through Augustin. Do you not want your fingers anymore? You! Seeing Landon's rampant behavior, Augustin wanted to rebuke him but was deterred by the emotionless gaze of Landon. He unconsciously pulled his hand back. Augustin refused to admit he felt any fear toward Landon. What are you all looking at? Aren't you going to join me in teaching this boy a lesson? Augustin felt a mix of fear and excitement. He did not dare face Landon alone, so he tried to rally others to join him. However, seeing Augustin has anyone initiating, everyone in the Sui Ren tribe chanted the name in perfect unison, their voices growing louder until they formed an invisible yet powerful force rising into the sky. The 9 heavens shook slightly. The stunning momentum also drew the attention of numerous lifeforms in the vast world. Isn't that the direction where Sage Landon embarrassed Lorenzo recently? It seems so. If I recall correctly, it's a human tribe. Yes, it must be. Earlier, I had a foreboding feeling, probably because of what's happening there. A voice, still somewhat shaken, commented, clearly impressed by the initial sensation. But before long, another mocking voice chimed in. Why don't we just go see for ourselves, fellow Taoist? Well, the aura makes me feel uneasy. Should we really go? Endless are the blessings of heaven. After a lifetime of cultivation, do you lack courage? Another provoking voice rose, spurring the hesitant Taoist to grit his teeth and respond defiantly. Don't provoke me. Let's go. I have nothing to fear. With that, he led the way towards the Sui Ren tribe. This scene played out across countless cultivators, stirring the entire primordial world. It seemed the Sui Ren tribe had become the new center of attention, drawing crowds like pilgrims. Among those arriving were powerful figures. Before long, many reached the Sui Ren tribe. Look at that. One of the first to arrive pointed up at the sky, unable to form a coherent sentence, seemingly witnessing something incredible. Others laughed, thinking him inexperienced. What could possibly excite you so much? Yet, the first cultivator stood silent, gawking at the Sui Ren tribe. His reaction intrigued the newcomers, who quickened their pace to join him. When they looked in the same direction, they froze as if struck by lightning, their eyes wide open. Soon, the Sui Ren tribe was surrounded by cultivators. Regardless of when they arrived, each shared the same stunned expression. Even the most composed cultivators couldn't hide their shock. For they saw a scene that resembled the end of the world, with a demonic figure standing against a group of sages. Witnessing this, the crowd grew silent and tense. Is this the end of the world? The tension in the air was palpable. Augustin's attempt to gather allies failed miserably as the awe-inspiring display by Landon overshadowed everything. Each moment that passed only deepened the impression of Landon's dominance, leaving the other sages uncertain of their next move. Chapter 305. Unmatched and Indomitable. Sha from the Jiejiao, also sensed a very familiar yet strange aura surging into the sky at this moment. Judging by its direction, it was coming precisely from the Sui with a trembling in his voice, because they were all equally astonished. That white-robed person is Saint Landon. Of course it's him. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? I'm not blind. An impatient voice retorted. Saint Landon, he really can't sit still. It seems there are 5 saints opposing him. A cultivator swallowed hard as cold sweat poured down his back. Struggling to speak, he added, and you didn't miscount. There's another person. Who seems to be Lorenzo? Another curious voice asked, scanning the crowd with an inquiring gaze. Why is Lorenzo among so many saints? I'm not a prophet. How should I know? But didn't Lorenzo get a lesson from Saint Landon last time? He hasn't learned anything, someone scoffed. You're being too harsh. He's still the heavenly rock. The mocking voice drew laughter. Someone jokingly defended Lorenzo. TCH, what heavenly rock? Does he think he's Rock Jamie? A mere mid-quasi-saint, and he dares to challenge Saint Landon repeatedly. Truly reckless. The ridiculer clearly didn't take Lorenzo seriously. No one argued on Lorenzo's behalf. Compared to Saint Landon, Lorenzo was nothing. Regardless, it was a small distraction. No one paid much attention. All eyes were on Landon, as the conflict between saints held greater appeal. It looks like Saint Landon is about to go all out. This world-shaking scene reminds me of when he fought two saints atop Mount Sumeru. A cultivator remarked reflectively, causing the surrounding cultivators to nod in agreement. But it's inevitable. Last time Saint Landon faced only 2 Western saints, now he's up against 5. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. Faced with 5 saints, how could he not go all out? Yet it felt too surreal, too unbelievable. It had only been 10,000 years since the battle at Mount Sumeru, and Saint Landon had already reached such heights? If given more time, no one dared to imagine further. Saint Landon's talent. Words praising talent are insufficient. Yes, if Yuan Yuing were born in the same era, perhaps he wouldn't overshadow Saint Landon's brilliance either. Despite the apparent disrespect, no one dared to contradict, for Saint Landon's achievements left people in awe. Not that they haven't tried, but no one can match Landon's brilliance. But, didn't Saints Murphy and Eshan send reinforcements to the Jiejiao during the Mount Sumeru battle? Why are they now allied with the Western Saints against Landon? Improving this translation. But, I remember during the Mount Sumeru battle, Saints Murphy and Eshan sent reinforcements to the Jiejiao. Why are they now allied with the Western Saints against Landon? For better fluency and clarity in English, we can revise it as. But, I recall that during the Mount Sumeru lent credence to the statement. Just as they were stunned, Eshan dropped another bombshell. In the past, I could discern Landon's cultivation, but now, even I cannot gauge his depth. Silence filled the air, especially for Lorenzo, who regretted deeply. Other saints, except for Murphy who harbored resolve, considered retreating. But no one dared to lead the retreat, as fleeing without a fight from a lone Saint Landon would be shameful, especially with other cultivators witnessing. Finally, Landon spoke. Since reaching the 5th heaven of restored golden immortal, I have not fought anyone. Let you all test my mettle today. With that, his laws churned violently, tearing the space apart, stirring chaos within. Seeing Landon about to attack, Erwin and Nicholas called out, "Friend Landon, hold on." After all, they were well aware that in the eyes of Murphy and the others, they were merely pawns. Even if they could accomplish something, they would not gain much benefit. Most of it would be divided among the Eastern Saints, and they knew all too well how formidable Landon was. Back when he had just achieved half-step Great Dao, he had been able to defeat them so decisively. What about now? Without a doubt, their fear of Landon was deeper than any other saint present. They were the first saints to suffer at Landon's hands. So, they immediately called for a halt. They felt that even if they won, it would come at an extremely... The other cultivators understood what was meant. He's right, it's quite unbelievable. The cultivators nodded, feeling awe and respect for Saint Landon. In their eyes, saints were unattainably high-ranking existences, but Landon could make the 2 Western sect saints flee in terror just by his presence. This was indeed shocking. It seems it's because Landon scared them during the battle on Mount Sumeru. Another voice sounded, carrying both inquiry and uncertainty. Yes, it seems so, but they have 5 saints. For Dirk and Jean to be so cowardly is too unsightly. It does look bad, but now there are only 3 saints left. Initially, it seemed challenging for Landon, but with only 3 saints now, shouldn't it be fine? No one could answer for a while. Eventually, an uncertain voice replied, "Back then, Saint Landon could stand against 2 saints. He's stronger now, so it shouldn't be a problem. But predicting the final outcome is still tricky." However, some blindly devoted followers of Landon were unhappy with this view and retorted, "What do you mean unpredictable? I'm sure Saint Landon won't lose." Friend Taoist, that's not right. We need to respect facts. Though Landon once stood against 2 saints, now there are 3. And Yuan Eshan and others are far stronger than those 2 Western sect saints. An elegant cultivator explained reasonably say about these 2 people. They really knew how to be flexible. Landon's movements remained uninterrupted, his gaze emotionless as he watched Augustin and Eshan. His heart was still calm. Since Callan and Tisha retreated without fighting, only 2 remained. This gave Landon absolute confidence. Indeed, in Landon's eyes, those 2 were Augustin and Eshan. Abriel was on their side now. As for Rhett, Landon never paid much attention to him because beyond his title, his cultivation was not worth noting. Looking into Landon's emotionless eyes made even Eshan feel a jolt in his heart. He inwardly sighed. Augustin, although upset, also lacked the courage to continue the confrontation given the sudden reduction in combat power. That's it. Cousin Landon, my school of thought can be content with 1 3-sovereign slot. The matters concerning the 3 sovereigns and 5 rocks are entirely up to you. Let's call it a day. He then respectfully bowed to Landon. Augustin wanted to protest, but was silenced by Eshan with a look before being forcibly pulled away to leave together. Regarding these 2 departing, Landon had a deep gaze but did not comment further. After all, Eshan was still his uncle by virtue of lineage. Although they came here for the affairs of the 3 sovereigns and 5 rocks, since they hadn't completely escalated to violence, Landon felt he couldn't detain them forcefully. And Augustin, well, anyway, it was best left to his master to handle. With the departure of Augustin and Eshan, Abriel gave a helpless smile, bowed to Landon, and said, "Taoist friend Landon, I must take my leave." Looking at Abriel's helpless expression, Landon found it somewhat amusing. She showed a natural acting talent. At this point, all 5 supreme saints had departed one after another. Previously, they were invincible, but after Landon unleashed his aura, they all left miserably. This scene deeply shocked many cultivators. One person alone, without lifting a finger, caused 5 saints to retreat. Even more impactful than the famous battle at Mount Sumeru years ago, it was breathtaking. This infinite celestial venerable, what have I witnessed? Is Saint Landon truly so powerful? For them, it didn't matter what others thought. They only knew that 5 supreme saints had come together but ended up bowing out one by one. Such an astonishing scene excited everyone. However, there were some belligerent individuals who felt disappointed. While today involved more saints, no real fight occurred. If only they could see Saint Landon battling 5 saints, what a spectacular sight that would be. But while they felt regret, they failed to consider that if 6 saints were really fighting, would anyone dare watch? In the past, when just 3 saints fought, and other saints had set up protective barriers, spectators still had to retreat millions of miles. Without any saints stabilizing the space, the entire world might collapse from such a battle. Just as the crowd was discussing the standoff, someone shouted, "Look, all the saints are gone, but why is there still one person in the arena?" Another person? That person with dragon she isn't Rhett? Another voice uncertainly echoed, "Rhett? Does he dare stay here? What courage?" All the cultivators looked at Rhett with mocking or sarcastic eyes, eager for a spectacle. Rhett felt as if those gazes were cutting into his skin, making him extremely embarrassed. Rhett now harbored resentment against Landon and Augustin. Augustin had promised him benefits, even fantasized about sharing the virtues of the 3 sovereigns and 5 rocks. It would ensure unending incense offerings among the human race. Using the massive incense offering energy, his cultivation would advance significantly, as he practiced the divine path requiring incense offerings. But due to Callan and Tisha fleeing, not only did he miss out on the dreamt for incense offering energy, but he also had to endure ridicule from others. Due to Augustin's invitation, they all fled, leaving him behind. Rhett wanted to leave, but realized Landon was now even more intimidating. The overwhelming who will dare to oppress our human race from now on? Laughter and cheers echoed, but the focus remained on Landon alone. At this moment, Landon felt a tinge of regret, as he could not engage the saints in battle. Those usually haughty saints actually retreated in disgrace when faced with his aura, which surprised Landon. However, he did not dwell on it too much. What truly puzzled Landon was why Xian would ally himself with Augustin. Didn't he agree that Raoul would receive a share in the 3 sovereigns and 5 rocks? Could it be that Raoul hadn't mentioned it, or Xian found it insufficient? A cold gleam flashed in Landon's eyes at this thought. Although Landon was somewhat irritated, he did not consider retracting his promise over this matter. After all, Landon was not one to go back on his word. He knew Raoul was an upright person and would not act in such a way. Landon had lived 2 lifetimes. Even if his combined age did not match those saints or ancient beings who had cultivated for countless years, his unique life experiences were far from worthless. Though brief, these experiences were still part of his existence. When he first entered the chaotic primordial world, Landon's character was not as refined as it is today. But after many years, both his personality and wisdom had matured to their peak in this era. Even Ewing could not have ascended from a mere mortal to his current level in just tens of thousands of years. Even Landon himself could feel his growth. After a brief reflection, Landon put aside his distractions and pressed his hand down, signaling silence. The crowd, always ready to follow the Holy Rock's commands, instantly fell quiet like a well-disciplined army. Landon nodded in satisfaction. Although his face did not show much emotion, Landon was deeply pleased by the behavior of the human race. Some might think he didn't care much about humans, but only he knew how much they mattered to him. However, the foundation of the human race differed greatly from that of the innate deities and demons. He could not force humans to compete with such beings in cultivation. Humans had their own destiny, and Landon believed he should not interfere too much, but he would not stand idly by when necessary. Everything must be done with the long-term interests of humanity in mind. Given his high status, Landon could not afford to consider trivial matters. As the holy rock of the human race, he had to fulfill his duties. He took a deep breath, softening his expression slightly. "I have an announcement to make. This person here, I believe you have all met and know him." Pulling Ronan forward, Landon introduced him to everyone. Seeing everyone nod, Landon smiled and continued, "Since you already know each other, you should have heard what I said earlier, right?" Another round of nods followed. "Regardless of whether you've heard it before, I'll repeat it again." Even though he had announced it during the standoff with Augustin, it was important to reaffirm the relationship between Ronan and the human race in front of everyone. Landon had carefully considered this. Back when Halston demonstrated the Crosby Freedom Great Dharma, Landon saw a familiar figure among them. One was his past self, another was his current self, and the last one seemed to be his future self. But that future self sat alone in chaos, a place Landon had never been. Though Landon did not say much at the time, that strange figure had left him uneasy. The scene was unfamiliar, even to him. Fear stems from the unknown, and although he had no fear, it was hard to truly settle his mind. What would his future self be like? Would he be imprisoned as in that image? Landon did not know, but one thing was certain. He could not stay with the human race forever. If he left, what would happen to them? Would they revert to their former plight? Thinking about this, Landon felt some worry. Although Sonia and his master were there, they were saints, and he couldn't guarantee Sonia's actions in the future. Thus, declaring Ronan as the teacher of Quentin, who would become the future Skyrock of the human race, was a strategic move to provide more protection for the humans and ensure Ronan received proper support. "I declare that Taoist Ronan will be the teacher of Quentin, and Quentin will be the future Skyrock of the human race. All of you must assist Quentin in managing the human race." Despite already knowing, Ronan couldn't help feeling excited. The humans looked shocked. "Great Holy Rock. What do you mean?" and Andre asked, confused. They understood Ronan being Quentin's teacher but were surprised by Landon directly appointing Quentin as the Skyrock. In their minds, the human race only needed one Holy Rock. Why a Skyrock? And Quentin is only a newborn. No matter how talented, it's not enough to make him the Skyrock. Landon did not plan to explain further. He simply said, "I have my reasons. He will benefit the flourishing of the human race in the future." The humans, initially puzzled, fell silent. When Quentin can speak, let him perform the ceremony to acknowledge Ronan as his teacher. "Yes." After giving these instructions, Landon turned to Ronan. "As the teacher of the Sky Rock, the virtue power will benefit you greatly once he achieves enlightenment. Take good care of the human race." Ronan immediately grew serious and solemnly agreed. "From now on, Ronan is the teacher of the Sky Rock. When I am away, you should see him as you see me. Understand?" "Yes." Some people hesitated, but upon meeting Landon's gaze, they quickly complied. Landon understood their hesitation, but also wanted to bolster Ronan's authority. This might seem unfair to the humans, but it would make Ronan more willing to protect them. ###Chapter 307. Growing up, after everything was settled, Landon allowed the human clan members to come forward and greet Ronan. He wanted the human clan to familiarize themselves with Ronan's appearance so they wouldn't be embarrassed by not recognizing him when needed. Just as Landon was about to return to the Jiejiao, he suddenly sensed a disturbance in the surrounding void. Immediately, a trace of reluctant amusement appeared on his face. "Master, please come out." As soon as Landon spoke, a section of space twisted like a torn piece of cloth, then tore open directly before everyone's eyes. A laughing voice emerged from within. "You brat, even I find it hard to hide from you now." Landon didn't reply, but smiled. Master must have been here for some time, right? Earlier, while confronting Augustin and Ashan, Landon had sensed the minute vibrations in the void. Though very subtle, they did not escape his notice. His Dao path made him extremely sensitive to changes in the void, allowing him to detect Hawkins's presence despite his excellent concealment. As Landon mentioned Master, Ronan glanced around, and upon seeing it was indeed their master, hurriedly bowed in greeting. Hawkins chuckled and lifted him up. "You are now the teacher of the human race's celestial rock. Your demeanor before humans should be taken seriously." "Huh." Ronan was initially taken aback, but quickly understood and felt moved. "Thank you, Master." Hawkins waved his hand and turned to Landon. "Teacher to Ronan just like that?" "Yes, but if the humans encounter insurmountable troubles, Master will need to help." "I can do what you can." Hawkins gave a somewhat amused look, but Landon remained silent. He sighed softly. "Master?" "What? Speak your mind. I remember you having a thick skin. Why so hesitant now?" Hawkins laughed scoldingly at Landon's hesitance. "I'm not joking, Master. If something happens to me one day, please look after the humans for me." Hawkins's smile vanished, and he looked serious. "What's wrong?" Landon laughed bitterly. "Nothing much, just feeling uneasy lately." "Master, can you promise?" Hawkins met his gaze, sighed, and nodded. "Don't worry." "Thank you," Landon nodded, placing complete trust in his master. Their conversation was simple but weighty for those who valued promises. Landon, however, wasn't aware how profound an impact this would have on Hawkins. Time passed quietly. Landon returned to his cave urgently and entered his 36 heavenly worlds to perfect them. The unrest made him realize time's urgency, urging him to grow stronger. Years passed. Elmer grew into youth under the hopeful eyes of the humans. 20 years had gone by since the event. Though insignificant for cultivator, human race improved after several major battles led by the human sacred rock Landon. Though their cultivation levels were still low, they were no longer as vulnerable to indiscriminate bullying by other races as before. Sadly, after hundreds of thousands of years of habit, the human race found it difficult to change certain practices. Men still had multiple female partners, even though many tribes had settled down. The greed in their hearts made them prefer the old way of having various non-permanent female companions. This phenomenon persisted until Elmer was born. When Elmer reached the age of 5 or 6, he became extremely dissatisfied with this situation. However, being young, he couldn't do much about it and could only discuss it with his teacher, Ronan Daoran. Ronan simply smiled and told him to take action. "You can go ahead and handle it. If there are consequences you can't bear, I'll help you shoulder them." "What if even teacher can't bear them?" "Then let my eldest senior brother take care of it." "What if even my eldest senior brother can't handle it?" "Haha, there is nothing in XuanHuan that my eldest senior brother cannot handle. Go ahead with peace of mind." At that time, Elmer was deeply impressed. Although he didn't know his teacher's exact cultivation level, he could infer it from the respectful attitudes of the passing immortals who visited the XuanHuan tribe. To Elmer, those immortals seemed impossibly lofty. Facing them felt like standing before an endless ocean. "I hope so." To this, Elmer recalled his teacher only giving a bitter laugh. However, Elmer didn't understand his teacher's intentions back then. As he grew older, he realized how difficult cultivation truly was. Let alone becoming someone as respected by his teacher as his uncle master. Even facing his teacher seemed like looking into an abyss. Yet, back then, Elmer had no idea about these complexities. He heard his teacher encourage him to go all out, assuring him that if anything happened, Uncle Master would handle it. Thus, at such a young age, Elmer boldly suggested changing deeply ingrained practices within the clan. With the support of his teacher Scott, Elmer overcame opposition and laid down new regulations for marriage among humans, establishing monogamy and using exotic animal furs as dowries. The bride would return similar furs as a dowry gift, solidifying the marriage system. People no longer used simple names, but took surnames based on where they lived to prevent incestuous marriages. This allowed everyone in the human race to have distinct names and family ties. Since acquiring surnames, the XuanHuan tribe could more easily trace their lineage and avoid familial confusion. This greatly improved the stability within the human population, fostering closer relationships among clans. Thus, the current XuanHuan tribe no longer clustered in one place. Many members spread out across various regions. Previously, they hadn't done so because of limited numbers and lack of communication methods. Over time, those who ventured out lost touch with the original tribe. But now, every human knew their origins, eliminating this concern. Seeing the rapid development of the XuanHuan tribe, surrounding tribes began emulating Elmer's marriage rules. Initially, there were objections, but after experiencing the benefits, these voices vanished. Establishing monogamous marriage caused celestial phenomena. Colorful clouds filled the sky, bestowing great virtue upon Elmer and Scott. This was just the start for 6-year-old Elmer. From then on, he continued to surprise the human race with innovative ideas. Previously, humans risked their lives hunting ferocious beasts, with no guarantees of safety. Inspired by spider webs, Elmer led some able-bodied men to gather stinging nettle grass, dry it, and weave it into nets similar to spider webs. At first, people were puzzled, but later, Elmer brought them to a lake, cast the net, and reeled in numerous fish. Previously, catching fish had been a futile effort due to the lack of effective tools. But now, thanks to Elmer's innovation, they experienced bountiful harvests. Women who lacked cultivation skills stayed home weaving fishing nets, awaiting their husband's return. They warmly greeted their husbands and cooked delicious meals to reward their hard work. Monogamous marriage deepened emotional bonds, motivating men to work harder. This created a positive cycle, benefiting the entire tribe, which thrived. After addressing housing and food security, Elmer introduced a method of recording information using lines instead of knot tying, making life easier for illiterate members. By this time, Elmer was nearing adulthood, his actions continually shocking his fellow clansmen. With his keen insight and intelligence, the Xianxia tribe began to respect the young boy deeply. Through widespread praise from the Xianxia tribe, Elmer's name spread far and wide, earning him renown as a wise and knowledgeable figure among humans. Even distant tribes knew of him. Initially guided by Rocklandon, the Jiang clan helped promote Elmer's deeds, spreading his fame throughout the world. Even non-human deities had heard of him. Due to Elmer's growing fame and the Jiang clan's support, smaller tribes sought refuge under the Xianxia banner, significantly boosting its influence. As the Xianxia tribe prospered, Elmer's systems and inventions became well known among humans, improving survival rates and propelling civilization forward. Recently, the old leader retired, passing the torch to Elmer as the new leader. Members from across the lands returned to witness this event. When Elmer assumed leadership, the old leader invited Scott as a witness rock. Elmer was now undoubtedly the most respected person. Although all tribes respected Elmer, they did not merge. For there were too many people, making complete assimilation impossible. Tens of thousands of years of separate living made the habits of different tribes entirely different. Elmer did not force them. He knew his heavy responsibilities since birth, dedicated to reviving humanity, as his teacher Scott always taught him. Elmer adhered to this philosophy, caring about humanity and focusing on its development. Due to Elmer's great selflessness and tolerance as the heavenly rock, he gained even more respect from other tribal people. Under Elmer's leadership, the cohesion of humanity improved unprecedentedly, with all tribes uniting more than ever before. Over these years, while promoting the progress of humanity, Elmer also kept practicing cultivation, frequently discussing cultivation methods with his teacher Scott. Scott didn't impose knowledge forcefully, but guided Elmer through discussions to deepen his understanding of the methods and powers he practiced. Only what one realizes oneself truly belongs to them. Elmer was a remarkable talent, and Scott couldn't ruin his future or his own chance out of short-term interests. Initially, Scott felt awkward, but later realized that Elmer was Elmer, his disciple, the human Elmer, not the Elmer of the heavenly court. Scott might be no less skilled in cultivation than Landon, but Landon lacked in teaching disciples, being indifferent and unskilled in teaching. For instance, Devin was left to grow on his own, relying entirely on himself. A teacher like Scott was hard to find. Under Scott's tutelage, Elmer's cultivation grew increasingly strong. Despite his shattered soul, his talents surpassed ordinary people. With the support of the human race's fortune, his practice went smoothly, and Scott also grew alongside him. Elmer felt excited about his steady improvement and grateful for his teacher's meticulous guidance, becoming more respectful. Each time Elmer completed a cultivation phase, Scott would teach him governance, which Elmer adopted comprehensively. The development of humanity progressed swiftly under Elmer's wise and industrious rule. He led humanity to drive wild beasts away from the tribes to ensure the safety of the Andreli, women, and children. He also approached the Eastern Sea Dragon clan proactively to discuss an alliance, fostering friendship between the two. Although dragons were once proud and high-minded, they had lost that capability after the Great Tribulation in LongHuan. Besides, they knew who stood behind humanity. Thus, upon hearing Elmer's arrival, they warmly welcomed him. Elmer knew the connection between his master's senior brother and the Dragon clan and felt some affinity towards them. Moreover, he knew the Eastern Sea Dragon Princess Valerie had done favors for humanity and was his senior brother's mount. The crews even asked Valerie to personally accompany Elmer to show respect. Out came a cold yet charming woman, moving gracefully. Though extremely alluring, she exuded a strong aura, as if her delicate body could unleash incredible power at any moment. Her face was cold and enchanting yet carried a hint of valor. This complex mix of traits drew more gazes. Seeing her, Elmer knew she must be Princess Valerie of the Dragon clan. Her vast ocean-like aura took his breath away, but he, as the heavenly rock of humanity, couldn't lose face. However, despite her unfathomable strength being merely his senior brother's mount, Elmer could hardly imagine how powerful his senior brother must be. Though surprised internally, he maintained his composure. Knowing he represented humanity's dignity, Elmer stepped forward and bowed politely. Elmer, heavenly rock of humanity, pays respects to Senior Valerie. No need for formalities. I, a mere servant, cannot accept such courtesies from the ruler of your noble race, she replied immediately, returning a bow, showing utmost respect due to the reverence for the human race and its holy rock, Landon. And the humans all knelt reverently. Elmer XuanHuan. The crowd all knelt in devout reverence. Elmer XuanHuan. Elmer XuanHuan. Even those humans who were not present at the Xianxia tribe felt a resonance within their hearts and kneeled toward the direction of the Xianxia tribe. They shouted the name of Elmer XuanHuan, their voices rising high. Ronan, standing beside Elmer, looked on with an approving expression as Elmer accepted the homage calmly. He couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. Time passed swiftly, and another 30 years went by. By now, Elmer had unified all major human tribes and became the first leader revered by all tribes since the division of human settlements. Of course, this did not include Landon, for in everyone's heart, Holy Rock could never be replaced. Humans might exist without a XuanHuan or any individual, but they could not survive without the Holy Rock. Otherwise, the human race would have long since fractured or been destroyed. Those powerful beings in the primordial chaos would never have tolerated the humans' audacious development if it weren't for the Holy Rock's presence. Nevertheless, apart from the Holy Rock, Elmer was now the most respected individual. Though all the tribes respected Elmer, they did not fully merge. There were simply too many people. It was impossible to live as one big community after tens of thousands of years of separate habitation. Their customs and traditions varied greatly. Elmer didn't force unity on them. He had always known his heavy responsibilities from birth, revitalizing the human race, a teaching imparted by his master Ronin. Elmer consistently upheld this philosophy, dedicating himself entirely to the growth and prosperity of humanity. Because of Elmer's selfless dedication and inclusiveness, the other tribes revered him even more. Under Elmer's leadership, the cohesion of the human race surpassed previous eras. All tribes united like never before. During these years, while promoting human advancement, Elmer also advanced in his cultivation, frequently discussing methods of cultivation with his master Ronin. Ronin did not impose knowledge on Elmer but guided him through discussions, ensuring a deeper understanding of the cultivation methods and techniques. After all, only what one comprehends on their own truly belongs to them. Elmer was immensely talented, and Ronin wouldn't jeopardize his future or his own opportunity for the sake of short-term gains. Initially, Ronin found it awkward, but he later realized that Elmer was his disciple, both the tribal Elmer and the human Elmer, not someone else's Elmer. Although Ronin's cultivation level matched Landon's, he far surpassed Landon in nurturing disciples. Landon's aloof nature made him less adept at mentoring, much like how Jace was left to fend for himself. Everything relied on personal effort. A mentor as dedicated as Ronin was hard to find. Thanks to Ronin's tireless teachings, Elmer's cultivation steadily strengthened. Despite his damaged soul, his talent exceeded ordinary individuals. Enhanced by the collective luck of the human race, his progress in cultivation became smooth and swift. During this period, Ronin also grew alongside Elmer. Excited by his remarkable progress, Elmer was deeply grateful for his master's thorough guidance and respect for him increased. Furthermore, every time he completed a phase of cultivation, Ronin taught Elmer governance skills, which Elmer applied meticulously. As a result, the development of the human race accelerated significantly. Elmer, wise and sharp from childhood, led the humans to drive away beasts within a 10,000-foot radius of their settlements to ensure the safety of the Andreli, women, and children. Additionally, he took the initiative to visit the Eastern Sea Dragon Clan, negotiating an alliance with them for lasting friendship. Despite their arrogance, the Dragon Clan lacked the strength they once had before the Longhorn calamity. Moreover, they knew who stood behind the humans. Therefore, when Elmer, the XuanHuan, proposed an alliance, they greeted him with smiles. Elmer had heard about his master's Andre brother's connection with the Dragon Clan, that an Eastern Sea Dragon princess benefited the human race and served as a mount for his Andre brother. Thus, Elmer felt some affinity toward the Dragon Clan. The crews personally called for Valerie to accompany Elmer, showcasing the importance placed on humans. A coldly beautiful woman with an air of pride gracefully appeared, her steps light and elegant. Although her figure was alluring, she exuded strength rather than weakness. Her seemingly delicate body seemed ready to unleash tremendous power. Her face was cold and enchanting yet carried a touch of valor. Such a complex aura combined in one person naturally drew more glances. Upon seeing her, Elmer recognized her as Valerie, the Dragon Princess. Her overwhelming presence, akin to the vast sea, made Elmer draw a deep breath. But as the human XuanHuan, he could not lose face. That such a formidable being was merely his Andre brother's mount was unimaginable. How strong was his Andre brother? Although surprised internally, Elmer maintained his composure and royal demeanor. To represent the human race, he must not dishonor his Andre brother. Stepping forward, he bowed respectfully but not humbly. Elmer, the XuanHuan of the human race, pays respects to Senior Valerie. Haha, no need for formalities. As the ruler of your people, I dare not accept your courtesy. Valerie immediately returned the bow despite her superior cultivation, showing utmost respect for the human XuanHuan due to Landon's influence. She replied with a respectful compliment. Elmer, the Heavenly Rock. Please note that for a more natural flow in English, it would be better to use Elmer, the Heavenly Rock, instead of a direct transliteration like Fushi Tianhuang. This ensures the text reads more fluently and conveys the meaning accurately. If you need the entire passage translated or revised, please provide the full text you wish to have edited. Even those who hadn't come to the Sui Ren tribe sensed something and knelt in the direction of the tribe. They all chanted the name of Elmer, the Heavenly Rock of humans. By Elmer's side, Scott watched with satisfaction as Elmer received the homage gracefully. He nodded in approval. Time passed, another 30 years went by. By now, Elmer had unified all the human tribes, becoming the first leader universally revered by all since their dispersion. Of course, this did not include Landon, for in every human's heart, Holy Rock Landon held an irreplaceable position. Humans could live without a Heavenly Rock or any single individual, but not without their Holy Rock. Without him, humanity would have crumbled or been destroyed long ago. The great deities of the primordial chaos would not have tolerated humanity's rampant development, if not for their reverence for the Holy Rock. Excluding the Holy Rock, Elmer was undoubtedly the most respected figure now. While all the tribes acknowledged Elmer, they didn't fully merge due to the sheer size of humanity. Having lived separately for tens of thousands of years, different tribes had developed distinct habits. Elmer did not force unification. Since birth, he knew his mission, to revitalize humanity. His teacher, Scott, instilled this in him. Elmer embraced this ideal wholeheartedly, focusing on human welfare. His selflessness and inclusiveness earned him even greater respect. Under his leadership, the cohesion among the tribes surpassed anything before, uniting humanity like never before. During these years, while advancing humanity, Elmer didn't neglect his own cultivation, frequently discussing cultivation methods with his teacher, Scott. Rather than forcing knowledge upon him, Scott guided Elmer through discussion, ensuring deeper comprehension. Only what one comprehends truly becomes one's own. Elmer was immensely talented. Destroying his future for short-term gain would ruin not only Elmer's prospects, but also Scott's opportunities. Initially, Scott found it odd, but he soon realized that Elmer was just Elmer, his disciple and the hope of humanity, not someone from the heavenly court. Despite lacking Landon's cultivation prowess, Scott surpassed him in teaching. Landon, being distant, lacked the ability to mentor effectively. For instance, Chiyu was left to grow independently under such guidance. Finding a teacher as devoted as Scott was rare. Under Scott's comprehensive teachings, Elmer's cultivation flourished. Despite his fragmented soul, His innate talent far exceeded ordinary people. Blessed by humanity's destiny, his cultivation progressed smoothly. Scott also grew alongside Elmer. Excited by his progress, Elmer appreciated Scott's dedicated teaching, showing increased respect. Post-cultivation, Scott instructed Elmer on governance, which he readily adopted. Humanity's development soared. Elmer's quick wit allowed him to lead effectively, driving humanity forward by safeguarding the weak. He proactively sought an alliance with the Eastern Sea Dragon clan for mutual benefit. Despite their pride, the dragons couldn't afford arrogance post the initial calamity. Knowing humanity's powerful backer, they warmly welcomed Elmer's overtures. Elmer, recalling Scott's stories, felt a kinship towards the dragon princess, Valerie, who had benefited humanity and served as his Uncle Master's mount. The crews dispatched Valerie personally to show respect. A cold yet captivating woman emerged gracefully, her aura both inviting and formidable, radiating power beneath elegance. Recognizing Valerie immediately, Elmer inwardly marveled at her formidable presence, but maintained composure. Her depth was astonishing. Just the mount of his Uncle Master? He couldn't fathom his Uncle Master's true strength. Though surprised internally, Elmer maintained imperial decorum. Representing humanity, he couldn't dishonor his Uncle Master. He stepped forward, slightly bowed with respect but not humility, and greeted, "I am Quentin, the heavenly rock of humanity. It's an honor to meet you, Senior Valerie." "Haha, no need for such formalities. As the ruler of humans, you are too kind. I can hardly bear such courtesies," she replied immediately with a curtsy, showing respect despite her far superior cultivation. Valerie did not dare to be the least bit impolite to the human emperor, given her reverence for Landon, the lord of humans. "Please, no need for formalities. I can't accept such courtesy," she replied, returning his bow respectfully despite her superior cultivation, wary of Landon's revered humans. Translation. The assembled humans felt a profound voice resonate within them. "Elmer, heavenly rock." They all knelt in devout homage. "Elmer, heavenly rock. Elmer, heavenly rock." Even those not present at the Sui Ren tribe sensed this and knelt facing its direction, chanting Elmer's name in reverence. Scott watched Elmer receive this homage calmly and felt immense satisfaction, nodding approvingly. Time passed, another 30 years gone by. Now, Elmer had unified all the human tribes, becoming the first universally revered leader since their dispersion. Of course, this did not include Landon. To every human, Holy Rock Landon was irreplaceable. Humanity could live without a heavenly rock or any individual, but not without their holy rock. Without him, humanity would have crumbled or been destroyed long ago. The great deities of the primordial chaos wouldn't tolerate humanity's growth otherwise. Excluding the holy rock, Elmer was now the most respected figure. Though all tribes acknowledged Elmer, they did not fully merge due to humanity's vast size. Living separately for tens of thousands of years, different tribes had distinct habits. Elmer did not enforce unity. Since birth, he knew his mission: revitalizing humanity. This ideal was instilled by his teacher, Scott. Elmer embraced it wholeheartedly, focusing on humanity's well-being. His selflessness and inclusiveness earned him immense respect. Under his leadership, tribal cohesion exceeded previous levels, uniting humanity unprecedentedly. While fostering humanity's growth, Elmer didn't neglect his cultivation, often discussing methods with Scott. Instead of force-feeding knowledge, Scott engaged Elmer in discussions, ensuring deeper comprehension. True understanding came from personal insight. Elmer, immensely talented, deserved proper guidance to avoid squandering his potential and Scott's opportunities. Initially, Scott found it strange, but he realized Elmer was just Elmer, his disciple and humanity's hope, not some celestial figure. Despite lacking Landon's cultivation prowess, Scott surpassed him in teaching. Landon's aloofness hindered mentoring. Recognizing Valerie immediately, Elmer inwardly marveled at her formidable presence, but maintained composure. Her depth was astonishing. Just the mount of his Uncle Master? He couldn't fathom his Uncle Master's true strength. Though surprised internally, Elmer maintained imperial decorum. Representing humanity, he couldn't dishonor his Uncle Master. He bowed politely. "Elmer, heavenly rock of humans, pays respects to Senior Valerie. Please, no need for formalities." "I can't accept such courtesy," she replied, returning his bow respectfully despite her superior cultivation, wary of Landon's revered humans. Chapter 309. Time drifts on. Send word to prepare a feast. This king wishes to personally entertain the human sovereign. The Alistair, upon seeing Elmer, who neither humbled nor emboldened himself and was perfectly courteous, was immensely pleased. With a grand sweep of his sleeve, he ordered preparations for a feast to honor Elmer. Elmer hurriedly tried to decline, but could not resist the Alistair's earnest invitation, and thus could only nod with a wry smile. The already harmonious relationship between the two sides, thanks to Landon, made it easier for them to toast and seal the alliance. In the end, both host and guest were delighted as the meeting concluded on a pleasant note. As for matters after that, we request the Dragon Clan's earnest assistance. Elmer smiled and cupped his hands in respect towards the Alistair and others. Haha, well said. Matters of the human race are matters of our took his leave. The Alistair and Valerie bid him farewell with smiles. Brother Elmer, remember to visit the Eastern Sea Palace often? Of course. Farewell. Saying that, he turned and left without hesitation. After Elmer left the Dragon Palace, news of the alliance between the Dragon Clan and the human race spread throughout the vast expanse. Have you heard? A new leader named Elmer has emerged in the human race, the human sovereign. TCH, you still have to tell me? It's all over the Cooper chaos. Who doesn't know? Besides, I know something you don't. A slightly smug voice rang out. These cultivators were from near the Eastern Sea and had likely heard some rumors. Do you know the origins of Elmer? No idea, but his name is the same as the sage teacher of the old heavenly court. But it must be a coincidence. After all, this Elmer is human. Oh, that's how it is? Haha, I thought you meant someone else. You really don't know anything. Still, talking so much. Seeing the surrounding cultivators looking at him with dubious expressions, the cultivator felt somewhat embarrassed. That's beside the point. Let me tell you something else. The human Elmer has allied with the Dragon Clan. Did you know? What? Are you joking? Even during Rock Jamie and East Empyrean Zechariah's era, they failed to persuade the Dragon Clan. So why ally with humans? The surrounding cultivators didn't believe the man. After all, the Dragon Clan was an incredibly proud race. How could they ally with the human race, which, apart from Sage Landon, was still far inferior to them? Hearing this, everyone believed the cultivator was making things up and expressed their disbelief. The cultivator simply smiled knowingly, stroking his beard, and fell silent. This made those skeptical people stop questioning, eyeing him suspiciously. Is what you say true? Of course, I wouldn't joke about such matters. The cultivator laughed proudly, glancing at the others and noting their expectant faces, feeling gratified. But the other cultivators couldn't wait, and urged him to speak quickly. Please stop teasing us. Otherwise, we might challenge you to display our magical arts. They all rubbed their hands menacingly, looking at the cultivator with intent. The cultivator was enjoying himself when he suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Shuddering, he continued. You say the Dragon Clan is haughty, but is the human race still what it used to be? Without waiting for answers, he continued. Now the human race is rising. In the future, it will soar. Don't forget, decades ago, even 5 sages collaborated with Rock Ret hoping to gain a share. You mean, Sage Landon helped save the Dragon Clan? Hee. If you know this, shouldn't you understand the alliance between the Dragon Clan and the human race? The current human race is not what it was. Look at their progress lately. It's escalating. That's true, but it feels unreal, like a dream. Not unusual. Even I find it hard to believe. If I hadn't seen it myself, I'd doubt it too. Pfft. So you're no different. Were you really an eyewitness? Upon hearing he saw it firsthand, the crowd perked up, looking eagerly at him. He, of course. I witnessed the human sovereign Elmer conversing amicably with the Alistair and Princess Valerie. TSK, Princess Valerie came out. I've heard she's incredibly beautiful, a peerless beauty. Too bad she's Sage Landon's mount. One cultivator sighed enviously. Everyone face-bombed. How could his thoughts be so different? Everyone was talking about the human sovereign Elmer, but he mentioned the dragon princess. Still, every cultivator near the Eastern Sea secretly admired Valerie, yet none dared approach her due to her association with Sage Landon and her formidable cultivation. Don't daydream. Princess Valerie is too pure for our desires. Well, just saying. The cultivator, noticing everyone's serious warnings, scratched his head sheepishly and laughed. But the rise of the human race is unstoppable. Indeed, who would have thought the lowest race would rise so high? Truly, life is unpredictable. Meanwhile, Elmer had returned to the Xuanhuan tribe of the human race. He didn't pay much attention to the rumors spreading from the Eastern Sea. Thanks to the genuine alliance with the Dragon Clan, the human race's status became more solid. The Dragon Clan controlled weather changes and rainfall in Cooper Chaos. Due to the alliance, human tribes experienced favorable weather, free from harsh conditions, improving living conditions. The humans cheered the name of their sovereign, boosting Elmer's prestige. Ronan was highly satisfied and praised Elmer warmly. However, this affected only the lower-ranking humans. Elmer felt no great excitement. In the cave of the Xuanhuan tribe, Elmer looked grave. Lately, the human race seemed to hit a bottleneck, making further development difficult. Chapter 310. The Human Tribe's Dilemma. Rock Elmer, although our human race has now allied with the Dragon Clan, natural disasters still occur frequently across the lands, hindering our true development. Yes, I'm also aware. But alas, it is difficult for me alone to solve this problem. So, Rock Elmer, should we just sit and wait for our doom? Elmer was at a loss for words. As the leader of the human race, he felt extremely guilty for not finding a solution to help his people through these hard times. His silence made the Andres of the tribe somewhat disappointed. How we wish our people could be like those immortals, who have means to avoid natural disasters. Haha, how can that be possible? Only those with great powers might be able to do so. Listening to their whispers, Elmer felt even more self-blamed. Yet, hearing their words gave him an idea. Perhaps he could seek help from his master. Haha, my disciple, why are you here? In a cave of the Xuanhuan tribe, Ronan was meditating with his eyes closed when he suddenly opened them and smiled slightly. Disciple greets master. Before entering, Elmer heard his master's voice and was amazed by his master's foresight. He quickly entered the cave and respectfully greeted him. Come up. The current Ronin found Elmer increasingly satisfactory. Elmer had reached the rank of Golden Immortal, and although there were signs that the Heavenly Tao intended to legitimize him as Heavenly Rock, his cultivation was still insufficient. Truly legitimizing him would take some time. I've come this time to consult something with Master. Haha, speak up. Your master will answer your questions. Hearing this, Elmer directly explained his worries and the problems faced by the human race. Ronan listened silently without interrupting him. However, as Elmer finished, Ronan's brow furrowed. This problem was indeed tough for Ronan, yet he had forgotten that in Jiejiao, he was merely a junior brother favored by his eldest brother. Although the time as Elmer's master was short, it provided a completely different experience, deepening his state of mind. Ronan didn't know whether this change was good or bad, but did not care much. As long as his heart remained unchanged, it didn't matter. He took a deep breath and flew swiftly towards the Eastern Sea. It had been a long time since he last returned to Jiejiao. He wondered how his fellow disciples and master were doing. Feeling a surge of excitement, he realized he must have aged in spirit during these years among humans. Chuckling to himself, he sped up. At the Eastern Sea's Gold Tortoise Island, several disciples were chatting. When do you think our elder brother will end his seclusion? A light, lively voice asked. You'll have to ask him directly. Even Grandmaster probably doesn't know, another replied. Hearing this, the disciples sighed. If even Grandmaster didn't know, they couldn't go ask him. Why are you so concerned about elder brother? Could it be, you're developing feelings for him? Teased a voice. Of course not. I'm just showing concern for an Andre. Do you need such reasons to care about your senior? Retorted the lively voice, clearly embarrassed. Hey, aren't you being cheeky? How come you haven't shown similar concern for second elder brother Scott, who's been away for over 50 years? You. Humph, I'm not talking to you anymore. The girl was stumped here. A laughing voice resounded, startling the young disciples, who then turned their gazes toward the newcomer. You're Master Uncle Scott? Master Uncle? For this title, Scott was taken aback, clearly not expecting it. Could they already be third-generation disciples? Had the Jie teaching reached the point where it was accepting third-generation disciples? Amazed by the changes in the Jie teaching over the years, Scott realized how far the human race had come while the Jie teaching had not lagged behind. It made sense, since the fortune of humanity had been stabilized by senior brother using the Kundiang seal back then. The Jie teaching's fortune was also stabilized using the Kundiang seal, making the fortunes of the human race and the Jie teaching closely intertwined. The prosperity of the human race over the years likely contributed to the virtue shared by the Jie teaching. Conversely, the flourishing fortune of the Jie teaching accelerated the rise of the human race. This indicated that the fortunes of the Jie teaching and the human race were mutually supportive. Scott felt a bit nostalgic. Because of senior brother, the Jie teaching's connection with the human race had deepened significantly. Even himself was now a teacher of the human emperor. Caught up in his thoughts, Scott hadn't answered the group of Jie teaching disciples' question. Only after being called out did he return to reality. How do you know I am Scott? His question made the young disciples giggle, turning red-faced. This question was really, but everyone knew. Turning to other disciples, Scott was puzzled. He thought they had been taken on as disciples by his fellow seniors. We don't either. One bold woman noticed Scott's astonished expression and promptly replied, Our ancestor said we third-generation disciples would first remain outsiders. Later, if any of us showed talent worthy of attracting our Andres, we could be accepted as disciples. Understanding dawned on Scott. That makes sense. Perhaps the most important factor was that Grandmaster and the others weren't present. Your name is Shayna? A beautiful name. Shayna blushed again, exclaiming in surprise. She quickly thanked him. Thank you, Master Uncle Scott. Looking at the somewhat bashful girl, Scott felt younger. Would you like to be my disciple? Shayna was bewildered, staring at Scott in confusion, unsure of how to respond. Because of Shayna's brief hesitation, Scott mistakenly thought she didn't want to be his disciple. His face showed bewilderment and amusement. He, a quasi-saint, wanted to take a girl as a disciple but was rejected? Why not? Do you not wish to? Though taken aback, having taught Elmer for so long among humans had tempered Scott's demeanor, so his face remained unperturbed. Hearing Scott's calm inquiry, Shayna panicked, fearing she had angered Master Uncle Scott. No, Initially, when the surrounding disciples heard Scott was taking a disciple, they were shocked. But upon seeing Shayna's struggle, they regretted not stepping up. Shayna's talent, due to her innate fandom, though she had lived on Xiaoming Mountain since childhood with a simple and innocent nature, which girl doesn't have springtime dreams? Regarding such a man admired by all, Shayna also harbored a young girl's tiny fantasies and longings. Ever since joining the Jie teaching, all she had heard were stories of Grandmaster Landon's glorious feats, such as leading thousands of Jie teaching disciples to attack the heavenly court while still at the great sage level, or facing two supreme quasi-saints like Rock Jamie and Hanley with ease when only a mid-level quasi-saint, or causing even a saint to bleed across Hongmong upon reaching quasi-saint perfection. And during his initial breakthrough to half-step Great Tao, he fought two Western teachings saints alone, directly shattering Xuanzhao's physical body. Most recently, he had faced 5 opponents and merely with his overwhelming aura sent 5 saints fleeing in terror. These brilliant victories made Shayna feel like she was living in a dream. Such dazzling achievements seemed too unrealistic to be true, but they all belonged to one person. Who else in Hongmong could achieve such feats? Therefore, Shayna had always wanted to see what Grandmaster Landon looked like, what kind of person he was. Since joining the Jie teaching, this yearning never ceased. But Grandmaster Landon had been in seclusion since her arrival, so it was unknown what. Scott wasn't wrong. Over the years, Landon had only taken one disciple, Devon. No matter how talented others were, none could move his heart. Reflecting on this, it made sense. With his eldest senior brother's talent, could anyone in Hongmong surpass him? Regarding why his eldest senior brother took Devon as a disciple, Scott didn't question deeply, knowing his actions had deeper reasons. Oh, is that so? Hearing Scott's words, a flash of disappointment and sorrow crossed Shayna's delicate face. Her small, pretty face furrowed, making Scott chuckle softly. Hashtag chapter 311. The person I want to see isn't you. What should I do now? Muriel's little face was scrunched up, clearly feeling that meeting Grandmaster Landon was becoming a bit of a luxury. Yet she felt unwilling to give up. She had been waiting for so long. Thinking of this, a trace of resentment toward the yet-to-be-met Grandmaster Landon stirred in her heart. At that moment, Landon was meditating within the world he had created. The lonely figure of his future self made him feel uneasy, driving him to perfect the 36 heavens as quickly as possible to attain the supreme Tao. To master one's own destiny, he needed to achieve the great Tao. Let me ask you, do you have feelings for your senior uncle? These direct words turned Muriel's face instantly red. Flustered, she frantically waved her hands, denying any feelings. What feelings? No, Muriel doesn't have them. Afterwards, she secretly glanced at Scott and the snickering seniors, her face turning even redder. Lowering her head, she couldn't say anything more. Since there aren't any feelings, just wait patiently. This seems to be a good opportunity for you, but looks like my plan won't work. Scott sighed regretfully, then pretended to leave. In his heart, however, he was sure that Muriel would stop him. If his senior brother took her as a disciple, his fellow disciples like Fintan would be green with envy. Better to follow him. Master Scott, wait. What other way do you have? Muriel, who had lowered her head in embarrassment, suddenly saw Scott about to leave and panicked. If he left, she'd be stuck waiting aimlessly again. She couldn't let that happen. so she mustered the courage to speak up. Scott's heart leapt with joy, just as he expected. Turning slowly, he looked at the shy Muriel. If you become senior brother's disciple, he will only see you as a disciple, leaving no chance for personal connections, he whispered into Muriel's ear, making her embarrassed. Glancing cautiously at the surrounding juniors, they seemed curious but unaware of Scott's words. What should Muriel do? It's simple. If you become my disciple, there won't be such restrictions between you and senior brother. Then you can? Scott didn't finish his sentence, but seeing Muriel's blushing face, he knew she understood. Without looking up, Muriel nodded softly. Great. Scott laughed heartily. Follow me. I'm going to see senior brother. Consider this a gift. When you formally become my disciple, I'll give you a set of magical treasures. Excitement and anticipation filled Muriel's face as she listened to Scott's plan. Let's go. Scott led the way while the third-generation disciples were left bewildered. What just happened? Did Muriel agree to become Scott's disciple? She seemed reluctant before, but she agreed so quickly? It must be because of Master Scott. Another voice sneered sarcastically, making someone blush. So are we calling Muriel senior sister now? Not necessarily. If we impress Grandmaster Landon enough, things can stay the same. Yeah, right? Wake up and smell the reality. Grandmaster Landon wouldn't even look at us. Hee hee, I'm just dreaming. Isn't it normal to have dreams? Whatever, the group murmured, though deep down, they all harbored a slight hope. Perhaps if Grandmaster Landon was in a daze, he might accept them as disciples too. Amused by this thought, the disciples eventually dispersed, glancing at each other knowingly. In the BG Palace Hall, Scott stood respectfully with a young girl, awaiting something. His eyes carried reverence towards the main platform where Grandmaster Landon sat. Meanwhile, Muriel curiously surveyed her surroundings, her small face full of curiosity. It was the residence of Ancestor Shaw, a place forbidden to third-generation disciples, including Muriel. Even when teachings were given, they were held outside the BG Palace. Very few were allowed in. Even among the second generation, only a select few had access. Landon Grandmaster, however, could come and go freely, much to Muriel's envy. Surprisingly, Scott also had access, which excited Muriel greatly. The thought that she also had a chance to visit this place filled her with excitement. If she told the others about this, they would definitely be envious of her. With this thought in mind, Muriel's heart leaped with joy even more. Master Scott, how long are we going to wait here? Hearing this, Scott shot a glance at Muriel. Still calling me master? Master. Muriel's face lost much of its excitement after Scott's stern look, and reluctantly she called out in a sulky manner. Scott's eye twitched at Muriel's unwillingness, but pretended not to notice. Otherwise, he'd likely be driven mad by this girl. He nodded slightly and become even more intense over the years. Meanwhile, Muriel was frightened into shrinking her head, too afraid to speak. This mysterious way of appearance startled Muriel greatly. When she was young, she couldn't fully comprehend the might of her grandmaster. But now she saw how immensely powerful a sage truly was, beyond her imagination. Thank you for your concern, master. Everything is fine in the human world, thanks to elder brother Landon. Chuckle. Shaw smiled proudly at the mention of Landon. He was always satisfied with Landon as his disciple. What brings you here? I've encountered some difficulties in the human world and need elder brother Landon's advice. Shaw did not seem upset that Scott bypassed him to find Landon. He only nodded. Indeed, you should consult Landon on human matters. But since he has gone into deep meditation, how do you plan to find him? Shaw showed a hint of worry. It was best not to disturb someone in deep meditation, as unexpected mishaps could occur. Scott chuckled. I don't need to disturb elder brother Landon in his meditation. That's? Shaw's curiosity piqued. He asked immediately. Elder brother left me a talisman before leaving the human world, allowing me to summon a part of his consciousness near him. Chuckle, if there's a way, go ahead then, don't delay important matters. Shaw seemed genuinely concerned about human affairs, thus urging Scott on. But Scott didn't move immediately, standing firm in place. Master, I have another matter to report. Speak. Shaw seemed uninterested and waved his hand indifferently. Earlier, I met Muriel. Her talent and potential are excellent. I wish to take her as my disciple and seek your approval. Upon hearing this, Shaw looked at Scott with interest, then glanced past him to the timid Muriel hiding behind him. This made Scott chuckle. She was lively just moments ago, but now retreated to the way she first met him. Scott moved aside, revealing Muriel completely under Shaw's gaze, making it impossible for her to hide. Muriel, under the scrutinizing gaze of her grandmaster, dared not move recklessly. While she let down her guard around Scott, feeling safe with him, she dared not do so in front of her grandmaster whom she barely met once. Seeing the timid Muriel, Scott found amusement. This little one seems to have different personalities depending on who she's with. After observing Muriel for a moment, Shaw withdrew his gaze and nodded approvingly. Not bad. I remember bringing this little girl back myself. Scott was taken aback. So she didn't come to ask for discipleship herself? He was momentarily surprised, but dismissed the thought quickly. So does Master agree? Chuckle. What reason do I have to disagree? Shaw laughed, then turned to the expressionless Muriel. With a gentle smile, he said, come and pay your respects. But Muriel, who was earlier timid, grew firmer, regardless of Shaw's presence. I want to see elder brother Landon before paying respects. Shaw laughed, teasing Scott whose face darkened. He felt amused. His steady disciple, apart from Landon, was always his favorite. Now, it seemed like his disciple was being disrespected. Actually, Muriel didn't think much of it. She just wanted to see elder brother Landon first since he was her initial fixation. Besides, if a teacher can't take on disciples, shouldn't an uncle have similar limitations? Suspecting Scott's sincerity, she hardened her resolve. Haha, alright, Grandmaster will settle it. You'll meet elder brother Landon before paying your respects. With a wave of his hand, Shaw decided for Muriel. Over the years, Jie Jiao's second-generation disciples had grown up. The vitality of the third generation delighted him greatly, making him feel younger. Thank you, Master. Muriel beamed with joy, expressing her gratitude. Chapter 312, Becoming a Disciple. Xia merely smiled at Shayna's straightforwardness, growing even more fond of her. However, he would not take any more disciples and decided to let Scott take her on instead. The thought things. When he emerges from seclusion, I must ask him to teach me. Xia chuckled, clearly impressed by the item. Shayna stood wide-eyed, realizing even her great-grandmaster sought out Grandmaster Landon to create such a talisman. It must indeed be remarkable. Soul sweeping wide, where should it reside? Souls reunite, spirits descend. Scott requests senior brother's presence. Scott's fingers tightly held the black talisman as he closed his eyes and murmured these words. Suddenly opening his eyes, the black talisman vanished, transforming into a wisp of smoke that coalesced into a human figure. As the figure solidified, Shayna's heart pounded wildly. He's coming out. Is it Grandmaster Landon? Ha ha, Scott. What brings you looking for me? The figure, now fully formed, revealed a white-robed figure, with features so vivid it seemed real. His youthful appearance, eyebrows like ink drawings, and star-like eyes exuded an elegance that was comforting to behold. Though seemingly slender, his tall stature commanded respect. It was Landon. Upon emerging, he greeted Xia with a smile, knowing Scott had called upon him. Noticing Xia and a blushing young girl, he acknowledged them warmly. Disciple Landon greets Master. He bowed deeply before Xia, who returned the gesture with a warm smile. Then, Landon looked at the shy Shayna hiding behind Scott and asked gently, "And this young lady?" Flushing red, Shayna couldn't speak a word. She felt both joy and frustration over her own timidity. Seeing Shayna's inability to respond, Scott sighed inwardly but stepped in, saying, "She's the third-generation disciple of Jie teachings, Shayna. A staunch supporter of senior brother, always wishing to meet you." Though meant to help, his tone carried a teasing undertone, making Shayna blush even deeper. Landon's expression shifted. Jie teachings already had a third generation of disciples? Time was running short. Recognizing Shayna's name, could she be the future Muriel Saint Mother? Why was she always blushing? Recalling that she was supposed to be Scott's disciple, Landon's expression softened again. Shayna. Huh? What a nice name. Thank you, Grandmaster Landon. Shayna replied shyly, her eyes filled with admiration. Though finding Shayna's behavior peculiar, Landon saw her innate fire body and excellent potential. As a third-generation disciple of Jie teachings, he viewed her as a talented junior. Turning to Scott, he asked, "Scott, did you seek me regarding human affairs?" Scott nodded. "Yes, precisely. There's a matter concerning humans that requires senior brother's decision." Just as Landon prepared to inquire further, a soft yet urgent voice interrupted. Moreover, you seem destined for my junior brother Scott. You should follow him." Shayna's large eyes were filled with disappointment. Clearly, she still wanted to follow Landon, as he was not only incredibly handsome but also extremely powerful. Chuckles, "There's nothing wrong with you joining my junior brother Scott. You can still come and ask me for help." Landon didn't want to delve into it further, knowing that Shayna would definitely end up being Scott's disciple. Although he could change things, he felt it wasn't worth the effort. He himself wasn't particularly interested, even though Shayna had excellent roots. It wasn't enough to stir his desire. Seeing the situation, Shayna dared not say more. If she angered Master Landon, it would be disastrous. "Yes," she responded humbly. Scott, while aware that the elder brother wouldn't take on disciples, was nonetheless touched that he had noticed his thoughts. Gratitude shone in his eyes as he glanced at Landon. Landon felt little about it, then looked at the gloomy Shayna and smiled. "Since it's settled, why don't you go greet your new master?" Shayna answered, not daring to contradict him, whether out of fear or shyness. Obediently, she knelt before Scott and performed the ritual of homage. Shayna greets Master. Watching Shayna immediately comply with elder brother's words, Scott felt a pang of jealousy. Much. Given Valerie's involvement, such an alliance between humans and dragons wasn't unexpected. To Landon's query, Scott nodded. Chapter 313. Even the fake ones have effects? Landon secretly nodded and then asked, "Your meaning is that even if the human race allies with the dragon clan now, it's still difficult to develop?" There was an indescribable tone in his voice as he spoke, even tinged with a hint of joy. He showed no sign of worry at all. "Yes, senior brother, what should Scott do now?" This time, Elmer could only find Scott when there were no other ways. "Rest assured, this is not a bad thing. Rather, it's good," Landon replied with a chuckle. Scott was puzzled. What good? Development had stagnated. How could this be considered good news? But though he was doubtful, out of trust in Landon, he would not raise objections. Landon understood why Elmer encountered this problem. His cultivation used to advance smoothly, but now he has reached a bottleneck, making it hard to progress further. And Elmer has accomplished his major missions among humans. If human tribes want to advance further, special methods are needed, which is also an opportunity for Elmer to further prove himself on the path to enlightenment. Landon saw through everything clearly. However, these matters didn't need to concern Scott since they wouldn't affect him. "So, senior brother, if it's a good thing, should I go back and inform Elmer now?" Scott cautiously asked. Landon smiled. "Wait a moment. I have something that can help him accelerate his cultivation." Hearing this, Scott felt elated. Speeding up Elmer's cultivation means he can share the virtue power earlier. Louise certainly won't let him down. Seeing the delight on Scott's face, Landon paid no attention, understanding that such good news inevitably brought out uncontrollable emotions. Landon's expression turned serious. He formed a divine treasure with both hands, which glowed so intensely that Scott couldn't make out what was inside. However, beside him, Shaw raised his eyebrows slightly. Was this the He-Tu Luo Shu, river chart, and Luo writing? He never thought Landon would part with such a valuable item. Just as Shaw marveled at Landon's generosity, his eyebrows lifted again. Something wasn't quite right. "Amazing, you've managed to derive the laws from the He-Tu Luo Shu, which must be of great use to Elmer," said Shaw with a smile after the He-Tu Luo Shu fully appeared. Beside him, Scott was amazed. It wasn't the real He Tu Luoshu? At first glance, the energy seemed to come from the genuine article, making Scott think it was the actual river chart and Luo writing. The He Tu Luoshu was an accompanying divine treasure of valuable treasure. I'm honored. I thank you on behalf of Elmer. Hearing Scott's formal gratitude, Landon smiled and joked, you're increasingly considering from the human perspective. Remember, I'm a member of the human clan, helping as much as I can. Surprised, Scott agreed. With a bow, he excused himself. I'll take my leave now. Please excuse me, teacher, senior brother. Landon and Shaw responded simultaneously, followed by shared laughter, waving goodbye to Scott. Shaw then remarked, who knew your skills are so varied now? Even the replica of He Tu Luoshu carries the power of the original. Even I feel embarrassed. Landon waved nonchalantly, thinking even Murphy couldn't compare in craftsmanship now. There was nothing surprising about creating this. Yet he modestly replied, it can only be used once, a minor trick. Shaw's face darkened, feeling belittled. But recalling Murphy's limitations, he felt proud. Seeing Shaw's reaction, Landon added, thanks to teacher's teaching. Haha, stop flattering me. Am I petty? Landon pondered, rubbing his chin, yes. Shaw's smile froze. He glared humorously at Landon. You naughty disciple. Despite scolding, Shaw felt delighted. Scott was too serious and overly respectful, unlike Landon who dared to joke around. After laughing, Shaw remembered business. Rarely seeing Landon lately, called by Scott. Another meeting might be tough. Curiously, he asked, will this replica allow Elmer to break through? Landon laughed, noticing his teacher cared deeply about humans. Of course, human fortunes were intertwined with Jia teachings. Prosperity of the human race could stabilize Jia teachings. Teacher, don't worry. Would I lie to little brother Scott? You're cheeky. But isn't He Tu Luoshu Rock Yajun's treasure? How could it help Elmer? Haha, as Elmer was once a demon, he must react to the He Tu Luoshu. The Zhoutian star formation caused heavy losses to the Witch Clan, with the He Tu Luoshu as the array eye controlling countless stars. It's powerful in attack and defense, predicting destiny, fitting perfectly with Elmer's Bagua. Shaw admired the uniqueness of the He Tu Luoshu, knowing it wouldn't be useful to him. Since it belonged to his disciple, he felt no envy. But Shaw did remember business. Rarely seeing Landon, called by Scott. Another meeting might be challenging. Curiously, he asked, can this replica enable Elmer to break through? Landon laughed, sensing his teacher's deep concern for humans. Indeed, human prosperity boosted the Jia teachings. Teacher, don't worry. Would I mislead little brother Scott? Didn't the previous incarnation of Elmer derive the Bagua from the He Tu Luoshu? Landon nodded. In that case, could Elmer become a supreme quasi-saint as in his past life? Might he regain his memories and be detrimental to the human race? Shaw asked piercingly, clearly worried about this situation. Although even a quasi-saint is insignificant, involving the fate of the human race meant it couldn't be taken lightly. Even if the fortunes of humans weren't tied to Jia teachings, Shaw still cared deeply for his disciple who was human. As a teacher, he naturally needed to pay more attention. Landon understood Master Shaw's concern, feeling warmed by it, and reassured him with a smile. Master, rest assured, this won't happen. I've been prepared for this long ago. Landon didn't elaborate on everything as it would take too much time. However, his confident demeanor made Shaw stop asking further, putting his mind at ease. In his memory, Landon had never failed. Shaking his head helplessly, Shaw said, well, since you're prepared, I won't pry anymore. Landon smiled wryly. His master truly retained some childlike qualities. But Landon understood. His master probably only acted like this around him. After spending a long time recounting how Elmer's soul was damaged and his memories erased by Marina, Shaw finally smiled, genuinely relieved. All right, I won't ask anymore. Landon was momentarily speechless, finding it hard to argue that Shaw hadn't already asked a lot. Seeing Landon's silence, Shaw laughed and asked expectantly, so, how long will you remain in seclusion? When can you come out? Landon hesitated, unsure how to respond. After pondering for a while, he smiled bitterly. I'm not sure, but I probably won't emerge anytime soon. Do you remember the 3 figures during the battle at Mount Sumeru? Hearing that Landon wouldn't emerge anytime soon, Shaw frowned in disappointment. Puzzled by Landon's question about Mount Sumeru, he quickly nodded, indicating he remembered. Are you saying your current seclusion relates to that? Landon nodded solemnly. During the battle at Mount Sumeru, Halston summoned the River of Destiny, showing 3 figures. 2 were my past and present incarnations. Oh. Shaw was curious. At the time, Halston seemed intent on killing a strangely dressed figure. It must have been a past incarnation of Landon. If Halston succeeded, Landon might not exist now. Recalling how Landon injured Halston in return, Shaw realized it affected his own past self. The mortals had their life imprints in the Tao, allowing them to alter destinies but not travel through time. Protecting one's past self made it impossible for others to affect it. Halston, being just a grand celestial of the 2nd level back then, likely underestimated the possibility of someone else using his technique against him. After that battle, many immortals erased their past selves via the Tao, making techniques like the Crosby Freedom technique ineffective. Sensing Shaw's confusion, Landon added, if I'm not mistaken, the 3rd figure was my future self. So? Shaw still didn't see how this related to Landon's seclusion. Perhaps you didn't notice, but I felt a deep sense of loneliness from that figure. Pausing, Landon continued, that loneliness was as if being isolated from the world, like being imprisoned. Shaw was alarmed and furious. Who dared imprison his disciple? Could it be Taoist Ewing? Shaw struggled to think of anyone else capable of such an act. Apart from Ewing, no one could challenge Landon, especially after his display of power in the Sui Ren tribe repelling the 5 saints. Landon and his disciple's current strength were beyond question. The encounter with Taoist Ewing was likely the cause. Chapter 314. Are you becoming too emotional? Landon could only respond with a bitter smile. This disciple does not know. Alas, if the Dao ancestor Yuing were to intervene, it would indeed be possible. Even for fellow sages, the depth of Dao ancestor Yuing is unfathomable. Sighed and shook his head, said Shaw. However, his eyes soon blazed with a fierce sword light, his entire demeanor turning solemn. But Landon's heart that had previously turned bleak. Shaw laughed heartily. Good. Truly worthy of being my disciple. If this heavenly Dao suppresses us, we shall break it and rebuild the Cooper chaos. Heartened, Shaw declared boldly. The master and disciple exchanged glances and smiled. Though their goals seemed crazy, their mutual trust and understanding required no further words. If Landon said he could resist Yuing, Shaw would have no doubt. Given time, Landon might even surpass even the great Xavian. For his part, Landon also trusted and respected Shaw deeply, as he was the only true Andre Landon acknowledged in the chaotic world. But after speaking, Shaw was still uneasy. Then your seclusion is to perfect your great Dao laws? Landon nodded, adding, however, the great Dao is elusive and heartless. Even now, I struggle to grasp its essence, but I believe I can ultimately attain it. Shaw nodded, aware of the challenges of the great Dao and thus didn't comment further. His disciple had already surpassed him. The great Dao was new territory for even Shaw himself. He had no constructive advice to offer. Forcing a smile, he said, I believe in you. Then I shall not disturb your seclusion. This Jia teaching sect's destiny and humanity's fortune should be of great benefit to you. I'll assist you from outside. Note, Jia teaching seems like a placeholder or mistranslation for a specific term or name in the original text, possibly referring to a sect or school of thought. Without further context, it is challenging to provide an accurate translation. However, based on common terminology in such narratives, it might refer to Jia teaching sect or another proper noun. Please confirm or provide additional context for more precise translation. With that, he prepared to leave. Master, wait. After a moment of thought, Landon called out. He wasn't entirely at ease about external affairs. Not knowing how long his seclusion would last, despite his master's sage status, the upcoming divine calamity left Landon unsettled. What else? What do you need to say? Shaw turned, his lips twitching. After Landon's earlier statement, his mood had turned heavy. Landon didn't answer directly. Instead, he placed 2 fingers on his brow, and slowly, a black talisman emerged from his mind. It looked identical to the one Scott used to summon Landon. Handing it over, Landon explained. This black talisman can carry my consciousness. My main body kept one within my consciousness, just in case. Shaw carefully stored the talisman. Landon appeared more ethereal than before, showing the effort of extracting the talisman had drained much of his residual consciousness. Though Landon's cultivation surpassed average harmless, but upon opening his eyes, the aged and slumberous aura surrounding him abruptly disappeared, replaced by a powerful and awakening dragon-like presence. Energy burst forth from the youth, sweeping through the 36 heavens. The area had drastically changed compared to before, stirring the winds and clouds. Eyes slowly opened, enhancing the originally handsome youth's charm. Eyes filled with endless stars, mesmerizing anyone. Anyone present would marvel, praising this stunning youth whose eyes resembled a starry river. This was Landon's main body, who had sensed his soul becoming fuller. The returned soul integrated smoothly into his body, like a drop returning to the ocean. Instantly, new memories flooded Landon's mind. He saw himself summoned by Scott. Narrowing his eyes, Landon's lips moved silently, words indiscernible, however. If one were to listen closely, they could hear his murmured words. Has the Jia teaching sect already reached its 3rd generation of disciples? I, as the eldest senior brother, have indeed been lacking, not having met them yet. This edit ensures that the translation reads more naturally in English while maintaining the original meaning. The term Jia teaching sect is kept for consistency with what seems to be a specific name or concept in the text, though it might need further context for a more accurate localization. For a smoother read, Jia teaching sect should ideally be translated to a proper English name if known. For example, if Jia refers to a specific sect name like Jia, it could be Jia teaching sect or similar, depending on the context. Without further context, I've maintained the provided term. Here's an alternative for clarity and fluency. Has the Jia sect already reached its 3rd generation of disciples? I, as the eldest senior brother, have indeed been lacking, not having met them yet. Another supporter added to my side. But thinking about my venerable master. Thinking of Master Shaw made Landon's bright eyes dim slightly, a faint sting in his nose. My venerable master was unafraid of death for me. How could I let him down? Fortunately, I left the talisman with my original divine soul and gave it to my venerable master. This way, I can now rest assured and enter seclusion. His eyes showed deep thought before he extended 2 fingers. From between his eyebrows emerged a more formidable strand of divine soul than before, slowly taking shape before Landon. Finally, it transformed into a figure in black robes. Its face resembled Landon's but lacked his gentle demeanor, instead exuding an air of a supreme evil deity with a fierce and ominous aura. This was a more powerful strand of soul that condensed a trace of the god-slaying magic, spear's black patterns, and vitality. Unlike the soul summoned him and thus sent out this somewhat formidable soul. Heartened, he smiled and tucked away the dark talisman. Meanwhile, Scott hadn't left. Having just exited, he first sought out his new disciple, Xianxia, clearly caring about her. Master, was that just Senior Uncle Landon's avatar? So it wasn't him personally? A clear voice sounded, Xianxia, asking about Landon. Scott, despite his fondness for his master's Andre brother, felt a headache from his unruly new disciple. Yes. When will I see Senior Uncle Landon again? Do not mention elder brother's name again. Respect your Andres. Scott's forehead veins throbbed as he sternly replied. Oh, then I'll just call him Senior Uncle. Will all the 3rd generation disciples be my juniors now? Initially hesitant, Xianxia, upon understanding Scott's temperament, lost her fear. Her tone became excited. She used to be the youngest sister, but now became the eldest sister. Since senior Uncle Landon doesn't take disciples and my master is the second among the second generation, everyone will call me senior sister from now on. She gloated inwardly, feeling triumphant over those who once teased her. Scott sighed in helplessness. Earlier, she seemed like a shy young girl. How had she changed so quickly? Was he too easygoing, emboldening her? Or was this her true nature, only pretending in front of him? It seemed he needed to be more cautious when accepting disciples. As a born firebody with a naturally irritable temper, her shyness was likely only around his Andre brother. Sigh. Trouble. Feeling the need to curb her arrogance, he remarked, your senior uncle does have disciples, just not in our sect. There are people above you. Scott spoke maliciously, watching Shayna's reaction with amusement. Seeing her crestfallen face, he felt vindicated. You little troublemaker, trying to look up to your uncle. Let's see how you handle this. Sure, let's refine the translation while ensuring clarity and natural flow. Jia teaching likely refers to Jia teaching or Jia sect, which is a specific sect in Chinese mythology. Here's the revised version. However, if one listened closely, they could hear his murmurs. The Jia sect already has third-generation disciples? As the eldest senior brother, I seem to be somewhat unqualified since I haven't even met them yet. Well, Muriel, I have gained another supporter, But my master. Thinking of Master Shaw, Landon's bright eyes became slightly uncomfortable, and his nose tingled with emotion. His master was fearless even in the face of death for him. How could he possibly disappoint him? Fortunately, he had left a talisman within his original divine soul and gave it to his master. This way, he could now close himself in cautiously, sensing a familiar aura from the black smoke. The smoke swiftly coalesced into a black-robed figure. Indeed, it was Landon. Black-robed Landon merely gave a slight bow without speaking. Shaw felt puzzled. This Landon seemed different from usual. However, he soon realized this must be a manifestation of his disciple's soul. Unlike the previous normal one with Landon's complete personality, this soul carried traces of the god-slaying magic spear's malevolence. Even as a cultivator of the sword path, Shaw felt slightly uneasy from its oppressive aura. Despite the soul's oddness, Shaw understood that his disciple was concerned for him, and thus dispatched this seemingly peculiar but battle-ready soul. Warmth filled his heart, and he smiled, storing the black talisman. Meanwhile, Scott hadn't left yet. Upon coming out, he first found his newly recruited disciple, Muriel. Clearly, he cared for this disciple. Master, is that just Senior Grandmaster Landon's avatar? Meaning it's not him personally? A clear voice sounded. It was Muriel pestering Scott about Landon. Regarding this new disciple, Scott was somewhat annoyed. Even if he was close to the eldest senior brother, there was no need to disrespect her master so much. Nonetheless, she was his disciple, so he reluctantly responded, yes. When can I see Senior Grandmaster Landon again? From now on, you are not to mention the eldest senior brother's name. Respect your Andres. Scott's veins bulged as he sternly said, alright, then I'll just call him Grandmaster. Does that mean all the third-generation disciples will be my junior siblings? Initially timid, Muriel had grown bold after understanding Scott's temperament. Her tone was now excited. Previously, she was the youngest sister, but now she had become the eldest. Since Grandmaster Landon doesn't take disciples and my master is the second among the second-generation disciples, they will all call me senior sister from now on. Muriel thought smugly, forgetting her former shy demeanor. Scott felt helpless. She was initially bashful. How did she change so quickly? Was he too easygoing, making her bold? Or was this her true self, having staged a performance with the third-generation disciples earlier? That seemed unlikely, given her genuine behavior around her fellow disciples. It appeared he needed to be cautious when recruiting disciples in the future. Muriel, born with a fiery constitution, naturally had an irascible temperament. Shyness only surfaced when mentioning his eldest senior brother. Scott looked at her oddly. Trouble. Yet, he felt compelled to dampen her arrogance. Grandmaster Landon does have disciples, just not within the Jia sect. You have seniors above you. Scott said maliciously, observing Muriel through his divine senses. Seeing her crestfallen expression, he felt somewhat vindicated. You cheeky girl, daring to covet your grandmaster. Let's see how I discipline you. Chapter 315. A hero does not mention his past valor. What? You were so proud just now. Why are you sulking now? Scott glanced over. Initially, he hadn't noticed much. He only saw that Shayna's expression had changed slightly. He then retracted his detection awareness. But when he looked at her again, this little girl was already on the verge of tears, head bowed and not speaking, her body trembling with each sob, accompanied by low crying sounds. She's crying? If this little girl pouts and runs to the third-generation disciples spreading ill about him, his composed image would be completely ruined. Others would undoubtedly say behind his back that as a master, he acts disrespectfully and bullies his disciples. What's wrong? Who bullied you? Tell me, I will take charge for you. Scott had no experience with such situations. Even if he'd seen it before, he wouldn't have intervened. But Shayna was ultimately his disciple. He had initially just wanted to discipline Shayna's nature, but now that something happened, he felt sympathetic too. Shayna, her tearful eyes looking up at Scott, asked, Great Elder Uncle really has a disciple now? Then why doesn't he want me? Her lovely little face streaked with tears, appearing incredibly pitiful. Such a weeping beauty, along with her choking voice, truly tugged at the heartstrings. Yes, that was a trick on my part. Haha. Scott had no choice but to pacify her first. Really? Shayna raised her pitiful eyes to look at Scott, full of hope. She hoped to hear the answer she wanted from Scott. Scott sighed inwardly, feeling helpless. Shayna was indeed a loyal supporter of elder brother. Though Isaiah and the others were similar, Scott hadn't minded much. But his own disciple acting like this? He couldn't help but feel a bit jealous. Nodding, indicating that he had indeed been deceiving her earlier. Shayna, who had originally been pitiful, instantly wiped away her tears and broke into a smile, coquettishly saying, I knew Great Elder Uncle wouldn't disdain me. I'm so pretty, Great elder uncle should love me. As she spoke, she touched her face. Her tiny heart filled with joy. Thinking of great elder uncle's youthful and handsome face made her cheeks flush. Even when her senior sisters teased her, she didn't know what to say. But Xianxia knew she simply didn't argue back. If only those senior brothers and sisters all said such things. Oh wait, they're now junior brothers and sisters. Perfect for getting great. Xianxia nodded excitedly. Of course I know. My senior brother faced 2 enemies alone, defeating the 2 sages of the Western sect easily. Chuckle. And you should know, at that time, your great elder uncle brought many others along, all of whom performed well and had high cultivation levels. So you need to practice hard, otherwise there won't be a place for you. Upon hearing this, Xianxia instantly became filled with determination. She nodded excitedly. Master can go rest assured. Your disciple will definitely practice diligently and won't disappoint you. Scott's face darkened at her phrase, go rest assured. However, the girl might be young and spoke without considering, so he didn't mind much. Your master also has a gift for you, which I will give you today. Saying this, he casually took something out from his body. Though covered by yellow cloth, golden light seeped through, clearly showing it wasn't an ordinary item. Xianxia was attracted by the thing in Scott's hand, her eyes full of curiosity. Scott smirked smugly. This was a good thing. All his magical treasures were top-notch, unmatched even by common sages, except for elder brother. Unveiling the yellow cloth, the mysterious object was revealed. It was a crown radiating with golden light, topped with 2 dragons soaring skyward, with a golden fork in the center. A purple gold gemstone shone brilliantly at the front, making it look extremely luxurious. The moment Scott unveiled the yellow cloth, the crown emitted unparalleled golden light stretching dozens of zhongs away, drawing curious glances from some 3rd-generation disciples of the Jia teaching. At this moment, Xianxia was also captivated by this magnificent object. Scott smiled proudly. This is the Golden Mist Crown, a fire-based magic treasure perfectly suited to your innate fiery constitution. It can emit light for 3 to 400 zhong. It can cover opponents and distract them while summoning 3,000 fire dragons. Although it's a lower-grade innate divine treasure, its compatibility with your attributes makes it match a mid-grade innate divine treasure. After Scott's explanation, Xianxia's eyes grew brighter and brighter. She sincerely knelt down, holding her hands up. Thank you, Master, for bestowing me this treasure. On another side, the development of the human race was progressing smoothly. Despite just emerging from barbarism, everything seemed fine. The path of human development was one where they walked their own way, leaving others with nothing to achieve. Currently, the situation of the human race's development was exactly that. Although occasional clashes occurred, overall progress was smooth. At least in the eyes of the great powers watching the humans closely, it appeared as though the humans left them with no chance for achievement. They all wanted to earn merit from the human race, but found themselves powerless against the rapid progress. The humans would become increasingly prosperous if allowed to continue developing without interference. This made these powerful beings feel somewhat helpless, who didn't wish to gain enlightenment or increase their strength. Of course, Landon naturally knew how to reap benefits during this period. Although he was in seclusion, matters concerning the humans could be managed by one of his avatars. After all, on the human side, there wouldn't be any sage-level adversaries opposing him. Though the humans appeared to be developing smoothly, the waiting powers seeking merits found no opportunity to act. However, Landon, being far from ordinary, knew more than they did. The humans had just emerged from barbarism and undergone some development. But if they remained barbaric, they would never advance beyond animals. Beyond eating more sophisticated food than animals, they'd be no different. Landon understood that such days wouldn't last long. He knew the path of human development well. That is, walking their own path, leaving others with no achievements. This barbaric issue would soon be resolved when Elmer comprehended everything. Elmer would create the Bagua and teach the people manners. But at this time, there were still a few years before Elmer comprehended these matters. Landon's method to gain benefits was straightforward: accelerate the process, allowing Elmer to achieve this sooner. Certainly, revealing heavenly secrets was forbidden. Landon wouldn't directly tell Elmer anything. If that were the case, he was afraid that Laozi would take action against him. The previous sensation was very clear. Landon had told his master that he wasn't certain Laozi would make a move because he didn't want to worry him. Given his master's character, knowing this might prompt him to immediately confront Laozi. Of course, if talk failed, it would inevitably lead to a confrontation. At that point, his master might be in danger. Moreover, Landon wasn't without ways to deal with Laozi. He just needed some time. For this reason, Landon couldn't let Laozi find an opportunity to act prematurely. Therefore, guiding Elmer was necessary, but it couldn't be too direct. Walking through the territory of the human race, Landon, draped in a black robe, stood out from the surrounding people. After all, having just emerged from barbarism, they still wore clothes made of animal hides sewn together. How could they compare to Landon's attire? Thus, Su Min, in his striking outfit, quickly drew everyone's attention as he walked by. Indeed, if one were to say that Landon was the coolest guy on the street, it would aptly describe this situation. He was undoubtedly the most stylish person there. Drawn by Landon's elaborate clothing, a crowd began to gather and started discussing among themselves. They had never seen such finely made clothes before. Ordinarily, they only heard about such things or read about them in myths. After all, they were the lowest strata of humanity and had not witnessed much of the world. Moreover, these people did not know which generation of humans they belonged to. So much time had passed, and they were no longer the original group, so many things were unknown to them. Or perhaps they knew but didn't believe it. Now, being well-fed was already considered living well for them. A minor illness could mean death. Over the years, those great beings seeking benefits had found few opportunities to intervene. Thus, these people believed even less in such things. To them, eating well came first, followed by staying warm. Currently, Landon's attire seemed anything but simple. Besides curiosity, other thoughts began forming in their minds. After all, Landon displayed nothing extraordinary and appeared like an ordinary, somewhat frail and easily bullied person. Though these humans had moved past barbarism, the the rule of the jungle still prevailed. Hence, after Landon walked some distance, some people became restless. Landon found this somewhat amusing. Seeing his clothing, they couldn't control themselves and were ready to take action. Clearly, these people had barely escaped barbarism and hadn't fully embraced civilization, let alone manners and rules. While Landon pondered, a muscular man from the crowd lunged at him. Judging by his build, he was likely one of the top predators in this human settlement. The muscular man rushed forward, causing others who were considering action to settle down. Being the apex predator, when he acted, the others naturally dared not interfere. This wasn't due to any sense of etiquette or respect for others' intentions. If they had such concepts, the muscular man wouldn't have attacked Landon. It was purely because of his strength and power. These lower-class humans instinctively submitted to stronger individuals. Just as in ancient times, lower bloodline beings naturally submitted to those with higher bloodlines. That's how it worked. Landon didn't attempt to dodge the incoming man, standing calmly as though he were a frightened lamb. However, in the next moment, the charging man exploded into a bloody mist. It happened so abruptly, like a balloon bursting. In front of the stunned crowd, the muscular man disintegrated into a cloud of blood. Boom. Witnessing this, the gathered crowd dropped to their knees almost instinctively. Thud, thud, thud. Swiftly and instinctively, they knelt, unsure why they did so. Forget honor or principles. Only one person remained standing, seemingly deep in thought. If this were to happen, it was likely that the venerable Ewing would take action against him. That previous sensation had been very clear. Though Landon told his master he couldn't be certain whether the venerable Ewing would target him, it was merely out of fear of worrying the Andre. Given his master's character, knowing this, he might immediately confront the venerable Ewing about it. Of course, should words fail, conflict would inevitably follow. At that point, his master might find himself in danger. Besides, Landon wasn't entirely without means to deal with the venerable Ewing. He just needed some time. Precisely for this reason, Landon couldn't let the venerable Ewing seize the initiative and strike first. Therefore, advising Elmer was necessary but couldn't be too direct. Walking through the territory of humanity, Landon, draped in a black robe, stood out among the surrounding humans. Having only just emerged from savagery, these people still wore clothes made from stitched animal hides. How could they compare to Landon? Consequently, his appearance quickly drew everyone's attention as he walked along. If one were to describe someone as the coolest kid on the block, it would undoubtedly fit Landon perfectly now. Indeed, Landon was the coolest kid on the street. Captivated by Landon's attire, the crowd began to murmur. Such finely crafted clothing was something they had never seen before, usually only hearing about such things or encountering them in myths. After all, they were the most lowly of humans, having seen little of the world. Additionally, they didn't know which generation of humans they belonged to. So much time had passed, and so many changes had occurred. Many things were unknown to them, or known but not truly believed. For them, simply having enough to eat was already considered living well. A mere illness could be fatal. Over the years, those powerful beings who sought to benefit hadn't revealed themselves, making it even less likely for the people to believe in such tales. The lowest strata of humans believed in eating their fill and staying warm. Facing Landon, whose attire alone suggested complexity, they were curious and, naturally, had other thoughts. After all, Landon had shown no signs of extraordinary ability, appearing entirely ordinary, slender and seemingly easy to bully. Though they had shed their savage ways, the rule of the strong devouring the weak still prevailed. Thus, after Landon walked a bit further, some started to grow restless. Amused internally, Landon observed that seeing his clothes, these people were barely holding back, preparing to act. It became apparent that despite shedding their savage ways, they were far from being fully civilized, not to mention observing etiquette. Just as Landon pondered this, a burly man from the crowd charged at him. Judging by his build, he was likely at the top of the food chain among these people. As the burly man lunged forward, others in the crowd who had been restlessly watching fell silent, respecting his dominance. When such a person took action, none dared challenge him, not out of courtesy or respect, but purely due to the power imbalance. Just as lesser creatures instinctively yield to superior ones, it was the same here. Landon remained motionless, quietly watching the approaching man like a frightened lamb before a hungry wolf. However, in the next moment, the charging burly man exploded into a spray of blood mist before everyone's eyes. With a loud boom, the onlookers, witnessing this scene, instinctively dropped to their knees without hesitation. Crash, crash, crash. They knelt swiftly, almost out of instinct, unaware why they did so, let alone considering honor or principles. Only one person remained standing, seemingly lost in thought. This revised translation aims to capture the original Chinese narrative accurately, ensuring fluency and consistency while providing clarity on potentially ambiguous terms like ganying, sensing. Chapter 316. The Great Ancestor emerges. At this moment, Landon seemed oblivious to everything around him. Even the explosion of the muscular man behind him did not turn his gaze. In Landon's eyes, there was only the young man ahead, who showed a thoughtful expression and had a somewhat withered complexion. The man's eyes were profound, as if lost in deep thought. After a long while, he raised his head, looked towards Landon, and then respectfully greeted with clasped hands. "Greetings, honorable ancestor." Seeing this, Landon smiled faintly, feeling slightly gratified. This young man indeed differed from the other humans around. Even the many kneeling humans didn't understand why they were kneeling. But Landon knew that the youth before him was clear-minded. He paid respect not out of fear, but out of true reverence. Immediately, Landon waved his hand casually, and a gentle great power lifted the bowing youth. "Deegan, I notice you have a thoughtful look. What is on your mind?" Indeed, this person was Deegan, and Landon came here precisely for him. At this point, or more accurately, the Jie teaching, along with Augustin, Ashan, and the two Western monks, were already at odds. Butler would not let these forces gain any advantage within his jurisdiction over the human race. He had come here to lay the groundwork for the earthly rock's position. Butler asked indifferently. In fact, with his near-Dao cultivation level, his powers were extraordinary, and his Cooper spirit force was incredibly strong. Just a slight exertion could allow him to explore the thoughts of ordinary people. However, Landon chose differently. He wanted to hear Deegan speak directly, understanding the principle that giving someone a fish isn't as good as teaching them how to fish. Startled by Landon's display of immense power, Deegan's face became solemn upon hearing Landon's question, answering respectfully, "Honorable Ancestor, I was thinking about the fabric of your clothing. From what material was it made?" "Honorable Ancestor, could you tell us about it?" Hearing Deegan's response, Landon smiled contentedly. This was exactly what he wanted, a sign that Deegan genuinely cared about humanity. It was worth noting that humanity, under the marriage system established by Elmer, protected by Marina and Landon, had developed smoothly and grown to a considerable size. With such growth, matters like food, clothing, and agriculture could no longer be managed by Elmer alone. Thus, it was crucial to have more individuals like Elmer who truly cared about humanity's well-being. This way, humanity could continuously grow stronger, worthy of being the protagonists of the era. Hunger now took on a different stance from before, revealing some impure intentions, and perhaps even interfering with Landon. Under such circumstances, Landon wouldn't directly instruct humanity on what to do. Everything needed to be self-realized by humanity, so that Hunger wouldn't have a reason to act. And Deegan, caring deeply for humanity, played an essential role in its development. To make linen into cloth, then into garments. This statement was akin to thunder striking an open plain. In fact, Landon's words were somewhat explicit. After the great calamity of the Witch and Fiend War, the world was remade by the sages, following the path set by Hunger. Any action in this world fell under Hunger's prediction. By directly teaching Deegan the technique of making linen into cloth, it naturally invited Hunger's interference. Seeing the massive crater left by the thunderstrike, Landon's expression remained calm, seemingly expecting it. Deegan, however, was confused but felt an enormous shock when he heard Landon's words. Humanity had always used rough linen for clothes, never seeing anything as fine as Landon's. Now, enlightened by Landon, he finally understood. Landon's words, though brief, were profound at his current level of cultivation. Each word contained immense cosmic energy. Just one sentence was enough for Deegan to understand without further explanation. Then, Deegan bowed again but then seemed to think of something else and asked, "Honorable Ancestor, our human race is weak and often falls ill, attacked by low-level poisonous snakes and other creatures. And we lack ways to defend against or treat these issues. What should we do?" In Deegan's heart, Landon was almost seen as an omnipotent deity. He brought up problems troubling humanity, hoping Landon could provide guidance. After the earlier thunderclap, Landon pondered and decided not to be too direct, as it might bring disaster to humanity. Instead, he simply said, "All things in the universe are governed by Hemlock and Yang. They interact, counteract, evolve, and I echoed. As Landon laid the foundation for the earthly rock, elsewhere in the vast world, another human tribe existed. Its leader was named XuanHuan, a middle-aged man with a determined demeanor. Humanity at this time could still be considered uncivilized, exhibiting barbaric tendencies. Tribal wars frequently erupted, whether over territory rich in spiritual energy or long-standing feuds. XuanHuan rose powerfully during this time. Although Marina created humanity without imparting powerful skills, XuanHuan relied on his exceptional talent to cultivate formidable combat prowess. Humanity should not be like this. This was XuanHuan's hill, home to a human tribe. In the tribe, XuanHuan looked skyward, muttering to himself after repelling an attack by another tribe. At this moment, XuanHuan was lost in thought. Marina's creation of humanity was a monumental virtue, and they were protected by the holy Emperor Landon, whose half-step Dao cultivation was unprecedented, making humanity inviolable. Yet internal conflicts plagued humanity, and this couldn't be blamed on others. XuanHuan aimed to end this situation. Like Elmer and Deegan, he cared deeply for humanity and sought to expand and strengthen it according to his methods. Young warriors of the XuanHuan tribe, are you willing to fight alongside me? If these endless wars continue, let us unify humanity, establish etiquette and law, and spread kindness and benevolence to all. XuanHuan shouted loudly, looking at the members of his tribe. The tribe he led bore his name and was called the XuanHuan tribe. Hearing XuanHuan's shout, the men of the XuanHuan tribe raised their arms and cried out together. Unify the human race. Unify the human race. The shouts did not cease. Everyone in the XuanHuan tribe felt a surge of excitement. In truth, such wars had long wearied every human heart. They all desired an end to this situation. Then, the entire XuanHuan tribe marched out to wage war among the chaotic human tribes of Hongwang. This naturally did not escape the eyes of the sages. Seeing this, Landon smiled slightly, not expecting that while he had not sought out XuanHuan, the latter had already taken the initiative. At this time, humanity desperately needed such a figure. It should be noted that Elmer, as the heavenly rock, carried the blessings of heaven and earth, ensuring favorable conditions for humans and protecting them from attacks by other races. Deegan, as the earthly rock, thought for all humanity, transforming linen into clothing. Inspired by Landon, he tasted hundreds of herbs and developed medicines to treat the ailments of the human race. Moreover, on this basis, Deegan invented pottery, allowing the humans to steam and boil food instead of merely roasting it, effectively reducing illnesses caused by raw foods. These two figures worked tirelessly for the development of humanity but could not control internal chaos. Now, XuanHuan emerged fittingly. If he could unify the human race, implement proper etiquette and law, and spread kindness and benevolence, humanity would surely thrive and stand proudly in the universe. If that day comes, XuanHuan will undoubtedly receive the official endorsement of heaven and earth. Then, no one can intervene in this matter. After the Book of Life and Death's transformation granted him the formidable power of Hell Ghost Eyes, Landon could now see any low-level being's past lives clearly. Upon investigation, he found that XuanHuan indeed followed his destined path, unifying the human race and earning the title of human sovereign. This spared Landon from appointing him, and he looked at XuanHuan with a sense of gratification. Meanwhile, in the Jade Void Palace atop Kunlun Mountain, Master, the outbreak of war among the humans is precisely our opportunity. Xianxia, one of the 12 golden immortals, bowed respectfully to Augustin. Augustin, however, sat cross-legged with closed eyes, offering no response. In fact, previously, Augustin had rallied the 2 Western monks and 4 other sages to challenge the Jie teaching. Unexpectedly, the 2 Western monks were driven off by Landon, and even Augustin and Xian had to return empty-handed, leaving him extremely irritated. After all, as a sage, Augustin had always been above all except the supreme Yuing. When had he ever been suppressed like this? Therefore, upon returning to Jade Void Palace, he entered seclusion without speaking, while his disciples knew better than to disturb him. Xianxia, however, came unexpectedly. Master, if we launch into XuanHuan and unify the humans, we will surely secure one of the 3 sovereigns' positions. Seeing Augustin's interest piqued, Xianxia continued hastily. Indeed, Augustin had harbored covetous intentions toward the 3 sovereigns' positions within the human race. Xianxia's words struck a chord. However, Augustin still harbored concerns. Landon, with his half-step to the Tao cultivation, far surpassed ordinary sages. Even though Augustin was proud, he had to admit that the once insignificant youth now existed on a level above him, causing his own Tao heart to waver. Xianxia saw Augustin's interest and quickly added, Master, although Landon has half-step Tao cultivation, he is still restrained by the Grandmaster Yuing. He won't dare interfere much in human affairs. This is a grand opportunity for us. Upon hearing this, Augustin's face showed determination. He understood that if they could indeed unify the humans and secure one of the 3 sovereigns' positions, they would gain heavenly merit, possibly advancing his long-stagnant cultivation. Thus, Augustin stopped hesitating and ordered, Very well, you may proceed, but remember to act cautiously and ensure no harm comes to our disciples. Xianxia was overjoyed. Now, the 12 golden immortals of the precepts teaching held immense prestige. Who could truly injure them? He immediately summoned his fellow disciples and entered XuanHuan. Chapter 317. Reckless Defiance. In fact, when Carson volunteered to enter the realm of XuanHuan at this moment, it was not an impulsive decision. He practiced in the Xianxia cave of Taishan Mountain. His magical powers, roots, and comprehension were all extremely high. Among the disciples of the Yin teaching, he ranked alongside the 12 golden immortals, but even among these 12, Carson stood out as one of the most powerful. After tens of thousands of years of practice, he had already reached the middle stage of Chuanjian realm. He was comparable to Michael, the strongest of the 12 golden immortals, illustrating just how formidable he was. At this level, he could naturally comprehend the tides of fate. He sensed that every 1500 years, cultivators would experience a great calamity. This calamity was not a cosmic tribulation, but rather an internal challenge. If one overcame it, they could continue cultivating and increase their strength. If not, there would be severe consequences. There were only 200 or 300 years until the next tribulation. Carson saw this as an opportunity. By joining forces with humanity, he could gain tremendous merit and have a strong foundation to withstand the coming tribulation. Humans had always been weak, lacking powerful abilities, so unifying them should be effortless for Carson. At this time, in the Bagua Palace on Daluoshan, Xian looked indifferently towards the direction of XuanHuan, then sighed deeply. Teacher, is something wrong? Behind Xian, Raoul, seeing this, curiously asked, That Uncle Murphy has sent another disciple from the Yin teaching to interfere with human affairs again. Teacher, should we go as well? Upon hearing Xian's response, Raoul stiffened. Landon's reputation was now known throughout the heavens and earth. Even the disciples of the greatest sages knew of him. It surprised Raoul that the Yin teaching's disciples dared to interfere with human affairs. This greatly alarmed Raoul. As Xian and Murphy usually acted together, Raoul couldn't help but ask. However, unexpectedly, Xian shook his head slightly. No, let them do as they wish. Then Xian closed his eyes and said nothing more about XuanHuan. Raoul, hearing Xian's reply, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Without knowing when, Landon had become a godlike existence in their hearts, someone they did not wish to offend easily. In the west of XuanHuan, in the Western teachings, Mount Sumeru towered. Upon it were vigorous strokes left by Landon after his great battle against the Western teachings. Today, I, Landon, discuss doctrines with Buddhism. I hope to meet again. These words were both domineering and arrogant. Even today, some Andre powers remember the towering figure of the white-robed youth at the foot of Mount Sumeru and the unparalleled might he wielded. For the Western teachings, this had become a symbol of shame. They were a major world religion with 2 well-established sages. Yet, Landon left such an inscription. Now, Drew and Tisha gazed at the vigorous brushstrokes on Mount Sumeru, feeling bitter. Tisha spoke up, the turmoil in XuanHuan is intense. Humanity's rise is unstoppable. Although also a sage of the Western teachings, Tisha differed from Drew. He wasn't as cunning or faceless. Now, his brows showed greater worry. Reflecting on these hundreds of thousands of years made everything seem like a dream. Back then, the young man in white robes declared at the Blood Sea, after a grand cycle, this seat will visit the Western teachings. Then, no one, neither the 2 Andres of the West nor other greats, believed Landon's youthful boast. But later, Landon indeed attacked the Western teachings, slaying the 2 Andres, reducing them to ruins. And now, Landon had reached a height they could barely match, defeating 4 sages single-handedly. One day, several figures appeared before him, darkening his gaze. Meanwhile, Landon returned to Zhejiao, pondering within his cave. Now, with the 3 emperors emerging, humanity's prosperity is near. Landon then released divine power to check on Elmer, Shenong, and others, pleased by their efforts for humanity. Suddenly, his pupils constricted, his expression darkening. Then, Landon's voice echoed across Gold Turtle Island. Santiao, Aya, Elena, Kaiyuan, come see me immediately. On Gold Turtle Island, Santiao and others were playing joyfully, while Aya and Kaiyuan were meditating. Hearing the sky-shaking call, they were startled. Not only those called but others like Huoling and Malia also grew serious. Such urgency from their senior brother was rare. Immediately, beams of light rose from Gold Turtle Island as the Jiejiao disciples hurried to Landon's cave. What is it, senior brother? One asked. Yes, what do you need? Another added. Seeing them, Landon smiled but then became solemn, looking at Neve, somewhat surprised. Neve, you've reached the mid-stage Xuanzhen realm? Neve smiled back. Yes, glanced toward the direction of XuanHuan, then sighed deeply. Master, is something wrong? Behind Ashan, Holden, seeing this, asked curiously. Your Uncle Murphy has once again dispatched disciples of the Yin teaching to interfere with human affairs. Oh, Master, should we also go? Hearing Ashan's reply, Holden stiffened. Landon's name had spread far and wide across the 9 heavens and 10 lands, especially among the disciples of the various sages. Unexpectedly, the Yin teaching disciples dared to intervene in human matters once more. This alarmed Holden. Given Ashan and Murphy's usual alliance, Holden felt compelled to ask. However, unexpectedly, Ashan simply shook his head indifferently. No, let them meddle as they wish. Then Ashan closed his eyes and ceased talking about XuanHuan matters. Hearing Ashan's response, Holden secretly exhaled a breath of relief. Without realizing it, Landon had become a deity-like figure in their hearts, whom they did not want to offend easily. In the western region of XuanHuan, amidst the vast Simisan mountain towering above, inscribed with bold strokes, were the words Landon left after battling the Western teachings. This day, I Landon debated joyfully with Buddhism. Hope to meet again someday. These words displayed boundless arrogance. Even today, some Andre figures still remembered the white-robed youth standing tall under Mount Simisan, whose power overshadowed all ancient times. This inscription became a source of humiliation for the Western teachings. It bore the mark of Landon despite the presence of 2 established sages. At this moment, Dirk and Tisha looked up at the bold script on Mount Simisan with a bitter heart. Tisha said, XuanHuan is greatly disturbed. The rise of humans is unstoppable. Although both are saints of the Western teachings, Tisha differed from Dirk. Unlike the latter who was cunning and ruthless, Tisha's brows were filled with worry, reflecting a dreamlike feeling of the past few 10,000 years. Back then, the young man in a white robe made audacious claims by the blood sea. After this cycle, I shall visit the Western teachings. Back then, even XuanHuan's great beings thought Landon's youthful bravado would never come to pass. But indeed, Landon eventually attacked the Western teachings, defeating its leaders and leaving it in disarray. Now Landon had reached a height even these 2 sages found hard to reach, capable of confronting 4 sages single-handedly, a feat unmatched in history. Beside Tisha, Dirk, upon hearing this, narrowed his eyes, then revealed a faint smile, albeit with an unmaskable coldness, chilling even Tisha who glanced oddly at his junior. The prosperity of humans, haha. Bear in mind, this universe cannot be dominated by Landon alone. Turned to the Jia teaching, sitting in contemplation within his cave. Now, with the 3 sovereigns emerging, the rise of humans isn't far off. He then released a powerful mental force, checking on Elmer and the others. Seeing Elmer and Shenong working tirelessly for humanity, he smiled in satisfaction. Suddenly, his pupils contracted, his face turning grim. Immediately, Landon spoke aloud, thunder reverberating over Gold Turtle Island. Sanjiao, Aya, Elena, Kaiyuan, come to me quickly. On Gold Turtle Island, the sisters Sanjiao played happily, while Aya Saint Mother and Fairy Kaiyuan were in meditation. Startled by the booming voice above, everyone rushed out. Not only those called but even others like Muriel Saint Mother and Turtle Spirit Saint Mother changed expressions. For tens of thousands of years, Louise had seldom been so urgent. Light rays surged as disciples of the Jia teaching gathered outside Landon's cave, chattering. Louise, why did you call us? Yes, Louise, what do you need? Seeing their rapid arrival, Landon smiled, then turned serious, eyeing Neve, with a hint of surprise, saying, Neve, you've reached mid-quasi-saint level? Neve smiled and replied, Yes, Louise, having stayed away for so long, you didn't know our cultivation levels. Hearing this, Landon's expression faltered slightly, a hint of embarrassment on his face. He indeed had been somewhat negligent in showing concern for his junior brothers and sisters. Then, Landon asked, So, if I were to send you to deal with the 12 golden immortals of the Yin teaching, do you think you can handle it? Upon hearing this, Neve's expression shifted, her cheeks flushing as she responded, Big brother, don't worry. Only Michael is worth a look, but even he isn't my match. Very well. Now that the 12 golden immortals of the Yin teaching have dared to interfere in human affairs by entering XuanHuan, you should depart immediately to assist the humans. As he spoke, Landon seemed to think of something. I will send a message to Scott to rendezvous with you all, ensuring your safety. Seeing how thoroughly Landon had considered their safety, the disciples blushed slightly, feeling warmth in their hearts. They then bade farewell to Landon and transformed into streaks of light, flying towards XuanHuan. Landon then used his great Dao to communicate with Scott, instructing him to join Neve and the others. Humph, uncle, since the Yin teaching still dares to meddle, I will break their hand. Though he addressed his uncle respectfully, his words carried a chilling coldness that made the surrounding air turn icy. On this day, determined, had already defeated over a dozen powerful tribes. Thus, he responded coolly, What do you intend? Though outwardly calm, XuanHuan was alarmed inside. Each of these 12 figures emitted fluctuating powers that he could not gauge fully, especially the 2 leaders whose auras chilled him to the bone. Despite millennia of development, though humans were still weak, they feared no powerful enemy, especially under XuanHuan's leadership. He knew that while protected by Marina and Rock Landon, If humans did not stand on their own, they would never thrive. Hence, he showed no cowardice even before the 12 golden immortals. Before Michael could respond, Carson sneered, "Humans are unworthy. Leave this matter to us." Carson openly expressed his covetousness for the human position. "Humph, are you not afraid of offending Saint Marina and our holy rock?" XuanHuan retorted sharply, causing Michael and others to change expressions momentarily. "Humph, Landon. If he can free up time, let him come and speak." Michael snapped. Then, he suddenly lunged out, grabbing a human cultivator midair. With a slight squeeze, the cultivator exploded into a mist of blood. Shocked by Michael's brutality, XuanHuan and his followers were taken aback. Michael and his peers intended to vent their teacher's frustration on the humans, and soon, Carson and the others attacked too, crushing humans with every strike. This was protected by their senior brother Landon. Yet the Tongtian Sect disciples were acting so arrogantly, slaughtering countless human cultivators at will. It was understandable why Neve and the others were enraged. As the saying goes, "Love me, love my dog." Landon had always been a towering figure in the hearts of Jie Jiao disciples. Now, seeing the humans oppressed made them feel as if their senior brother's dignity had been desecrated. Earlier, Neve had seen from afar that Michael and the others intended to completely suppress Wang Xian and his group. Enraged and alarmed, she issued a warning then and there. Though just one sentence, it was enough. Michael and his companions looked at Neve and her followers uncertainly, frowning and asking, "So, do you Jie Jiao disciples also wish to claim part of the human fortune?" Hearing this, Neve's clear eyes blazed with true anger as she retorted sarcastically, "Our Jie Jiao thrives in this world, led by our senior brother Landon, who commands the heavens. We certainly don't need to steal the human fortune like some resource-poor forces." Indeed, the many female disciples of Jie Jiao were not only stunningly beautiful, but also sharp-tongued. Neve's words openly mocked the Tongtian sect as inferior to Jie Jiao. Yelena and Elena Shengmu behind her seized the opportunity without delay. After Neve finished speaking, they burst into laughter, sneering and jeering in turn. "Haha, has the Tongtian sect fallen so low now?" The Tongtian sect members, infuriated by Neve and company, attacked fiercely without further ado. Neve and her followers, being renowned powerhouses within Jie Jiao, were unafraid. They scattered and unleashed their abilities, engaging the Tongtian sect members. As for Michael, despite his fury, he didn't lose his composure. Knowing the formidable strength of the Jie Jiao disciples, he leaped into the air and summoned a divine artifact. A large bell appeared above their heads. With a wave of his hand, mysterious Tao essence flowed over it. This bell was none other than Michael's bond bell. Though it wasn't as powerful as Hanley's chaotic bell, it specialized in attacking the primordial spirit. Its deafening resonance disoriented anyone who heard it, rendering the weak unconscious and vulnerable. However, the Jie Jiao disciples weren't ordinary. They recovered quickly from the initial mental pain. Neve reacted swiftly, summoning the golden dragon shears with a wave of her hand. This golden dragon shears, forged over countless years by the three Shaos, contained the souls of 2 dragon spirits. When invoked by Neve, 2 dragons soared and snarled, their movements fierce and destructive. Even an enlightened immortal could be bisected by these shears. The golden dragon shears possessed the power to shatter everything in its path. Neve mentally directed the shears, causing the dragons to dive at Michael. Startled, Michael hastily dodged, aware of the lethal edge of these shears, even with his mid-chi saint cultivation. Everything happened in a flash. Although Michael retreated momentarily, it gave the Jie Jiao disciples the opening they needed. Behind Neve, everyone launched attacks on the 12 golden immortals. Meanwhile, Neve pressed forward, engaging Michael again. The sound of the bond bell resonated throughout the void, its power vast. Being a battle between chi saints, the shockwaves caught everyone's attention. On the other side, golden light flashed as dragon sword, and the golden dragon shears demonstrated terrifying might, matching the bond bell. The remaining combatants summoned artifacts and wielded supernatural powers, initiating an epic clash. Witnessing the battle between the two sects, people were stunned. The Tongtian sect battles the Jie Jiao sect. Have the 3 pure ones turned against each other? Heaven forbid. These are disciples of the 2 teachings. Who would have thought the students of the sages could reach such heights, evoking awe in us? Alas, the 3 pure ones were once as one. Is the world about to undergo significant changes? Neve, retreat now, and we won't hold it against you. In the void, Michael roared, his eyes cold and menacing. But Neve simply laughed coldly. Humph, Michael, you 12 golden immortals boast immense power, yet dare meddle in human affairs. We follow senior brother Landon's orders to return what you've done to the humans back upon yourselves. Neve's expression was grim, and the sight of the blood-soaked remains of the slaughtered humans only intensified her resolve. In truth, Michael and his companions felt fear and alarm. The Jie Jiao disciples seemed excessively strong, and not just Neve, even Yelena and others firmly held the upper hand, putting the Tongtian sect in a tight spot. Moreover, Jie Jiao still had Scott, stronger than Neve, and their revered teacher Landon, whom even their own masters feared. Michael inwardly lamented, blaming Chijizi for convincing them to get involved. He secretly prayed that Scott and the more terrifying Landon wouldn't arrive. Otherwise, taking the human fortune aside, their survival returning to Yushu Palace would be questionable. Chijizi, sensing Michael's distress, was equally alarmed. Subsequently, Chijizi stepped back and aligned himself beside Michael, his demeanor suggesting he was ready to join forces with Michael to battle Neve. Seeing this, Neve continued to sneer coldly. For a cultivator, the most crucial aspect is an indomitable heart. However, Michael and Chijizi had already lost their confidence and now sought safety in numbers. Humph, you've overestimated the disciples of Ranjiao, Neve said coldly, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Without another word, she shook her body and leaped into the void. Behind her, the golden dragon shears emitted a golden divine light. The dragon coiled in midair, capable of absorbing everything under heaven. As the saying goes, it can contain the entire universe and all the seas, collecting any treasures. When the Cooper Golden Dipper appeared, Michael and Chijizi's eyes contracted sharply, and they instantly tried to evade. But how could Neve let them escape so easily? With a gentle press of her jade hand, the Cooper Golden Dipper abruptly grew larger, blocking out the sky as it descended upon Michael and Chijizi. A loud, dull roar echoed across the heavens and earth. Sand flew and dust filled the air, obscuring the scene from view. Once the dust settled, the crowd rushed to look. Where were Michael and Chijizi? They are trapped inside the Cooper Golden Dipper. A quasi-saint exclaimed in shock, pointing at the inverted dipper, unable to conceal his astonishment. The crowd verified this with their divine senses. Indeed, two auras were hidden beneath the inverted Cooper Golden Dipper, none other than Michael and Chijizi. All eyes turned to Neve in awe. Who would have thought that a disciple of Jiejiao could overpower two quasi-saints single-handedly? In truth, this was precisely why Landon sent Neve and others here. Jiejiao accepted all types of disciples without discrimination, resulting in many outstanding talents. Neve was among the best of these. Landon was confident that Neve and her companions could easily handle the 12 golden immortals of Renjiao. Inside the Cooper Golden Dipper, darkness enveloped Michael and Chijizi. They realized their predicament moments later, furious and ashamed for having suffered such a loss when a giant palm emerged from the void, speeding towards Michael and Chijizi. The palm approached instantly, bringing with it an overwhelming wave of killing intent, causing Michael and Chijizi's faces to change drastically. If they didn't resist, this palm could tear apart their physical bodies. At the same time, a roar exploded in everyone's ears. Scott is here. How dare you be so aggressive? Afterward, Chijizi swiftly retreated and stood alongside Michael. It appeared he intended to join forces with Michael to battle Neve together. Witnessing this, Neve laughed coldly. For a Dao cultivator, what mattered most was the indomitable heart. Yet now Michael and Chijizi had shown signs of fear, leading them to consider a 2-on-1 battle. Humph! You overestimate the disciples of the Tongtian Sect. Neve sneered, then without further words, her body trembled as she leaped into the air, standing in the void. Behind her, the golden serpent scissors emitted golden divine light, with serpents soaring through the sky, circling around her as if guarding her. Following that, Michael and Chijizi quickly joined in. The former activated the soul-severing bell, which continuously resounded like thunder, echoing throughout the world, heavy and imposing, with an unmatched aura capable of collapsing all antiquity. In the sky and earth, descending upon Michael and Chijizi. A deafening roar echoed through the heavens and earth. For a moment, sand and dust flew about, making it impossible to see what was happening inside. Once the dust settled, the crowd eagerly looked on but found no sign of Michael or Chijizi. They've been trapped in the primal chaos golden dipper. A quasi-saint exclaimed in shock, pointing at the inverted dipper, his voice filled with horror. Everyone sensed two auras concealed beneath the inverted dipper, none other than Michael and Chijizi. Immediately, the crowd gazed at Neve with awe. Who would have thought that a disciple of the Jiejiao sect could be so formidable, overpowering two quasi-saints single-handedly? Indeed, this was why Landon had dispatched Neve and others here. The Jiejiao sect accepted disciples regardless of background, resulting in many exceptional talents. Neve was one of the standout figures among them. Landon was confident that Neve and her companions were more than capable of handling the 12 golden immortals of the Tongtian sect. Within the primal chaos golden dipper, shrouded in deep darkness, lay Michael and Chijizi, still adjusting to their new predicament. After realizing their situation, they were consumed by humiliation and rage, unable to believe that despite working together, they still suffered such a great defeat at Neve's hands. Michael summoned another supreme treasure, the paired yin-yang swords. As the twin swords flashed with cold light, he sneered and thrust them toward the primal chaos golden dipper. Clang! A metallic sound rang out, followed by a booming noise. The enormous primal chaos golden dipper soared up and flipped away. Fortunately, being an ancient treasure, it remained undamaged despite being knocked back. Michael and Chijizi burst forth, brandishing their treasures, attacking Neve. Seeing this, Neve merely sneered, displaying immense divine power to strike back at Michael and Chijizi. Both parties retreated abruptly, each retreating thousands of miles. Neve spat out a mouthful of blood, her once charming face now pale. Meanwhile, Michael and Chijizi, though struck by Neve's divine power, seemed unfazed, merely stumbling slightly before regaining stability. At this point, everyone noticed that Michael and Chijizi now wore radiant godly robes, the Bagua purple sash robe and the sweeping cloud robe, both defensive artifacts, rendering them virtually impervious to all attacks. Exchanging glances, they saw that Neve had suffered significant injuries from their last attack. A flicker of killing intent. We've been bullied terribly. Yes, big brother Scott. Once we return to Jiejiao, we must report this to senior brother. The sudden appearance of Scott brought much needed relief and hope to the Jiejiao contingent. Their joy was palpable, and they greeted him with a mix of relief and eagerness for retribution. Louis Scott, you finally came. We've been bullied badly. Indeed, Louis Scott, when we return to Jiejiao, we must report this to Louis. Hearing their words, Scott flashed a slight grin. He had been delayed by his disciple Shayna, but eventually managed to settle things down before arriving. Upon seeing Neve wounded, Scott was enraged. After calming his fellow disciples, Scott turned around, his doting expression vanishing, replaced by a cold murderous intent. The 12 golden immortals of the Tongtian sect stood motionless, shocked by Scott's presence. If only Neve, a quasi-saint, was present, they might still have a chance at victory. But with Scott joining, all hope seemed lost. Unbeknownst to them, even with Michael and Ezekiel, both quasi-saints, combining forces, they failed to defeat Neve despite injuring her. Everyone knew Scott was stronger than Neve. Sensing this, the 12 golden immortals began and others confronted Neve. The fight erupted once more. Yet, this time, there was no excitement. Chan Zhao's advantage was gone. Both Michael facing Scott and Ezekiel against Neve were now on the defensive, continuously retreating and spitting blood. Especially Michael, Perhaps because Scott was avenging Neve's injury, suffered relentless attacks. Scott summoned countless spirit treasures around him, shocking everyone. After all, Scott obtained the most treasures during the division of Baoji Cliffs. Though not top-tier innate treasures, these were superior to ordinary treasures. In the hands of a quasi-saint like Scott, they were incredibly powerful. Bam! A spirit treasure emitted a strange light, striking Michael and causing his arm to explode in a shower of blood. On the other side, Neve's attack snapped Ezekiel's leg, causing unbearable pain and contorted expressions. Clearly, if this continued, Chan Jiao's 12 golden immortals would be defeated. People marveled at Jie Jiao's strength yet felt sorrow for Chan Jiao's impending doom. Could the 12 golden immortals really fall at the hands of Jie Jiao? Recognizing the dire situation, Michael hardened himself and endured a powerful blow from Scott, forcing him to retreat miles away. With a hesitant smile, he pleaded, "Louis Scott, our masters were once united. Today, we acted rashly. Please forgive us." This sudden Neve, Scott spoke coldly, clearly not intending to let Michael and company off easily. Before Michael could recover, another palm struck out, causing Ezekiel to spit blood profusely and fall beside Michael. "You certainly know how to gauge the situation. Unable to defeat Neve earlier, now you seek mercy? Haha, after tens of thousands of years, your cultivation hasn't improved much, but begging for mercy has become second nature." Scott's words dripped with ridicule, leaving the 12 Chan Jiao disciples flushed with shame and anger. Only the Jie Jiao disciples dared to mock the Chan Jiao like this. Scott moved unhurriedly, yet his attacks were swift and decisive. Michael and the others continuously retreated under his relentless strikes. Meanwhile, Neve and her companions remained silent, allowing Scott to press the Chan Jiao disciples alone, leaving them powerless to retaliate. This wasn't because Scott had grown strong enough to defeat the 12 golden immortals single-handedly. Rather, he refused to give them any chance to speak. His actions were fueled by the rage over Neve's injury, and he intended to humiliate them thoroughly. Witnessing Scott's dominance, the crowd felt a chill run down their spines. Scott's conduct mirrored Jie Jiao's overall approach. Never provoke a Jie Jiao disciple lightly. The Jie Jiao sect was a force of ferocious tigers, harming Augustine's palm, neutralizing each other. Seeing his strike ineffective, Augustine coldly snorted, unwilling to engage Landon directly. Instead, he gathered the 12 golden immortals and returned to Chan Jiao. Afterward, Scott and the others returned to Jie Jiao. Following this battle, Scott's name and that of Jie Jiao spread across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. No one dared to provoke them lightly ever again. Hashtag Chapter 320, Punishment approaches. On Golden Turtle Island, within the Bo Palace. Master, our sect and the Chunjiao sect are now completely at odds. We should make plans early. Landon said solemnly, looking at the serious expression of Shaw. Shaw understood the implications and remained silent, his face showing contemplation. After a long pause, Shaw suddenly laughed loudly and said, "Disciple, if that day truly comes, you will deal with Murphy and others. As for Ewing, I will ensure he pays dearly, even at the cost of my life." Shaw's words were straightforward. Landon was now half step away from the Great Tao, making it effortless to confront Murphy and others. However, facing Ewing still left him somewhat lacking in power. Therefore, Shaw spoke thusly. Over hundreds of thousands of years, Shaw had always appreciated this brilliant disciple of the Jie Jiao sect, with countless disciples falling, including Master Shaw, who was no match for the combined forces of other saints. Landon would not let this tragedy happen again. Afterward, Landon discussed matters with Shaw for half a day, but their conversation remained confidential. When Scott and others returned to the Jie Jiao sect, Landon immediately reinforced the protective array, and many disciples retreated into seclusion to enhance their cultivation. Golden Turtle Island became unusually quiet. Meanwhile, in the Chunjiao sect, Murphy sat solemnly in the Yushu Palace, his expression as calm as water. Seeing the pale faces of the 12 golden immortals below, he felt a surge of anger. Murphy was known among the saints for his protectiveness. How could he endure such humiliation to his disciples? Glaring toward the direction of Golden Turtle Island, Murphy gritted his teeth. "You young upstart Landon, you've gone too far." The defeated 12 golden immortals below remained silent, fearing to provoke their furious master. After a while, Murphy finally addressed them. "Michael, rest well. I shall pay a visit to Zixia Palace." Upon hearing this, Michael and others showed hateful expressions. If Murphy could persuade Yu and Ewing to intervene, could Landon and Shaw withstand the suppression of the heavenly Tao? As Murphy disappeared, the thought lingered in everyone's minds. At this moment in Zixia Palace, Ewing did not sit meditating. Instead, he gazed deeply into the void, his face expressionless but for a murmured phrase, "Jie Jiao, Landon." Indeed, Ewing was no longer the detached figure of old. After refining the world anew, he enforced the heavenly Tao across the entire cosmos. With Landon's rapid rise, Ewing felt a hint of unease. If Landon truly achieved the Great Tao, he would be unrivaled, even challenging the heavenly Tao's suppression. Therefore, Ewing harbored private intentions to hinder Landon's path to enlightenment. Just then, a voice sounded outside Zixia Palace. "This is Murphy, seeking an audience with you and Ewing." Ewing's expression shifted, and he responded through the Great Tao, greeted, "Enter Zixia Palace." Murphy entered with composed steps, but Ewing knew his inner turmoil. Murphy came straight to the point. "Ewing, Jie Jiao disciples are wreaking havoc, going against the heavenly Tao. What do you plan to do?" Ewing pondered deeply before responding. "I recently foresaw the future prosperity of heaven, but the major powers today belong to the saint factions and do not join heaven. Hence, I intend to create a chart named Function, inviting these powers into heaven to govern for eternity." Murphy's eyes lit up. Most Jie Jiao disciples would likely be included in the Function chart. If the majority were transformed and brought into heaven, how could the Jie Jiao sect remain prosperous? With renewed hope, Murphy listened as Ewing continued. "I control the heavenly Tao and am concerned with all beings, so it's unsuitable for me to establish this chart. Let the various saint factions and red handle it." After speaking, Ewing secretly sent a message to Ret, who arrived at Zhixiao Palace within half a day, dressed in simple coarse cloth like a humble servant of old. A plot against the Jiejiao sect unfolded within Zhixiao Palace. Following the retreat of the 12 Golden Immortals, the chaos in the primordial land gradually subsided. Yet this peace was relative, as XuanHuan continued his unchallenged conquests. Over time, perhaps decades or centuries, the human tribes grew more organized, with most submitting to XuanHuan's rule. Meanwhile, Deegan traveled tirelessly across the primordial land, tasting herbs to treat the ailments of humanity. One day, a strange phenomenon emerged in the southern heavens. An endless flow of virtue descended, accompanied by a heavenly recognition. Sonia and Landon felt this. Realizing the content of the recognition, Rock Deegan, Landon exhaled in relief. After 100 years of waiting, Deegan had achieved the status of human Earth Rock. The overwhelming virtue poured down, mostly entering Deegan's body, while the remainder went to Sonia and Landon. As the human mother and sacred rock, respectively, they were closely tied to this transformation. Thus, the human race, after centuries of development, no longer resembled its former primitive. Suddenly, a divine thought resonated in XuanHuan's mind, seemingly guiding him. The flourishing of humanity is due to your contributions. The names of the 3 sovereigns will be forever remembered by humanity, immortalized for eternity. After the 3 sovereigns come the 5 rocks, who will inherit the mantle of humanity. Huangxian suddenly understood. In fact, at that same moment, Elmer and Deegan also received this divine message, knowing that after the 3 sovereigns, the 5 rocks would emerge. As if to verify this message, shortly afterward, a human tribesman reported to Huangxian about a young man named Xiaohao, who showed extraordinary talent in educating and leading others, earning admiration from countless humans. Upon hearing this report, Huangxian smiled in satisfaction. Meanwhile, within the various factions of the sages, undercurrents were stirring. On Golden Turtle Island, within the Bo Palace, Landon transmitted a great message to Elmer and the other 2 sovereigns, informing them of the development path for humanity. He then looked serious, his brow slightly furrowed. Beside him, Shaw sat cross-legged, watching Landon with a worried expression. Disciple, with your current strength, it shouldn't be difficult to make Elmer and the others immortal, right? Shaw asked. Despite Landon still being half-step away from the Great Tao, extending Elmer's lifespan would be effortless. Shaw was well aware of the importance of Elmer and the others to humanity over the past 100 years, and was curious why Landon hadn't granted them infinite longevity. Landon smiled bitterly, a rare sight even before his master. Master, I foresaw the heavenly will today using the Hell Eye to see Elmer and the others' past lives. They are shrouded in mystery, beyond comprehension. However, their fates to fall are predetermined by the heavenly Tao, impossible to defy. Shaw was startled. Landon's words were somewhat veiled. So-called heavenly Tao was now just the power of Ewing. If so, it meant Ewing had already noticed Elmer and the others, suppressing them forcefully with the heavenly Tao to limit their longevity, while clouding the heavenly will to prevent Landon from uncovering the truth. Finally, is it time to act? Shaw gazed into the void, murmuring softly, his tone indescribably filled with both anger and worry. Master, please rest assured. Humanity will surely flourish, and no one can interfere. Even the heavenly Tao cannot. Landon said this to Shaw, but as he spoke the last word, he looked into the chaos, his voice filled with resolve. Boom. On Golden Turtle Island, thunder suddenly roared as if warning against Landon's disrespect to the heavenly Tao. Shaw and Landon watched the lightning strike thoughtfully, remaining silent for a long time. At Kunlun Mountain, within the Yushu Palace, Murphy sat cross-legged. Below him, the 12 golden immortals stood respectfully. Michael, you and others will soon face a 1,500-year red dust tribulation. Punishment is approaching. The 12 golden immortals trembled upon hearing this. The red dust tribulation was a perilous event that occurred every 150 years, and failure to overcome it could lead to significant damage. Murphy continued. However, our teachings are protected by the heavenly Tao. We have agreed with the Western Paradise sect to create a chart called Fengshen, wherein you will slay those listed. Their spirits will then be bound by heaven, becoming celestial deities. With a wave of his hand, a beam of light landed in Michael's hands. The 12 golden immortals carefully examined it and found that most of the names listed were from the Jiejiao sect, including Scott, Apollo, Neve, Yelena, and others. Further reflection revealed that their spirits would be bound by heaven, and given that heaven was now backed by Ewing, this implied Ewing's approval. Realizing this, Michael and the others felt a surge of joy. Murphy, eyes closed, gazed toward Golden Turtle Island, sneering to himself. Through Tion Landon, can you resist the heavenly Tao? Chapter 321. Just borrowing the Dion skin to make a banner. At this moment, in the Western teaching sect, Drew and Tisha sat high on their 12-petal virtue golden lotus. Though they appeared dignified and solemn, smile. Fellow Taoist jests. Our Western teachings are devoted to Buddhist truths, unrelated to the heavenly court. Even if powerful figures become gods within the heavenly court, it does not involve our disciples. Drew's words made it clear that he did not wish to get involved. As he said, the god enthronement list was for calling great figures to take up positions as deities in the heavenly court, managing celestial phenomena. However, since the Western teachings practiced Buddhism and the heavenly court belonged to the mystic Tao, there was no need for Drew to participate in the god enthronement process. Hearing Drew's refusal, Murphy's expression darkened. He could not deny the truth in Drew's words. Yet, it was well known that Shaw possessed the 4 execution swords and could deploy the execution sword formation. During the initial division of treasures at Funbao Ridge, Ewing had remarked that the execution sword formation could only be broken by 4 sages. Today, among the few existing sages, without Drew and Tisha's involvement, it would be impossible to break the execution sword formation, let alone weaken Jiejiao's strength. Moreover, Jiejiao had another key figure, Landon. Currently, Landon posed the greatest uncertainty, even more so than Shaw's execution sword formation, which made Murphy wary. Thus, without Drew and Tish's participation, because Landon was a variable within the heavenly Tao, this god enthronement was not simply about becoming a god but a grand conspiracy planned by the sages against Zhejiao. Days later, when Xia returned to Jintao Island, Landon learned that many Zhejiao disciples were listed on the god enthronement list while Chengjiao disciples were scarce. Realizing this change, Landon smiled rather than fumed. If events followed the original timeline, the 12 golden immortals of Chengjiao should top the god enthronement list, leading to the god enthronement war initiated by Casper's command, which displeased Murphy and resulted in the establishment of the god enthronement list. But now, Scott's name led the list, with Neve, Yelena, Apollo, and others prominently listed, clearly targeting Zhejiao disciples. Subsequently, Casper declared from the heavenly court, "I am the celestial rock Casper. Now, I establish the god enthronement list, commanding the disciples of Chengjiao, Zhejiao, and Rinjiao to participate in the Great Tribulation. Those who achieve greatness during the tribulation shall enter my heavenly court as true deities." The profound heavenly voice reverberated through the 9 heavens and 10 earths, leaving all the mighty beings of the world exchanging glances with puzzled faces. When did Casper become so domineering? Ordinary powerful beings might not know, but ancient sages like Winston were well aware of the current state of the heavenly court. During the era of Rock Jamie, the heavenly court still held some power. After the great battle between witches and demons, however, both sides were beside him. Audrey, Mother of the West, rarely stood here, listening to the responses with contemptuous eyes toward Casper. She despised Casper, previously fearing the power of the 3 teachings and daring not interfere in the matters of the vast primordial chaos, despite being the celestial rock. Now, with the god enthronement list established by the great ancestor, Casper seemed so dominant, merely borrowing the tiger's skin to make a banner. Speaking of the vast primordial chaos at this time, all were shocked by the sudden emergence of the god enthronement list, fearing it might become another massive calamity like the war between witches and demons, stirring up storms across the primordial chaos. Some powerful beings observed with mixed smiles, looking at the direction beyond the chaos and then at Jintao Island, sighing wistfully. Trees that stand out are easily broken by the wind. Landon, this unprecedented genius, is Zhejiao's blessing or curse? Amidst the myriad reactions of fear, sighs, and amusement, by now, sages like Winston had discerned the underlying reasons. All of this was merely the will of Ewing. Though he stood high as the Tao ancestor, undertaking what was described as the education and enlightenment of all beings in the vast primordial chaos, only ordinary mortals could truly believe such claims. The various sages were beings who had lived for countless ages with keen minds. How could they possibly believe that Ewing disregarded right and wrong, cause and effect, life and death, good and evil, or fairness? Thus, the 3 teachings, Chengjiao, Zhejiao, and Rinjiao, each made their own preparations. Despite the inevitability of participating in the god enthronement war, no sect wished to see its disciples perish in such a massive conflict. Among the sages, Marina was especially displeased. Now, Marina had returned to her inner chambers, still visibly upset. What a wonderful Tao ancestor Ewing. Even though Marina had once received the Cooper Purple Chi from Ewing and achieved sagehood through it, she felt deep resentment at his words. Originally, the god enthronement war had nothing to do with Marina. However, Ewing summoned her to the Purple Mist Palace and declared that this war was closely tied to the human race. At this time, the vast primordial chaos was dominated by a dynasty called Joseph, ruling over the human world. Ewing claimed that the Joseph dynasty's destiny had come to an end, and a sage would arise from the west, replacing it. The god enthronement list would be controlled by Chengjiao, aiding the western sage in seizing the Joseph dynasty's luck and ruling the world. This naturally displeased Marina. Regardless of whether the Joseph dynasty was truly on its last legs, both it and the soon-to-arise western sage were part of the human race created by Marina. Ewing's actions forced the humans to kill each other while his true aim was merely to select powerful figures for his celestial court to become true deities. However, Ewing was the embodiment of heavenly Tao, and his words were commands of the heavenly Tao. Even Marina dared not disobey. At this moment, Marina was contemplating how to avoid the mutual slaughter of the human race. Moreover, this god enthronement war was specifically aimed at Zhejiao. Whether during the creation of heaven or when Marina's brother Elmer was reborn, Marina had relied on Landon. If this war truly erupted, wouldn't it harm the Zhejiao disciples? Now, within Zhejiao, upon the appearance of the god enthronement list, Xia was enraged. Many Zhejiao disciples were listed on it, and Xia clearly saw the malicious plans of Murphy and others behind it. Additionally, the list was handed over to Chengjiao, meaning that who became a god was entirely decided by Chengjiao. The implications were clear. In contrast to Xia's fury, Landon remained calm. He had known for tens of thousands of years that Zhejiao would face this calamity. After pondering deeply for a long time, Landon spoke to Xia. "Master, among Chengjiao's disciples, there is one named Harvey. Do you know him?" Hearing Landon's question, Xia paused before nodding. Harvey was an anomaly within Chengjiao. He was a leopard spirit who had practiced for thousands of years before assuming human form. Although exceptionally talented and admitted into Murphy's school, Murphy, known for his arrogance, looked down on beastly beings. Thus, even with outstanding cultivation, Harvey was seen by Murphy as merely a scaled and armored creature. This is why Xia knew Harvey's name. Yet, he was puzzled by Landon mentioning him. Landon smiled faintly, saying, "Master, Harvey has a narrow mind and unstable Tao heart. In the god enthronement war, this person plays a significant role. Since he is not favored by Murphy and harbors resentment, we can use him. With proper manipulation, Harvey might become a sharp blade against Chengjiao." Landon's words clarified things for Xia, who hadn't thought Landon would already have a plan to use Chengjiao's disciple. He looked at Landon with approving eyes. Yet, Landon inwardly sighed. These thoughts stemmed from his memories of future events. In the future, Harvey violated Chengjiao's rules and was expelled from XuanHuan Palace. He later defected to Zhejiao, and his simple phrase, "Friend, please stop," led many Jiejiao disciples to leave their seclusion, ultimately perishing in the God Enthronement War. Now, Landon intended to change this course of events to protect Jiejiao's disciples. Thinking about this, a hint of cold smile appeared on Landon's face. Hemph, Murphy, since you are plotting against our Jiejiao, I will make you pay dearly. Hashtag chapter 322, the wordless heavenly book. At this time, the great prehistoric lands had long lost their three sovereigns. The governance of these vast lands now fell under the jurisdiction of Rock-Shun, one of the five rocks. That year, a sudden and violent unrest arose across the four seas, causing tidal waves that wreaked havoc on the people, resulting in countless deaths. Amidst this chaos, a powerful individual emerged, named Dayu. Witnessing such desolation, he was filled with sorrow and led the human race to control the floodwaters, ultimately ensuring the safety of humanity. During the process, a tribal chief followed Dayu, proving instrumental in his efforts, earning him an imperial grant from Rock-Shun at Josephii. Consequently, this chief's tribe became known as the Joseph tribe. This person was none other than Qi, the forefather of the future merchants of the Joseph dynasty. Following Qi's leadership, the Joseph tribe rose to power, eventually overthrowing the Xia dynasty and establishing the Hemlock Joseph dynasty. Thus, the Joseph dynasty thrived for over 500 years. By this time, the Joseph monarch was known as Noah, also called Clement by the people. As the sacred rock of the human race, Landon naturally observed all of these events unfold. However, since XuanHuan united with the human race, Landon chose not to meddle much in human affairs, allowing the humans to develop independently. Indeed, Landon had considered the upcoming battle of Xianxia and refrained from excessive intervention, as protecting the disciples of the Jiejiao, and preventing their demise within this battle was his primary concern. Note: for better context and fluency in English, it should be specified that Battle of Xianxia is likely a mistranslation or misinterpretation of Fengxian, which refers to the sealing of the gods, or investiture of the gods. Additionally, Jiejiao should be translated as Conqueror Sect, or Complete Heaven Sect. However, since the user may have specific preferences for names, I kept Jiejiao, as provided. Revised version. Indeed, Landon had considered the upcoming Fengxian battle and refrained from excessive interference. Protecting the disciples of the Conqueror Sect and preventing their demise within this battle was his primary concern. Altering the natural course of dynastic change would likely invoke the heavenly order against him, forcing Ewing to take action. Nowadays, most cultivators rarely concern themselves with the events of the prehistoric lands. After centuries of development, humans had no suitable physiques for cultivation and mostly focused on agriculture, occupying most of the fertile land. Cultivators sought out secluded paradise-like regions, set up intricate formations, and lived in seclusion. Ordinary humans could not locate these places where cultivators resided, let alone discern the hidden presence of saints like the ones from Changjiao or Western teachings. Hundreds of years passed in this manner until the Xianxian list emerged, drawing attention from many powerful cultivators. Despite the lack of cultivation methods, humans remained central figures in the prehistoric world. Of course, with Marina and Landon's protection, no powerful beings dared cause trouble for the humans. However, the establishment of the Xianxian list meant that even Marina, along with those from Changjiao and the Western teachings, could not remain aloof. This signaled that the humans would inevitably face a catastrophe. Speaking of the three teachings, Chan, Jiao, and Western teachings, in the Chan teaching, Murphy sneered incessantly. The Xianxian list, personally crafted by Yuan Ewing, was currently held within the Chan teaching. It was an ancient and weighty list, radiating profound power. This artifact, personally forged by Yuan Ewing, bore the positions of 8 departments and 365 divine officials. It included gods of thunder, fire, plagues, battles, stars, mountains, weather, and deities of virtue and vice. Among its names were righteous officers, and there were both immortal deities and divine officials. It would bestow unparalleled celestial virtue, greatly benefiting anyone given this task. Especially the 12 golden immortals, who had previously been helpless against Jiejiao Scott, desired this chance to suppress Jiejiao. Yet, as these immortals had already surpassed the mortal trials, they were unsuitable for this duty. The others felt disappointed, but accepted the reality. At this moment, a figure stepped forward from the rear, respectfully bowing and offering, "Master, I am willing to undertake this grand mission on your behalf." This individual appeared handsome, his robes billowing gracefully, exuding a noble aura. He recited, "Wearing my green turban high and wide, my sleeves flutter in the wind, shoes beneath me tread clouds, a sword gleams brightly through the heavens." This was none other than Harvey, the unique disciple of Chan teaching. Though handsome and charismatic, a closer look revealed cunning glints in his eyes. Murphy frowned, knowing well his student's intentions. He understood that Harvey harbored earthly desires after years of unsteady cultivation in Yuqing Palace. Ignoring Harvey, Murphy surveyed the crowd, finally settling on an Andreli disciple with white hair. "Kint, you shall be responsible for this Xianxian matter. Go down the mountain to Shiqi and assist the sage in his uprising against Clement." The Andreli man gasped, quickly kneeling. "Master," Old and Immortal smiled. They harbored no jealousy towards their junior brother Brevin for wielding such supreme treasures. However, Harvey, who had previously spoken up, felt a sudden chill upon witnessing the granting of these treasures to Brevin. By seniority, even Brevin, who had only practiced for 40 years, was technically his senior. Yet, before joining the Changjiao, Harvey had already been practicing for over 1,000 years as a leopard spirit. Thus, in Harvey's eyes, Brevin was merely an ordinary mortal. Entrusting such a significant task as overseeing the Xianxian event to Brevin, while excluding him, completely filled him with anger. In truth, Harvey, originally a leopard spirit, should never have been accepted into Augustine's tutelage. However, tens of thousands of years ago, Yuan Ewing foresaw that the person who would oversee the Xianxian event would come from the Changjiao. This person was prophesied to possess the likeness of a flying bear. Although Harvey's true form was that of a leopard, Brevin was the reincarnation of a great bear. Both bore the resemblance of a flying bear, allowing Harvey to join the Xianxia as one of Augustine's disciples. Harvey hadn't anticipated that Augustine would ultimately favor Brevin, leaving him overlooked entirely. Then, Augustine casually summoned 2 beams of light. The one on the left shimmered with 5-colored divine radiance and auspicious clouds reaching the sky. It was clearly an ancient stone. This treasure was the Marina stone, distinct from the one used by Marina to mend the heavens. It contained the essence of the earth, imbued with boundless vitality, making it a supreme artifact. The other beam was a brilliant white, hazy and indiscernible. This treasure is the wordless heavenly book, containing profound mysteries. You must delve deeply into it to understand the principles governing the universe. Augustine explained. The room fell silent as everyone took in the significance of these treasures, each more valuable than the other. To receive even one would be remarkable. Receiving both made Brevin stand out. Of course, like Michael, they felt a surge of excitement but did not covet these treasures. After all, these were gifts from their master, not to be contested. Moreover, as listed in the Xianxian battle, they hoped Brevin would use these treasures well to protect their fellow Xianxiao disciples. Thus, despite his original lack of standing, Brevin now held immense importance within the Xianxiao. Knowing that the Xianxian battle involved the fates of 3 major teachings, Brevin's control over it elevated his status far beyond its previous insignificance. However, none noticed the deep coldness in Harvey's eyes, revealing his unfathomable thoughts. Decisions were thus set within the Xianxiao. Simultaneously, within the Conqueror Sect Master, the Xianxian event concerns our sect's fortune. We must act cautiously and refrain from unnecessary involvement, Landon said gravely. In his memory of later events, the Xianxian affair was critically important. He knew that it was nearly impossible for the Conqueror Sect disciples to remain entirely aloof. Therefore, he advised caution among the disciples, urging them not to intervene rashly in the chaos. Shaw naturally understood the gravity of the situation and nodded solemnly. He then communicated telepathically to all Conqueror Sect disciples to stay in seclusion, recalling even those traveling afar. Landon retreated into his cave dwelling, focusing on enhancing his cultivation. In truth, Landon was at the pinnacle just below the Great Tao level, overpowering even the 3 Pure Ones and other Heaven's Path Saints. However, the Xianxian battle wasn't a simple conflict. It pertained to the fates of several powerful saintly forces. Moreover, Yuan Yuing was orchestrating events behind the scenes, making the situation perilous. Even Landon hesitated to involve himself easily. Peace temporarily returned to the world. The Chan, Conqueror, and human teachings secluded themselves, and no disciples roamed the lands. Yet, only the most powerful beings recognized this peace as fleeting, the calm before the storm. All awaited the day when the Xianxian calamity would fully erupt, unleashing chaos and upheaval. Chapter 323, The Tyrant Rock. In the land of Cooper Chaos, by the Northern Sea, amidst the raging battle, shouts and cries resounded through the air, as countless warriors fought to the death. Elwood, you have gone too far. Amid the chaos, a voice bellowed. This man was Channing, a local lord of the Northern Sea region. At this moment, Channing's eyes blazed with fury as he stared at the formidable figure opposite him and roared in anger. The imposing figure opposite him sneered upon hearing these words. Channing, as a citizen of the Joseph dynasty, you dare not heed the emperor's command to honor your sovereign and instead proclaim yourself king, rebelling against the throne. Such treachery is unpardonable, Elwood said coldly. The battle here had been ongoing for years. Elwood was none other than the Grand Tutor under Clement in future generations. Originally, he was a 3rd-generation disciple of the Jiejiao sect, under the tutelage of Golden Spirit Holy Mother. Decades ago, following his master's orders, Elwood left the Jiejiao sect, entered the world of XuanHuan, and began to assist the current emperor of the Joseph dynasty. Now, he serves as the Grand Tutor under Clement. At this moment, Elwood could be seen riding a black heron, wielding a pair of whips, exuding immense power. Although his cultivation was not particularly profound, only at the level of a minor earth immortal, if placed among the mighty adepts of the 3 teachings of Qian, Jie, and humans, he would have been negligible. However, after several, Clement paused for a moment, asking, what virtues does Marina possess that warrant my visit? This was not out of arrogance, for Clement, as the Son of Heaven, carried the heavenly mandate, much like the ancient human emperors, such as the Yellow Rock, recognized by the heavenly Tao. It was reasonable for him to question. Joseph Roan responded respectfully, Marina is a divine being of great virtue. When Braden broke the pillar of Buzhou Mountain, causing heaven to tilt northwest and earth to sink southeast, it was Marina who mended the sky with 5-colored stones. Therefore, she deserves worship and gratitude from the common people. By visiting her temple, we seek blessings for a peaceful and prosperous nation. Clement nodded, agreeing to the visit. In Kunlun Mountain's Jade Virtue Palace, Sebastian observed everything happening in the Hongwang world. Seeing Clement preparing to visit Marina Temple, he thoughtfully smiled. As fellow caretakers of humanity, even a saint like Marina would not wish to see chaos in the human realm. Let me stoke the flames for them. He disappeared in a shimmer of light. When Clement arrived at Marina Temple, he paid his respects. Just as he was about to leave, a gentle breeze lifted the veil covering Marina's statue, revealing its true form. A breathtaking image, almost like a celestial maiden descended from the heavens. Struck by the vision, Clement impulsively turned back to the temple wall, drew his sword, and inscribed a poem. Phoenix Pavilion adorned so fine, all gilded in gold, design divine, distant mountains green, sleeves dance aglow, pear blossoms rain, peonies show, should beauty move, take her to court, to serve the emperor's every sport. The ministers present were horrified by this blasphemous act. They begged Clement to reconsider. Your Majesty, how can you write such verses? Your Majesty, Marina is an ancient sage. It is disrespectful to insult her. Clement, however, rebuked them, saying, I merely praise Marina's beauty without any ulterior motives. Do not overreact. The ministers could only exchange uneasy glances and allow the lewd poem to remain on the wall. Later, When Marina visited her temple and saw the poem, she was furious. What impudence! Not only does he fail to cultivate virtue, but he also insults me with poetry. Truly detestable. She erased the poem from the wall. If I do not teach him a lesson, it will show my divine authority has waned. Meanwhile, back in the palace, Clement remained preoccupied with thoughts of Marina. His queen, noticing his melancholy mood, asked if he was unwell. I am fine, Clement replied absent-mindedly, dismissing her concern. This event marked the beginning of Clement's transformation from an enlightened ruler to a tyrant influenced by dark forces. Decades ago, on his master's orders, Elwood left Jejiao and entered the world of Cooper Chaos to assist the reigning emperor of the Joseph dynasty. Now, he served as grand tutor under Clement. At that moment, Elwood was seen riding a black Highland and wielding a pair of whips, exuding an overwhelming aura. In truth, Elwood's cultivation wasn't profound. He only possessed the strength of a mere earth immortal. If placed among the many powerful beings of the three teachings, it wouldn't be noteworthy. However, after several dramatic changes in Cooper Chaos, the human race had become the protagonists of the world, and immortals were rarely seen. Even with the power of an earth immortal, he was incomparable to ordinary people. Take Channing, for instance. He relied solely on his brute strength and commanded millions of elite soldiers, but possessed no cultivation whatsoever. Elwood, holding the twin whips, was unstoppable, causing Channing to watch in horror, realizing he could not withstand such force. Within moments, the elite soldiers surrounding Channing were decimated. Suddenly, Elwood shouted, and a third eye opened between his eyebrows, emitting divine light. The dazzling white light caused everyone enveloped within it to feel dizzy and almost collapse. This was Elwood displaying his primordial soul power. Knowing that Channing and others were merely common mortals, they could not withstand such divine power. Immediately, the remaining few hundred men perished instantly. With the battle concluded, Elwood returned to the capital triumphantly, receiving rewards and praise from all. On that day, in the grand Longda Palace of Armand City, Clement sat atop his throne, tall and handsome. Though not incomparably beautiful, he carried an air of elegance and charm, befitting a ruler. Clement was convening a meeting with his ministers. Below, the officials reported that their citizens were well governed, and the rituals and teachings were orderly. Clement ruled justly, bringing prosperity to the Joseph dynasty. Contrary to later legends depicting Clement as a tyrant who mistreated his subjects, he was, in fact, a capable ruler who enjoyed widespread support from his people. After the reports concluded, one official stepped forward. He was named Joseph Rome, responsible for music and ceremonies, and said, Your Majesty, tomorrow is March 15th, which marks Marina Empress's birthday. Please visit the Marina temple to offer incense. Startled, Clement asked, What virtue does Marina have that warrants me to... Struck by inspiration, Clement raised his head and saw the exquisite, lifelike statue of Marina, resembling a celestial maiden free from earthly defilement. He was momentarily entranced. His next action stunned his retinue even more. Clement walked to a wall, took out his sword, and carved a poem. Beauty beyond compare, in the brocade canopy, all gilded in gold, a masterpiece fine. Mountains afar with emerald hue, sleeves dancing under the rosy sky, like pear blossoms in dew, fair and bright. Peonies blooming, charming the sight. If only beauty could move and play. Fetch her to Chenglu to serve the king. Upon reading the poem, the officials were horrified, urging Clement. How can you write such verses, Your Majesty? Your Majesty, Marina is an ancient sage. Do not blaspheme. People were terrified, knowing Marina was revered like a deity. Yet, Clement wrote verses that were deemed highly disrespectful. Clement remained calm amidst the protests. I admire Marina's unmatched beauty. There is no ill intent. Cease your worries. Everyone exchanged glances, speechless, as they reluctantly allowed the poem to remain on the wall. After they returned to Armand, Marina arrived at her temple. The golden boy and jade girl greeted her. Welcome, Empress. Has anyone visited today? They came to offer incense, Your Majesty, led by Clement. Marina known the god of 5 grains. Both were famous deities. As they bowed in salute, 2 beams of red light shot up from their heads. Meanwhile, Marina had arrived at Clement's palace, intent on giving him a retribution. However, her path was blocked by an obstructive aura. She looked down and realized that Clement still had 28 years of good fortune ahead. Thus, she hesitated and returned to her palace, though her heart remained unsettled. She summoned the child Cloudy Colors to retrieve a golden gourd from the inner palace, uncapped it, and pointed at it with her hand. A white light, as thick as a thread and over 15 feet tall, emerged from the gourd. On top of the white light, a banner appeared, radiating 5 colors with thousands of rays. This was called the banner for summoning demons. Soon, demons from all over gathered before her palace, awaiting her orders. Marina instructed Cloudy Colors. Let all demons retreat except for the 3 demons from the XuanHuan tomb. The 3 demons then entered and paid their respects, exclaiming, Long live the Empress. These 3 demons were a 1,000-year-old fox spirit, a 9-headed chicken spirit, and a jade lute spirit. Marina said, Listen closely. The Joseph dynasty's fate is fading, and they shall lose the mandate. With the phoenix singing at Mount Qi, the sage ruler of the Western Zhou has already been born. It is heaven's will. You 3 must assume human forms in the palace. Enchanting the hearts of the people of the world will be within the royal family. Clement beamed with delight. An excellent idea. Tomorrow morning, issue an order for a beauty selection. Trenton then went to inform the other ministers. The king commands the 4 governors to each select 100 beauties, regardless of wealth or status, as long as they are graceful and beautiful. Some ministers questioned, Lord Fei, does the king not have enough consorts? Why this new selection? Prime Minister Joseph Ren interjected. Why so upset? Who are we to judge the consort's beauty? Another minister chimed in. Eastern Duke, it seems the king is not satisfied with Audrey Mother. Eastern Duke, speechless with anger, approached Lord Trenton. Lord Fei, Is this beauty selection your idea or the king's? Trenton retorted. Western Duke, what do you mean? Of course, it's the king's decree. Why didn't he announce it himself? Don't be unreasonable. Is selecting beauties really so controversial? Another minister spoke up. Lord Fei, you have high status and live comfortably. Have you seen how commoners live? This seems like a scheme to please the king. Who dares insult me here? Do you not recognize me? I am the Duke of Jizhou, Ignatius. Trenton pointed at Ignatius. I remember you well. Ignatius glared at him, ready to confront him. Just then, another minister intervened. That's enough. We should discuss this with the king. They both huffed and fell silent. After the gathering, Trenton returned to the palace and reported to Clement. Great king, they opposed the beauty selection. Clement responded. As king, selecting a few beauties should be no issue. Trenton continued. Especially Duke Ignatius. He insulted me, indirectly insulting the king. Clement frowned. Ignatius dares defy my orders openly. He must be punished to maintain discipline. Agreed. Lock him in prison. Junjur, following your command. This phrase is a direct response to an imperial edict or order, typically used in historical contexts, to ensure it reads naturally and fluently in English while maintaining the original meaning. Complying with your order, or following your command. Both convey the intended meaning and fit well within the narrative context. Trenton was delighted with the king's response. Chapter 324. If I want it, it's mine. At this moment, Prime Minister Joseph and Jonas were in the mansion discussing matters. Alas, if His Majesty had not gone to the Abrielle temple to offer incense and become entranced by Lady Abrielle's beauty, he wouldn't have started the beauty pageant. What is done is done. There's no point in regretting it now. We need to think of a way to change His Majesty's mind. Just then, they saw Josh arrive with two others, looking very worried. Without preamble, he blurted out, Ignatius has been ordered by His Majesty to be thrown into jail. What? It must be that scoundrel Trenton's doing. We cannot allow Trenton to succeed in his plots. Yes, we must get His Majesty to abandon the idea of selecting beauties. So let's head to the palace immediately to persuade His Majesty. They immediately made their way to the palace. Meanwhile, Clement was in the palace examining the painting Trenton had brought him, occasionally grinning wickedly. A minister came before Clement. Your Majesty, Josh, Prime Minister Joseph, and Jonas wish to see you. Do not let them in. Say I have retired to the inner chambers. As you command. However, Josh and company were undeterred and directly entered the palace, coming before Clement. Your Majesty. They knelt down, remaining on their knees for a long time. Rise, what is this about? We humbly implore Your Majesty to reconsider the beauty pageant. Your Majesty should focus on moral governance and the welfare of the people. Why cause such distress over selecting beauties? Your Majesty, there are already many beautiful women in the palace. Why hold a beauty contest? Your Majesty, practicing virtue and granting titles across the land will bring peace and prosperity for all. We hope Your Majesty can understand. Suffer undue harm while exacting a heavy toll on the rival Xianxia religion. Landon felt a grim satisfaction. He eventually found a solution and smiled, then headed towards Jinao Island. There, Ding Guangxian was meditating when Landon arrived. Greetings, Sage Jiang. No need for formalities. Recognizing Landon's indifference, Ding Guangxian excused himself and resumed his meditation. Landon looked around the island briefly, did some necessary tasks, and returned to the Ji religion. I've accomplished a small task now. Next, I'll wait for the battle of gods to begin. With that, he retreated to his temple to meditate. Back in the palace, Clement and Trenton sat together. Why did you release Ignatius? Since the beauty pageant is cancelled, there's no reason to keep him imprisoned. Ah, it's too lenient for him. Not worth it at all. Why do you hate Ignatius so much? Do you know why Ignatius opposes the beauty pageant? I heard he has a daughter named Carmen, exceptionally beautiful and graceful. If selected for the palace, she could serve you admirably. Choosing one person's daughter wouldn't disturb the realm or attract unwanted attention. Hearing this, Clement was pleased. Wonderful suggestion. He immediately ordered an announcement to summon Ignatius. I don't want to serve an unjust king. I just want to stay with you. Don't worry, my love. Your father won't do this. Sleep well tonight. In the end, despite their fears, the matter seemed temporarily resolved. After speaking, he supported Xianxia to the bedside, laid her down, and covered her with blankets before leaving the room. He then came before Lady Su and said, Daughter already knows about this matter. She was crying very sadly just now. Please don't send her to that unjust and muddled king. Don't worry, my lady. I am not the kind of person who would do such a thing. Tomorrow, I will go to court and speak with that tyrant. The next day, in the Joseph dynasty's court was in session for the morning audience. Long live the king. 10,000 years, 10,000, 10,000 more. Rise. Thank you, Your Majesty. At this moment, Trenton stepped forward and came close to Clement, bowing as he spoke. Your Majesty, Lord Jizhou Ignatius has refused to send his daughter to the palace. What? How dare he refuse? Clement's anger began to rise upon hearing this. Trenton continued. Yes, he claims that his daughter is already betrothed to the eldest son of Josh, Chavi, so he refuses to send her to the palace. Nonsense. The whole world is under my rule. Even if she is married, if I desire her, she must be sent to me. Clement's angering his grudge, he dared not mention it to the Tianzuan, but chose to follow Kent to see if there were any benefits to gain. Meanwhile, outside Jizhou City, Josh led his troops and shouted, Attack! Charge! Attack! Josh's forces surged forward. Both sides clashed, engaging in fierce battle. Then Josh yelled, Retreat! Pursue them quickly! Later that night, Lord Jizhou came to Su Xianxia's side. Father! Xianxia, you are crying again? No, father. I know you feel wronged, my child. If you don't want to enter the palace, I will spare no effort, even my life, to deal with that tyrant. No, father. How can you put Jizhou at risk for me? I have already bid farewell to Chavi. He does not blame us. Entering the palace as a concubine is an honor for me, and I am willing to go. My poor child, father knows what you think. I blame myself for not protecting you. Looking at his daughter like this, Ignatius felt an even deeper hatred towards the tyrannical king. Father. Alessia started sobbing again. Chapter 325. Think thrice. The next day, Ignatius and his companions arrived at the imperial court of the Joseph dynasty. Your Majesty, this minister has brought his daughter to pay respects to you. Ignatius would not blame him, but I will reward him handsomely. Thank you, Your Majesty. Alessia bowed deeply to Clement. Beauty, go to my chamber first. Yes. Alessia responded softly. Someone. Here. Take my beauty to the chamber. Please follow. Then, looking at Trenton and Gregory, Clement said, Trenton Gregory, you have done well in this matter. Great rewards await you both. Both men instantly showed excited expressions. Thank you, Your Majesty. And then they left the court, heading towards the chambers. At this moment, Alessia had already arrived at Clement's chamber. You can leave now? Yes. After dismissing the palace maidens, Alessia stood in the center of the chamber, surveying her surroundings. Where am I? It seemed that the soul of the original Alessia had been released by the fox spirit, now sharing the same body. This is Clement's chamber. You? Who are you? Why are you inside my body? Get out quickly. Do you forget we just met last night? Sue Alessia then recalled everything from the previous night. Oh, you're a monster. Don't say it so harshly. Once this task is complete, I will become a fox immortal. Haha. Why did you possess my body? What do you intend to do? Naturally, I am borrowing your beautiful appearance to enchant the king. No, leave now. Just as Sue Alessia finished speaking, she was once again overtaken with enlightenment. But I am slow-witted and still do not fully understand. You will understand when the time comes. Also, there will be deities outside the list aiding you in your mission. You must find them. Deities outside the list. What are those? They are enlightened beings who transcended by giving up their mortal forms, not listed on the list of sealed gods. How can I find them? When the time is right, they will appear. Remember, when they show themselves, celestial phenomena will occur. Each carries the Tai Chi mark. Seek them by following these marks. One more thing, beware of Harvey. He left Tongtian Sect without my knowledge, and has come to the human world. Be cautious of this envious man. With matters settled, you may descend the mountain. Understood. Disciple understands. Very well, you may depart. Disciple humbly follows Lord's teachings. Kent bids farewell. Kent bowed 3 times to the ground before standing up. Using his powers, he transformed into a youthful appearance and descended the mountain. Meanwhile, in the Joseph dynasty's court, ministers gathered and discussed among themselves. Why isn't there court today again? Look over here. Suddenly, Trenton and Gregory entered the court. Lords, the king orders no court today. What? This? A loyal minister approached them. Did you say there's no court? This. Thank you, Audrey Mother. The officials bowed and departed from Audrey Mother Zhang's palace. Meanwhile, Clement enjoyed wine and the company of beauties in the palace, living in absolute leisure. Her Majesty the Audrey arrives. A voice called from outside. Quickly retreat. But Clement did not agree. Why has the dance stopped? Alessia replied. Your Majesty, did you not hear that the Empress is arriving? Who is this Empress? Your servant pays respects to your Majesty. Minister pays respects to your Majesty. The Empress saw Clement and greeted him formally. But Clement said, My beloved concubine, seeing the Empress, why don't you hurry to pay respects? Yes. Alessia replied. Alessia pays respects to Her Majesty the Empress. The Empress responded indifferently. You may rise. Thank you, Your Majesty. The Empress glanced at Alessia and said, Indeed she has a fair appearance, but alas, her behavior is improper. Upon hearing these words, Alessia flashed a menacing gaze but remained silent, as if plotting something sinister in her mind. Then, the Empress turned to Clement. Your Majesty, ever since Alessia entered the palace, she has been bewitching Your Majesty daily, clinging to you and causing discontent among the ministers. Now they have jointly petitioned to expel Alessia from the palace. Your Majesty, here is their joint petition. Please review it. Clement glanced at it, then tossed the petition aside and said, These people are overly interfering. I am the son of heaven, yet they dare to meddle in my personal affairs? The Empress replied, Your Majesty, guarding the grandeur of the realm is no easy task. Please think thrice. Enough, I understand. You may go now. Your Majesty, please think carefully. I told you to leave, didn't you understand? Your Majesty. Before the Empress could finish, she was interrupted by guards. Your Majesty, let's leave first. Your servant retires. I retire. Without further words, the Empress bowed to Clement and left the place. As she departed, she gave Alessia a glare. Once the Empress had gone, Alessia picked up the petition and started her Oscar-winning performance. Prime Minister Joseph, Dr. May, Grand Tutor Du. So many do not wish for me to stay by Your Majesty's side. She pretended to cry. Clement approached Alessia and said, That's enough, ignore them. They are just troublesome old men. Pay them no mind. Your Majesty, it's all my fault. My presence causes ministers to blame Your Majesty. Seeing Alessia so sad, Clement could not bear it and said, Clearly, it's the fault of those old men who made my beloved cry. How about this? I send someone to kill them all. What do you say? No, Your Majesty mustn't do that. If you do, they will blame me even more. What can I do to make you happy? Alessia then showed a cunning expression and said, Even if I endure some wait sheet, it's fine. But their actions are clearly disrespectful to Your Majesty. I believe that setting an example is necessary to keep them in line. For better fluency and accuracy in English, it should be revised as, Even if I endure some wait sheet, it's fine. However, their actions are clearly disrespectful to your majesty. I believe making an example of someone will make them more compliant. Note, the word weiqute needs context to translate accurately. In this context, it might be better translated as hardship or wrongdoing. Given the overall context, using hardship would fit better. Even if I endure some hardship, it's fine. However, their actions are clearly disrespectful to your majesty. I believe making an example of someone will make them more compliant. The idea is reasonable, but how can we keep them in line? Hearing this, Xianxia came up with an idea. That's right, your majesty, I have a plan. To intimidate these arrogant ministers, we can introduce a new form of punishment. Up for him. Remember, do not divine for longevity, or else there will be no hope. Immortal Master also knows divination? Oh, not at all. How could I compare with your grace? I only remind you out of concern. Thank you for the reminder. You're welcome. Then Van noticed a child on the stone platform and remarked, "Ah yes, it was this child who saved me earlier." Brevin looked at the boy and thought, "Heavenly thunder marks the birth of a celestial general." Noticing the symbol on the child's forehead, Van said, "Tai Chi, this child possesses innate strength and will surely achieve great things." Brevin suggested, "Since your grace and this child share such a connection, why not adopt him as your godson?" Van pondered, "My ancestor predicted I would have 100 sons. Now I have 99. With this one, it makes 100. Van then held the child, thinking, "Should I give this child a name?" Brevin replied, "As his father, you should choose the name yourself. After considering the thunder at his birth, perhaps we should call him Xianxia? Xianxia? Good, good." Brevin added, "Your grace will have no time to care for Xianxia en route to the capital. Let me take him to his true master. When needed, he will appear." Van happily said, "If so, thank you, immortal master." He handed the child to Brevin. "Goodbye, your grace, until next time." And Brevin left. Immortal master? Truly a remarkable person. Van sighed as Brevin disappeared. Chapter 326. No prosperity, neither good nor bad. Speaking of Armand, right after the noble Amiel was executed by burning on the red-hot bronze pillar, Landon arrived there. He had been out of seclusion from the G religion for a long time, and had come to the human world soon after leaving his confinement. However, due to certain reasons, he couldn't interfere, so he could only watch everything unfold. Now, looking at Amiel's corpse, he thought to himself, "The soul has not dispersed yet. Perhaps I can still save him." Without delay, Landon used his powers to directly revive Amiel. As Amiel came back to life, he exclaimed in shock, "What's happening? Didn't I die?" Seeing Amiel's confusion, Landon replied, "It is I who have revived you. Since I brought you back to life, you must pay the appropriate price." Amiel, upon hearing this, responded, "Thank you, immortal venerable, for saving my life. What price do I need to pay? I will certainly meet it. It's nothing significant. Just go to the house of Beryl to assist Beryl in overthrowing Joseph." "Ah, what virtue or talent do I have to be noticed by an immortal like you?" "Lord, I fear that with my limited power, I cannot offer much help to Beryl in his campaign against Joseph." Landon saw Amiel's embarrassed expression and said, "No worries. Withdraw for a while. When someone named Ken appears at the house of Beryl, just tell them that Landon sent you. At that time, Ken will accept you." Agreed. "If so, let me take you out of here first to avoid being seen." After bringing Amiel out, Landon left and returned to the G religion. After some time, Van finally arrived in Armand. At this moment, Clement Xian was flirting with Xianxia in court. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Report, Your Majesty, Duke of Xi, Van, seeks an audience." Rex responded, "Finally, this Khalil is here. Admit." "Yes." "Admit Duke of Xi, Van, to see the rock." Van slowly approached Rex and said, "Your humble servant, Van, pays homage to His Majesty." Duke of Xi, rise. "Thank you, Your Majesty." "Van, I've heard you are well versed in divination." Van, hearing this, humbly replied, "Your humble servant is merely somewhat knowledgeable, but wouldn't dare say, well versed." "Van, there's no need for excessive modesty. Whether you're skilled or not, I can test you." "Of course, your humble servant will try his best." "Very well, let us." Then Rex turned to ask Xianxia, "What should we ask him to divine?" Xianxia replied, "Your Majesty, recently the weather has been dry and unfavorable for farming, causing much suffering among the people. Why not let Duke of Xi divine when the rains will come?" "That's a good point." Then, Rex addressed Van, "Duke of Xi, then tell us when it will rain." "Yes." He then took out the items for divination. After divining, Van reported, "Your Majesty, it will rain shortly." Hearing this, Rex was uncertain. He asked again, "Shortly?" "Yes, it will rain shortly. Currently, it's dry outside with not a cloud in sight. Are you saying it will rain soon just to appease us?" Van replied, "I dare not. This prediction comes from the divinations." "Fine, let's wait and see if it will indeed rain. But if you're wrong, don't blame me for punishing you. If inaccurate, your humble servant accepts any punishment." "Good. Everyone, go outside and wait to see if it will rain." Just as Rex finished speaking, thunder roared outside, followed by heavy rain. The ministers all cried out, "It's raining. It's really raining. Incredible." Then Trenton and XuanHuan came into the court and reported to Rex, "Your Majesty, the heavens are sending rain. Truly, it's a sign of your virtuous rule." Each praising sentence fell like honeyed words. Rex laughed loudly. "Haha, very well said. Duke of Xi, you shall be richly rewarded." "I dare not." Van humbly replied. Xianxia, however, began to create trouble. "Your Majesty, perhaps this time Duke of Xi just guessed right. So what do you think?" "One right guess doesn't mean anything. Another test is needed." "Van, then divinate one more time for me." Van answered, "Please give me a topic, Your Majesty. How about you predict how long I can live?" Upon hearing this, Van's face changed drastically. He suddenly recalled what Ken had once told him. "My lord is proficient in divination. Surely, Rex will ask you to divine for him. Never under any circumstances should you predict the length of Rex's life. That would leave a glimmer of hope. Seeing Van appear lost in thought, Rex called out, Van, did you get the result? Your Majesty, this fortune does not require divination. Not required? Then tell me, how long can I live? Long live the Emperor for 10,000 years, 10,000 upon 10,000 years. Saying this, Van knelt down. Hearing this, Rex laughed heartily. Well spoken. You shall be richly rewarded. Thank you, Your Majesty. Van stood up. Suddenly, Xianxia spoke up. Wait. Rex asked. What is it, beauty? Your Majesty, since you have divined, I want to divine too. You want to divine? Yes, it's such a rare opportunity. Of course, I should consult Duke of Xi properly. Very well. Ask him whatever you wish. Thank you, Your Majesty. Xianxia walked over to Van and said, Duke of Xi, since you are so skilled in divination, why don't you divine my past life now? Taking a deep breath, Van responded, As you wish. He then stood up and picked up the divination tools. But upon completing the divination, he saw Xianxia's true form, a 1,000-year-old fox spirit. Despite the shock, he maintained a calm exterior. Xianxia approached Van and asked, Duke of Xi, did you get a result? What was my past life? At that moment, Van was thinking, years ago, I divined for Xianxia. She wasn't the reincarnation of a fox spirit. Observing her secretly just now, her mannerisms were entirely different. Could it be that Xianxia has? Then Rex shouted, Van, Van. Only then did Van snap back to reality and replied, Your humble servant is here. Van, didn't you see my beloved's past life? This your humble servant couldn't determine. Van shook his head. However, Rex said, You couldn't see it, but I can. Who knew that the diviner Van couldn't determine the past life of my beloved? But I see clearly. My love is obviously a celestial maiden descended from heaven. Rex laughed heartily. Your Majesty, it's all right. If Duke of Xi failed to divine, he should be punished. Punished? Of course. But what punishment? Beauty, you decide. Since Duke of Xi claimed he couldn't divine, he lied to the rock and should be beheaded according to the law. Hearing this, Van was suddenly alarmed. However, Rex said, Beauty, but I promise to reward him heavily. Fine, the rewards and punishments cancel each other out. The death penalty can be spared, but not imprisonment. Thank you, Your Majesty, for sparing my life. Van approached Rex, knelt down, and said, XuanHuan, take Van away and imprison him. Yes. Duke of Xi, please follow. Meanwhile, in a small town, in a corner of the town, a man was shouting, Divine your fate with oracle sticks, money refunded if inaccurate. Do you want to divine? Indeed, this person was Kent. Just then, a young lad walked by shouting, selling vegetables. Kent stopped the youth and called out, Hey, young brother. The lad approached Kent and asked, Translation provided maintains the original narrative structure, style, and tone while ensuring fluent and accurate English rendition. What? Buying vegetables? No, I was just noticing that it's my first time hearing that there are so many ways to pronounce Wu. Anthony scratched his head and said, Kent continued, Listen, little brother, I just want to help you. Go home immediately and don't sell vegetables anymore, okay? No way, are you crazy? I've just set up my stall, and now you ask me to go home. Get lost, stop hindering my business. Alright. If you really don't believe me, listen to this calculation. He then made another finger divination and announced, You are the only son in your family, and you have a 45-year-old mother who's recently been unwell and sprained her ankle while resting at home. Is that correct? Anthony, incredulous, stammered, How dare you spy on me? Why would I spy on you when we've just met? How do you know all this? What do you want? What can I want? I only wish to help you avoid disaster. Kent felt a bit speechless, but Anthony remained unconvinced. Don't give me that. I don't believe you. You just want money. I have none. Stop wasting my time. And he walked away with his vegetable basket. Kent stood there dumbfounded before shouting, You're really leaving? Anthony, if anything happens, remember to come back. I'll be waiting here. Meanwhile, Anthony continued selling vegetables on the street. Suddenly, a customer Minister, I'm Anthony. The minister nodded and asked, Anthony, why did you kill this man? Do you know killing requires compensation with your life? Minister, I didn't mean to. I really didn't mean to. Not intentional? Explain. Anthony recounted, Minister, I want to sell vegetables this morning. The customer wanted to buy some. I unloaded the basket, but accidentally dropped the pole, hitting him. Minister, it wasn't intentional. The minister confirmed with bystanders. Is his story true? Begging your pardon, Minister, we have verified it's true. Turning to Anthony, the minister said, Anthony, though unintended, our law states murder requires compensation. You must face justice. Anthony, growing despondent, pleaded, Minister, I have an ill mother at home. If I die, who will take care of her? Please show mercy. The minister sighed and inquired, Anthony, besides your mother, do you have any other relatives? Anthony answered, Minister, I lost my father when young. My mother raised me. I have no other family. The minister sighed again. Our laws are strict. As Prime Minister, I cannot bypass them. Yet, I allow you 3 days to serve your mother before turning yourself in. If you flee, I'll find you anywhere. Anthony, despite despair, appreciated being able to return home to his mother for 3 days. Chapter 327. Witchcraft? More like nonsense. When Anthony returned home, he began to cry to his mother. Mom, I killed someone. Wu's mother was heartbroken. Anthony, how could you kill someone? Mom, it was a slip-up. I accidentally hit someone with the pole, and that person just died. Anthony, you killed someone and still dare to run home? You must flee quickly. His mother was grief-stricken. If anyone finds out, you'll be dead. Hurry, go. Mom, after I accidentally killed someone, I was caught. But luckily I met Lord Ricardo on the way. Lord Ricardo gave me 3 days to see you one last time. Since Lord Ricardo has been so kind to me, wouldn't I be an ungrateful person if I fled? But what happens after those 3 days? Mom, after 3 days, I will turn myself in, to pay for my crime with my life. What? Mom, I am disobedient and won't be able to take care of you anymore. Saying this, Antony knelt on the ground. Heaven, my son G is always loyal, hardworking and kind. Why did this happen to him? Mom, please don't be sad. How can I not be sad? You are my only son. Now you are leaving me. What should I do alone? She tried to commit suicide. Mom, no, Mom. Antony held her back. G, can you save yourself? His mother said sadly. Suddenly, Mom, I thought of someone who might save me. Who? In mid-month, Antony went directly to Kent's stall, kneeling down and saying, Master, please save me. Wu's mother also pleaded. Living immortal, my son unknowingly offended you. Please forgive him. Save him. After they finished speaking, Kent remained silent. Living immortal, our Antony is always honest and kind. This time it was an accident. Please save him. Wu's mother cried. Antony then said, It seems this is my fate. Since Master does not want to save me, let's go. No, G. His mother clung to him and said, I will try anything to save you. Wu's mother also knelt down. Living immortal, please help. I am willing to do anything to save G. Antony called out, Mom. Kent opened his eyes and saw Wu's mother kneeling. He said, Madam, please stand up. I won't, unless you promise to save my son. Madam, please stand up. Using magic, Kent made Wu's mother stand up. Living immortal, really living immortal. Please save my son. Kent replied, Antony, now you won't call me a charlatan anymore, will you? Wu's mother slapped Antony. You fool, you talk nonsense. Antony apologized to Kent. Master, I misunderstood you. Kent looked at Wu's mother and said, Please don't blame Antony. I was trying to think of a solution. Just now, I divined, and it turned out to be a good omen. Wu's mother rejoiced. So there's a solution? There is a solution, but I don't know if Antony would be willing to be my disciple. Antony was surprised. Be your disciple? That's right. This calamity is destined by fate, and I want to help you. But think about it. We met by chance. What reason would I have to save you without any connection? Antony asked his mother. Mom, is this appropriate? Wu's mother anxiously urged. The living immortal isn't unwilling to accept you. Quick, become his disciple. Antony immediately knelt down and said, Antony wishes to be your disciple. May I know your name? My surname is Jiang, given name Joseph and courtesy name Xia. Antony continued. Antony wishes to be the disciple of Brevin. From now on, I respect you as a father, forever unchanged. Master, please accept these 3 bows. He bowed 3 times. Kent lifted Antony and said, Get up. Now that Antony is my disciple, I will take responsibility for saving you. Thank you, Master. Kent told Antony, when you return home, draw a circle in your room. At night, sit inside the circle. Ask your mom to sprinkle some rice on you and put some grass on your head, then sleep well and everything will be fine. Following this, Antony and Wu's mother went home and followed Kent's instructions. Meanwhile, Kent set up an altar in the forest. The next day, in the Ricardo residence, a soldier reporting, Antony committed suicide by jumping into the river. What? Antony jumped into the river? If he's dead, the case is closed. Men, here. Return to the court. Yes. The next day, Antony sold vegetables as usual on the street, and Kent was fortune-telling as usual. Antony came to Kent and said, Master, you are amazing. I want to learn magic from you. Good. Finish selling these vegetables, and come find me this afternoon. Okay, Master, I'll go first. Go ahead. Meanwhile, in Clement's court, during morning court sessions, a righteous man stepped forward. Your Majesty, Minister Gavin presents himself. This was none other than the one who pardoned Antony 3 days earlier. Yafu, you are exempt from bowing. Clement said, This time you have done great service. I will reward you well. Thank you, Your Majesty. Minister Gavin reported, Your Majesty, during this campaign, I witnessed the suffering of the people due to wars, leading to dire poverty. I suggest. Clement waved his hand nonchalantly. Oh, Yafu, what do you want again? Another lecture on state affairs and caring for the people? All right, I'll leave the matter to you. Take care of it as you see fit. Seeing this resolved, Gavin hurriedly thanked the king. Thank you, Your Majesty. Clement then addressed the ministers. Anything else? Wallace stepped forward. Your Majesty, the construction plans for Deer Terrace are ready. Please review them. Ready? Bring it over. Let me see. Understood. After reviewing the plans, Clement praised. Beautiful, truly beautiful. Yafu, take a look. Gavin saw the plan. At this moment, Trenton spoke. Your Majesty, constructing Deer Terrace is a big deal. The start date should be decided by you. Clement replied. As soon as possible. It's the 15th soon. Start construction on the 15th. Understood. After seeing the plans, Bine protested. Your Majesty, constructing Deer Terrace requires enormous resources and laborers. This isn't something a wise ruler should do. Yafu, as the emperor ruling 4 vassals and 800 feudal lords, building Deer Terrace to glorify our country, what's wrong with that? But, the people will consider it an honor. I've made my decision, and it can't be changed. Trenton interrupted Bine again. This chapter translates the events where Antony mistakenly kills someone and receives grace from Ricardo before turning to Kent for help. Meanwhile, political tension escalates within Clement's court regarding the construction of Deer Terrace. Lord Ricardo, it is said that the Deer Terrace can connect directly to heaven. I wish that once the Deer Terrace is built, we could invite the state preceptor Harvey to perform rituals and invite celestial deities to celebrate with us. We could also invite these immortals at any time to bless our Joseph dynasty with favorable weather and prosperous living conditions for the people. Wallace echoed in agreement. Yes, yes. Indeed, it was the state preceptor Harvey who had secretly left the Orthodox Cooper sect a few days ago, arriving in the Joseph dynasty to serve as the state preceptor. With his innate magical powers, becoming the state preceptor among mortals was effortless. Clement added. Exactly, Yafu. Once the Deer Terrace is completed, we will invite the state preceptor to perform rituals and ask the deities to bless our Joseph dynasty with favorable weather. Gavin still tried to interject. Your Majesty. Before he could finish, Clement interrupted him. Enough, enough. I promise to pay more attention to the administration from now on. This time, just go along with my wishes. At this moment, Harvey was practicing magic within his own residence. After finishing, someone came to report. State Preceptor, His Majesty wants you to perform a ritual on the Deer Terrace to invite the celestial deities to join him for drinks. Oh, invite celestial deities? I'll do my best. That's all for now. Harvey thought to himself. Invite celestial deities? Who can I invite without being detected by the Heavenly Master? Let me think. Got it. I can find some earthly spirits to put on a show. He decided to seek out Carmen, the fox spirit in the palace, and see if she had any siblings or similar spirits to help with the performance. He arrived at Carmen's residence, where she greeted him respectfully. State Preceptor, I greet you humbly. Enough, fox spirit, don't try to fool me. I can see through you, Harvey said bluntly. Upon hearing this, Carmen's expression changed as she thought. He can actually see through me. His powers must be greater than mine. She then spoke to Harvey. Sir, this humble spirit has not harmed anyone. Please have mercy. Harvey replied. I didn't come here to punish you. I need you to gather a few spirits to help me with the Emperor's request for a ritual soon. You've been cultivating for over 1,000 years, so surely you have some followers, right? Yes, sir. I indeed have a few spirits and 2 sisters. I can summon them, but they wish to remain here permanently. Could you possibly help with that? Harvey responded. Sure, let them stay. Isn't it easy for you spirits to live among mortals? I'm not stopping you. But sir, there is a divine general guarding the palace, which allows me to enter only in human form. My sisters can't enter. Alright, sealing the divine general should be a small matter. Just summon them when the time comes. With that, he left without further ado. After Harvey departed, Carmen pondered. He deemed the divine general an insignificant matter. He must be incredibly powerful. I must not offend him. Deciding to fetch her sisters, she headed to the ancient XuanHuan tomb where they were meditating. One of the lesser spirits, Gigi, complained to Blaine. Xianxia, stop meditating. It's boring. Why are you so restless, second sister? Gigi retorted. Why does only Darby get to enjoy herself in the palace while we toil in this tomb? Xianxia explained. When the Deer Terrace is completed, there will be a grand ceremony where King Franco wants Harvey to invite celestial beings to drink with him. What? How can a tyrant make celestial beings drink with him? Yes, exactly. The fox spirit then told them. You two will be those celestial beings and fairy maidens. They both realized. So, you want us to pretend to be celestial beings and fairies for the king? Truly? The fox spirit nodded. That's wonderful. Blaine exclaimed happily, but Gigi was unenthusiastic. What's so great about it? It's just for one day, and then we return to boredom. At that moment, the chick spirit and the peepa spirit exclaimed joyfully. Are you taking us into the palace? The fox spirit nodded and continued. After the Deer Terrace is completed, Rock XIN will hold a grand ceremony and have Harvey invite immortals down from heaven to drink with him. What? That corrupt ruler. How can he make immortals drink with him? Exactly, they chorused. The fox spirit looked at them both and said, you two can pass as immortals and fairies. Upon hearing this, they realized. Oh, you mean you want us to pretend to be immortals and fairies and entertain the emperor? Really? The fox spirit nodded again. That's great. The peepa spirit cheered happily. However, the chick spirit remained sullen. Why so great, idiot? We'll only be there for one day, then we'll have to come back anyway. Seeing her mood, the fox spirit asked, Josephine, do you really want to go into the palace? Yes, practicing here has become so boring. Now, the divine general in the palace has been sealed by the imperial master who came a few days ago. You can enter the palace anytime. Really, big sister? The fox spirit nodded. At that moment, Beryl was divining in his residence. Judging from the hexagram, a noble guest will visit today. Who could it be? Then Selin arrived, and Beryl noticed him. Selin greeted. Selin greets Beryl. Spirit was dressed in white attire. The chick spirit, with a puzzled face, asked, Zara, why are you dressed like this? The peepa spirit replied. It's rare to leave the XuanHuan ancient tomb. I saw a lady dressed like this and thought it was interesting. Goodness, you have no sense. That woman lost her husband and was crying. You find that interesting? The chick spirit laughed. The peepa spirit retorted. Among all those women, none had any unique attire. I found this particular outfit special. Noticing Jiang Shang's stall, she suggested. Hey, second sister, let's go take a look. The person there is just a wandering fortune teller, tricking people for food and drink. If he's a fraud, why would so many people seek his advice? At the stall, Wuji shouted again. Come, draw auspicious sticks, perform holy divinations, no payment if it's not accurate. Hearing this, the peepa spirit said. Interesting, let's see if he's good. How about you go to the palace first, and I'll cause a scene here and return soon. Alright, but remember to stay safe. Got it, second sister, you go ahead. She approached the stall. Jiang Shang had just finished a divination session when the peepa spirit rushed in and sat down. Hey miss, don't cut in line. Wuji protested. Lady, Wuji stammered. When she saw no reaction, he shouted louder. Big sister. The peepa spirit finally responded. Madam, people are queuing up. Why are you cutting in front? Standing up, she snapped. Oof, don't you see I'm in mourning for my recently deceased husband, awaiting a favorable time for his funeral? Wu Ji explained. Teacher, she says. Fine, Wu Ji, let her go first. Jiang Shang turned to the crowd. Excuse me, everyone, let her go first. Everyone agreed. Turning to the Peepa spirit, Jiang Shang asked, Miss, what would you like to know? What can you predict? I can read 8 characters, facial expressions, palm lines, and divine with hexagrams. Amazing. Then start with my palm lines. Sure, Jiang Shang replied. As he examined her palm, he immediately sensed she was a monster and grabbed her. Monster, you walk the path to doom instead of the righteous road. You came here today looking for trouble. You won't escape. You're Xianxia? Yes, Xianxia. You and your kind ambushed me with the 36 celestial blades. Didn't recognize me today? People around assumed Jiang Shang was trying to harm her. The Peepa spirit screamed. Everyone, this charlatan bullies widows like me under broad daylight. Wu Ji pleaded. Please wait a moment. The guard asked. Who are you? I am Jiang Shang, he replied. A bystander pointed at Jiang Shang. Sergeant, this man killed her. The guard then ordered. Seize both of them, and take this woman back as well for Lord Selin's judgment. Yes, sir. Wu Ji turned to Jiang Shang, worried. Master, what shall we do? Jiang Shang replied calmly. Just follow them for now. Meanwhile, in the Chancellor's residence, Jiang Shang and Wu Ji were brought before Chancellor Selin. Selin was furious. How dare you? You even dared to fake death to deceive me. It seems I will have to execute you myself. Wu Ji begged desperately. Chancellor, spare my life. Spare my life. Jiang Shang stepped forward. My lord, if you wish to execute Wu Ji, please start with me first. Selin looked at Jiang Shang. You are Jiang Shang? Yes, my lord. Jiang Shang, you falsely used divination to openly molest women on the street and even murder them in broad daylight. Now you're trying to save this commoner when you can't even save yourself? To my lord, Wu Ji's fake death was my plan. This was your plan? Jiang Shang nodded. Why did you choose to do so? My lord, Wu Ji accidentally killed that person because of long-standing enmity. That person was a notorious bully who terrorized the locals, destined by heaven to die that day. Therefore, his accidental killing was an act of destiny. According to the law, he doesn't deserve capital punishment. Further, come with me to the palace. If you succeed, Wu Ji's crime will be forgiven, and no further charges will be pursued. Thank you, my lord. I will surely prove she is a monster. Excellent. Inside the palace, Rock Xian was asking Selin, is this person truly so extraordinary as you say? Yes, your majesty. Soldiers witnessed Wu Ji being executed and reported his death. Later, it was discovered that he had only feigned death, all due to Jiang Shang's magic. His abilities seem advanced, surpassing even our royal sorcerer. Rock Xian showed interest. If that's the case, I would like to meet him. Selin replied. He is outside the hall, your majesty. Summon him. Bring Jiang Shang before the emperor. Shortly, Jiang Shang entered the hall and knelt before Rock Xian. Your humble servant, Jiang Shang, pays homage to his majesty. He shouted. Long live the emperor. Rise. Thank you, your majesty. Rock Xian observed him. I've heard you possess great powers and can eliminate demons. Is it true? Jiang Shang replied. I dare not boast of boundless power, but any monster encountering me will surely meet its end. Good. Show me the proof by revealing whether the woman you killed was human or a monster. As you wish. The Peepa spirit was brought over. Jiang Shang summoned his magical instruments, shocking everyone with their sudden appearance. And burned back to its original form. There should be no danger anymore. If so, I find this jade Peepa quite exquisite. Why don't you bestow it upon me? I plan to string it and practice some fine tunes to dedicate them to your majesty. Very well. Then I will bestow this jade Peepa on my beloved concubine. Thank you, your majesty. After saying that, she stepped forward, took the jade Peepa into her hands, and thought silently. Zara, rest assured, your eldest sister will avenge you. Then she glared at Kent, thinking, Brevin, I will never let you off. I will tear you apart with my own hands. At this moment, Franco said again, Kent, since your magic is so powerful, would you like to work in my palace? I can confer you the title of physician Jiang. What do you think? I am willing, thank you, your majesty. Since that is settled, dismiss the court. At this time, in the prime minister's residence, Akil spoke to Kent. Please, come and sit down. Kent immediately sat down. Antony said from behind. How is it, Lord Chancellor? Isn't my master Brevin's magic powerful? Akil asked puzzled. Brevin? Yes, Antony confirmed. But Kent introduced himself. I am humble servant Kent, styled Zia. Then Akil continued. Brevin indeed. You are an extraordinary person. You really can burn demons to death. Kent responded. Thank you, Lord Chancellor. I also thank you on behalf of my mother. Akil waved his hand. You're welcome. Truly, in the future, I need your help in many ways. Then Akil suddenly remembered something and asked. Speaking of which, Brevin, can you tell if Carmen is transformed by a demon? Kent replied. If I open my heavenly eye, I can see her true form. Akil nodded and said. If Carmen really is a demon, you must use your magic to help eliminate her. Yes, Lord Chancellor. Zia will do everything possible to investigate what kind of demonic entity she is. The next day, during the morning court session. Currently, they were having the early court meeting. Long live the king. Long live the king forever. Rise. Thank you, your majesty. King Franco said. Feizhong, Yohuan. Then 2 men with shifty eyes and unappealing looks stepped out. We are here, your majesty. I ordered you to build the Deer Terrace. How is the construction progressing? Feizhong replied. Your majesty, for some reason, the foundation of the Deer Terrace has not stood firm yet. Yohuan echoed. Yes, your majesty. Franco angrily demanded. What? Even the foundation hasn't been laid yet? But Yohuan explained. Your majesty, it's rumored that there's evil spirits causing trouble, that's why. Nonsense. I ordered you two to oversee the construction, yet you have been negligent in duty, punishable by beheading. Frightened, Fei Zhong and Yohuan immediately knelt. Your Majesty, spare us. Please, Your Majesty, spare us. At this point, Carmen pleaded on their behalf. Your Majesty, this shouldn't be blamed on Minister Fei or Minister Yo. As they mentioned, there are evil forces interfering. How could ordinary officials resist such evil forces without any magical abilities? Conan and Yohuan added. That's right, Your Majesty. Franco asked. So, what do you suggest? Carmen suggested. Your Majesty, didn't Master Jiang showcase his ability to expel demons and evil spirits here in the hall a few days ago? Then Franco recalled. Yes, that day, Kent used the 3 mystic fires to reveal the demon's true form. He was indeed powerful. Carmen continued. In my opinion, we can appoint Master Jiang to oversee the construction of the Deer Terrace. Conan and Yohuan agreed. Yes, let Master Jiang oversee it. Franco hesitated for a moment before deciding. All right, follow the beauty's suggestion. Both of you may go. He then called. Kent, listen to the order. Kent's vision. A wicked smile appeared on Carmen's face. Meanwhile, in the Chancellor's residence. What? Master, you really agreed to oversee the construction of the Deer Terrace? Master, why did you do this? Don't you know how difficult this task is? Moreover, how much manpower and resources it will waste. All just to please Kingda with Carmen's happiness. Master, do you think this is worth it? Antony said while looking at Kent. Kent replied. Antony, do you think I don't know how difficult this project is? But the king has already issued the order. Can I refuse? If someone else does it, as you just said, even more resources would be wasted. But if it's me, I can help the people and ensure their livelihood. Isn't that a good thing? At this moment, Akil arrived at the residence, saw this scene, and clapped his hands in praise. Excellent. Well said. Kent and Antony shouted together. Chancellor. Akil continued. I didn't understand why you were doing this until now, but after hearing your explanation, I fully understand. Zia, I support what you are doing. Kent thanked him. Thank you, Chancellor. Then Akil thought about Carmen. By the way, have you determined whether Carmen is a demon or not? Kent replied. Not yet. Akil sighed regrettably. If even you can't tell? Zia stepped forward and said, Chancellor, please rest assured. No matter what, Zia will try my best to find out her true identity. At this moment, a servant came in and said, Report to Chancellor, Lord Ma and Lady Ma request an audience. Akil immediately responded. Invite them in right away, and prepare lunch for everyone. Yes, sir. Then Kent said, Since Chancellor has honored guests, let my disciple and I take our leave. No need for that. Stay here. Lord Ma is a relative, not an outsider. Please stay with us. Yes, sir. Then Lord Ma and his wife entered. Akil greeted warmly. Lord Ma. Lord Ma replied. Chancellor, hello? Akil noticed someone hiding behind Lord Ma and added with a smile. Zhaodi has also come. Then Lord Ma saw Kent and Antony beside the Chancellor. He asked, Chancellor, I haven't seen these two before. The Chancellor introduced them. Let me introduce you. He pointed to Kent. This is Dr. Brevin. The one next to him is Dr. Zhang's disciple, Antony. Then he pointed to Lord Ma. Zia, this is Lord Ma, Lady Ma, and their daughter, Zhaodi. Antony chuckled. Really? Someone shares this name. Kent nudged Antony and scolded. Antony, be respectful confusedly. Not for official matters? Antony interjected. If not for official matters, then for personal ones. It must be related to Miss Tatum, isn't it? Plays. Kent shouted. But Akil laughed and said, Antony is right. Today, I'm entrusted to arrange a match between you and Miss Ma. To clarify, Lord Ma is my relative, and they have praised you highly. Miss Ma took a liking to you at first sight. In fact, she's already pining for you. Kent was surprised. What? Pining for me? Akil nodded. At this moment, Kent recalled the words of Cooper Celestial Venerable. Kent, not only will you descend from the mountain, but you will also have a fated romance. He thought to himself, is this destined to happen? Antony said, Chancellor, save your breath. My master doesn't like being forced into things. If he doesn't like Miss Ma, he won't agree. However, Brevin unexpectedly said, I accept. Antony exclaimed, You see, my master. Master, what did you say? Antony then touched his master's forehead and his own. No fever. Did you deliriate? Master, did you really agree? Kent replied, My fate is intertwined with Miss Ma. I believe I should follow this destiny. Akil became extremely excited. Right, Zia, very well. Excellent. Thus, Kent married Miss Ma, an ordinary human. Given Kent's straightforward nature and lack of desire, he seemed content with finding someone to spend the rest of his life with. However, he knew humans have short lifespans, so he decided he would seek elixirs or magical treasures later to extend her life. After this, Kent and Antony left the Chancellor's residence. Chapter 330. Treat them as they treat you. The next day, at the residence of Chancellor Kent. Today, the residence was filled with festive cheer. The auspicious hour has arrived. The bride and groom are ready to bow before heaven and earth. Everyone cheered. Good, good. At that moment, Kent and Tatum came together into the hall. Antony then called out, Bow to heaven and earth. Bow to your parents. Husband and wife exchanged bows. People rejoiced. Good, good. Mr. Ma, Miss Ma, and Chancellor Jiang were all elated. After the bows, Antony was captivated by a lady nearby. Kent then shouted, Antony. Antony finally snapped back to reality and yelled, Take them to the bridal chamber. At this point, the lady spoke to Antony. Hello, I'm Aliana, see you later. Hearing this, Antony thought to himself, Is this for real? I never had such good luck with women. Could it be because of Master's blessing? Meanwhile, at Duxi's residence, a A young man was pacing back and forth in the courtyard, his face showing great anxiety. A government official then stepped forward and said, "Eldest son, you're calculating the days again?" "Yes. Father left for Xiaogu a long time ago and hasn't returned. I can't rest easy." This young man was none other than Chavi, the eldest son of Duke XuanHuan. "Sir, before he left, Duke said he would only suffer imprisonment but not life-threatening danger. Please don't worry so much," the official added. Chavi replied, "My father's health has always been poor. Now that he is imprisoned, I can't sit idly by. I must go to Xiaogu to save him." Suddenly, a middle-aged woman rushed towards Chavi and shouted, "Wait." Chavi quickly approached her and called out, "Mother." She was Gemma, Chavi's mother. Gemma hastily said, "Chavi, your father wants you to stay in Xi safely. If you rashly travel to Xiaogu, you might endanger your life." The official agreed. "Lady speaks the truth. Please think carefully." But Chavi insisted, "I can't sit here worrying while my father is trapped in Xiaogu. I need to take action. Nothing will change my mind." Gemma added, "Chavi, the tyrant is cruel and unjust. Do you think he will let you see your father just because you ask?" Chavi responded, "Mother, I won't go empty-handed. I plan to offer the king 3 treasures from Xi, the 7-scented chariot, the wine-waking mat, and the white-faced monkey. Perhaps he will release father. Even if he refuses, we should at least be allowed to meet. Moreover, Audrey Carmen, being the current empress, might remember our past friendship and allow us to meet." The official interrupted, "My lord, you know Alexis is the cause of the king's tyranny. She is no longer." Chavi cut him off. "That's enough. My mind is made up. No one can stop me." Seeing Chavi kneeling on the ground pleading, "Please allow me to go, mother." Gemma saw his determination and relented. "My foolish child, since you're determined, I won't stop you. But be extremely cautious." "Thank you, mother." Gemma helped Chavi up. "Get up." Chavi then instructed the official, "Theo, please manage Xi affairs with my younger brother from now on." Theo replied, "Rest assured, lord. Make sure you come back safe and sound." Chavi commanded, "Prepare the carriage immediately. We head to Xiaogu now." In Xiaogu, Kent was supervising the construction of Lutai. He examined the platform closely, thinking, "This platform seems enchanted." Just as he was about to inspect further, a voice called out, "Bounds." Kent tried to explain, "Your Majesty, please hear me out." It was. Before he could finish, Carmen interrupted, "Your Majesty, as the Empress, I am insulted by a courtier. This tarnishes not only me but also your dignity. Grant me death rather than this humiliation." She feigned tears. Franco comforted her. "Don't cry, my love." Then turning to Kent, "Kent, you shall be beheaded and dismembered." Soldiers. Guards rushed in. Kent pleaded, "Wait, Your Majesty, don't heed only a woman's words but ignore loyal advice." Trenton interjected, "Dr. Jiang, assaulting the Empress. Is this how loyal subjects behave?" Wallace agreed. "You fool. The Empress is far more important than you." Franco added, "Trenton, Wallace are right. My beauty matters far more than your supposed loyalty." Kent sighed. "It seems the fall of Hemlock is near." Franco raged, "How dare you speak treasonously? Drag him out." Understood. Soldiers advanced toward Kent but were easily thrown down by him. Subsequently, Akil waited quietly in his residence for Chavi's arrival. After a short while, Chavi came before Akil. "Chavi pays respects to Chancellor." "Please sit, my esteemed nephew," Akil replied. Gratefully, Chavi thanked him. "Would do for you." "Good. Now, listen closely. My task is to assist Clement in ruling this world and ensure he continues his tyrannical reign," Harvey explained. The fox spirit hesitated. "High Priest, this might be difficult. We spirits were sent by Abrielle to corrupt Clement. We cannot change our mission." Harvey remained calm. "Not to worry. Abrielle won't concern herself with this matter. It will only be known between us." Reluctantly, Brielle agreed. "All right. Can you now tell me how to save my third sister? I heard that Chavi, son of Van, will come to plead for his father's release. Moreover, I've divined that Chavi possesses great spiritual potential and once received a soul-stirring melody from an immortal. This melody can strengthen humans, enhance spirits' magic, and even revive dead creatures." Brielle recalled hearing such a tune in the mountains, which greatly improved her powers. Could he be the same person? Continuing, Harvey said, "So, make Chavi play this melody for 49 days on Jade Lute Spirit's true form, and she will be revived." "Thank you, High Priest." Brielle bowed. Meanwhile, court assembly was underway in Xiaogu. "Long live the king." "Rise." Akil stepped forward. "Sire, Prince Chavi of Western Bow brings 3 treasures from Shichi to pay homage to his majesty." Franco responded, "Son of the Duke of Shi? Tell me more." Looking at Carmen, Franco added, "Is he here for you or his father?" Carmen, displeased, retorted, "Of course, as a son, he wishes to see his father. What about me, sire?" "You know what you mean to me," Franco assured her. Turning back, Franco continued, "Heard Chavi is a skilled lute player, the finest in Shichi?" "That's correct," Akil confirmed. "In that case, let him play for my beloved." "Announce him." "Very well. Announce Chavi." Chavi hurried forward, knelt, and said, "Chavi pays respects to his majesty. Long live the king." "Rise. I've heard you are handsome. Look up," Franco commanded. Chavi hesitated. "I dare not look at the imperial visage." Franco pardoned him. "I grant you immunity." Chavi looked up. Seeing him, Carmen's expression changed. Franco commented, "Indeed, he's a rare beauty, worthy son of Shichi." "My appearance means nothing, sire," Chavi humbly replied. "Why so modest? I heard you're a lute master." "My skills are mediocre. I wouldn't dare play before his majesty." Franco pressed on. "Your reputation speaks otherwise. Why hope for Chavi's safety?" Chapter 331. Death Without a Whole Body. At this moment in the palace, Chavi had just finished playing a tune. Then he heard, "Report, Your Majesty, Chancellor Akil says he has important matters to discuss. But Franco replied, Chancellor again? What does he want to advise this time? Aliyah said, Your Majesty, since it's Chancellor requesting an audience, you should meet him. Franco responded, Since my beauty requests it, I will go then. Aliyah then said, Your Majesty, please hurry back quickly. Franco nodded and went to meet the Chancellor. After Franco left, Aliyah asked Chavi to continue playing the lute. Then Aliyah approached and touched Chavi's hand. He reacted, breaking the string and injuring Aliyah's hand. Immediately, Chavi apologized. I did not mean to offend Your Majesty, please forgive me. Aliyah said, It's all right, Chavi. No harm done. Chavi thanked her immediately. Thank you, Your Majesty. Aliyah then said, Now that the lute string is broken, let's not play anymore. Let's sit down for some wine instead. Chavi refused. Your Majesty, I owe my life to Your Majesty's kindness, but drinking with you is inappropriate. Aliyah replied. Aliyah answered, How dare you reject my help? Do you not want to be with Carmen? Realization dawned on Chavi. I see now. That white-faced monkey attacked you because you're a demon. Aliyah dropped her pretense. Humph, Chavi, don't act like you're ungrateful. I tried to help you. Chavi asked, How is Carmen? Is she? Aliyah laughed. Relax, she's not dead yet. I've sealed her within me. But if you upset me, Chavi pleaded. Please, do not hurt Carmen. Aliyah said, If you don't want her harmed, agree to my condition. Play the soul-reviving tune for 49 days using my enchanted lute to revive my third sister. Chavi asked, Can I speak to the real Carmen? Aliyah replied, Since you haven't seen each other for so long, I'll let you talk. She allowed the real Carmen to regain control. Carmen cried out, Chavi, Chavi. Chavi confirmed, You're really Carmen? Carmen affirmed, Yes, Chavi. They embraced tightly. Chavi said, Carmen, I've missed you so much. But Carmen responded, Chavi, I'm now the Empress. Please forget me. Chavi looked pained. Carmen felt sorry for him and asked, Do you know who possesses me? Carmen replied, A nine-tailed fox. Don't agree to play the music for her. Chavi worried, But you'll be in danger. Carmen insisted, Don't worry about me. She needs my body and won't harm me yet. But reviving her sister would cause chaos and destruction. Chavi, promise me you won't help her. Chavi hesitated. But Carmen? Suddenly, Aliyah reclaimed control and demanded, Chavi, you've met Carmen. Will you agree to my terms? Chavi pointed at Aliyah. Nine-tailed fox, you? He thought, I must stay calm or risk failing to save father and putting Carmen in danger. Chavi said respectfully, Your Majesty, Chavi will follow the king's decree and teach music in the palace. However, saving your sister is beyond my duty. He turned away. Aliyah retorted, Are you not afraid I'll harm Carmen? Chavi replied, Your Majesty, as the mother of the nation revered by all, you wouldn't want the king to learn your true identity. Please respect yourself. Chavi takes his leave. He walked towards the door. Aliyah yelled, Chavi, stop. How dare you leave? Ignoring her, Chavi continued walking. Aliyah shouted, Fine. Since you're so ungrateful, you'll die without a whole body. Chapter 332. Unwilling to accept? At this moment, Akil asked the rock Franco in the palace, Your Majesty, where is Chavi now? Franco replied, He is playing the lute in the inner chambers. What? Does Your Majesty mean he is alone with the concubine? Why not? Lord Grand Tutor, what important matter brings you here? Akil responded, Your Majesty, although Chavi's musical skills are excellent, one should not listen too much. I am worried that he does not understand the protocols of the palace and might offend Your Majesty. Please allow me to take Chavi away. However, Franco said, It's rare for my beloved concubine to admire Chavi's music. I have already allowed him to stay in the inner chambers to teach her. I will not allow it otherwise. Akil was about to persuade again, but then a servant shouted, Your Majesty, something terrible has happened. Your Majesty, concubine who wants to hang herself. What? My beloved. Saying this, Franco rushed to the inner chambers. Upon arrival, he saw Carmen crying and screaming, while a palace maid tried to restrain her and console her. Seeing this scene, Franco ran up immediately and asked, My beloved, what's wrong? What happened? But Brielle cried back, Your Majesty, let me die. Please let me die. Tell me what happened. Your Majesty, right after you left, I wanted to ask Chavi to teach me music. But unexpectedly, he did not just refuse to teach, but also made lewd remarks towards me. He disregarded the propriety between ruler and subject and wanted to do what? Brielle did not speak, but exposed her shoulder and continued. Yet, in my absence, you took advantage to insult my beloved. What do you have to say for yourself? Chavi replied, Your Majesty, no, I absolutely did not. The facts are clear, yet you still try to deny them. Chavi protested, Your Majesty, I swear on my life, I did nothing against Your Majesty. Akil also added, Yes, Your Majesty, this must be a misunderstanding. Please spare Chavi. Brielle objected, No, Your Majesty, if we let him go like this, where would my honor be? I'd rather die. Franco declared, Then I shall order his public execution at once. Knowing it was futile, Chavi shouted, O tyrant, you blind and unjust tyrant. Take him away. You blind tyrant, not only are you oblivious, but you also indulge this demoness in her wickedness. Even as a ghost, I will not forgive you. Lord Grand Tutor, Alexis is no longer the same Alexis she used to be. She is a demon, a demon. Franco shouted, Take him away. As the guards dragged Chavi away, Akil tried to intervene. Your Majesty, interrupted by Franco, he said, Lord Grand Tutor, do not speak further. I will never pardon this bold criminal. Leave now. After Akil left, Carmen turned to Franco and said, Your Majesty, Chavi is so arrogant, insulting me even as he faced death. Shouldn't we do more than just execute him publicly? What other divination? He wept. It can't be. Impossible. My son Chavi, why didn't you listen and came here? causing this disaster. Now, I know this meat comes from my own child. Refusing it would result in our family's destruction. But how can I bear to eat my son's flesh? Trenton and Gregory arrived with a box. Van knelt. Beryl Ho Van receives your majesty's command. Gregory said. His majesty, feeling pity for your long stay, had hunted animals made into meat pies for you. Van bowed. Thank you, your majesty. Enjoy it hot, Trenton urged, placing the plate of meat pies. Van stared at the meat pies. Not hungry. Gregory insisted. By his majesty's order, we must watch you eat. Disobeying will disappoint his majesty. Suddenly, an Khalil appeared and immobilized everyone. The Khalil called. Beryl Ho. Van asked. Who are you? We've met before. Met? Lei Zhanzi. It was Brevin. Van recalled. Ah, you saved me before. Brevin nodded. Yes, I'm here to help you. Van pointed to the meat pies. These? Brevin replied. You must eat them. Van cried. To be continued. This translation. Beryl Ho, please eat the meat pie. Van responded. Very well, I will eat. He walked forward, picked up the meat pie, and stuffed it into his mouth. Ingram watched him take a bite and asked. Is it good? Van replied. Yes, it's very good. He hurriedly swallowed the whole pie. Ingram then said. Since it's so good, finish it all. Van responded. It's too delicious. I don't want to finish it all at once. I'll save some for the next meal. Ingram and Gregory laughed. Lord Beryl Ho, you're truly thoughtful. Since you've eaten the pie, we can report back. Van quickly said. Thank you both, lords. Please convey my gratitude to the Emperor for his grace. We will, they replied, then left. Once they were gone, Van flung the remaining meat pies to the ground and cried. For the people, for the common folk, father had no choice but to eat you. But my son died so tragically, and I am heartbroken and unwilling to accept it. Upon hearing that Van had eaten the meat pies, Franco released him back to West Chi. When Van returned home, his son Berkeley was overjoyed. After returning to West Chi, Van secretly began gathering troops and horses to attack Armand as soon as possible to bring peace and prosperity to the people. He also searched for Kint's whereabouts. On the night of the full moon, Franco instructed Fred to perform rituals to summon deities. Fred came in secret, avoiding contacting his friends in the cultivation school. Instead, he sought Brielle for several fox spirits. That evening, after Fred completed the ritual, everyone was astonished. He actually summoned real deities. The Grand Master is truly a divine being. However, Akil did not believe it. He approached the deities with wine. As he neared, he smelled a pungent fox odor. He continued offering them drinks until the fox spirits were thoroughly intoxicated, inadvertently revealing their tails one by one. Chapter 333, Must Not Kill, Must Not Kill. This scene was witnessed by Akil, who shouted loudly, Bold demon, how dare you pretend to be celestial beings and drink with the king? You're courting death. He then took out a brocade bag given to him by Kint on that fateful day. That day, when Kint left, he noticed that Achilles' forehead was dark. Seeing this, Kint gave Akil a life-saving brocade bag. Akil then pulled out a talisman from the brocade bag and threw it at the group of demons. Immediately, the demons were unable to withstand it and died on the spot. However, Harvey saw this and with a wave of his hand, relocated them elsewhere. Noah then asked, Grand Tutor, what is the meaning of this? Akil replied, Your Majesty, those were not deities, they were all demons. Brielle said, Ridiculous. These guests were summoned by the Imperial Sorcerer. How could they possibly be demons? Harvey also spoke up, Your Majesty, I have invited immortals, not demons. Akil confidently retorted, No, those were definitely demons. Noah asked, Then how can you prove they were definitely demons? Akil answered, I can certainly prove it. When I toasted with them, I smelled a faint fox odor on them. Immortals should emit an aura of righteousness. How could they have a fox smell? But Noah replied, How did I not smell it? I only detected a pleasant fragrance, not any fox odor. Brielle added, Your Majesty, everyone's sense of smell is different. Some find it fragrant, while others find it foul. This cannot be used to determine if they were demons. Noah agreed. My queen makes a good point. Akil persisted, But Your Majesty, after a few rounds of drinking, I distinctly saw their forms changing, and their fox tails starting to show. Could it be that even deities have fox tails? Brielle countered. Of course deities don't have fox tails, but Sir Prime Minister, are your eyesight and judgment failing in your old age? Did you perhaps mistake what you saw? Akil insisted, Your Highness, I absolutely did not see wrong. Those were definitely fox demons. Brielle opposed. No, they were immortals. Demons. At this point, Noah interjected. That's enough. Grand Tutor, my queen, no more arguments. I saw those people descending from the heavens with flowing robes. They must be immortals. Akil wanted to argue further but was stopped by Noah. Enough, I know you speak the truth. But they have already gone, and I do not wish to pursue this further. I am tired now. Let us discuss this tomorrow. Afterward, Akil turned to Harvey and declared, Immortals? I don't believe it for a second. I will expose your true form eventually. The next day at the palace, Brielle was asking Aubrey about the situation. What happened to my disciples? Aubrey cried. Darby, they were severely injured by the talismans. They are all... What? Upon hearing this, Brielle fainted on the spot. When she regained consciousness, she wept bitterly. Why? Why would they treat them like this? They were innocent. It's all my fault. It's all my doing. Aubrey comforted her. Darby, it's not your fault. The blame lies with Akil. He deserves to die. The next morning at the court of Clement, while court was in session, a palace maid rushed in shouting, Your Majesty, something is amiss. For some reason, Her Majesty is experiencing severe heart pain. What? My queen is in heart 6 imperial edicts. What for? Eunuch Wang replied. Sir Prime Minister, Empress Xianxia suddenly suffers from intense heart pain. The imperial sorcerer insists only a 7-orifice-attuned heart can help. Akil inquired. 7-orifice-attuned heart? What exactly is that? A 7-orifice-attuned heart refers to the heart of a loyal minister, preferably the most loyal one. So His Majesty called me here for my heart? Please come quickly to the court. I shall take my leave. After Eunuch Wang left, Akil laughed madly in anger. For all my loyalty, to end up with my heart being dug out. Heaven, is there still justice? No wonder virtuous heroes leave one by one. It's not heaven destroying Joseph Zhou, but you destroying yourself. I shouldn't die like this. Wait. He then remembered the brocade bag left to him by Brevin. Opening the bag, he found a note inside which read, drink the water made from the first talisman, place the second talisman over your heart, and keep the third as protection. After your heart is dug out, return home immediately. Xia will be waiting at your residence. Remember? Reading this, Akil immediately acted, preparing everything as instructed, before heading to the palace. Upon arriving, Akil bowed and asked Noah, Your Majesty, why have I been summoned so urgently with 6 imperial edicts? Noah replied, Grand Tutor, my queen appears to have heart-rot disease and is on the verge of death. Only a 7-orifice-attuned heart can save her. I ask for your 7-orifice-attuned heart to save my beloved. Will you consent? Akil responded gravely, Your Majesty, the heart governs the body, hidden within the lungs, seated among the 6 organs and 2 ears. It's invincible against toxins. Once compromised, death follows. The heart controls our actions. With a righteous heart, hands and feet act righteously. Without, they stray. The heart is the soul of all things and the essence of change. If you ask for my heart today, will I still live? Though my life is insignificant, losing the most virtuous subjects will doom the state. Today, by following the advice of these demons, asking for my heart, you risk the stability of the realm. Without me, the kingdom will surely fall too. Noah retorted, I merely ask for part of your heart. Is it necessary to exaggerate like this? Akil angrily exclaimed, You blind king, do you not realize you're blinded by wine and women? Even taking a piece of my heart would kill me, let alone carving open my chest. Noah coldly said, As the sovereign commands, disobedience is treason. You claim to be my most loyal minister yet defy me openly in court. Drag him away and carve out his heart. Seeing no one moved, Noah shouted, Worthless servants, do I have to do it myself? Akil challenged, Let me see if you dare to do it yourself. Approaching Akil, Noah said, Akil lives, the kingdom lives. Akil dies, the kingdom dies. Tell me, is this your kingdom or mine? Akil sighed, You are beyond saving. Having spoken, Akil picked up a knife and turned towards the sky, declaring, Ancestors above, think of our dynasty that has lasted for 100 years through 17 generations and 31 kings. Today, it is not that I, Akil, am disloyal, but rather that this current king stubbornly follows his own will, favors evil ministers, listens to slanderous words, and is deceived by demons. He is about to destroy the Changtang dynasty built over centuries. Then he turned to Noah and said, Blind king, how will you face the previous emperors in the future? With that, he plunged the knife into his chest and dug out his heart, throwing it on the ground. Having done this, he left the palace, walking away. Harvey watched as Akil gradually walked out of the hall, looking surprised. Noah pointed at the heart and ordered, Quickly replace my beloved's heart with this one. At this moment, the Chick Demon and Peepa Demon were laughing loudly. Brielle also laughed. Ha ha ha, Akil is finally dead. I have finally avenged my disciples. But Harvey remarked, No, Akil isn't dead yet. Brielle was puzzled. How could that be? Didn't he already dig out his heart? How is he still alive? Harvey continued, He truly hasn't died. I saw him walk away silently. Afterward, Brielle transformed back into her original form and went to town, where she indeed saw Akil still alive, riding a horse and heading home. She rushed to a stall, shouting, Vegetables for sale. Fresh heartless vegetables. Hearing this, Akil paused and asked, What are heartless vegetables? They are simply vegetables without hearts, the girl replied. Can vegetables live without hearts? Of course they can live, because a person without a heart wouldn't survive either. Actually, a person without a heart has no way to live. Akil sighed. Yes, a person without a heart cannot live. As he spoke, blood spurted from his chest, and he fell off the horse onto the ground. The girl then transformed back and said, You have no heart. You should have died long ago. In Chuntang Pass, Kent and others had already arrived. Corbin's wife was heavily pregnant, lying on the bed. Suddenly, she felt and Corbin responded, Come here quickly. Servants dragged her away, and Corbin raised his sword to strike Ellison. Suddenly, a spell knocked the blade away. Brevin had arrived. He knew this child was Ling Zhuzi reincarnated. He addressed Corbin. Bradenly, May I take this child under my guidance? I will educate him well so that he may achieve great things. Please spare him. Corbin's wife added, Listen to the Taoist. If he misbehaves, you can still punish him later, and I will have no complaints. Corbin sighed. Very well, fine. He then told Ellison, You must learn well from this Taoist. If I ever hear you've harmed someone, I will not forgive you. Corbin's wife then suggested, Why not ask the Taoist to name the child? Corbin agreed. Taoist, please give my third son a name. Brevin replied, Good. This child shall be named Ellison. Both parents echoed, Ellison? Surprisingly, the child happily announced, Father, mother, I have a name now. I have a name now. Brevin took Ellison to his residence. Once there, he presented 2 treasures, the circlet of heaven and earth and the heaven-tearing silk ribbon. Brevin gifted these treasures to Ellison, saying, These are the circlet of heaven and earth and the heaven-tearing silk ribbon. They were entrusted to me by your master. I am your uncle master, and your true master is someone else. Ellison beamed. That's wonderful. When I meet my master, I will thank him properly. Revan then took Ellison outside to teach him magic, starting with how to use the circlet of heaven and earth. He held up the circlet and instructed. Watch closely. The circlet of heaven and earth is used like this. Pay attention. He demonstrated the technique. Chapter 334. Ensuring he cannot escape. At this moment, on a Draenei island at the Bio Palace, the headquarters of the Jiejiao. Note. For better understanding and fluency in English, it would be better to translate Jiejiao, as Jiejiao, or provide an explanation for it if it refers to a specific sect or teaching. I have maintained it as Jiejiao here for consistency, but can adjust based on further context. For an even more fluent read, we could say, at this moment, on a Draenei island at the Bio Palace, the stronghold of the Jiejiao sect, Landon had just finished his cultivation when he thought about paying a visit to the human tribes to see how they were faring. Landon thought, since there's nothing much to do here anyway, I might as well go check on the human tribes and take a look at the disciples of Jiejiao. After finishing his thoughts, Landon immediately set off towards the human tribes. Traveling half-step to Dao speed is exceedingly fast. It took only moments for him to arrive. On the way, by the East Sea, he encountered a third-generation disciple of Jiejiao. This person was Elwood. Instantly, Landon became interested, because this person's cultivation level was not much different from that of Brevin, someone with whom he had many battles. This piqued Landon's interest. He wondered, am I not overstepping here? With this question, he walked toward Elwood by the East Sea. Soon, in Elwood's residence, a man suddenly appeared. Due to Landon's immense power, Elwood did not sense his presence. Also, because Elwood was engrossed in reading, he was unaware of Landon's arrival. Then Landon walked into the courtyard and called out to Elwood. Elwood looked up and upon seeing the man, quickly greeted him. Salutations, Luis. Landon replied. Rise. I was just passing through here and decided to check on you. While here, let me give you a few instructions. First, if the tyrant Clement sends you to deal with Brevin, simply probe his defenses. If possible, steal the Abriel stone. Second, when facing Brevin, do not harm him. He is a key figure in the Sealing Gods incident. Third, be cautious of the present-day Carmen and the royal advisor of Armand. Elwood responded. Yes, Luis. After conveying his message, Landon added. I have told you what needs to be done. Remember, be wary of Carmen and the royal advisor of Armand. Watch out for their tricks. After saying this, Landon left. Next, he pondered on the current developments and cast a divination spell. After divining, he thought, oh, so now is the time for that little child to be born. Interesting indeed. Satisfied, Landon headed towards Skeleton Mountain and Whitebone Cave, for there resided another disciple of Jiejiao. Upon arriving, he saw a young man carrying a woman. Landon observed. It seems this younger sister has developed some feelings for this young lad. Choosing not to delve deeper, he silently watched the unfolding events. By nightfall, the young man had made a fire and roasted a few rabbits. He mused. Why did I encounter her? Without her, I would have reached Chentang Pass long ago. After thinking this, he lay under a tree and fell asleep. Not long after, Landon saw the woman stand and approach the young man, seemingly intent on absorbing his essence. But how could Landon let her succeed? He appeared and shouted, Leona, if you dare proceed, I shall turn you back into a stone. The woman was none other than Leona, an enchanted stone formed beyond the heavens and earth, refined by earth, water, fire, and wind into a spirit. Startled, she turned around, face pale. Sabrina called. Leona, Leona. Leona greeted. Sabrina. Seeing Harvey, she asked, who is this? Sabrina explained. This is Harvey, the royal advisor of the Joseph dynasty. Harvey bowed. Your Majesty Leona, greetings. Sabrina continued. We came to ask for your assistance. Leona inquired. What for? Sabrina responded. The three of us, by the order of Abriel, are tasked with ending the Joseph dynasty, but we face constant opposition. Leona asked. From whom? Harvey replied. My Luis Brevin. He's the one Luis spoke of, Leona thought. Sabrina continued. My Andre's sister foresees him fleeing to Chantang Pass. Since your cave is nearby, we ask for your help. Leona questioned. What does this Brevin look like? Harvey described. He is an immensely powerful cultivator, already 70 years old. Leona wondered. 70? Shouldn't he be gray-haired? No, Harvey clarified. He appears to be around 20 due to cultivation skills and profound magic. Leona remarked. Around 20, cultivating on Kunlun Mountain? She asked Harvey. Whole story from beginning to end. After finishing, Kent went out to find Antony and the others. Walking into the forest, he heard Allison's voice. Brevin, your disciples, Antony and Ellison, are in my hands. If you want to save them, come to Skeleton Valley. Hearing this, Kent said, Trouble, they're in danger. He was about to rush to Skeleton Valley but was stopped by Berkeley. Wait, I'll go with you. On what grounds? Don't underestimate me. My martial arts are very high. You're my defeated opponent and still boast before me? Go back and practice some more, then we'll talk. Saying this, Kent headed for Skeleton Valley. At this moment, Allison was leading Antony and Ellison towards Skeleton Valley. All along the way, Ellison kept insulting Allison. You old witch, ugly witch, your heart is so vicious. You will get what you deserve. You'll grow uglier and older until you die of ugliness. Enraged, Allison retorted. Shut up. One more word, and I'll seal your mouth. Antony added. My dear little ancestor, please stop talking. This demon is formidable. We might be dead before she even acts. Allison's mood improved slightly as she said, Good choice. She then called out, Shurji, Gongbao, Aubrey. They all appeared immediately. Upon showing up, they pushed Antony and Ellison into Skeleton Valley. Ellison asked, Where have you brought us, Demoness? This is Skeleton Valley. Following Harvey's inspiration from an array book taken from the Tongtian Sect, I've set up a trap sky array here. This array has 5 directions: east, south, west, north, and center, each guarded by one person. Once Brevin enters this array, he won't be able to escape, Brielle explained. Antony replied, "You're ganging up on my master, you're despicable. Why don't you face him one-on-one?" To which Allison responded, "If killing him requires such despicable methods, I'll use them." Aubrey then pointed out, "But sister, there are only 5 positions, and we lack people to guard them." Ellison laughed. "Lacking manpower, aren't you?" Allison assured, "Relax, I've invited Laozi and Huafeng for help." She called out, "Laozi, Huafeng." They appeared, shocking Landon, who observed from above. Why do they act like lapdogs, only appearing when called? Allison instructed, "Aubrey guards the east, Shurji the west, our 2 seniors take south and north. The center, the array's weak point, is guarded by Harvey and me. Brevin, if you dare enter this trapped sky array, you'll have nowhere to hide." Laughing, she waited. When Kent and his party arrived, Kent saw Berkeley following behind. "Didn't I tell you not to follow?" Berkeley responded, "If you told me not to, I wouldn't have personality." Kent sighed. "Fine, do as you wish. But don't hinder me when I try to save them." Berkeley countered. "Hinder? How could I? Without me, you couldn't rescue them." Kent warned, "Remember, there's an unknown array below. Ellison and Antony are trapped. I need to investigate first." About to jump down, he was halted by Berkeley. "Wait, let me go with you." Kent insisted, "It's dangerous. Go home. Don't trouble me." Berkeley persisted. "No matter the danger, I'm going." Kent asked again, "Decided?" Berkeley nodded. So, Kent dragged Berkeley off the cliff, hearing a loud cry below. Arriving, Berkeley asked, "Why did you push me?" Brevin questioned, "Afraid now?" Berkeley retorted, "How could I be afraid? I'm standing here." They heard Antony's cries for help. Moving toward the sound, Kent entered the eastern part of the trap sky array, then the western part. Soon, all 4 sides converged on the center gate. Harvey shouted, "Brevin, today you die. Since you dared enter my array, next year will mark your death anniversary." Kent replied, "Harvey, I spared you before. Still, you persist in evil with these demons. Brevin, if you discard your cultivation now, you'll fall right into their trap." Antony, who was underfoot, also shouted, "Yes, master, you can still fight them off. If you lose your magic, we are all finished." Allison then yelled, "Brevin, listen up. If you don't act, I will kill them now." Ellison retorted, "Stinking monster, don't think you can bully me just because I'm a child. Do whatever you want. Don't try to threaten my uncle this way." Furious, Allison screamed, "Brat, you're asking for death." She threw the heaven and earth hoop at Ellison. Just before it hit, the hoop soared into the air. Landon had cast a spell to snatch it away. Allison shouted, "Who is that?" At that moment, Landon descended from the sky. Harvey and Brevin immediately cried out, "Greetings, Saint Landon." This scene left everyone bewildered. Allison asked Harvey, "Harvey, who is this person? Why do you and Brevin bow to him?" At first, Allison thought it might be the Venerable Murphy, but she knew the Venerable Murphy looked different from this man. Therefore, she questioned Harvey. Chapter 382. Brevin lies to Daviniv Berkeley. Note, the second chapter heading, 382, appears misplaced within the narrative flow. Based on the previous content's context, it seems like it would make more sense in a different section of the story. Continuing with chapter 335. Chill run through their bodies, as if this person could kill them at any moment. They were subsequently scared into fainting. Everyone was taken aback. Just one glance had frightened Myrtle and Nikita into unconsciousness. This person's strength was unfathomable. Only Harvey and Brevin knew that Landon had only used enough power to scare them unconscious. If he wanted to kill them, it would have taken just a glance. Landon then said, "Continue your fighting, but bullying a child is inappropriate, especially using a child as a hostage." With that, he returned the magic circle to Ellison and transformed Nikita and Myrtle into windfire wheels using his magic. As for the fire-tipped spear, since it was transformed by his own junior sister, he couldn't give it to Ellison. Instead, he gave Ellison a tyrant spear from his collection in the Bihu Palace. After giving Ellison the items, Landon instructed, "If you're bullied again, use this spear to strike them." Ellison replied, "Yes, thank you, big brother." Then Landon left and returned to the Bihu Palace. "Farewell, Holy Saint Landon." Harvey and Brevin shouted in unison. Once Landon left, Harvey quickly withdrew and told Carmen, "Let's go. We can't contend with them now." Carmen retorted, "Why leave? I won't rest until I've killed Brevin." Harvey explained, "We could still fight Brevin, but we lost Myrtle and Nikita to Ellison, and now Landon has given him another treasure, the tyrant spear. I advise you to hold off. Being seriously wounded by this spear will cause your powers to gradually dissipate until you revert to your original form." Carmen gasped, "What? The spear is so powerful? Let's go." And with that, she called the others to leave. Seeing them depart, Brevin took Ellison and the others back to Chintang Pass. Later, on a beach, Ellison, Antony, and Tatum were playing. Ellison was washing the sky-mixing silk ribbon in the sea. As it was a divine artifact, its presence caused tremors throughout the Alistair's palace, angering Prince Lionel. Lionel rushed ashore to confront Ellison. Upon seeing Ellison and the others, Lionel angrily shouted, "Bold." Ellison asked, "Who are you?" Lionel replied, "I am Prince Lionel, third son of the Alistair." They immediately engaged in battle. After a while, Lionel, clearly outmatched, was injured by Ellison's tyrant spear and fled back to the Dragon Palace. Ellison, having injured Lionel, returned to Chintang Pass with Antony and the others. Back in the Dragon Palace, Lionel fumed. "This boy's treasures are formidable. Fortunately, I escaped in time. Wait, why is my power diminishing? Ah, it must be the weapon the boy used." He shouted, "Bring me the elixir quickly." A night-forked demon brought over a bottle of elixir. Without hesitation, Lionel drank it and slowly channeled his energy. Fortunately for this elixir, otherwise, my cultivation might have been ruined. That boy is truly terrifying, wielding such powerful artifacts at such a young age. He then continued to focus on recovering. Meanwhile, at Li Mansion in Chentang Pass, Duke of Western Qi's son, Berkeley, conversed with Corbin. Prince Ji, why did you come to Chentang Pass? Berkeley replied. Bradenly, I've come to find someone. Corbin, surprised, asked. Who could it be, important enough for you to personally visit Chentang Pass? Berkeley answered. He is an Andreli man with white hair, a sage-like figure who saved my father twice. Corbin was astonished. Saved the Duke of Western Qi twice? Who could this person be? Berkeley replied. I don't know his name, but my father mentioned a white-haired Andre, nothing more. Just then, Brevin arrived and said, I know. Berkeley rejoiced. Brevin, you really know? Indeed, I know whom you seek and why you seek him. To assist your father, right? Berkeley exclaimed. How do you know? You must indeed know where this person is. Can you tell me? Brevin asked. Do you truly wish to find him? Berkeley insisted. Yes, my father believes finding this person is key to helping us. I must find him, please tell me. Brevin replied. Since you are sincere, let me inform you. He knows astronomy and geography, possesses 3 heavenly scrolls, thus foresees the past and future. However, finding him is not easy. Berkeley declared. Regardless of the difficulty, I will find him. Brevin responded. Well, I have divination skills. It seems fate has aligned you with him, but when you'll find him depends on your fortune. Berkeley pleaded. Wherever he may be, I, Berkeley, will find him. Please enlighten me. Seeing his sincerity, Brevin lied. 500 miles east is Backtrack Mountain, where he lives on Rogue Cliff. Van questioned. Backtrack Mountain? Rogue Cliff? Brevin added. I'll send my disciple Antony with you. Berkeley asked. Will this sage see me? Brevin smiled. He will see no one else but you. Berkeley thanked Brevin. Thank you, Sir Jiang. Antony is preparing and bidding farewell to his mother. Go later. I will bid farewell to Bradenley first. Please, sir. Brevin then went to Bradenley. Suddenly, Harvey appeared, thinking, Berkeley seeks someone with 3 heavenly scrolls? If I get those scrolls, I'd be invincible. I must follow Berkeley and seize the scrolls once he meets him. He laughed and departed. The next day, Berkeley and Antony set out for Backtrack Mountain's Rogue Cliff. En route, Antony grumbled inwardly. This prince is so foolish. He should have just told me it was our master. Now I have to accompany him 500 miles to this place. Feeling dejected, Antony trudged along slowly. Noticing this, Berkeley asked. The story continues. This translation maintains the structure, tone, and style of the original text, ensuring a coherent and fluent narrative in English. Antony, are you a bit tired? Antony smiled and nodded. Then Berkeley continued. In that case, let's rest for a while over there. Antony happily replied. Sure. After resting for a short while, they heard someone crying for help. Help! Help! Without hesitation, Berkeley headed straight toward the cries. They saw a man being chased by several soldiers. Stop! Stop! Where do you think you're running? The man kept shouting for help as he ran. Suddenly, he tripped and fell, allowing the pursuers to catch up. Once they caught him, one of them pointed a sword at him and said, You have some nerve, daring to defy the king's orders. We're under orders to bring you back. Why don't you just come along quietly? The man retorted, The tyrant is unjust, oppressing the people. I've long been determined to overthrow your Joseph dynasty. Today, if death is my fate, then so be it. But make me go with you? No way. The soldiers responded, You're asking for death. One of them was about to kill him when Berkeley rushed in and shouted, Hold it. Pointing at the soldiers, Berkeley accused, You scoundrels, how dare you arbitrarily harm innocent lives? One soldier sneered, Oh great, another busybody. Looks like you've had enough of life. You. Before he could finish, Antony interrupted. Hold on. Turning to Berkeley, Antony offered, Prince G, let me handle this. Another one looking for death. I'll send both of you to hell. With that, the soldier lunged at Berkeley. Antony shouted, Slow down. Using his magic, Antony knocked the swords out of the soldiers' hands. The soldiers cried out, He uses sorcery, run, and they immediately fled. Antony watched them flee and muttered to himself, This magic is pretty powerful. It can take on 3 opponents at once. Berkeley turned to the man who had been shouting for help and asked, Sir, are you all right? Did you get hurt? The man replied, I'm fine. He then thanked Berkeley. Thank you, sir, for saving my life. No need to be so formal. At this point, Antony looked at the man and remarked, Hey, you look familiar somehow. The man responded, I've never met this gentleman before. How could I look familiar? Berkeley added, That's true, Antony. Then he looked at the man again and said, Sir, you look really familiar. Antony tried to recall where he had seen the man but couldn't quite place him. Chapter 336. Not even 10 lives would be enough. Berkeley shouted, Antony. Then he introduced the man to Antony. Oh right, I forgot to introduce you. This is my friend's apprentice, Antony. The man then thanked Antony. Thank you, brother Antony, for coming to our rescue. Antony replied modestly, You're welcome. He then turned to Berkeley and said, Prince G, we should hurry up. Be careful they don't catch up. It was only then that Berkeley responded, Yes, Albie, please go ahead. After the man walked ahead, Antony leaned in closer to Berkeley and said, Prince G, this person seems very familiar. Berkeley brushed it off. Forget it, Antony. Let's focus on the journey. As Berkeley caught up with the man, Antony couldn't help but think, where have I seen him before? But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't remember. It was none other than Harvey, who had captured him in the Skull Valley. Soon after walking, they arrived at a small town. Berkeley remarked, Albie, look over there. It's quite lively. Meanwhile, Anthony was still pondering about the identity of the stranger. No matter how much I try, I can't figure out who this person is. He looks so familiar. My memory sure isn't what it used to be. Frustrated, he patted his head. Berkeley noticed and called out to him. Anthony, Anthony. Startled, Berkeley reassured him. Don't worry, if you can't handle it, there's always me. No matter what, we must save the city lord's daughter. Anthony finally nodded. Fine, Prince G, seeing as you love meddling so much, I'll help you. Meanwhile, in a forested area, a toad demon watched the city lord's daughter inside a cave. Toady beauty, why don't we get married? He proposed. The young woman pleaded. No, please spare me. Please, I beg of you. Let me go. The demon insisted. Not a chance. After we're married, I'll pay respects to my new father-in-law. Just as he moved to grab her, Anthony used his magic to stop him. Berkeley also arrived, confronting the demon. Bold demon, kidnapping a maiden in broad daylight. The demon retorted. Who are you? Why meddle in things that don't concern you? Berkeley declared. I am Berkeley, son of Jonas of Xianxia. Passing through here, I saw the announcement and came to save the city lord's daughter. Demon, release her immediately. Laughing, the toad demon responded. Just you two? Better not interfere, or you'll risk your lives. While I'm feeling generous, run while you can. Anthony challenged. Bold demon, harming people like this. Watch me subdue you with my magic. With his limited power, he charged at the demon, only to be thrown outside and roll across the ground. Seeing this, Harvey thought, if they all fall to this demon, how can I make Berkeley lead me to Tianshu? No, I need to find a way. He spotted the city lord's daughter trying to escape and grabbed her hand, pulling her toward the entrance. The demon, busy fighting Berkeley and Anthony, didn't notice. Harvey told her, Miss, we're here to save you. Go back to the city and leave this to us. Grateful, she replied. Thank you, brave heroes. I am forever indebted to you. Running back to Xianyang City, she left the scene. Harvey returned inside and told Berkeley and Anthony, brothers, enough fighting. I've already saved the city lord's daughter. Let's not waste any more time here. Both Berkeley and Anthony agreed. Right. They fled outside, infuriating the toad demon. Damn it. Where are you running? He pursued them. Since Harvey was disguised as a regular person and couldn't use magic, he ran slowly. Soon, the demon caught up with him. Berkeley and Anthony shouted, Albie, run faster. But it was too late. The demon dragged Harvey back into the cave and sealed the entrance. Outside, Berkeley yelled, release him, demon, or you'll regret it. Inside, the demon responded, if you want him back, bring the city lord's daughter here. Otherwise, I'll feast on this one. Anthony told Berkeley, what should we do? We can't defeat this toad. Let's return to the city and come up with a plan. The demon shouldn't harm Albie yet, so let's go back now. Berkeley agreed. Okay. Before leaving, Berkeley shouted again, Albie, wait for me. I will come back to save you. Together, they returned to Xianyang City. Inside the cave, Harvey smiled as the demon demanded, why are you smiling when you're captured? Harvey answered, do you wish to die? You almost ruined my plans. The demon laughed. Ha ha ha, don't you see? A commoner threatening me? Suddenly terrified, he stammered. Who are you? Why did you pretend to be human? Harvey freed himself from the ropes and cast a spell at the demon. Why did you insist on meddling in matters beyond your understanding? If you ruin my plans, not even 10 lives would be enough. The bewildered demon perished instantly. Changing back into his regular guise, Harvey headed back to Xianyang City. Inside, the city lord rejoiced at seeing his daughter rescued. Thank you, sirs, for saving my daughter, he exclaimed gratefully. Berkeley replied, please provide additional text for continuity if needed. Freddy, there's no need for such formality. My father has always been on good terms with you, and it's my duty to help. Freddy then asked, oh, your father? May I ask, who is your father? I am the son of Xi's Jonas Van. My name is Berkeley. Ah, you are Jonas's son, young Master G? Precisely. Berkeley then told the Freddy, Freddy, one of my brothers was captured by that demon. We need to hurry back to save him, so we can't chat much longer. The Freddy responded, oh, one of you was taken by the demon? Do you need any assistance? Berkeley replied, no need. While we might not defeat the toad demon, rescuing one person should be manageable. With that, he prepared to leave the Freddy's residence. Suddenly, Harvey ran over, shouting, brother, I'm here. Berkeley exclaimed in surprise. Albie, how did you escape? Harvey explained. After you left, I was saved by a powerful immortal. He subdued the demon in just a few moves. After thanking him, I hurried back to meet you. Berkeley rejoiced. I didn't expect you to encounter a powerful immortal. Fortunately, you're safe. We must thank him someday. Harvey nodded. The Freddy then offered. Now that your brother is back, if you're not too busy, please stay a few days so I can properly entertain all of you and repay your kindness for saving my daughter. Anthony said, Freddy, there's no need for formalities. We must head to Turning Back Mountain immediately, exploring the outside world. Jayla happily replied. In that case, I have a small request. Will you stay a few more days to explore our local attractions? It would be an honor to show you around. Berkeley hesitated. Well this? Jayla persisted. Will you? No, Anthony interjected. Prince G, we have a mission. If you aren't going to find him, I will return to my master tomorrow morning. Berkeley responded. Jayla, you heard Anthony. We have a mission and can't linger. Therefore, disappointed, Jayla returned to her room. Berkeley looked at Anthony. Anthony, did we go too far? Anthony retorted. What's too far? If you want to stay, you can, but the person you seek may not wait for you at Wandering Cliff. Berkeley agreed. True. I nearly forgot. If I'm late, he might not see me again. We should leave for Wandering Cliff tomorrow. The next day, Berkeley and his companions bade farewell to the Freddy and continued their journey. Jayla watched Berkeley with reluctance. Berkeley said, Freddy, we have imposed on you for a night and must continue our journey. The Freddy wanted them to stay longer but, seeing their determination, simply said, Prince G, we may not meet again soon. Berkeley reassured him. Don't worry, I will return once my business is done. The Freddy smiled. Good. May I ask, Prince G, are you married? Not yet, Berkeley replied. The Freddy became elated. Not married? Excellent. What do you think of my daughter? Berkeley glanced at Jayla. She is beautiful and wise, an excellent match. The Freddy laughed. Thank you for praising my daughter. Jayla blushed and smiled. Then the Freddy proposed. I'd like to offer my daughter's hand in marriage. What do you think? Jayla, embarrassed, blushed and excused herself. Translation complete. Ensuring natural English phrasing while maintaining the original tone and structure. Chapter 337. The Void Array. The City Lord then looked at Berkeley and said, Master G, are you willing? Berkeley replied, To be honest, Freddy, I'm very satisfied with your daughter. However, a marriage decision needs to be reported to my parents first. The City Lord nodded and said, That's natural. I have a good relationship with your father, and I understand his character well. I believe that as long as I intervene, the Western Count will certainly agree to this match. Then he took out a jade pendant and continued, Here, let this jade pendant serve as a token of betrothal. Once you finish your matters, report back to your father truthfully. If he agrees to the marriage, bring this jade pendant to fetch your bride. I promise to give my daughter to you. What do you say? Are you willing? Berkeley immediately replied, Of course. Good. The City Lord then handed the jade pendant to Berkeley. Berkeley thanked the City Lord for the jade pendant. Thank you, Freddy. The City Lord interrupted. Oh, still calling me Freddy? Shouldn't you change your address? Berkeley then knelt half before the City Lord and called out, Thank you, father-in-law. The City Lord helped Berkeley up and said, Please rise, son-in-law. After helping Berkeley up, the City Lord added, But now that you're leaving, it's unknown when you'll return. Go bid farewell to Jayla in the rear garden. All right. Berkeley went to the rear garden to say goodbye to Jayla. A while later, he came out of the City Lord's residence and told Anthony, We can go now. Anthony smiled at Berkeley and teased, Finally done. Are you reluctant to leave? Berkeley responded, Stop teasing me. Let's go. They headed towards Laozi Cliff. On their way, Harvey suddenly pretended to twist his foot and shouted in pain. Berkeley rushed over and asked, Minga, what happened? Harvey replied, My foot might be sprained. I'll take a look. After touching Harvey's foot, Berkeley asked, Is it broken? What do we do? At this point, Anthony spoke up, Master G, I know how to treat it. Anthony then picked up Harvey's foot and warned, Just bear with it. He twisted Harvey's foot forcefully, resulting in a loud scream from Harvey. Aya! Harvey cried out, Wait, it's broken. It's broken. Anthony replied, It's really broken. I've studied medicine for a long time. I can treat minor injuries like these. How could it be broken? Berkeley comforted him. It's fine. Maybe I used too much force. Berkeley turned to Anthony. Now what should we do? Anthony. Harvey said, Guys, don't worry about me. Go on without me. But Berkeley objected. How can we do that? We're sworn brothers. I can't leave you here. Let me carry you. Anthony stopped him. Don't. If you carry him, you might tire yourself out before reaching Laozi Cliff. Berkeley reassured Anthony. Relax. I'll only carry Minga for a short distance. Then I'll buy a horse for him to ride. Ignoring Anthony's objections, Berkeley lifted Harvey onto his back and continued towards Laozi Cliff. After walking for a while, Anthony thought to himself, Why does this person seem so familiar? I must have seen him somewhere before. Then he remembered. The Void Array. Anthony hurried to catch up with Berkeley to inform him. Stopping at an old temple, Berkeley gently set Harvey down. Harvey thanked him. Thanks, brother. Berkeley replied. Minga, don't mention it. You're not heavy, but with an injured foot. You need more rest. Berkeley asked further. How are you feeling now? Better, but still painful. Rest more. Seeing this, Anthony pulled Berkeley aside. Master G, I remember where I saw him before. Where? The Void Array. Berkeley was puzzled. The Void Array? Anthony explained. Among those demons. Berkeley recalled. Oh, now I remember. Looking at Harvey again, Berkeley remarked. There's something off. He has a scar on his face and a beard. His clothes are also different from those demons. Anthony suggested. He might have used magic to transform. Transformed? Anthony nodded. Berkeley glanced at Harvey again and said, That's unlikely. Anthony insisted. Why not? Let me check. Despite Berkeley's warning, Anthony stepped hard on Harvey's injured foot. A deafening scream erupted. Ah! Berkeley quickly examined Alexei, noticing that the supposed injuries were concealed under clothing. Seeing this, Berkeley blamed Anthony sternly. Anthony, you've gone too far. We won't forgive you if you cause any real harm. Anthony tried to explain. Berkeley couldn't tolerate it. You've caused enough trouble. We won't let this pass. Anthony felt guilty and confused, realizing things had taken an unexpected turn. Seeing this, Berkeley became even more frustrated, believing Anthony was intentionally harming Alexei. Meanwhile, Harvey maintained his act, sweating nervously until Berkeley's attention shifted elsewhere. Realizing Berkeley's suspicion, Harvey felt immense relief. Anthony was visibly anxious. Unable to find words to defend himself, Anthony fumbled nervously. Seeing this, Berkeley's frustration reached its peak, believing Anthony had indeed gone too far. Enough, Anthony. Berkeley sternly scolded. If you push us too much, there will be consequences. Anthony, speechless, felt the gravity of the situation. If this really was caused by himself, things shouldn't have escalated to this point. Moreover, he knew best what he had done. But facing Berkeley's questioning, he genuinely didn't know how to explain and could only look at Harvey disguised as Alexei. To avoid being detected by Berkeley, Harvey noticed Anthony's gaze and immediately avoided eye contact. Antony felt even more helpless. Seeing Antony's actions, Berkeley thought he was trying to intimidate Alexei, so he quickly moved forward to block Antony's view, preventing him from looking back at Alexei. Only then did Antony turn his attention back to Berkeley. Berkeley believed he understood Antony's thoughts, thinking Antony wanted Alexei to speak for him and stopped him immediately. What are you going to do now? Are you going to continue your previous actions? I didn't do anything before. Antony felt incredibly helpless, and with no way to defend himself, that was all he could say. But Berkeley wasn't satisfied. Seeing Antony's attitude, he grew even angrier. What do you mean by that? Hearing Berkeley's question, Antony struggled to find words. He finally understood the frustration of being unable to explain oneself. Stuttering for a while, he chose to temporarily concede. But inside, he was still puzzled, pondering over the matter. Even taking advantage of Berkeley's inattention, he cast a somewhat doubtful and investigative glance toward Alexei, not far away. Harvey continued not to turn around or say anything, so Berkeley didn't pay attention to him either. Berkeley just wanted Antony to understand how inappropriate his behavior was and hoped he wouldn't repeat it on their journey ahead, which was why he was being so stern. Seeing Antony's expression, Berkeley thought he was evading the issue, so he quickly redirected the conversation. Antony, let's get back to the main point. Why did you do that? Although Antony hadn't intended to hurt Alexei, since Berkeley had already spoken, there was nothing to refute, so he candidly admitted, "All right, I apologize for my actions, but I really didn't mean to." Perhaps because Antony seemed genuinely remorseful, combined with his earlier nervousness, Berkeley, after some thought, concluded that Antony had recognized his mistake and likely wouldn't cause such an incident again. Moreover, Alexei was still injured, and Berkeley wanted to check on him, so he decided not to dwell on Antony's actions further. After one last glance at Antony, he turned away and said, "Think about it carefully, then tidy up. I'll check on Alexei's condition, and then we can set off." Antony watched Berkeley leave, then looked back at Harvey. It seemed Berkeley and the disguised Alexei were talking. Antony didn't catch the details of their conversation but didn't bother to listen closely. As Berkeley had said, he should check the surroundings. They were preparing to depart soon, so Antony didn't bring up the matter again, keeping his doubts in mind without dismissing them lightly. However, since the issue was resolved, it wasn't convenient to investigate further, so Antony didn't mention it again. Soon, Berkeley and Alexei agreed, and Harvey assured Berkeley multiple times that he was fine. Relieved, Berkeley turned to Antony and announced they would set off immediately. Thus, they resumed their journey, heading towards their destination. They traveled for an indeterminate amount of time, seemingly at a loss. Not knowing the exact location, finding what they needed might be difficult. But suddenly, Berkeley spotted a breakthrough. Glancing at a spot not far away, he exclaimed to everyone, "Look, isn't that Laozi Cliff?" Upon hearing this, everyone looked up, spotting Laozi Cliff and feeling a bit excited. Following Berkeley's lead, they eagerly headed towards Laozi Cliff and promptly discovered Landon upon arrival. Chapter 338, Sensing. Landon. Hearing the call, Landon turned around and indeed saw Berkeley and the others. Seeing them arrive, he went forward to meet them. Harvey, walking at the back, immediately felt uneasy upon recognizing Landon. In front of him were a few people who were about to approach Landon, and behind him was the path they had just taken. Knowing that if he met Landon face to face, he would easily be recognized, Harvey continued to pretend to be Alexei. He walked a few steps forward and tapped Berkeley on the shoulder. Berkeley turned around with some confusion, thinking that Alexei might have had a recurrence of his wounds or some other issue, so he patiently inquired, "What's wrong?" Alexei gave an awkward smile before quickly explaining, "Well, I think I lost something important on the way here. I need to go back and search along the path. Since you've already arrived here and seen Landon, I feel relieved. Once I find it, I'll come back and join you all." Berkeley didn't suspect anything but still showed concern after hearing this. His brows furrowed as he asked again, "But you're injured because of Antony. Can you manage going back alone? Shouldn't I go with you?" Harvey knew that if Berkeley accompanied him, it would only increase Landon's suspicions. Moreover, his sudden departure would certainly draw Landon's attention, which was why he needed to explain himself to Berkeley first. So Berkeley must go to see Landon and explain his absence for safety. Harvey, still wearing Alexei's face, smiled and shook his head, indicating it was fine. "It's okay. You should hurry to find Landon. It shouldn't be too far off the path, and I'll be back soon." "All right," Berkeley nodded, though still worried. Despite this, he eventually agreed with Alexei. Harvey, disguised as Alexei, watched as Berkeley and Antony approached Landon, then he let out a sigh of relief. Before leaving, he cast a deep glance at Landon and hurriedly turned to leave, choosing to stay away and observe the situation before deciding his next move. The others seemed not to notice any unease in Alexei, as they continued to approach Landon without incident. After Landon came over, Antony voiced his confusion first. "Landon, why are you here?" Landon knew he hadn't explained his presence to anyone beforehand, so it was natural for Antony and the others to be puzzled. Without hesitation, Landon explained, "I was sent here by Brevin." "Brevin?" Antony still found this puzzling. Meanwhile, Berkeley and the others gathered around, reacting more quickly than Antony and soon guessed the reason. Sure enough, Landon continued, "That's right. Brevin sent me to check if Berkeley can endure until the end, which is why I'm directly making it difficult for Landon to uncover his deception. As long as he avoided direct confrontation, he believed it would be hard to expose his disguise." Grasping this point, Harvey decided to temporarily stay away without asking Berkeley to hide his presence. This would make his eventual appearance seem more plausible. With Berkeley and the others having arrived and nothing else needing immediate attention, Landon greeted them with a smile. "Come with me. I'll help you settle in." Exhausted from their long journey, they followed Landon to the accommodations he had arranged. After settling their belongings, everyone either sat or lay down, ready to rest. As for Alexei's return, they didn't feel the need to rush since he had only been gone for a short while, so no one suspected anything was wrong. Seeing them settled, Landon moved towards the exit. Antony, noticing Landon's departure, called out, "Landon, where are you going? Aren't you planning to rest with us?" Landon shook his head, explaining, "No, I don't really need rest. I'll prepare some food for you all. Just wait here and rest after such a long journey." Antony nodded in understanding, and Berkeley thanked Landon first. "Thank you." "No problem, it's what I should do," Landon replied with a smile and said no more. Everyone now knew where he was going, so no one asked further questions. Landon left to prepare food, while the others remained to rest. Berkeley now wondered about the person he needed to find. Having only been told half the story made him feel unsettled, unsure of what else to do. "Now I can't tell you, as it's a secret. You'll know soon enough." Landon maintained an air of mystery, leaving Berkeley feeling helpless but accepting it, knowing he had no choice but to rely on others. If Landon said he would meet this person eventually, then he needn't spend too much time searching now. "Are you sure I will meet them?" Berkeley asked, somewhat skeptical. "Of course. You'll see very soon," Landon responded confidently, reassuring Berkeley that everything would fall into place. As long as there were no significant issues, Landon was certain of this matter. With no major problems looming, things would proceed as planned. At this moment, there was nothing particularly pressing to do besides waiting here. Landon estimated that they would see something soon enough. Berkeley could only nod silently and wait, feeling very anxious as he pondered potential problems. The situation was still uncertain, and Berkeley didn't know if any significant issues were coming. Yet, he felt he should trust Landon and wait here as instructed. He believed that everything would be fine once they saw what was happening soon. "All right, I'll wait here and see." After saying this, Berkeley stood in place, silently wishing for the meeting to happen quickly. Meanwhile, Harvey had revealed his true form. He felt powerless at this moment, realizing that he couldn't accomplish much now. Presence. Harvey was cunning and might disappear if there were any disturbances. Stepping out into the vast expanse, Landon carefully observed the surroundings. The air around him confirmed Harvey's presence. He had to find Harvey without alarming him. With his stealth skills, Harvey could easily vanish. Walking out, Landon began scanning his surroundings meticulously. Their hiding abilities were formidable, and he had to locate them promptly. This was a crucial matter. He couldn't afford to overlook anything. Could I be sensing things wrong? He wondered, though he knew he hadn't. Feeling certain about the presence, Landon steeled himself for the confrontation ahead. Chapter 339. Everything is destiny. However, it now seemed as though there really was nothing outside. They might as well walk around and see what they could find. He had already walked for a while but found no signs of anyone during the stretch. Probably nothing much happened. He must have already left the place. Landon quickly came to this realization. If that was the case, then there wasn't much else to be said. Moreover, he had already run far enough. Given the circumstances, he didn't need to chase further. After all, this situation wouldn't greatly impact him. He needed to hurry back to check on the others. Hopefully, nothing serious would have happened in his short absence. He returned quickly by the same route and went directly back to where he had just been. When the two people saw Landon return so soon, they were quite puzzled. "What's going on? Didn't you find anything unusual?" Berkeley asked, equally confused. Given how quickly Landon had returned, it was likely there weren't any major issues. His face still bore an expression of confusion, which suggested something significant. "Why do you look like this? Did something happen?" Berkeley repeated his question, and Landon snapped out of his daze. He must have been too engrossed in thought earlier, not realizing others were asking him. When asked again, Landon suddenly remembered. "I want to ask you a question." As Landon spoke, he sounded very serious. Hearing this, Berkeley immediately perked up, unsure of what the question would be. But he figured it must be important, so he prepared himself to answer. "Ask whatever you have on your mind. If I know the answer, I'll tell you," Berkeley said seriously. Seeing Berkeley's demeanor, Landon stopped speaking further unnecessary words. "Do you know Alexi's identity?" Berkeley was even more perplexed upon hearing this, unsure why this mattered. However, since the question was asked, there must be a reason. So that's it. After hearing Landon's words, Berkeley nodded, seemingly getting some idea. This was indeed a big deal for Landon. Since Berkeley had provided this information, Landon felt he needed to thoroughly understand it. "I now believe that he is Fred." When Landon made this statement, everyone was stunned. They hadn't expected this conclusion, given the uncertainty involved. After all, one couldn't confirm such matters based solely on identity clues. No one had considered this before. Now it seemed surprising upon being mentioned. "Do you really think so? This isn't something to say lightly." Berkeley voiced his doubts, his face showing visible confusion and furrowed brows. Uncertainty clouded his thoughts. "I actually had my own doubts but didn't express them until now," Antony suddenly interjected. Landon was surprised because Antony usually didn't speak much. His sudden input seemed significant. There must be an important point to address, so Landon listened carefully. "Now I feel," Antony started, and everyone fell silent, absorbing the gravity of the moment. They pondered the matter deeply because it was a topic that required serious consideration. No one had previously discussed this, yet now it felt compellingly relevant. If this were true, it would indeed be a huge revelation. "I think what you've said makes sense. I need to think about it." Landon broke the silence. Antony appeared hesitant, unsure of what to do next. Given the complexity of the situation, they needed a solid resolution. "After hearing this, I feel a bit regretful myself," Berkeley admitted, uncertain of the right path forward. With no clear direction, everyone was lost in their own thoughts. "What should we do now?" Berkeley's question met with silence once again. No one knew how to verify or handle the situation. "Let's gather our things and return to Chengtang Pass," Landon proposed, acknowledging they were accomplishing little here. Fred was likely gone from this area. Therefore, returning was the best course of action. "All right, I agree. We don't have much else to do here." The others concurred, seeing no better option. Feeling puzzled but uncertain, they decided to go back first and rethink their plan. "Good. Let's tidy up quickly." They packed their belongings efficiently and prepared to return to Chengtang Pass. Upon arrival, they would devise their next steps. Now, standing in this familiar place, Landon felt a sense of connection, though he couldn't recall why. The current situation was complex and unclear. Since they had returned, they decided to stay put and figure things out gradually. You, why are you here? Just then, they noticed the Freddy approaching. Everyone felt curious and concerned, noting his hurried demeanor. Not knowing the significance of this visit added to the mystery. What's happening? What do you mean? Landon was puzzled. Why was the Freddy acting this way when everything seemed fine? Of course there's something going on. If not, why would I drag him along? The Freddy sounded a bit anxious as he spoke. Anyway, you can't leave this place for now. At this, everyone was even more surprised. They couldn't understand why things had turned out this way. Landon indeed felt that the current situation was somewhat abnormal. There must be a problem. The Freddy wouldn't waste time if it weren't important. So, what's going on? Can you tell us? Landon asked, realizing he needed to understand what was happening. This clearly had something to do with previous events, or the Freddy wouldn't have dragged Berkeley away. Yes, it's like this. Landon was momentarily stunned, unsure how to respond. Given the circumstances, he figured he should just follow the Freddy's instructions for now. He didn't know how else to proceed, as this was a significant issue. Well, I'll take him now. We'll talk later. With that, the Freddy promptly took Berkeley and left. The few of them watched his retreating figure in bewilderment, uncertain what to do next. Anthony was especially worried. With Berkeley gone, he had no idea how to verify anything. What should we do now? He's been taken away? They felt helpless and anxious, unsure how to proceed. Seeing Anthony's state, Landon felt equally at a loss, unable to offer much comfort. He himself was anxious, but knew they had to wait. After all, the Freddy had hinted at the connection between these events and Berkeley, so they couldn't interfere too much. The Freddy probably wouldn't keep Berkeley away for long. Nothing too serious would happen. There was no need to worry excessively. Don't worry too much. Everything happens for a reason. Landon reassured Anthony, thinking that while the matter was troubling, it wasn't insurmountable. Indeed, some things were just destined to unfold this way. Now that Berkeley had been taken, there was little point in worrying about it. So, what should we do now? Anthony sighed. He was at a loss, unsure how to handle the situation. Since Berkeley was gone, they should focus on their immediate plans. Let's stay here for the night, and see what happens next. Landon suggested. Since they were already here, they might as well explore Qingtang Pass further. It's getting late anyway. We should stay here for a while. Anthony observed the darkening sky, and agreed. They couldn't travel far in the darkness, so staying overnight made sense. All right, Anthony consented. They found a nearby inn to rest for the night. We can observe from here. The view is pretty good, Landon commented as they settled down. The place seemed decent enough. Why are you back here? Didn't the Freddy take you away? Anthony was bewildered to see Berkeley reappear. He hadn't expected him to return so soon. Berkeley looked disheveled, having clearly rushed to get here. I escaped to come find you too, Berkeley explained honestly. Without any other options, he had decided to join them. He hadn't thought much about the consequences. That's why he ran away, seeking the Khalil with white hair. Landon listened to these issues and saw his determined face. He knew this matter might need further handling. Perhaps now he still didn't know what he needed to do. But now, it seemed he was very certain about this, and perhaps he didn't need too much testing. Previously, he wanted to test him, so he said a lot. Since it's like this, there's no need to say he drank too much. Let it be as it is. Since you've spoken out, I have to tell you something important. Landon suddenly said this, surprising the two, making them feel a bit tense. Because it got serious, and they didn't know what special important thing he was going to say. But both were listening carefully on the side, not wanting to miss anything. Landon was definitely going to talk about something very important, and would let them know. Facing Landon, Berkeley looked directly at him. You have passed my test. When Landon said this, he felt happy. Because originally, he planned to test him, but indeed, many things happened during this time. This person didn't limit himself to destiny and showed great perseverance rather than impatience. Since it's like this, he passed, and he could take him to what he desired. Do you mean you can take me to see the Khalil with white hair? Berkeley suddenly realized. Because once the test was passed, he could meet the one he wanted. Finding the Khalil with white hair had always been his wish, and now it should finally be fulfilled. Yes, I can take you. Landon gave a very definite answer. Since he had reached this point, he needed to follow through. So, he was visibly angry, throwing things on the table to the ground. The subordinates knelt down without uttering a word, daring not to speak. They could only wait it out. The city lord was venting his anger, leaving others helpless. In that case, find them immediately. Fail and present your heads to me. He roared loudly. Everyone trembled slightly, but began preparing to search immediately. This was indeed a big issue. No one anticipated it. Don't worry, Freddy. I can help you. Unexpectedly, a person appeared in the hall. Harvey suddenly appeared, surprising everyone by offering help. Others hadn't expected him to speak so boldly. But people were relieved, as having someone step forward meant less condemnation for the rest. What did you say? The city lord was caught off guard. To hear someone offer help like this left him puzzled. So, how exactly can you help? Lay out your plan. Now clearly unsure, he questioned Harvey's intent. I have a plan which I can share. Harvey remained confident. Landon prepared to quickly flee with Berkeley, fearing capture if the city lord discovered them. Someone is chasing us? On hearing this, they turned around to see pursuers closing in. If they stopped even for a moment, they could easily be caught. It was now imperative to flee. We must hurry. As Landon urged them forward, they encountered a new challenge. Their pursuers grew in number, leading to panic. They keep getting more. What should we do? Berkeley, seeing this, voiced his fear, his heart racing with anxiety over potential capture. After that, they might be brutally punished by them. Who knows what atrocities they could commit. It's alright, let's take it one step at a time. When Landon said this, he truly felt very conflicted. Because indeed, he currently had no favorable situation. He also had no good methods, so he didn't know how to handle the matter properly. It was a highly challenging issue, and now he found it extremely difficult to deal with. I still want to find a way to shake them off. While walking, Landon changed direction. Because this was a tough situation for him, and he needed everyone to avoid them. However, they followed too closely, making it seem like there was no particularly good solution. The numbers were increasing significantly, leaving him unsure of how to handle the situation. Everyone was in chaos. What's going on? On the other side, the Freddy also felt utterly incredulous. Harvey was, after all, a newcomer. How could he believe anything he casually said? It was definitely wrong to trust him easily. The Freddy was certain Harvey was speaking incorrectly. I tell you, if you can't provide evidence for today's claim, I can't believe you. The Freddy spoke with utmost resolve. Suddenly, a person offering help raised suspicions. Moreover, saying such things made him doubt their credibility. Why don't you believe me? What reason do you have not to believe me? Upon hearing this, Harvey felt agitated. He had explained everything and even offered help, yet why did the Freddy not trust him? This left him feeling helpless. Why would things end up this way? A serious situation had emerged, with mutual distrust. What's happening? Can you give me a reason? Harvey felt increasingly anxious. His entire demeanor was impatient, but he also felt helpless. The person in front of him wouldn't believe he could offer help. He didn't know how to proceed, as the Freddy refused to trust him. Just leave. We'll handle this matter ourselves. The Freddy said directly. He believed he had good judgment and wouldn't believe anyone who offered help out of nowhere. There must be some hidden agenda or something unfavorable about it. Thus, he couldn't possibly trust Harvey. He could manage with his subordinates. Say that again. Harvey felt more irritable. I don't believe you. You can leave this place. The Freddy repeated, someone used to not being threatened. He firmly believed he could handle this without any outside assistance. Whoosh. At that moment, a sound suddenly emerged. Harvey felt a bit afraid of the Freddy before him. He didn't expect the Freddy to strike and kill him. Panic set in as he noticed the mark on the neck. What should I do? He hadn't planned to kill him. He only wanted to assist. He intended to help find the fugitives, but ended up killing the Freddy instead. Quickly, he sheathed his sword and wiped off the blood. Now, this matter wasn't directly connected to him. If this continued, it wouldn't do, so he must find a solution quickly. What's happening? Why is my father like this? Just then, Jayla burst in. She hadn't seen her father in a long time and rushed over. What's going on? Speak. She confronted Harvey immediately. Landon did this. He killed the man and ran away. In his panic, Harvey blamed Landon, knowing no one saw him do it. Others were unaware, and he decided to frame someone since they were clueless anyway. What? It was him? Jayla clenched her fists tightly upon hearing this. If so, she wouldn't let it go. You'll pay for this. Preparations for revenge were underway. Her father's significant role in her life demanded action. She felt a duty to avenge him for all he'd done. Having loved and supported her so much, his death required retribution. She vowed to never rest until justice was served. Chapter 341. Plans are all ruined. Landon was now engaged in a fierce battle with others, as no one knew how to proceed from here. They were entirely surrounded with no means of escape. Action had to be taken now. We must fight them. Be cautious now. Nothing must go wrong, Landon instructed the others, and soon everyone began to take action. If they didn't move, they would be captured. Now, there was only one chance for survival. Kill them all and then escape. After finishing this sentence, Landon felt something amiss behind him and turned around to see Fred standing there. Never expecting to see him here, Landon felt a mix of shock and confusion. It appeared that Fred had been following him and knew his every move. Otherwise, he couldn't have arrived so quickly and be so well informed about everything. Since that's the case, the person he saw earlier must have been Fred. I tell you, this time I will uphold justice. Fred spoke sternly and firmly, confident that there wouldn't be any problems. He wouldn't let go this time. He had to uphold justice. After all the things Landon did, he must be killed to appease his anger. He must die an agonizing death, and since he was here today, it would definitely happen. Seeing this, Landon knew that a final battle was inevitable. There was nothing left to say. Action must be taken directly. Two people's grudges cannot be settled by words alone. A fight was bound to occur. After a few rounds of combat, Fred clearly realized he was at a disadvantage. If this continued, he would be defeated soon. That wasn't acceptable. Though weaker individually, he had more men on his side. There should be no problem. Everyone attack. With his command, Fred led his men into battle. Although Landon outnumbered them, he used the most efficient methods to conserve strength. Negatively. Attempting to break free, he found individual strength futile against collective force. Injured and unable to move, resistance was impossible. Stop, or I'll kill him. Fred confronted Landon with another hostage. Antony hadn't expected this level of villainy. Stunned, Landon hesitated. How did they capture Antony? Realizing he was too focused on the immediate battle and overlooked his comrade's safety, Landon was speechless. Captured, Antony was surely being used as leverage. Halting his actions, Landon conceded. Further action could result in fatal consequences and endanger his friends. No way. Fine, I'll stop, but you must guarantee his safety, Landon demanded. Compromise was necessary, even if reluctantly made. Observing the scene, Antony felt guilty, knowing his capture disrupted their plans. Without him, perhaps Fred would already be dealt with. Pleading for Landon to leave, Antony didn't want to be a burden. Leave me, go now, Antony painfully implored, unwilling to cause more trouble. Indeed, there was no other way. Meanwhile, trapped in a basement, Berkeley was overwhelmed with anxiety. Plans once meticulously crafted were now shattered. Antony felt responsible, remaining silent and introspective. Regretfully, he realized that without his capture, they might not face this predicament. His guilt grew profoundly, understanding his capture endangered everyone. Truly my fault. If it weren't for me, none of this would have happened. Antony's voice quivered, teetering on tears. Unwilling yet accepting his role, he felt helpless. Because he indeed caused them worry and distraction, Landon felt that the occurrence of these events was largely his fault. You shouldn't be too anxious. Most of this is Fred's doing, Landon said calmly, confident that everything had been planned by Fred in advance. Without all these events, things wouldn't have proceeded so smoothly for him. Moreover, today Landon could have defeated him, but because Fred had taken a hostage, there was no way to act. Since the situation had already unfolded, it was better to accept it as it came. How can we just sit here idly? Berkeley protested, feeling uncomfortable. There were still important matters to address. They couldn't just stay idle without taking action. If they lingered here, Fred might kill them directly. But there were unfinished tasks he needed to complete, and it wasn't time to give up yet. I need to find the white-haired elder as soon as possible. You know how urgent this matter is for me, Berkeley said anxiously. He hadn't considered these possibilities before, but now they had encountered such situations. More than ever, he wanted to find the white-haired elder urgently. He thought he would be able to find the Andre today, but unexpectedly, they were captured halfway. It was a significant setback, and he didn't know how to proceed now. Now talking about this is futile. Everything happens according to fate. You shouldn't be overly worried, Landon responded, calm as ever. Given their current predicament, there wasn't much to say. They should wait and see what happened next, as there might still be some hope. For now, rushing into things wouldn't help since everyone was just captured and disoriented. The basement they were trapped in had a heavy, oppressive atmosphere, dark and filled with cobwebs. Clearly, this place hadn't been visited by anyone in a long time. It was damp, dark, and designed like an underground prison. Fred wouldn't let them go easily, so Berkeley resolved to focus on surviving while awaiting further developments. How can anyone live here? Look at this place, Berkeley remarked, pointing at the straw pile on the ground, the only available bedding. If they stayed here any longer, they might starve or suffocate to death. I shouldn't have agreed to that marriage, Berkeley regretted deeply. If not for that agreement, none of these incidents would have happened, and they wouldn't be captured. But regrets are useless now. Try not to overthink it, Landon advised, knowing Berkeley was desperate but unable to offer a quick solution. They had to make the best of the straw pile since it was better than nothing. What? You're telling me they were all caught? Catherine reacted with intense emotion upon hearing the news. She hadn't expected such swift success. Finding them had been effortless. Finally, they've fallen into my hands. Wait and see what happens next. She felt an intense urge for revenge, thinking of her father's demise. Blaming them for his death, she felt compelled to exact vengeance and ensure they paid the price. Imagining their suffering brought a grim satisfaction to her face. She vowed not to let them off easily after finally capturing them. She wondered if they were misleading her, remembering past deceptions. However, she pushed these doubts aside, determined to confront and punish them for their actions against her father. Thinking of her father's tragic end, she felt driven to witness their downfall personally. No amount of remorse from them could change the fact that her father was dead. She needed to see what tricks they would try now that they were in her grasp. Are you sure you're not lying to me? She asked again, recalling previous betrayals. Translation of subsequent content will follow the same guidelines and structure to ensure consistency and coherence with the narrative flow. Chapter 342. Why did this happen? This time it was absolutely real. There would be no surprises. After thinking this through, she directly came here to meet them. Because this matter was very significant, it needed to be addressed immediately. What on earth happened here? Jayla stood in front of Paul and looked at the man, unable to muster the heartlessness she desired. It was true that her father was not killed by him, but by someone else. Therefore, she didn't need to torment him any longer. Finding the person who had truly harmed her father was the most crucial task. You should stay here for now. Looking at Paul's current state, Jayla felt a pang of sympathy. He had almost become her husband, and those ties still lingered within her. Hence, she decided it wasn't necessary to torment him excessively. She needed to find the mastermind behind everything, which made sense. Without that mastermind, none of this would have happened. The one who harmed her father must be found. Bring Gavin to me quickly. I want to question him thoroughly, she said with a burning anger in her heart. Just thinking about the culprit made her heart race uncontrollably. She wished she could rip him apart with 1,000 cuts because she hadn't handled this situation properly. In an instant, her father was gone, and she knew she couldn't resolve this matter easily. Why did you harm my father? What wrong did he ever do to you? As Jayla asked this, she felt an overwhelming sorrow. Her eyes were red, and despite never pleading before, she couldn't hold back now. The corners of her eyes were already stained red from tears. What do you mean? Gavin felt incredibly puzzled when he heard this. He had not harmed anyone, Gavin responded, feeling helpless. He didn't know how to refute it. While he hadn't done it, she now produced evidence, his own possessions, yet he hadn't committed the crime. It feels like someone has framed me, and I've never done this. As Gavin spoke, he realized someone must be framing him from behind. That person might even be someone he knew. This realization hit him hard. Since this was happening, he needed to handle it seriously. So, can you give me a chance? Gavin requested this because the incident wasn't his doing. However, he had to uncover evidence to prove himself, since he couldn't identify the real culprit. He had to take certain steps. Are you asking for some time to prove yourself? Jayla saw his condition and felt somewhat skeptical. He didn't seem like the kind who would harm her father. Besides, there seemed to be no clear motive for him to do so. Thus, it was possible that another person was involved, just that she hadn't uncovered it. Also, considering he might have been framed, he probably wasn't the ultimate perpetrator. Given that, I'll give you time. If you don't find anything, then stop making excuses. After saying this, Jayla felt a heavy burden. She hadn't fully investigated the matter, but her father's death couldn't go unpunished. She must avenge him. Now, she needed to find the person who had framed him. Otherwise, he would be If that was the case, there was still a glimmer of hope. Once he found those people, he could resolve this issue. So who do you think that person is? Jayla found it hard to believe after hearing this. After all, Landon seemed to be making random claims. Moreover, he didn't even know who the person was. How could he possibly find them? His words raised significant doubts. Realizing the severity, she finally agreed. Fine, have my men investigate, and see if they can identify this person. Yes, her subordinates replied before hurrying off to conduct the investigation. After all, If someone else had been present at the scene, they couldn't escape suspicion. Once they found this person and questioned them, the problem might be halfway solved. However, the biggest issue was that they still didn't know who this person was. Landon wasn't sure what to say either. He could only place his hopes on this lead. With no other options, he felt dizzy and overwhelmed. In recent days, he hadn't seen any way to resolve this situation. It was truly distressing, and he didn't know how to handle it. Now, he needed to investigate thoroughly. Jayla was also waiting for answers, but she was unsure of their progress. We've investigated and found out, her subordinates reported back, still somewhat confused. Though they had gathered information, they weren't entirely clear on the details. What did you find? Speak up. Jayla was growing impatient, wanting to know who the person behind all this was. Finding out would be crucial. It's Alexei, one of them finally said. Everyone froze upon hearing this name. No one knew what to make of it. Landon was particularly surprised because he had never imagined it could be him. And more importantly, he didn't even recognize this person. You don't know? He's an imposter, not the real person, Landon explained, causing further confusion among everyone present. They had no idea what to think. The revelation came as a shock to everyone, especially Jayla. I'm also very surprised, she admitted. She had never imagined such a scenario. But now it turned out that Alexei was actually an imposter, someone who had been close to the city lord. She thought he was just a loyal subordinate, someone trusted and relied upon. Now, learning this completely changed her perception. How could this happen? This new information was shocking to everyone. I suspect he isn't simple, Landon speculated. He had thought about this possibility before, but hadn't confirmed it. Since things had escalated to this point, he had to consider it seriously. There was definitely something wrong, and they hadn't resolved it yet. Not knowing how to proceed, he felt anxious. He might have been hiding among us, plotting to harm the city lord, Landon suggested. Everyone was stunned by this theory. The idea was terrifying, as Alexei had been among them for a long time without revealing his true intentions. No one suspected him because he had acted loyally. Therefore, hearing this now was especially shocking. This was a significant problem that required serious thought. Resolving it would take time, especially since the imposter made identification more difficult. The story thus continued, with new revelations leading to deeper questions and challenges for the characters. Chapter 343. Swearing. May heaven strike me with thunder. Jayla was half convinced and still doubtful after hearing this. She had never heard of such an event before, and now it left her even more surprised. What they described was already uncertain to begin with, and now there were even more puzzles added. What are you all really doing? Jayla didn't know how to respond. Her actions were completely out of character. Moreover, she felt the situation was far too remote, leaving her unsure of how to handle it. While she had seen the person they mentioned, she wasn't sure if their words were true. Their statements alone were enough to raise suspicion, and now another layer of complexity made things harder for her. Are you trying to shift the blame onto someone else? After all, you have no evidence. Jayla voiced her concerns, emphasizing her confusion. She truly didn't know what to say next and found herself feeling particularly upset. This matter was difficult for her, and discussing it only left her more uncertain about how to proceed. Do you know if what he said is true? Jayla asked Berkeley. After all, she trusted him, given their marital history. Therefore, asking him seemed reasonable, while she didn't believe anyone else and couldn't verify their claims. They hadn't provided any evidence during this period, leaving her at a loss and making everything even more challenging. Unsure of how to handle the situation, she didn't believe anyone's words anymore. I indeed don't know, because after I saw them, Alexei disappeared, Berkeley said, truthfully. Jayla, hearing this, remained indecisive. Since that was the case, she reluctantly chose to believe him but was faced with one question. Just who was the imposter? She had no prior knowledge of this person, making the matter more complicated. If you don't know who that person working overtime is, or even if there is a suspect? Jayla asked, feeling particularly uneasy inside because she genuinely didn't know who the person was. This matter caused her significant trouble, leaving her unsure of how to proceed. They presented her with a massive puzzle, and distinguishing right from wrong was becoming increasingly difficult. I'm not sure either, but I suspect that person might be Harvey, Landon proposed a suspicion he had harbored earlier. However, without any opportunity to confirm, he remained uncertain. Not knowing how to handle the situation, he felt deeply troubled. The issue at hand was a significant challenge for him. How about you let me catch him? Landon suggested, as he suspected Harvey. Capturing him could potentially reveal some information. A mysterious instinct within him pointed to Harvey, causing considerable trouble since he couldn't be certain. I can surely bring him back, especially since we have leverage here. I won't give up on this, Landon firmly stated. Having become aware of this, he was determined to handle the matter well. Given the chance they provided, he was resolved to solve the mystery of why the city lord was killed without cause, thus clearing his name. In that case, Berkeley, you two should go together. It would be better, Jayla suggested. Sending one person alone wouldn't suffice. Going together offered protection, as they couldn't be sure of the other's abilities. And I'll assign some forest guards to follow you, along with my protector Grimes. Jayla quickly called over her subordinates. It was a crucial task. Capturing the person required manpower for security and faster success. Jayla also wished to resolve this matter as soon as possible. Avenging her father's death was a must, and seizing this opportunity was essential. Landon, upon hearing this, felt profoundly shocked and grateful for her thorough planning and willingness to support him. That's very kind of you. We will handle it diligently, Landon expressed his heartfelt appreciation. Although he wasn't certain of success, her help boosted his determination. Determined not to leave regrets behind, Landon immediately began searching. Given the urgency, he wanted to avoid delays. He knew Arlo area, having encountered similar. There was no point arguing further. He needed to find another solution. Perhaps there were still other options. Then can you take this evidence back? Landon discussed with Berkeley, as there was no one else around. Without others present, they had no ideas. Therefore, Berkeley seemed like the best candidate to return with the evidence. Berkeley felt hesitant upon hearing this, unsure why he had been chosen. But looking at the situation, no one else was available, making him the best choice. Not sure how else to handle it. Berkeley finally agreed. Realizing no one else could take on the task, he understood it was necessary. Others didn't know what to do either, so it made sense to choose Berkeley. With that decision made, Berkeley quickly took the evidence and returned. Now, is this it? Jayla asked, still feeling doubtful when she saw it. However, upon examining it, she confirmed these were indeed genuine pieces of evidence. Despite that, she still had lingering questions. Although you've proven Harvey's involvement, you haven't proven Landon's innocence. Jayla voiced her internal doubt. They couldn't be entirely unrelated. It was hard to believe such coincidences. Even though some clues were solid, she still couldn't fully trust them. The evidence wasn't enough to make her completely confident. These are indeed the real proofs that they searched for a long time. Berkeley felt anxious seeing her reaction. They had spent considerable time tracking down this evidence, only to face disbelief. It's difficult to know how to convince her. She's genuinely confused. Berkeley wished she could just believe them. Without an alibi, it became quite challenging. We really searched for a long time, and I swear to you, there's absolutely no problem, and nothing like that will happen. Berkeley raised his hand to swear. He was willing to face any consequences if he were lying. But he knew he hadn't done anything wrong, so there was no reason to confess. Fine. Since you put it that way, I'll tentatively accept it. Jayla couldn't think of a better response, feeling distressed seeing his commitment. If Harvey truly killed her father, she wouldn't forgive him. Yet, facing Berkeley, who used to be betrothed to her, left her conflicted. The engagement ended after a series of events, but thinking back, she still felt a twinge of regret. She liked this man before her. So what are your plans now? Maybe continue as before? Jayla brought up previous thoughts. They had once been engaged, and without incidents, their future would have unfolded differently. But Berkeley ran away, leading to everything that followed. If you hadn't run away, my father might not have died. Jayla felt deeply hurt saying this. Ultimately, she wanted Berkeley to marry her because she loved him. Having finally found someone she cared for, she wasn't going to let him go. He located the clues. All signs pointed to him being close by, and he wouldn't have strayed far. That can't be Harvey? As Grimes and his companions walked for a while, they spotted someone ahead. They were surprised. They hadn't expected to find him so quickly. They were now uncertain about what to do next. If they tried to apprehend him directly, it wouldn't be realistic or possible. This was a significant matter. They needed to consider their actions carefully. He hasn't noticed us yet, so let's not reveal ourselves. Landon advised them. Since they hadn't been discovered, they shouldn't draw attention yet. They must question him thoroughly first, and ensure they didn't misinterpret anything. So, what should we do now? Grimes felt uneasy, unsure how to proceed. He wondered if he could defeat Harvey if they fought, and even if they confronted him, they might not get answers. Everyone was perplexed. They waited to see what Landon would do. Landon pondered deeply. How should they handle this? This was a serious matter for him, especially considering the potential consequences if something went wrong. Now, they needed to address the situation carefully. Stay here, don't move. I'll go over there. Landon instructed Grimes to stay put. Before Grimes realized it, Landon had already started walking slowly towards the person. Grimes hid, watching the situation, remembering watching them being taken away. How did Landon return so quickly and appear here? It left him baffled and troubled. This was indeed a significant issue, and things shouldn't have unfolded this way. Stop worrying about me. Answer my question. Landon wanted to end the discussion. The previous accusations against him were a blow. He needed to find concrete proof and confirm his suspicions. Based on his knowledge, Harvey was the most likely culprit. No one else had access to the city lord during that time, especially while impersonating someone. He had to get to the truth and watch closely. Suddenly, both men locked eyes, their gazes sharp and unyielding. Neither backed down as they faced off. Harvey didn't seem fully aware of the gravity of the situation, remaining nonchalant. Since Landon had approached, he figured he'd respond casually, knowing his plan. Did I kill him? Landon repeated his question, determined to find evidence. Their actions were egregious, and he only wanted a confession. With that, he'd have a reason and clear his name. And yes, so what? They all think you did it. It has nothing to do with me, Harvey boasted arrogantly. He believed he had covered his tracks perfectly and wouldn't be suspected. Moreover, they didn't know him or why he did it. So, naturally, they blamed others, not realizing he was involved. Even if he were to confront him now, what good would it do? Even if he knew the truth, what difference would it make? It was me who killed him. So what? What can you do about it? Harvey spoke with utter disdain. He treated the matter with contempt, as if it were inconsequential. After all, it was just killing a person. There was nothing much that could be done. Moreover, no one would thank him for it. So to him, it was a trivial matter. These actions were something he did without a second thought. Why should he care about being questioned now? When Grimes heard this, he was utterly astonished. He never expected things to unfold in such a manner. It turned out Harvey was indeed responsible. Without any known grudges or motives, his actions were beyond unreasonable. How could you do this? At that moment, unable to contain himself, Grimes lunged forward from behind, not wanting Harvey to react immediately. Sure enough, when Grimes attacked, Harvey had no suspicion. You. Before he could react, Grimes struck swiftly, knocking him unconscious and causing him to fall to the ground. Your speed is so fast? Landon was equally amazed at the sudden turn of events. He hadn't anticipated Grimes's quick move, leaving Harvey lying on the ground in an instant. With Harvey incapacitated, the matter became much easier to handle than before. Let's take him back immediately. No need to ask me about my speed right now. Grimes didn't want to elaborate on his sudden agility because he was too enraged. Hearing their conversation made him almost explode with anger. The city lord had always been kind to everyone, yet this happened to him. Worse still, Harvey showed no remorse, which was truly unacceptable. They must clear the city lord's name and return home immediately. We should take him away quickly and discuss later. Landon agreed, primarily because he wanted to clear his own name as well. After all, he had been falsely accused of this crime. and Harvey had framed him with fabricated evidence. Now, with Harvey captured, they could finally clear his name. He wouldn't have to prove his innocence anymore. And yes, everything has become clear. Catherine returned and was equally astonished upon hearing the news. She couldn't believe what had transpired. Previously, she had her doubts, but after listening to Grimes, she had no more questions. Grimes was a man of integrity who would never lie, especially after years of loyalty. She knew he would never deceive her, confirming that Harvey was indeed the culprit. If that's the case, then there's nothing more to say. Since the truth was laid bare and the investigation completed, there was no reason to doubt Landon further. He had helped uncover the true culprit, leaving no room for further suspicion. Thus, she needed no further deliberation. Yes, she had locked them up previously, which was not something easy to forget. Landon saw this, but felt no resentment. He understood everything clearly. If Harvey hadn't acted slowly and left certain clues, they wouldn't have suspected him at all. So, ultimately, this matter was due to Harvey, not others. It's okay, we don't mind, Landon responded, indicating that he genuinely did not care about the past events, nor did he wish to dwell on it further, as it would only cause discomfort. Berkeley also felt indifferent since the matter had already passed. Besides, he hadn't been harmed in any way, and everyone had escaped unscathed. Only some time was wasted, which wasn't too important now. Alright then, since it's like this, let's get on with other things, Berkeley suggested, emphasizing that he still had urgent matters to attend to. Do you have something? Is there something you need help with? Jayla asked suddenly, surprising everyone. They thought the matter was settled, but from her expression, it seemed she was hesitant. Landon knew what she was going to say, but it was up to Berkeley. Just tell us what you need, Berkeley replied, preferring not to beat around the bush. Some things must be done, but others he wouldn't. Will you marry me? We were supposed to be married before, Jayla blurted out, feeling embarrassed but unwilling to miss this opportunity. Berkeley sighed inwardly, but shook his head. He still had important tasks ahead, and couldn't think of marriage until those were completed. I really do have important matters to attend to and cannot marry you now, Berkeley firmly stated. He didn't want to hurt anyone or make promises he couldn't keep, especially when he didn't know when he could return. Jayla felt sorrowful yet didn't want to lose him after all that had happened. Having already lost her father, losing Berkeley was unbearable. But he had obligations, making things difficult. Well, Jayla didn't know how to continue. As a woman, being so forward was rare, and she had revealed much already. There was nothing more she could do. Holding them captive wouldn't make sense either, just like bandits. But I will tell you one thing, Berkeley interrupted, surprising everyone. Curiosity piqued, they wondered what he might say next. This is for you, a jade pendant, Berkeley said, removing the pendant he always wore. It had accompanied him for years and held special significance. What does this mean? Jayla asked, puzzled but touched by the gift. The pendant was beautifully crafted with designs she loved. Although unsure of its meaning, she felt hopeful and eager to hear more. I give you this jade pendant to signify that I will definitely come back and marry you, Berkeley explained, having thought about this while here. Yet, he couldn't commit to it until his tasks were completed. After I finish my duties, I promise to return and marry you. Trust me. Jayla was overjoyed, willing to let them go. Initially, she intended to keep him, unable to let go. However, hearing this promise eased her worries. Knowing Berkeley's character, she believed he would keep his word. Alright, I will wait for you. I trust you, Jayla said, watching their departure with newfound hope. Be careful and ensure your safety. Please return, she added, turning away. Landon observed silently, moved by this exchange. Yet, he knew many challenges lay ahead. Now, let's go find the white-haired Andre you seek, Landon declared, finally resolved to move forward. After traveling, they arrived at a riverside. Are you sure this is the place? Berkeley questioned, noticing the barren surroundings. How could they find anyone here? Yes, definitely. Look closely, Landon insisted, confident they were in the right spot. To find Brevin, the legendary figure, one must visit such a place where few knew of volunteer bites. Is that him? Suddenly, they noticed a man resting on the grass, a fishing rod nearby, looking entirely relaxed. Landon approached and nodded, confirming it was indeed him. Sire Jiang? Landon called out cautiously, approaching. The translation maintains the structure, tone, and style of the original text, ensuring the storyline remains coherent and fluid in English. The man opposite them reacted, slowly and steadily getting to his feet. As he stood up, he gave a glance at the group, fully understanding their intent. I've brought them here. Do you see if any of them is who you're looking for? Landon had already explained earlier that this was all he could do now. He supposed they were looking for a man, with no other specific requirements. They simply needed to verify if these people matched their target. At that moment, Brevin cast a silent look over them. Berkeley felt unnerved by that gaze, his hair standing on end under its weight. Indeed, it was an eerie feeling, and Khalil's eyes piercing so deeply, Berkeley felt genuine admiration. Are you Berkeley? Brevin's sudden question sent a shiver down Berkeley's spine. Berkeley immediately nodded in affirmation. At the same time, Brevin also nodded, his expression becoming enigmatic. Yes, I am indeed the person you were looking for, he confirmed. Berkeley could only accept this situation, feeling a bit reassured. There wasn't much else he could say. There was still a slight awkwardness between them. Now, can you come with me and leave this place? Berkeley directly expressed his intention. After all, they had come here for this very purpose. He wanted Brevin to understand what was expected of him and the others. Brevin remained silent for a moment. Berkeley invited them into their homes. Only a truly tranquil society could foster such warm interactions. In times of war or chaos, this kind of scene wouldn't exist, Landon noted, feeling curious. Who is your leader here? He sought someone to ask because understanding who managed such prosperity could offer valuable lessons. Everyone seemed content, busy with their daily lives. This contrasted sharply with other places where worry and hardship were evident on people's faces. Yes, I'm quite curious about that too, Anthony added, nodding in agreement. The street market was bustling with activity, filled with all sorts of goods and ready-to-eat foods. The variety was overwhelming. A place like this, teeming with such vibrancy, clearly indicated a well-functioning and prosperous society. They felt the urge to explore more and learn from this unique environment. Chapter 346, A Gifted Child. Brevin knew something was up when he saw them acting this way. Actually, the leader here is Corbin. After saying that, everyone felt very impressed. After all, it's a feat to manage so well. It showed this person was really talented and accomplished much. Without further words, they continued their stroll. The atmosphere remained pleasant, and everyone liked the place. Living here permanently would be great. Berkeley thought he could learn from this place as well. Surely it would come in handy in his future management. Landon kept walking until he reached the seaside and saw a child. That kid playing by the sea seems extraordinarily gifted. Looks very impressive. When Landon approached, he felt this child was distinctly different from others. He exuded great presence and had an extraordinary command. To put it simply, for a child to achieve such a level is something beyond ordinary adults. Yeah. Upon seeing this scene, Brevin immediately wore a mysterious expression but chose not to reveal anything. Clearly, this child carried some significance and seemed rather unique. Landon didn't say anything more and directly went over, preparing to converse with the kid because he genuinely wanted to meet such a person. This kid indeed appeared exceptionally talented. If properly nurtured, he would definitely achieve greatness. Hi. Just as Landon prepared to speak, unexpectedly the child ignored him. As he was about to try again, suddenly huge waves rolled in. Everyone hastily retreated, now thoroughly startled. The sudden stormy waves caught everyone by surprise. They all fell back, retreating far away. Only one child stood motionless, seemingly unaffected. Seeing this, Landon became even more amazed. He truly had extraordinary gifts. If properly cultivated, it would be magnificent. After standing for a while, they noticed the waves subsided. But just then, a dragon suddenly emerged from the sea, covering the sky and turning the heavens a different color. What's this? Antony never saw anything like this before. Scared into silence. Never encountering such phenomena, he felt quite agitated. And I've never seen or understood this before. This is the Alastair of the Eastern Sea, Brevin revealed. Perhaps he was going to explain something regarding this child, which explains why he stayed quiet previously. The matter was significant. Ellison, you harmed my son Lionel. I must teach you a lesson. Unexpectedly, the Alastair declared this statement, bewildering everyone who did not know what had transpired. Moreover, it was directed at this child. At this moment, Ellison stood up without any sign of fear. Seeing this angle, Landon found it even more incredible. So this was Ellison, and a mere child managed to harm the Alastair's son. This was incredibly powerful. It might have been accidental, as children wouldn't normally do such things. Witnessing this situation left him at a loss for words. After all, none anticipated this scenario, finding it quite strange. Seeing the situation unfold, Landon didn't know how to proceed. Watching the Alastair surge forward, Ellison faced it without fear. What should we do now? Antonyson's actions displeased the Alastair. Consequently, the Alastair made Ellison pay the price. Landon didn't linger and walked over. How are you? Are you okay? Landon asked cautiously, feeling sorry for him. A small child unintentionally caused severe consequences. His feelings were mixed with sympathy and surprise. But what he didn't expect was that after he spoke, Ellison's expression remained unchanged. Not only did the child not respond to him, but he also seemed a little challenging, not uttering a single word in reply. What? I'm asking you. Landon repeated again, feeling at a loss for words. This Ellison didn't seem to appreciate his concern. Then, Ellison walked away right in front of him, leaving Landon standing there unsure of what to say. How could he just walk away? He didn't even say a word to me? Landon felt quite helpless and bewildered, as he genuinely had no idea what had happened between them. It troubled him deeply. What exactly happened between them? Can you tell me? Landon turned to Brevin, hoping for some advice because he really didn't know how to proceed. The situation was becoming increasingly complicated and frustrating. Actually, this matter is quite problematic, Brevin sighed, seemingly at a loss too. He hadn't anticipated that this would lead to such significant consequences. There had been previous incidents, which seemed like they were karmic repercussions for their actions. It turns out that while Ellison was playing in the sea, he accidentally injured the Alastair of the Eastern Sea's son, Lionel. Brevin explained with a heavy heart, acknowledging the unexpected nature of the event. However, given Ellison's extraordinary strength, it made sense in hindsight. I never thought that a small child could have such power. This revelation left Landon even more astonished. He realized that Ellison indeed possessed remarkable talents from an early age. But the unforeseen outcome added another layer of complexity to the situation, leaving everyone unsure of how to handle it. What do you think we should do? Landon still felt uneasy and uncertain about the whole affair. So that's how it is. Finally, Landon understood the situation and grasped the roles involved. Let me consult the oracle and see what will happen next. Deciding to take action, Landon prepared to cast the oracle bones, recognizing the importance of this matter. He didn't want any serious issues to arise now that they had encountered this predicament. Upon seeing the results, his mood shifted. The situation indeed proved to be quite difficult. What did you see in the oracle? Brevin, observing everything, already had a clear understanding. The result shows that things are likely to go badly. Landon felt a pang of sadness. Facing such outcomes with a child made him especially uneasy. I see. Brevin nodded, confirming his understanding. He knew these events well, and could explain them accurately. Now, Landon hesitated again, torn over whether he should help Ellison. I'm really uncertain if I should assist Ellison. Landon expressed his dilemma. The decision weighed heavily on him. Could you give me some guidance? Seeking direction, Landon hoped for insight. Actually, it's not as complicated as you think, Brevin replied, causing Landon to pause. To Landon, the situation felt extremely complex, and he struggled to choose a course of action. Everyone has their own fate, and wealth and honor come from heaven. No matter what you do, you can't change much. Brevon's words brought sudden clarity. So I understand. Landon accepted this, realizing that despite Ellison's unique abilities or actions, he couldn't alter the bigger picture. Observing and witnessing events might be all he could do. Brevon nodded, affirming that this was often how things played out. One must act within the limits of one's ability and judgment. Landon, now clear-headed, accepted the wisdom of this approach. He knew helping or not wouldn't significantly impact the ultimate outcome. So, he decided to watch and learn from the unfolding events. Chapter 347. Furrowed Brows? After seeing this, I knew they probably wouldn't help again. If so, could I do my own business? It was quite urgent if I didn't act soon. Can you leave with me now? I've been here for some time already, and we have wandered around. Berkeley repeated these words because this matter was of great importance to him. He had been searching for Brevon tirelessly, and finally finding him, only to be told he couldn't go with him. It was indeed a dilemma that plagued his mind. Now is not the time to leave, so I cannot go with you, Brevon replied firmly, refusing the idea directly. There were still things left undone by him, and it wasn't the right time yet, so he had to turn them down. All right. Berkeley couldn't think of what else to say. This outcome was something he had anticipated. Yet, there was nothing he could do but follow helplessly, staying beside Brevon with no other choice. Well then, I'll stay here and wait until you are ready to leave. After saying this, Berkeley saw Brevon nod in agreement. Brevon would definitely leave someday, but today was not the moment. Having Berkeley around wouldn't cause any significant trouble either, so he did not refuse. Why should it be like this? Why can he stay by Brevon's side? Antony felt slightly displeased upon hearing this. After all, he hadn't expected such an outcome. Berkeley was just an ordinary person. Why should he be allowed to stay beside Brevon? Antony couldn't confirm or deny these feelings and was unsure of how to react. Why should he have the privilege? What qualifications does he have to deserve this? These thoughts stirred up Landon found the situation a bit amusing at first. It seemed Berkeley's plea was met with immediate refusal, but in reality, it was not such a big deal. Yet, Berkeley confided in Landon about his troubles. Now, there might be something beyond your control and your destiny, Landon explained, acknowledging his limited understanding. If it wasn't meant to be, forcing it wouldn't work. Since Brevon disagreed, there must be a valid reason. Perhaps it wasn't part of Berkeley's destiny. You may end up doing different things unrelated to this. That's why he doesn't take you as a disciple, Landon elaborated. Earlier, it was mentioned that being Brevon's disciple prohibited involvement in other matters. Unresolved issues, like unfinished marriages or unforeseen events, hinted at the logic behind it. Since this was the case, there was no point overthinking. Just continue following Brevon, and solutions would present themselves in time. If it was meant to happen, it would happen naturally. Berkeley couldn't grasp the concept of destiny they kept mentioning. He wondered why they fixated on it when he just wanted to bring someone back. What exactly do you mean by destiny? I just wanted to take someone back. Berkeley expressed his confusion and frustration, feeling helpless. Scratching his head, he pondered how they ended up dealing with so many unexpected problems. It means your fate, decided by heaven, Landon tried explaining simply. Understanding one's destiny wasn't straightforward, but sometimes, waiting patiently was the key. But you shouldn't rush. Stay patient, and everything will come soon enough, Landon comforted Berkeley. Landon also tried to console Berkeley, as he didn't have much insight into the matter. However, he knew that Brevon surely had his own arrangements. Otherwise, he wouldn't be waiting here all along. Being a very wise person, Brevon would not act without reason. If they needed to return now, it would mean that matters here weren't resolved yet. Therefore, there was no need to rush. Berkeley felt somewhat helpless after hearing this, but couldn't do anything about it. Well then, Berkeley finally agreed, as he had no other options. They kept discussing this matter, making him feel utterly helpless. Since it had been decided, he figured he should wait patiently and endure. Seeing his resignation, Landon didn't say anything more. After all, these experiences were necessary for growth. One would understand after going through them. Berkeley had just started in society and lacked experience, so encountering such issues was normal. It was time for him to reflect on his own. Landon also had things to prepare for and wanted to check on Ellison's situation. He walked out and headed towards the seaside to clear his mind. He had been here for quite some time and wondered what had transpired during his absence. He needed to calm his thoughts. Why is Ellison here? Surprisingly, he encountered Ellison again right outside. The child looked gloomy, walking with his head down, seemingly burdened by something beyond his years. What's wrong? Is everything okay? Landon asked gently. He knew of Ellison's remarkable talents and wanted to offer support. A child capable of such feats must indeed possess divine abilities. Leave me alone. To Landon's surprise, Ellison dismissed him outright. For someone like Ellison, such matters were trivial and personal, and he didn't want others' involvement. Moreover, his reasons for staying here were significant. Seeing Ellison's stubbornness, Landon felt helpless. He had only meant to help but realized Ellison didn't need or want assistance. Deciding against pressing further, he said, "Since you don't wish to talk, I won't force you." Knowing further questioning would be futile, Landon left it at that. People like Ellison were often tight-lipped, revealing nothing. If things went well, they might resolve themselves. "There's one thing I want to warn you about. Don't provoke the Dragon Clan anymore," Landon advised. After all, the Cruz wasn't someone to be trifled with. Especially for a child, it could lead to severe consequences. "So what if I do? I'm not afraid of him." "Your warnings are useless," Ellison snapped, suddenly becoming agitated. Thinking of the Alistair filled him with fear. It's about the consequences of provoking the Dragon Clan. Thinking about this made Landon uneasy because it truly was a significant issue. If anything happened to the Alistair of the Eastern Sea, the surrounding civilians would suffer. So if something were to happen to him, it might not matter much for himself, but it couldn't affect the entire population. "So what? I'm not afraid. What can they do to me?" Ellison, upon hearing this, showed no signs of fear and even seemed particularly arrogant. The master of this child didn't know how to deal with such behavior. "Do you understand? If anything happens to you, all the people in Xianxia Pass will suffer. Landon earnestly pointed out that this was a definite outcome. After all, he was part of Xianxia Bay and this community. If he provoked the crews, flooding could occur, causing immense destruction, potentially drowning the entire area. Displacement would be a minor issue. Lives were at stake. You should seriously consider this. The impact is enormous. Landon reiterated, knowing this was a significant problem. If anything happened to him, Xianxia Pass wouldn't escape the consequences. He hoped Ellison would think carefully about his words, which were based on likely events. Knowing what could happen, he should try to avoid it. You're too talkative. Shut up. Ellison said angrily. He had thought he could wander freely here, but now he had encountered someone like this, telling him all sorts of things. He no longer wanted to listen, finding this nagging person beside him utterly annoying. He just wanted to leave. Now I'm really curious. Who could this person be to warrant your introduction? Landon couldn't help feeling intrigued. This individual must be extraordinary to merit such attention. Landon was eager to meet this mysterious figure. Not much. You'll need to rescue him, Brevin said mysteriously, not revealing too much. Understanding that Brevin wouldn't divulge further, Landon knew he needed to investigate himself. Since this person would become his disciple, Landon was determined to learn more. However, he wondered why this person was imprisoned. Yes, exactly as you suspect. He is currently confined. Brevin explained, confirming this was why he sought Landon. Investigating and rescuing this person would result in gaining a worthy disciple, which would be beneficial. Alright, I'll prepare to go. Landon was eager to find out who his future disciple was, knowing this person must be exceptional. Preparing to depart, he first aimed to rescue this individual. If suitable, taking on a disciple wasn't an issue. Landon prepared to leave immediately, while Brevin nodded approvingly, needing no further words. Once Landon saw the situation, he'd understand everything. Now, I wonder what he did that requires my rescue? Landon wondered. To fully understand, he needed to know where and why this person was imprisoned. Knowing the reason was crucial for his principles. In fact, he's currently undergoing severe torture. Brevin stroked his beard, revealing a smooth. Considering this, Landon nodded, agreeing that it would be beneficial to have help. Landon understood the value of an assistant, but wondered if Isidore would be willing to go, especially since Isidore seemed intent on staying with Brevin. Hearing this, Isidore felt particularly reluctant, his face showing evident displeasure. He came here to find Brevin, not expecting to encounter so many complications. Now, he had to leave Brevin, which he clearly didn't want to do. There was also the fear of losing contact if he went elsewhere. I want to stay by your side. I don't really want to go, Isidore confessed hesitantly. While he wasn't against helping, he truly did not want to leave. Isidore's reluctance was clear as he stared at Brevin, hoping to remain. Seeing Isidore's expression, Brevin knew this situation needed to change. The purpose was to give Isidore some practical experience. It won't work out this way. Besides, I'm not leaving anytime soon, so staying here won't accomplish anything, Brevin explained firmly. During this period, Isidore could follow Landon and gain valuable experience before returning. Moreover, this will be a form of training for you. If you succeed, my return will be smoother, Brevin added, recognizing this as an opportunity for growth. Though Isidore was generally capable, his lack of experience made him appear naive. This mission would be both a challenge. He had once faced the crews without fear. It was unlikely anything would go wrong. Chapter 349, starting over. Despite these thoughts, a nagging worry still lingered in his heart. After all, he had been with Ellison for so long and was naturally concerned about what might happen to him. I'll go take a look. I can't feel at ease until I see with my own eyes that nothing has happened. After saying this, Landon quickly left, searching for where Ellison might be standing. He wasn't sure if Ellison could manage on his own. After all, they hadn't seen each other in the past few days. Therefore, he felt somewhat uneasy, unsure if Ellison had caused any trouble or quarreled with the Alistair of the Eastern Sea. I don't know why, but I've searched for so long and still haven't found him. He scanned the vicinity of Xianxia Pass, as this was the only area he could search. Moreover, he wasn't familiar with the place, having only explored a few locations over the past few days. He had already searched those areas thoroughly but found no trace of Ellison. Now, anxiety started to creep in. I couldn't find him after searching for so long, so I have no choice but to come to you. Arriving at Brevin's place, Landon looked rather dejected. After all, he couldn't even find a child, leaving him unsure of what else he could do. Say what you want to say. I'll listen carefully. Brevin responded immediately, knowing there wasn't much time and understanding Landon's concerns. Landon might leave soon, but he was still worried about Ellison. I didn't find Ellison, and I'm not at ease. I came here hoping you could help me watch over him. Landon made this request, feeling truly distressed. If he left without finding Ellison, he wanted someone reliable to take care of him. While Brevin listened, he felt no particular concern, but a bit of doubt still lingered. After all, he hadn't known the child long nor spoken much with him. Yet, he couldn't help but worry, fearing something might happen to him. Why are you so concerned about an unfamiliar child? Brevin was puzzled and asked directly. He hadn't expected such strong feelings for a child he'd only met a few times. There seemed to be no logical reason for this concern. This is something I don't understand either, but it's just a gut feeling. Landon felt helpless. He hadn't expected such emotions for a child, even experiencing a sense of familial duty to protect him without any rational explanation. Fine, since you feel this way, I'll no longer argue. I'll take care of him for you. Brevin said no more, shaking his head. It seemed everything was fated. Perhaps their meeting here was destined, causing Landon to worry so much. That connection between them was a thread beyond mere coincidence. Now entrusted with this responsibility, Brevin would indeed pay close attention. Thank you very much. Hearing this, Landon felt relief, effortlessly separating obstacles. Berkeley, watching from the side, was astonished. He hadn't realized Landon possessed such high martial prowess, effortlessly saving the person and setting them down. Amazing. Why did you do this? What's going on? Landon asked upon placing the person down, genuinely surprised. Anyone enduring such torture must have done something significant, yet he had no idea what the woman had done. There's indeed a reason. The woman's eyes revealed a mix of sadness and anger, as this matter involved her husband. If not for him, she wouldn't be enduring this torment. It's like this. My husband betrayed me, so I had no choice. I was so angry that after coming here, I killed all the courtesans in the brothel. After saying this, a profound sense of loss remained in the woman's eyes. It was undoubtedly painful, encountering such a situation, but she had never regretted her actions. The man who once spoke sweet words to her, promising he would never betray her, had done just that. The feeling of being betrayed was unbearable. Unable to endure it, she killed all those women and ended up enduring such cruel torture. But she didn't regret it. Once decided, she followed through with her actions. Landon nodded after hearing her story. Now he understood and felt some empathy for her. Indeed, love and betrayal could distract and devastate a person. Had it not been for these events, she wouldn't have faced such torment. Therefore, his decision to save her was justified. I've come here to rescue you. So, what do you think now? Landon said straightforwardly, absent-mindedly rubbing his face while speaking casually as if it were a passing remark. But the woman understood well. He had saved her life. Naturally, there must be something he expected in return. There was nothing free in this world. His actions implied he found her useful. Since you saved my life, I'm willing to do whatever you ask or follow your commands. The woman acknowledged the unspoken terms. She knew she owed him and would serve his purpose. But now I have no obligations. I've avenged myself. What remains for me? In that case, come with me and be my disciple. Landon's suggestion left her shocked. She hadn't expected him to offer her discipleship directly. His martial prowess far exceeded hers by many times, and he exuded immense capability and patience, a true master of high virtue. I'd be more than happy to. She responded joyfully. If she could find refuge and direction, it would be a blessing, especially since she was now homeless and without any ties. Let me give you a new name, since you need a fresh start. The old name was unsuitable for a no who was stronger. Landon chuckled at the question. Comparisons weren't necessary. Chapter continues. Translation maintains paragraph structure and coherence with previous content. Chapter 350. This cannot be tolerated. Revenge must be taken. Landon smiled but did not utter a single word, nor did he explain the outcome. Berkeley, watching on the side, felt completely helpless. Landon's smile made him shudder. But he didn't know what to say since no one had asked for an explanation, and the outcome was not revealed either. Can you not express the result? Berkeley couldn't wait any longer and finally asked. You figure it out yourself, I can't say, Landon replied without saying more. Refusing to answer, leaving Berkeley to guess was sufficient. Besides, it was a rather trivial question anyway. Berkeley scratched his head, agitated. Meanwhile, Marcus continued playing by the seaside, as he never left this place. From childhood till now, he spent all his days here. It was impossible to just leave this place. Now that no one was around, he stayed here as usual. Marcus. Called suddenly by someone, Marcus turned around in surprise. To his shock, Lionel approached with fiery anger. Unresolved issues from before still lingered, and Lionel sought retribution for past actions. Caught off guard, Marcus faced this. Lionel felt terrified. Sweat beaded on his face as he watched helplessly. Marcus began to strip away Lionel's tendons, retaliation for all the wrongs done before. Rarely would such an opportunity come again, so Marcus took full advantage. Ah! Lionel's screams echoed across the beach. The pain was unmistakable as his tendons were torn away. Brevin heard the commotion and foresaw what had happened. Clearly, Marcus was acting uncontrollably and viciously, pulling all of Lionel's tendons out. I told you not to challenge me. This is your price. With that, Marcus left without looking back, leaving Lionel nearly dead on the sand. Weak and almost lifeless, Lionel lay in agony. Things are bound to get worse now. After all, Lionel is the son of the Cruz. Before, it was just injuries. But now Marcus had gone too far by stripping away Lionel's tendons. Such an act would not go unpunished, and the Cruz would likely exact revenge. Is this really happening? Landon hadn't anticipated such a turn of events and felt unsettled. Initially worried about potential trouble, his fears had become reality. Time was running out, and Landon sped up his journey home. Planning to take his time earlier, he now hurried due to urgency. If I return late, who knows what will happen? That child had great potential. The Cruz won't forgive this. Panic surged within him as his heart raced. Back at the eastern, seeing the plight of the citizens around him, these were his own people. How could he bear this? Alistair, please spare us. I will thoroughly investigate this matter and give you a satisfactory answer. After saying this, Corbin quickly prepared to inquire into the matter. He was unaware of why this disaster had occurred, leaving him helpless. You need to ask your son what he has done. The Alistair shouted aloud, and with this roar, water surged up once more. People holding onto various items felt they would be swept away. Truly, nothing could resist the force of the water. Especially with the Cruz present, any attempt at resistance was futile. What? Corbin was shocked after hearing this. He had never thought that the matter involved his son. Could it be that his son had caused this? It was incomprehensible to him. His son was so young. What could he have possibly done to enrage the Cruz so much? But now, what needed to be done immediately was solving this problem. What is going on? Can you tell us? Corbin asked immediately after returning. He indeed did not know what had transpired. Brevin also appeared at this moment. Indeed, your son accidentally killed the Cruz's son. It was painful to say this, but there was no way out. Corbin directly collapsed to the ground. How could this be? Thinking about it, he was shocked. His son had stripped the tendons from the Cruz's son and taken his life. This was something Corbin had never foreseen. Such a little child could do something like this. Protecting him seems useless now. Corbin sighed heavily, knowing there was no solution. If it were just minor issues, he could manage. But regarding the death of the Cruz's son, no matter what happens, my son can't escape this punishment. What do we do? We can't possibly kill our own son. They embraced their son tightly, unwilling to let go of their precious child. How could they simply allow him to be killed? In this continuation, the story deepens as Corbin grapples with the enormity of his son's actions and the severe consequences imposed by the crews. The tone reflects urgency, despair, and the internal struggle faced by Corbin and his family. Chapter 351, to end it directly. But now, seeing the displaced citizens all around being drowned, some have even lost their lives. If you can't make up your mind, I'll help you, making the whole of Chintang Pass be buried along with you. Another massive flood occurred. Now, most of the city is submerged. Some people have directly lost their lives. Floating on the sea surface, after this disaster happened, many citizens started feeling discontent. Even the whole Chintang Pass is almost completely ruined. Most things are gone. Alright. Corbin really couldn't bear it anymore. The surrounding civilians were screaming for help right next to his ears. Thinking about this now, he doesn't know what to do. If exchanging his son's life could save everyone else, it might be worth it. Indeed, his son has made a mistake, and he didn't know how to deal with it either. Please stop the flood. I will give you an answer right away. Corbin had no choice but to agree to this request. It was his son, but these citizens were also his own people, the closest ones to him. If this continued, the whole city would be gone, and preserving just one son's life would be too selfish. Even if the entire Chintang Pass was flooded, he would never let his son go unpunished. How can you do this, father? How can you? Ellison was utterly shocked, never imagining that his father would act like this, especially under such circumstances, and his father actually confirmed he would kill him, to atone for others' children. He had never encountered such a situation before. Completely astonished, he refused to believe his own father would do this. Besides, he didn't mean to provoke that way. His son challenged him. I really have no other choice. So many people are here, you should understand the gravity. Corbin spoke to Ellison. Now that he has committed irreversible consequences, the Alistair of the Eastern Sea is already here. Such a significant event, the aftermath of which is truly unbearable, not only by him but also by you. I won't allow it. Shouting loudly, yet to no avail. Once Corbin makes a decision, he won't be swayed by anyone. There's nothing left to do. No matter what happens, he would watch over the people here. Move aside now. Shouting loudly, he dragged the person aside. Since there's no solution, he has to stay calm with everyone watching. The Alistair of the Eastern Sea observed closely. Hurry up and do it or I will. Immediately preparing to act, his demeanor was particularly ruthless. Seeing this, Corbin prepared immediately. He dared not delay time. So many people were waiting here for the lives of many. Landon stopped walking abruptly. What's wrong? What happened? Amberly felt particularly strange, as if something unexpected had occurred, causing him to halt. And he looked rather troubled, unaware of what was happening. Everyone was worried. Ellison seems to be in danger, but it looks like I can't get back in time. Saying this, he felt a bit distressed because rushing back would change nothing. Given the circumstances, his father has decided, and so many civilians of Chintang Pass are involved. They all need to survive. Considering all those lives, he wouldn't be willing to abandon them. Why would this happen? How did this occur? Talking about this, he sounded somewhat incoherent, unsure of how to articulate it. Indeed, facing this issue made everyone sad. No one expected this to happen. It was painful and difficult to express. Don't worry, the world works this way. However, there will always be a turning point. This is his fate. Amberly consoled, having experienced similar situations. At that time, he acted without thinking, leading to certain outcomes, but everything eventually turned out fine. Ellison definitely has his own path, so there's no need to rush. Whatever happens, he will surely return. Ellison's mother knelt down beside him, holding on to Corbin tightly. Do not hurt my son. I don't allow you to harm him. You must get my consent. Saying this, she cried uncontrollably. How could her son be so easily killed? Even if it came to this, she truly couldn't bear it, and she couldn't believe her son would commit such grave mistakes. There must be reasons. These issues must be resolved clearly. She wouldn't allow her living son to die before her eyes. Stop talking. This issue can no longer be resolved. We must take action. Corbin firmly decided, persisting in this resolution, because if he doesn't, all the citizens of Chintang Pass will perish. As their leader, he must protect them, thus facing this dilemma. In case of a situation where one must be sacrificed, his son would have to be abandoned. How can you be so heartless? Note: I've maintained the original narrative style and structure, while translating the text to English. Some names like Corbin and Ellison are— Why should I apologize? I did nothing wrong. Everything I did was right. Ellison retorted defiantly. He truly felt he hadn't done anything wrong. So why should he be happy about apologizing and then being killed? He hadn't made any mistakes, so why wouldn't his parents believe him? When Corbin heard this, he almost fell over. He hadn't expected Ellison to say something like that. An apology could have provided hope, but his son didn't understand his thoughts. With nothing left to say, he felt helpless. Speak quickly, my son. Apologize and admit your fault. Don't let me hurt you. Corbin, beside himself with worry, begged Ellison to apologize. However, Ellison still held his head high, refusing to yield. This outcome was completely unexpected. He felt he hadn't done anything wrong, so why should he apologize? If that's how it is, I have no choice. Consider me as having no son. Tears welled up in Corbin's eyes, but he held them back. At this point, there was nothing else to do. His son refused to repent, and there was no other option. Everyone watched the Alistair intently. If he failed to act, it would truly be impossible to explain. In that case, I have no choice. Prepare to die. Corbin started to act. This was the last resort, the final outcome. Despite his wife's desperate attempts to stop him, she was pulled away by other rations. Chapter 352. Absolutely will not regret. The Alistair of the Eastern Sea smiled with satisfaction after seeing this. It was as if he had avenged his son. And even more so, Ellison had died right before his eyes, beaten to death. Now can we call it even? Corbin asked in anguish, unable to control his emotions. He felt a deep pain inside, but didn't know how to express it. After all, it was something he had done himself, beaten his own son to death. Any thoughts of regret were too late now. Now I'm warning you, this matter ends here. Don't provoke the Dragon Clan again. He began to issue warnings immediately because his clan was not one to be trifled with. As the Alistair of the Eastern Sea, he had never experienced such treatment. It was the first time. Originally, he planned to have Corbin's entire family sacrifice for his son's death, but this scene seemed enough. After all, Corbin had personally killed his own son. Likely no one was more distraught than him. Given that, there was nothing else to say. I understand. Corbin agreed instantly and understood the implications of this warning. If anything like this happened again, it might not just be one person who died, possibly the entire XuanHuan Pass could perish. The consequences would be far greater. He would never provoke such trouble again. How could you kill my son? How could you kill your own child? Ellison's mother lifted her head, staring directly at Landon. I can save Ellison, your son, Landon said sincerely. He truly didn't want someone with such talent to die here. Ellison was someone who resonated with him deeply from the moment they met. He had to save him and help him live on. Is this true? Can you really revive my son? He is already dead. It was hard to believe given the short time frame. While death cannot be reversed, Landon gave her a glimmer of hope. I'm sure I can revive him. There's no need to worry, Landon said firmly. He couldn't allow Ellison to die before him. With no other options, they had no choice but to trust him. Why is Landon involved with Ellison? Amberly observed, puzzled. Despite knowing each other briefly, why was Landon so concerned about Ellison? He doesn't seem to have any connection with Ellison. It's perplexing. Amberly wondered, finding it incomprehensible why someone unrelated would go to such lengths. Was fate involved? But there didn't seem to be much reason. Brevin sighed deeply, watching everything unfold. If Landon wished to proceed, he could only allow it. The matter had concluded, and Ellison had faced his destined calamity. If Landon could save him, it would be his best opportunity. Landon wasn't sure why he acted this way, following his inner calling, driven by an inexplicable sense of urgency. I don't know why, but I feel a deep connection with Ellison. His words surprised others, seemingly a poor excuse. But the world was full of mysteries, even those claiming connections without prior meeting. Since it came down to this, there was nothing else to do but support him. So what do you plan to do? Amberly, hearing this, felt helpless but acknowledged Landon's determination. Supporting his master's actions was expected. I seem to have little impact, but I'm still very puzzled. It's fine. You don't need to do anything. But now I need someone who can help me. After speaking, Landon suddenly looked at Brevin. Only he could assist me. Others simply wouldn't meet my standards or possess the power. Now, from my pocket, I took out something very crucial, my treasure. If this item could be used, it would certainly prove very useful. You're already bringing this out? Brevin was quite shocked upon seeing the item, never expecting that Landon would even be willing to bring it out. It was indeed a significant contribution, as this item was incredibly rare. I had heard of it before, but never seen it used on anyone. Yet today, I unexpectedly saw it here and now, and it would be put into action next. Can you help me try to summon Ellison's soul? Landon pleaded with Brevin, because now only he could do this task. Others lacked the knowledge and ability to summon souls. Among those present, only Brevin possessed this skill, and only he could do it. The temple as quickly as possible. Good, let's begin now. Seeing everyone get started, Landon prepared himself as well. After all, this process required time and possibly his own magical power to execute. He estimated he had about a 60% chance of reviving Ellison. Can he really be revived? Ellison's mother, witnessing all this, felt both lost and uncertain. Her uncertain eyes held a glimmer of hope because she wished for a positive outcome. She hoped her son would awaken soon and prayed they'd finish quickly. I will do everything I can, so please rest assured. Landon could only say this, as he had many tasks ahead and couldn't afford to disturb everyone further. Regardless of the chances, he had to try. Everyone here, including the villagers, was willing to help, increasing the likelihood of success. Currently, everything was being confirmed, and it should go smoothly. Whatever you need, we'll cooperate fully. Ellison's mother also expressed her astonishment. No matter what it took, she would do anything to save her son. Thinking of this, she felt that even sacrificing her life would be worth it to replace her son. This incident involved her family. Her son's father killed him under the Alistair's pressure, though she would have preferred not to. Note: I've maintained the original structure and flow of the paragraphs while ensuring the translation remains natural and coherent in English. Chapter 353, Anger. But after saying this much, and upon further reflection, it seemed that something was not quite right about the whole situation. How could it be like this? And more importantly, how can a dead person come back to life? How can anyone come back from the dead? Isn't this just too absurd? He waved his hand dismissively, feeling that this was simply implausible. They must have been deceived. How could someone resurrect after he watched them die with his own eyes? Someone must have used some demonic art to make people believe this, and everyone has blindly followed, Corbin thought. It definitely wasn't right, and he felt compelled to stop them. The fact that so many citizens of XuanHuan were participating in this farce was highly unusual. Regardless, he couldn't let this continue. He had to restore peace and order. He had finally brought tranquility to all of XuanHuan, but now this sorcery appeared again. Stop building the temple. I believe this is impossible. Corbin directly came over to stop the commoners. When the citizens of XuanHuan heard this, they felt helpless. They didn't know what to do. On one side was Ellison's birth father, and on the other, the person who claimed he could bring Ellison back to life. The matter was difficult. Although they found it hard to believe, it seemed as though his words might be true. I don't believe anyone can come back from the dead. Have you ever seen such a thing? Corbin said, finding it hard to believe himself. After all, he had never witnessed anything like this and did not believe it possible in this world. Over so many years of leading the people, he had never seen anyone revived from death. Building temples with such fanfare. Wasn't that supposed to be done only after someone's death? What good did this all serve? What are you doing? This is about saving our son, and you act like this? Ellison's mother shouted furiously, seeing Corbin like this. If not for him back then, her son might not have died. She had held her tongue when it first happened, but she hadn't expected him to interfere now. You could kill my son, but now dare to do this? Do you dislike Ellison? She shouted loudly, almost breaking down. As a mother watching her son die before her eyes, she did not want to relive such agony. Finally having a chance to save her son, and he refused. Is it because you don't like your son that you deliberately killed him? Her rationality was lost. She no longer cared about her words. Maybe there had once been hope, but unexpectedly, he resolutely killed Ellison. Now, preventing villagers from continuing their efforts seemed cruel. Are you saying you don't love our son? Corbin was at a loss. He wanted his son to live, but not like this. All of this looked like witchcraft. Nothing magic, even at this moment, still so obstinate. Landon felt Corbin was excessively rigid. Initially, killing Ellison might have been for greater good, but now with a chance to save him, he neither believed nor allowed it, which showed a narrow-mindedness. Corbin approached again, unwillingly, for it involved his son. Their actions, using black magic, would harm his son. Don't use dark arts to revive my son. I absolutely forbid it. Stop immediately. His stern warning was clear. Landon didn't respond, focusing solely on his task, ignoring Corbin. Determined, he would proceed without regrets. He shared a connection with Ellison, but now Ellison was gone. He must finish what he started. What do you mean by this? Are you defying me? Remember, this is my son. And you have no authority here, Corbin exclaimed, surprising even Landon with his irrationality. Had he treated Ellison well, Landon would have stepped back, but constantly mistreating him, and now refusing his resurrection. It was heartless. Translation notes. Chapter structure and line breaks maintained. Names like Ellison, Corbin, Landon kept consistent in English transliteration. Tone and style preserved, ensuring fluency and coherency. Grammar checked to ensure natural English flow. If you truly loved your son, you wouldn't be saying this. Landon spoke only this sentence before proceeding with his task, deliberately ignoring any further interaction. He sat there on his own, truly not wanting to have anything more to do with Corbin. What? Corbin laughed as if hearing a joke. Why couldn't he say it was his son? Even if the boy had died, he was still his son. No one else had any right over him. Now, Corbin felt he was being unjustly prevented from speaking his mind. What do you mean by this? I have nothing more to say except that you must stop immediately, Corbin shouted, causing everyone inside to look out. The citizens of Qiantang were unsure what to say. Though they were building a temple, Corbin's attitude seemed heartless. He didn't seem to understand the situation and showed no willingness to cooperate. You should leave. We don't welcome you here. Go away now. Leiling finally could not hold back her frustration. She had been furious when she heard Corbin's words earlier, but never imagined he would go so far. Despite his son lying dead, he still found time for such antics. I can't believe how you can call yourself Ellison's father. You are unworthy, Leiling said coldly, then slammed the door, locking Corbin outside. Watching him futilely bang on the door, she decided not to listen, despite the noise. Indeed, everything he said makes sense. Now I somewhat understand him, Leiling admitted, realizing that everyone's perspective differed. Corbin did care about the people, but perhaps he needed to reconsider his stance. Being too selfless, cooperation from everyone was essential, and Brevin had been assisting him. This temple is almost completed. Seeing the temple finally taking shape, now only the final touches remained. Everyone felt elated at how quickly it had been constructed. A remarkable feat achieved through collective effort, all for Ellison's resurrection. Thank you so much for helping us with this. Landon expressed deep gratitude. Without them, he might not have managed to achieve this. The swift completion of the temple was a testament to the efforts of many. It's nothing. We share the same goal. You just need to focus on saving him. The villagers felt equally gratified, having contributed so much to this cause. Such tasks were trivial compared to the value of life. I'm nearly done here. I've gathered all of his souls. You can proceed. Brevin returned promptly, bringing with him the collected soul fragments. Over these past days, he tirelessly gathered them, fearing they would disperse over time. Having prevented this dispersion, they were ready. Great, thank you so much. I don't know how to repay you. Landon truly felt the power of unity as everyone helped him revive Ellison. They understood the urgency and lent a hand without hesitation. The next step is simple. Landon took out his treasure and began gathering the soul fragments. All the scattered pieces floated into the air, gradually merging back into a whole, entering his artifact. Now what should we do next? Marlowe saw this marvel and asked, knowing that the merged souls must serve a purpose. Otherwise, building this altar would have been pointless. They sought guidance. The next step is to gather these in the temple for veneration. With Landon's instruction, people swiftly began lighting incense. Those present knew their roles and acted immediately to sustain the effort. I'll go back and bring my family and villagers here. Many who had lit incense then left to summon more people from nearby villages, expanding the assembly. That's perfect. The more people, the better. Landon was pleased, understanding that increased participation could hasten the process. Yet, he knew initial turnout would be low and needed patience. These first few days haven't yielded much worship yet. It's just the beginning, so it won't be too lively. Landon was concerned, wanting this resolved soon. Delaying might complicate matters further, causing internal turmoil. What's wrong? Is there an issue? Ellison's mother noticed his distress but didn't understand the root of it, worrying about its impact on her son's revival. There's insufficient worship, so we may need to build temples elsewhere. Landon quickly explained, knowing delays were unaffordable and quicker solutions were vital. In that case, I'll ensure we establish temples in other places as soon as possible. Ellison's mother agreed readily, knowing this was crucial for her son's resurrection. More temples would attract more offerings. Understood. Landon nodded, recognizing there wasn't much else to do but wait. If solved, he might gather enough faster, reviving Ellison sooner. However, it weighed heavily on him, though he tried not to dwell on it, believing it was merely a matter of time. I'll send people right away, ensuring you collect enough soon. Ellison's mother reaffirmed her commitment, knowing it was essential to resolve this promptly. She didn't want any unnecessary delays. Brevin, standing by, remained curious about the treasure used to revive Ellison. Can you tell me what treasure you're using? Brevin asked, genuinely intrigued by the mystery of such an artifact. He hadn't seen anything like it before and was eager to learn. For now, I can't reveal it. It's a significant secret. Landon regretfully kept it confidential, torn between gratitude and secrecy. This artifact was crucial, and its identity couldn't be disclosed. All right, no problem. Though frustrated, Brevin respected his decision. However, these matters did not have a significant impact, and if there was a chance later on, they would still be able to see. Although there wasn't such an opportunity now, there would definitely be things they could do later on, so there was no need to rush. Seeing his reaction, Landon felt that Brevin was indeed not upset, which was a relief. Once there's a chance in the future, I will definitely tell you, but not now, Landon reiterated, also explaining it to himself. After all, Brevin had helped him a great deal. So, if he couldn't share this with him, it might seem like a lack of trust. But he had valid reasons. After saying this, Landon didn't elaborate further, seeing that Brevin wasn't upset either. This understanding made things much easier. Since that's the case, shall we go check on the temple? Landon said to Marlowe, as he had asked Ellison's mother to build temples nearby, but hadn't seen how the incense offerings were going, knowing they were insufficient. Sure. Marlowe readily agreed, and the two started towards the temple. They hadn't visited other places yet, so today presented a good opportunity to check. This temple is quite well built and spacious, Landon thought as he observed the place, which seemed promising. However, stepping inside revealed a rather desolate scene due to the few people around. The temple was new, hence lacking fame and visitors. Looks like there aren't many people coming here for offerings, Landon mused, feeling quite down. He hadn't anticipated each obstacle complicating things further. Many issues remained unresolved, causing inner turmoil he couldn't express easily. The low number of worshippers indicated poor activity, which was problematic for Ellison's resurrection. Delay would only prolong the process, a concerning issue. Now what should we do? The incense offerings are differed. He should have foreseen this earlier. Though the temple was completed swiftly, its immediate utility was minimal. Note, the paragraph structure and line breaks are maintained as requested. Chapter 355. The time is not yet ripe. However, he now needed to find other methods. He had to go back and think this through carefully. Since they didn't get the chance to come and offer incense, I need to devise a plan. Landon had been thinking about this ever since he returned. Since they were unwilling to come, he needed to make them come unconsciously. But if he wanted them to believe, he must prove that the temple was indeed effective. Given that, I need to help a few people who wish to worship Ellison and fulfill their wishes. Landon suddenly thought of this solution. If he helped those few people, they would definitely come over eventually. If they came, they would tell their families, who would then tell others. This would create a cycle, and once there were real cases, many more people would be willing to come. That way, more people would come to worship and offer incense. I'll start with this for now. Landon had made up his mind, and prepared to act immediately. He went behind the temple to listen to the wishes of those seeking help. Actually, some wishes were quite easy to fulfill, and he did so right away. And very quickly, he could assist in fulfilling their wishes. I have already helped several people, bringing joy to others. After all, achieving one's wishes was something everyone desired. Having accomplished this, they were much happier, knowing it was possible. Yes, I also came here today, and my wish was fulfilled immediately. Inside the temple, many were chatting about this, feeling extremely pleased. They believed it could actually happen, making the place seem genuinely effective. Within a short time, the word spread to many, and now most believed this place to be extraordinary. Seeing more people worshipping, Amberly no longer worried. With more visitors, collecting enough incense offerings wouldn't take long. But there's still an issue on my side. Brevin suddenly appeared, looking troubled, unsure of how to proceed. What's the problem? Landon noticed his distressed state, and knew something was bothering him but wasn't sure what. Nothing significant had happened recently to cause such distress. It's Berkeley. He's been following me constantly. What should I do? Brevin seemed helpless, unsure how to handle Berkeley. He hadn't thought of a solution yet, as Berkeley kept urging him to help him leave. It was difficult for Brevin to help Berkeley leave the world, given his reluctance. So, he had no idea how to address this. Landon laughed, not expecting this issue. It was indeed a problem, a significant one. He hadn't figured out how to deal with this yet, but he needed to think carefully. Quickly think of a solution. How can I make him stop following me? Seeing Landon's reaction, Brevin complained. After all, these actions were due to him, and he now realized the consequences. Berkeley followed him everywhere, leaving Brevin unsure of how to respond. So, he sought a quick solution to make Berkeley stop following him. Well, I don't really know what to do either. Just treat him like a follower. Landon joked, finding little urgency in the matter. Continued presence wouldn't cause much disruption. Just treating him as a silent companion should suffice. There shouldn't be any major issues with this approach. Other matters could wait for now. Solving this problem wouldn't happen overnight. When Berkeley arrived and saw the two talking, he paused. These discussions didn't concern him directly. Can you come back with me? It's been so long. Why isn't it time yet? He asked, noting his extended stay with Brevin without any news of returning. Brevin hadn't mentioned anything or agreed to let him go. Frustrated by the prolonged wait, he asked again. I still cannot go back with you now, Brevin replied definitively, leaving no room for argument. He wasn't being tactful, firmly stating he would not return. To return, certain conditions would need to be met, which currently weren't. So when will it be time? I've waited so long already. When Landon spoke, he too felt the difficulty and was unsure how to proceed. Berkeley was truly becoming increasingly distressed. Having stayed here for such a long time, there still wasn't any news at all. Moreover, he didn't know why he was in this situation, which left him feeling quite confused. He wasn't quite sure why he could do these things either. This problem had made him anxious every day. Yet, he still didn't have any solutions. Brevin might as well return with him. That I will continue waiting for you, staying here until you come back with me. He wasn't sure how to express his thoughts, but was determined not to give up. Since he had already come this far, he wouldn't easily quit, and would certainly make Brevin return with him. He believed it was only a matter of time. As long as he persisted, everything would be fine. Seeing this, Brevin sighed deeply, helpless. He hadn't anticipated encountering such a situation, and it posed a significant challenge for him. So what should we do now? I don't even know what to say. Brevin expressed his frustration to Landon, clearly feeling powerless. After all, since this issue arose, he couldn't find any reasons or solutions. These problems are indeed related to me, Landon acknowledged after hearing him out. If these matters hadn't happened, perhaps they wouldn't be in this predicament. But now he felt quite uncomfortable. I will help you resolve this. You leave first, and I'll think carefully about it. Landon promised to address the problem and began contemplating a feasible plan. Regretted initiating this situation. Now, with so many issues arising, Landon felt overwhelmed. What should I do then? I don't know what to say. Not leaving with me. I can only keep waiting here. Berkeley felt miserable, believing he had no other options. Coming here was his sole purpose, and taking Brevin away was part of his mission. Without anything else to do, he spent each day just waiting, which made things more difficult for him. Now is not the right time, so don't be too anxious. Landon quickly interjected, offering words of encouragement. Given that nothing could happen swiftly in this matter, some time would inevitably pass. Good things take time, as the saying goes. Patience was necessary since the timing wasn't yet ripe. Therefore, they wouldn't be going back anytime soon. Chapter 356, Daveniving the Masses. After hearing all this, Berkeley didn't know how to continue. He felt a great deal of discomfort within him. He had waited for so long already, and if he continued waiting, who knew what would happen? I feel I can't wait any longer, and want to go back quickly. He was feeling uneasy with this problem. After all, there were other matters he had to handle after going back. Now, he could do nothing about it, and also had to report back to his father. I haven't even told my father about this matter yet. I have no idea what he will think when I return. Suddenly, Berkeley thought of his father. His departure was due largely to him. However, after such a long time away, he lost. Since that's the case, what are your thoughts? Seeing his conflicted expression, Landon also found it hard to deal with. Feeling a bit guilty for bringing him here, but failing to fulfill his wish added to his unease. He felt remorseful but uncertain what to do next. I'll go back first and calm down. Let me collect my thoughts. Berkeley understood that the best thing now was to not make any immediate actions. Staying calm was essential before contemplating further steps. Given the significance of this matter, he didn't want to rush into any unintended consequences. Alright, if that's the case, go back and think it over. Landon let him go, unwilling to offer more explanations as this was a substantial issue. If Brevin didn't return with him, Landon had limited options. As just a provider of advice, he couldn't force matters. Berkeley returned with a despondent look, feeling the difficulty of the situation. If only there was a definitive answer, but now he had no idea how long he could wait. They kept saying the timing wasn't right, but he wondered when the best moment would arrive. How am I supposed to resolve this? On his way back, his thoughts wandered, feeling lost. He hardly noticed people around him, ignoring those he met on the road. Now, he had to carefully consider whether it was worth waiting. He would have to explain to his father upon returning. If he went back without accomplishing anything, it might be seen negatively. Suddenly, Landon noticed his treasure reacting, indicating something unusual was happening elsewhere. Amberly, go check on Ellison's temple to see if there are any disturbances. Alright, Amberly immediately agreed. Since the treasure reacted unexpectedly, which rarely happened, something must be wrong on the other side. Uncertain if Ellison faced any mishap, Landon felt anxious and needed to find out immediately. Hoping nothing serious had happened, he remained concerned after worrying for so long. I'm going now. After speaking, Amberly departed, deciding to check on the temple immediately. Although incense offerings had increased recently, various incidents occurred unpredictably. Feeling something was about to happen, Landon's heart raced uneasily. Though trying to remain stable, if problems arose, he needed a quick solution. Not knowing what lay ahead, he felt a mixture of worry and anxiety. He needed to examine the treasure closely to observe any changes, hoping it would reveal more details. Upon arrival, Amberly saw a commotion outside the temple. Many civilians were pointing and whispering, not entering as usual. What's happening? Why aren't you going in to offer incense? Finding this strange and the sudden cessation of rituals unsettling, he hurried inside. Upon reaching the entrance, he was stunned. Unexpectedly, he saw Corbin destroying Ellison's temple. Unsure of his intentions, it seemed very inappropriate for him to do this. Originally, rejecting him should have dissuaded him, but now he acted recklessly. How can you do this? Stop immediately. Amberly shouted loudly, wondering how someone could be so heartless towards their son's shrine. If there was a way to revive his son, anyone might be driven to do anything. Yet, he was still destroying the temple. Corbin continued his destruction without a word after saying that, rejecting any possibility outright. I don't care what you do, but you cannot harm my Baxing or let the common people believe in this, Corbin said firmly as he resumed destroying the temple, using a hammer to break it apart. He was adamant about not letting his son become involved in such matters, deeming it clearly witchcraft. Amberly watched helplessly, unsure how to handle the situation. He had never encountered anything like this and couldn't fight back. What should I do? I can't fight him, so I'll go back and report this first. Amberly knew that further resistance wouldn't solve anything at this point. He could do nothing against Corbin, so he felt compelled to return immediately and report the situation. Landon grew increasingly uneasy, sensing something amiss. His concerns were soon confirmed when he saw his disciple rush over in a panic. Amberly, what happened? Why are you so flustered? Calm down and explain slowly. Landon knew something was wrong by the look on Amberly's face. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so frantic. It seemed likely related to Ellison's temple, which now left Amberly speechless. Amberly pointed towards the direction. Corbin is destroying Ellison's temple. I couldn't stop him, so I rushed back to tell you. Amberly was utterly helpless. If he could have stopped Corbin, he wouldn't have come running back. Now, he truly couldn't do anything else. Landon hadn't expected this turn of events. His mind raced. He had worked so hard to set everything up, only for Corbin to start tearing it down. This was absolutely unacceptable. Take me there immediately. I need to see this for myself. Landon hurried out without taking anything, determined to protect Ellison. He would not allow this, even if it meant confronting Ellison's father. You must stop this right now. Upon arrival, Landon shouted loudly. He couldn't allow this, regardless of Corbin being Ellison's father. This temple was specially built for Ellison, and it shouldn't be destroyed so casually. Corbin ignored him, continuing his destruction. Then I won't hold back. Landon lunged forward, knocking the hammer from Corbin's hand and sending him to the ground. Landon didn't want to resort to violence, but he felt it necessary. This matter had to be resolved, and he would bring Ellison back to life no matter what. Seeing Corbin lying on the ground with blood trickling from his mouth, Landon felt no remorse. I can't understand you. I've already said I'm trying to save your son, but you're still destroying this. Landon couldn't believe such a heartless father existed. He had previously rationalized Corbin's actions, thinking everyone had different perspectives, but this wasn't the case. If Corbin truly loved his son, he would have been willing to try. You spread these lies among the people, and I won't tolerate it. Corbin countered immediately, refusing to agree. What are you talking about? I can't believe you're acting like this. Just then, Ellison's mother rushed over, having heard the news. She was shocked by the scene before her. I don't care about others, but if you prevent my son from coming back to life, I will never forgive you. Ellison's mother almost screamed these words, overwhelmed with emotion. Saving their son should have been the priority, yet Corbin kept obstructing the process. It was completely inappropriate, causing problems for everyone. Tears began streaming down her face. How could this man, her husband and Ellison's father, act like a stranger? Even strangers and villagers were helping in various ways. The situation had become unbearable, and she couldn't hold back her tears any longer. Stop, ceasing all actions. If you don't talk about such matters anymore, we'll go back quickly. Ellison's mother directly insisted, trying to drag Corbin away from the place since everyone there was blocking their way. With many people watching outside, there had been a noticeable drop in incense offerings during this period. Really sorry, I didn't expect things to turn out this way. I'll definitely watch more carefully in the future. Ellison's mother immediately apologized upon arriving, as she hadn't anticipated such behavior from her husband. She originally thought there would be no problems with this matter, but unexpectedly, he kept interrupting. From the start until now, he hadn't given up, continuously hindering everything. Landon didn't know how to respond, as he wasn't sure how to handle their family affairs. Still, he was determined to bring Ellison back to life and resolve any issues concerning him. No problem, you should fix this temple as soon as possible. Otherwise, there will be more delays. Landon said this directly because it was challenging looking at the ruins. Many commoners had no place to offer incense now. Thus, this period also incurred many losses and wasted time. Continuing like this would pose another significant issue. Finding it increasingly difficult, Landon initially aimed to protect Ellison's life, but hadn't expected it to be so arduous. We will get it done as soon as possible. Ellison's mother quickly agreed, vowing to find someone to handle it. This matter concerned her son, so even if Corbin disagreed, she would proceed. After returning home in the afternoon, she promptly sought help to repair the temple. Once repaired, she planned to lead people back to offer incense again, ensuring no further delays. In that case, return as soon as possible. Time is of the essence. Landon didn't elaborate, hoping to resolve this issue quickly. He didn't want the soul to dissipate in an instant, as it had taken considerable effort to gather the fragments. He hoped to avoid unnecessary delays, especially since they witnessed the changes. He had to check back since his treasure showed signs of disturbance. He hoped for minimal issues and ideally wanted other encounters. How's it going? Did they come over yet? In the afternoon, Landon urgently asked about the situation, hoping for swift resolution. Marlotian nodded, seeing many commoners arrive in the afternoon. People from Chintang Pass came to help repair the temple. With so many people, the task would likely be completed quickly. Marlotian felt delighted, noting the open-mindedness of the commoners who actively assisted Ellison. Seeing their unity made everyone happy. That's great. If it gets fixed soon, it's even better. Landon felt pleased. The sooner, the better. I've disappeared. This was all because Corbin came here and caused a disturbance, nullifying everything that had been done before. When Landon spoke, he felt utterly helpless. He never imagined such a situation would arise. Unexpectedly, everything was reset to zero. The offerings he had collected over so long, which had taken immense effort to accumulate, vanished in an instant. Now, they had to start from scratch, and it would take even longer this time. It was truly disheartening to think about how much more time this would require. Now it will take even longer, wasting more time on this issue, Landon said, feeling frustrated. How could this happen? How can everything be reset to zero in an instant? Why did this situation arise? Marlotian felt increasingly distressed after hearing this. They had never anticipated such an outcome. They thought once the temple was rebuilt, everything would be fine. But now the previous offerings were gone. This development was deeply unsettling. The idea of starting over from zero, after all that effort, was painful. It left everyone feeling anguished and uncertain about what to do next. The frustration was palpable, especially as they couldn't fathom why this had happened. How can someone do something so excessive? Corbin doesn't deserve to be a father, does he? Is Ellison really his son? As these words were spoken, the pain and anger became unbearable. How could anyone treat their own child like this? After everything Ellison had endured, including being killed by Corbin himself, there seemed to be no trace of guilt or remorse. How could someone act so irresponsibly? Corbin might not be a good father, but he is a competent official, Landon sighed deeply. Everything he does is for the people. He has no personal gain in mind. He prioritizes the welfare of the people above all else. In that sense, he is a very qualified official. But Marlotian felt the logic behind this statement, but struggled to refute it. She knew it was true, yet it still felt wrong. As an outsider, she found it hard to reconcile this duality. Someone's life, his own son's life, shouldn't be treated with such rigidity. If Corbin hadn't interfered, things might have been different, but his actions undid all the efforts made by countless people. His actions are indeed excessive. A father shouldn't be this rigid. He should have been more flexible and understanding, but he chose to do nothing. In that case, I can only agree that he is a competent official, Marlotian conceded, though she remained angry. But I will never believe he is a qualified father. The damage is already done, and there's no way to reverse it. Despite being a good official, I can never accept his methods. If I were his son, I'd hate him forever. Landon shared her sentiments. He hopes that no one, especially not his father, will interfere. Do you have any way to solve it? I really don't know what to do, Landon said helplessly. His father keeps trying to prevent this, sometimes causing us significant trouble. Landon felt truly helpless when he spoke of this, as he had never anticipated these issues. But the problems were caused by Ellison's father. So much time and effort over many days have been wasted. Even the incense collected previously was lost, making all his previous efforts futile. Thinking of this made him feel rather helpless, but he couldn't find a proper solution. Besides, it was Ellison's father. He didn't want to take extreme actions. I am indeed powerless at this moment because I don't have good ways to assist you. Brevin responded with some difficulty. You know how things are. I can't bind him up for you either. Doing so was very tough for Brevin since he had no real solutions to offer and had other tasks to attend to, meaning he might not be around in the coming days and thus could not resolve the issue. Alright then, I'll consider other options. But what will you be doing lately? Landon suddenly recalled something. After all, Brevin had mentioned leaving before. But at that time, he was too busy to consider this sudden mention. Mentioning leaving made Landon wonder where Brevin would go and when he would leave, prompting him to ask for more details. I plan to leave with Berkeley. You know how long he's been following me, always urging me on. Now that I've no other matters to attend to, I'll return with him first, Brevin replied. He had thought of this for a while, realizing the time was right. Before leaving, however, he needed to do something meaningful, an important task. I need to test him before I leave, otherwise, I cannot be sure if leaving with him is the right decision. Therefore, I need your help to carry out this test, Brevin explained. This matter mattered greatly to him. He hoped nothing unforeseen would happen and that the matter could be properly resolved. Since he planned to leave with Berkeley, he certainly needed to test him thoroughly, hoping nothing major went wrong. To Brevin, this was a big deal, hoping no unnecessary complications arose. I will definitely help you. If you need anything, just tell me, and I can also help test him, Landon readily agreed, understanding the responsibility he carried as someone who brought these people together. If asked, he would certainly comply. Upon hearing this, Brevin stroked his beard, nodding approvingly. Knowing that Landon would help, things would proceed smoothly. Once Berkeley passed the test, they would depart without further delay. Don't worry too much. I believe he will pass the test, especially after waiting for so long here, Brevin added. Landon knew Berkeley had patiently waited and followed Brevin closely without rushing back home, showing admirable patience. Hence, he believed Berkeley would pass the test. However, testing was still necessary to ensure compliance. Understood, proceed quickly then. Brevin acknowledged the task ahead. With no other matters at hand, he prepared to leave. Landon watched him leave, then quickly instructed Edie. Edie, call Berkeley over here tomorrow morning. Sure, Edie agreed without questioning the reason, trusting there was logic behind their actions. The next day, Edie called Berkeley over early. What's going on? Is something happening? Why did you call me over so urgently without explaining? It's quite strange, Berkeley said, confused as he arrived. They had summoned him without any clear explanation, causing anxiety. Landon chuckled seeing Berkeley's bewilderment, which made assessing him easier. Given his lack of information, it served as a better test. Berkeley, I found an excellent medicinal herb on the mountain, one with significant uses. Can you accompany me? It may be challenging to find. Landon put forth this request, as it was something within normal activities, believing Berkeley wouldn't suspect anything amiss. Of course. Without hesitation, Berkeley agreed, indicating trust. After all, he usually did such things very normally and nothing special would happen. He didn't even think they might test him, so he readily agreed without any hesitation. Since that's the case, let's set off quickly. Check if you need to bring anything, Landon said quickly because he didn't want to waste time. He believed it was best to just proceed with the task since he had already made many preparations. Knowing there would be challenges along the way, he hadn't asked beforehand. However, now that they had encountered these challenges, he hoped Berkeley could successfully overcome them and handle the situation well. Berkeley also thought this was nothing unusual since he had no other matters to attend to. Surely, he wouldn't encounter anything else and needed to observe Landon's character as well as other things. If there's nothing else, let's depart immediately. And Marlowe will join us, Landon added after seeing that Berkeley didn't show any suspicion. It seemed like everything was proceeding smoothly. Completely fine. Berkeley happily agreed. Now the group prepared to ascend the mountain. By the time they arrived, they were nearly at the summit. The vegetation here was dense, with many trees. Seeing this, the group felt a bit uneasy. The plants were so abundant that finding the medicinal herbs would be extremely difficult. What sound is that? As they walked, they suddenly heard an unsettling noise. Sounds like wild beasts? Edie asked, feeling some fear. She hadn't expected to encounter wild animals on this trip. The sound made her tremble with fear. After all, she hadn't seen anything like this before in this place. How could they suddenly appear? Don't panic yet. Landon tried to calm everyone down, but just as he finished speaking, they saw the wild beasts rushing towards them. They hurriedly retreated and ran in another direction. However, the creature's speed was astonishingly fast, especially on the mountain. The group couldn't run fast enough, and soon found themselves tripping over the dense vegetation. "How are you?" Berkeley turned to look at Landon, surprised to see him fall. Normally, Landon was the strongest and fearless. Why had he fallen now? Seeing this, Berkeley became slightly anxious, but quickly helped Landon up. "Why don't you run first? If you don't, neither of us can escape." Berkeley shook his head firmly, showing no hesitation. He promptly helped Landon up because the most important thing now was to get to safety. "No worries. I'll fight alongside you. We'll be fine as long as we stick together." Berkeley spoke with determination and began engaging in battle right away. Landon and Edie joined him, fighting back fiercely. Together, the trio proved unstoppable and swiftly dealt with the wild beasts within a short time. No significant issues arose during the confrontation. Now that's settled. Fortunately, nothing serious happened. Everyone looked at each other and laughed in relief. Having defeated the wild beasts, they resumed their ascent, nearing the peak. Upon reaching the top, they found the vegetation incredibly dense and filled with various items, including numerous medicinal herbs. However, finding the specific herb they sought was lit up as he saw a glimmer of light in front of him. Arriving there, he didn't know what it was, but started digging through it to investigate. Why was this grass under here this color? It looked abnormal. It wasn't like usual. What could this be? He approached cautiously. It seemed as though something was hidden beneath the plant, but he dared not examine it closely. Squatting down slowly, he uncovered the grass. This is actually gold and gems? Seeing this suddenly made him feel surprised. How could such things be here? In an instant, he became flustered, unsure how to proceed. This was too strange. How could these things be here? And there was nothing else around. Could someone have intentionally placed them here? This just didn't seem normal. Why would there be such things here? If he took these back, wouldn't he become rich overnight? He wouldn't have to do anything anymore, nor need to work, as he would instantly become a millionaire. "Berkeley, what are you doing? If you can't find them, come help me instead." Landon pretended to notice this scene and deliberately called out. Having discovered the item himself, he had prepared everything beforehand, guiding Berkeley's search. Now he shouted on purpose, but watched as Berkeley hesitated. He guessed Berkeley was still worried about those gems, unsure of what to do. What should he do? Should he take this and not tell anyone? If I take it without them noticing, I can't come back. Thinking this made him feel a bit sad, as while he would become rich, he couldn't remain in touch. There would be no relationship with them anymore after spending so much time together. If he didn't mention it, that definitely wouldn't be right. He needed to return. But if he didn't take these things, he didn't know what else to do. Many unresolved issues confused him further. What should I do? At this moment, he fell into a daze, standing there blankly. Landon, seeing this, chuckled, hoping he would make the right decision, and hoped it wouldn't cause major problems. Previously seeing him in this state, Landon knew he was very hesitant. Since then, giving him some time to consider, he decided not to interfere, watching quietly. Eddie acted as if he knew nothing, pretending to look for herbs elsewhere. Finding herbs was the primary goal of today, and an important task. So, keeping others in the dark, he remained silent. If everything went smoothly, better still. He hoped to see Berkeley's decision. Well, if that's the case, I won't say anything more for now. Gradually, Berkeley reached a decision inside. He couldn't just leave without saying anything, nor could he abandon everyone because of a few small treasures. He had spent so long with Brevin. He must persevere. He couldn't forsake them for these trinkets. "You finally came over. How did it go? Did you find any herbs?" Landon noticed his demeanor, clutching his shirt uncertainly. Clearly conflicted, he felt bad about the situation but wanted to hear what Berkeley would say next. If Berkeley handled it properly, Landon would be satisfied, based on Berkeley's judgment. "I didn't find the herbs, but I saw something extraordinary. Come and look." Berkeley directly told Landon about this, revealing the gemstones. He led the others here, not taking the items away. How could it be? "We're here to find herbs." Landon acted oblivious, pleasantly surprised at his behavior. Berkeley truly could discard material temptations and inform him. Seeing this confirmed Landon's faith in Berkeley. He indeed made the right choice by letting go of something for a greater good. Who would have thought we'd encounter such things? "Actually, you've done well." Landon only offered words of encouragement. Understanding Berkeley's inner turmoil, he appreciated Berkeley's coming forward after deliberation. This demonstrated Berkeley's resolve, and Landon believed he could do much more. Today confirmed his worth and passed his test. Seeing this, Landon felt reassured, confident in Berkeley's reliability. "In fact, I'll tell you the truth." Landon faced Berkeley. Berkeley felt a bit puzzled by the sudden change. To me, this was also unexpected and not entirely clear yet. Because this revelation was significant to him, he wasn't ready. If everything was revealed, many uncertainties remained. "So, tell me," Berkeley asked straightforwardly. "No big matters were expected besides herbal findings. The gold and diamond gems were part of our test, and you've passed." Landon revealed everything, evaluating the outcome. Hearing this, Berkeley was momentarily stunned, surprised by the sudden confession. Indeed, this was a very peculiar situation. How could it be a test for me? But this was indeed puzzling. He truly hadn't expected that they would use such things to test him, but he had passed the test after all. So that's how it is. After hearing this, he didn't know what to think or what to say. Since this matter was over, there was no need to worry about anything else. And it was quite difficult for him. He never thought he would encounter such a situation. It happened to him, and he even spoke about it openly, which made him feel somewhat proud. "What are you doing here?" The next moment, Brevin suddenly appeared in this place. He felt a bit strange. Had they decided on this together? Was it all to test him? What was the purpose of testing him? He still couldn't fully understand. "You have passed the test, so I am willing to leave with you," Brevin directly said, as there was nothing left to say since he had already passed. He wouldn't go back on his previous decision, so he decided to leave with him. And if something unexpected happened after leaving, he was unsure, but he was determined to leave. If any other matters arose, he wouldn't dwell on them too much, but was now sure about his decision. If any other issues arose, he would tell him. That's great. When do we leave? Berkeley was suddenly delighted after hearing these words, because it was something he had been thinking about for a long time. He hadn't expected Brevin to suddenly tell him they could leave, making him too happy to know what to say. Previously, he hadn't imagined such a thing and thought he would have to wait a long time. But this sudden news caught him off guard. If he could meet up again after some time, it would be good, but now he wasn't sure. If real problems emerged, they would significantly affect him. We can leave now. Let's go back, pack up, and then leave. Brevin laughed when he saw Berkeley's reaction. He looked very happy and was almost dancing with joy, completely different from before. Previously, whenever discussing this issue, he was always worried or waiting. But this moment was different. Now, he was happier. After hearing this, both of them prepared to pack up and leave this place. This was a crucial matter, and they didn't want to waste any more time. Quickly, the few of them returned to the place. Just pack your belongings. Check if you need anything else, Brevin said from the side, as this wasn't a big deal, just something to be done upon encountering it. Now, the two of them quickly arrived at the place, ready to handle the current situation. But there were still important things unsaid. Berkeley stood there, deep in thought, because many things needed to be resolved. I'm leaving, so you will be here alone. Berkeley looked at Landon. He knew Landon was very strong and capable. But since they were here, many problems had to be addressed, and Ellison's matter was still unresolved. There were other issues as well, so he felt a bit uneasy. Anthony, stay here. Stay by his side and protect him. Berkeley directly said this, as he felt it was unbrotherly to leave like this. He couldn't let Landon handle everything alone while he left. Besides, it won't be easy going forward, so you must be careful. Berkeley felt this place was too challenging, especially given the events that unfolded. They had encountered numerous problems, and he knew they needed to be handled. Seeing the concern on his face, Landon felt moved. He knew Berkeley was looking out for him, since there were many difficulties here. Therefore, he promised to take care of things without worrying. Go back with peace of mind. I can handle it here. Landon firmly stated, not wanting him to worry too much. Since they were returning home, they should focus on resolving matters there, not concerning themselves with his side. Such trust was the best thing for him, hoping they could resolve issues at home. Landon would try his best to manage things here, and discuss further afterward. But there shouldn't be any major problems. He was very confident in handling it. Chapter 360, preparing for the next step. However, after hearing this, Anthony was not entirely pleased. After all, although he could stay here, he was still very worried about Brevin and felt that he should leave together with him. No, I must go with you. How can you return alone? Anthony said anxiously. Berkeley, hearing this, felt helpless as he knew he wouldn't face any issues. There will definitely be no problem, and I'm already here. Berkeley didn't know how to resolve this but felt confident there would be no issues. Since they had agreed to leave, they would certainly do so safely, and he had been tested. Now that he had passed the test, he was sure nothing bad would happen, so there was no need to worry excessively. Stay here. Landon needs you here. You cannot leave him alone, Brevin added at this point, emphasizing that Anthony could not leave with them. Moreover, there were many matters to handle here, so they couldn't leave together. Many things couldn't be done just as one wished. Landon, seeing this, also felt uncomfortable, realizing it was a problem he hadn't anticipated. He thought everything was settled and they were ready to leave, but now someone disagreed. Anthony appeared quite stubborn, refusing to agree to the arrangement. They needed to think of another way. A subtle expression crossed his face, knowing he had to find an alternative solution. If none was found, Anthony would have to stay. There's no need to worry excessively, Amberly continued, sincerely believing in what she said. Freedom meant not being tied down by others' affairs. That's true. It seems like I've developed a habit, never focusing on my own affairs, Landon commented, finding it somewhat painful. He had considered this before, and now it was brought up. While not a huge issue for him, it was challenging. Though he hadn't noticed it before, it was indeed an important matter that required reflection. All right, you're right. It's time to let go, Anthony agreed, seeing no other option. Since he had been here for so long, staying longer seemed reasonable. We are leaving soon. Thank you for your care during this time, Berkeley said, feeling a bit emotional, recalling their shared moments. Having spent considerable time together, he developed bonds with them and felt reluctant to part ways, though returning home fulfilled his wish. It's fine. Return early if possible. If anything happens, come back to find us, Landon said sincerely, acknowledging the significance of their bond formed over years. Yes, I understand. Berkeley nodded seriously. If anything happened, he would visit again. There would be future opportunities to meet. Now take good care of Brevin. He leaves with you, so ensure nothing goes wrong, Landon emphasized, entrusting Anthony with this responsibility. I understand. I'll protect him well. Rest assured, Berkeley promised. Amberly wondered why Brevin suddenly agreed to leave with Berkeley, considering he previously insisted the time wasn't right. Why did Brevin suddenly decide to go with Berkeley when he always said the time wasn't right? She asked curiously. Not understanding the reason, she felt puzzled. Landon looked at her, also unable to explain fully. Though he didn't want to divulge too much, he tried to justify it. Since they're leaving, it shouldn't be a problem. Perhaps it's best not to question it. This explanation left more questions unanswered, but it was all he could offer. In truth, these people preferred not to reveal too much. Amberly could only nod dumbly in response. Since that was the case, perhaps other matters needed to be discussed later when the time came. You just need to take good care of Anthony. He must feel uneasy now that everyone has left him behind. Landon said this, noting there wasn't much of an issue but felt this matter should be resolved. They had never experienced a parting like this before, but now everyone had left, leaving him alone. Amberly immediately agreed after hearing this. That won't be a problem. I'll definitely take good care of him. She understood that staying alone here would certainly make him uncomfortable. But with her here, she intended to make him feel at ease and take good care of him, hoping nothing significant would go wrong. I should first check on Ellison's situation since there are still a series of issues to address afterward. Berkeley also voiced his thoughts. This current situation impacted him greatly. He lacked extra time for now, but believed he would have an opportunity eventually. I'll go check on the offerings first. You stay here and keep an eye on things. Landon spoke with this intent because he hoped for more developments, and he finally had an opportunity to ask questions thoroughly. Then he needed to see how the collection of offerings was progressing, as it had been quite some time. Sure, you can leave this to me. There will definitely be no problem, Amberly affirmed resolutely, confident in her ability to handle these tasks. She promised to take good care of Antony and hoped nothing major would go wrong. Seeing her commitment, Landon felt very reassured. Over these many days, she had always done well, ever since joining him. He didn't want anything significant to go wrong and felt secure about it. Make sure you keep a close eye on things. If any issues arise, I'll come to help. Amberly replied earnestly, hoping to contribute something meaningful. She felt she hadn't done enough so far and wanted to do her part. No problem. If I encounter any issues while checking, I'll come back to find you. Don't worry, Landon assured her firmly and walked out, eager to assess the situation. After all, having relaxed a bit over these days, he felt less anxious than before. He was confident in doing well but needed time. This was true lately, hoping to accomplish these tasks. Upon reaching the temple, he saw many people visiting. The crowds were constant. Clearly, a lot of people had come to offer incense and prayers during this period and were highly devout. This is excellent. Following this trend, we should reach our goal soon, Landon remarked from outside, feeling they were almost there. He slowly entered the temple. Indeed, many people were offering incense and praying inside, showing their strong faith. Now let me check how much has been collected. Landon moved to inspect the offerings. To his surprise, the amount was beyond his expectations. Great. The accumulation is nearly complete. We can start preparing for the next step. Internally, Landon was excited, but knew not to get overly thrilled yet. There were still several things to do. This was merely preparation. We can begin preparing to revive Ellison. Please inform them quickly, Landon hurriedly told Amberly upon returning, not wanting to delay. Having such an opportunity now, he wanted to finalize things promptly. This was critical to him, and he hoped they would all be cautious. Nothing major should go wrong this time, and he didn't want anyone to interfere. Wonderful. I'll inform them right away. Hearing this, Amberly felt both anxious and happy. After all these days, they finally received some returns, and now this opportunity awaited them. Continuing like this was a boon for her. She could then do what she could and wished to do, and it promised better outcomes, so she needed to act quickly. Just take it slow. You don't need to rush. This still requires time and attention to detail to avoid significant problems. Landon watched her excitement and felt happy but emphasized patience. Given this opportunity, he hoped for success this time. Chapter 361. Making big moves. However, this matter now needed to be carefully discussed. They quickly brought the news to Ellison's mother. Now that we have accumulated enough life force, we can start preparing for the resurrection. When Amberly and the others arrived, they were already speaking excitedly. Really? It's ready? What should I do? Ellison's mother was even more agitated upon hearing this. She never imagined that after so many days of waiting, there would finally be some results. She was extremely happy. If things went well, she could see her son sooner. This is definitely true. Everything is almost ready, and you can begin your preparations, Amberly confirmed confidently. If he was discussing this with them, it meant there was a definite outcome. He also hoped this issue could be resolved smoothly without any major problems. All right, I'll prepare as fast as I can, and if you need anything, please tell me. Ellison's mother felt her hands trembling but was also very happy. This opportunity was too good, an opportunity for her son to return. What? Corbin, overhearing all this, found it incredibly strange. Hidden behind the door, he couldn't believe how quickly things were developing. How can they do this? How did they achieve this in such a short time? This cannot happen. The realization stirred intense emotions within him. He absolutely couldn't let them succeed. If this succeeded, it would be disastrous. I must find a way to stop this immediately. They cannot succeed. How could they use demonic magic to resurrect his son? This was absolutely unacceptable. And now, everyone had recalled this event. He must urgently find a way to prevent it. Otherwise, who knew what might happen? Since they intended to proceed, he had to stop them quickly. You wait, this time I will not allow you to succeed. Corbin muttered these words silently to himself. This was a significant problem for him. He wouldn't let them proceed. Both sides were overly focused on their discussions, completely unaware of someone secretly watching them. Everything has been said. It should arrive soon. Rest assured. Amberly returned and announced the news eagerly because everything was prepared. Now, they just had to wait for the next steps. He hoped to resolve everything without complications. That's great. My preparations are almost complete. We can start. Landon spoke calmly, having already gathered all the necessary items, including Ellison's fragmented soul and incense. Everything was ready. Only the beginning was left. His heart still trembled with anticipation. He had waited for this day for so long. He hoped nothing unexpected would occur. Despite recent peace, an uneasy feeling lingered. Are you sure Corbin doesn't know about this? Landon still asked, feeling somewhat uncertain. Corbin was too rigid and would certainly interfere if informed. So Landon's mind remained uneasy, wondering if he would appear. Don't worry. He wasn't there when we talked, and no one told him. Ellison's mother rolled her eyes, sighing helplessly but confirming her actions were kept from him. If that's the case, then everything is good. Let's start. Upon hearing this, Landon prepared to initiate the process. What? Unexpectedly, someone ambushed him right before starting. Landon barely dodged to the side, nearly derailing the entire operation. What's happening? Amberly frowned, rushing over, unprepared for this sudden attack. It's you? Amberly, grabbing the attacker, was stunned. It was none other than Corbin, Ellison's father. Why was he here? The previous plans were deliberately kept from him. Had someone leaked information? I forbid you from disrupting today's events. Who sent you? Ellison's mother gasped, shocked by his appearance. She had avoided telling him about her actions, yet here he was. He won't interfere further. Watch him while I prepare. Landon instructed Amberly, knowing Corbin would try to stop them. Amberly nodded, pinning Corbin aside, preventing any further interruptions. This was a critical moment. Landon, now free from distractions, took a deep breath and began gathering his energy. He sat cross-legged, drawing power from his dantian into his hands, forming a ball of spiritual energy. Meanwhile, Corbin, powerless against Amberly, watched in frustration. I didn't expect it to take so much. Indeed, this is a big challenge. Landon, under immense pressure, felt a mix of determination and despair as all eyes awaited his success. He hoped to resurrect Ellison, fulfilling his deepest wish. Faced with this daunting task, his heart felt heavy. But beyond this point, he was unsure what the future held. But deep inside, he didn't know what to say. These matters posed a significant challenge to him. I can't stop now. I have to persist. Landon affirmed to himself with great determination, hoping to successfully carry out this task. He wouldn't let them down. However, today would indeed be a formidable challenge. Now he had activated all his powers and started the resurrection process, further enhanced by the treasure. The process was ongoing, but after this unexpected turn of events, he wasn't sure how to proceed. Faced with this problem, his heart raced with pain. I won't go for now, but I really appreciate your efforts. Ellison's mother felt reassured by this explanation. Knowing that he was saved gave her comfort. There would be plenty of time later to see him, so there was no need to rush. After waiting for so long, an extra moment or two didn't matter much. She chose not to go, fearing any negative impact on her son. Since everything was still uncertain, it was best not to approach for now. He's still here? Landon felt helpless and particularly upset upon seeing Corbin present. Corbin's appearance disturbed others and affected the process. Though nothing major happened, it was still a considerable disturbance. If nothing untoward occurred, it would be better if he didn't return. Why did you knock him out? Amberly also felt helpless, unsure why Landon acted this way. Just moments ago, Corbin was struggling, despite the successful resurrection. Because we don't want him interfering anymore. Ellison hasn't fully recovered yet. Landon explained. This was indeed a critical matter. Since they hadn't intervened, Landon preferred not to address it further, hoping for no unforeseen events. And this situation presented a significant challenge. All right. Amberly understood Landon's intent and said no more. It seemed more challenges lay ahead, but he would face them one step at a time. Take him back. Don't let him come here again or interfere. Landon instructed Ellison's mother. He didn't want Ellison to be affected by this, given his fragile state damage in such a state. Had I been more vigilant, this wouldn't have happened. It's my fault for not watching over him better. Amberly felt guilty, believing she bore significant responsibility. Had she been more attentive, the situation might have been prevented. Now, seeing Landon's severe injuries from the ambush, she felt even more responsible. It's all right. What's done is done. No need to worry excessively. I'll recover. Landon tried to reassure her. He anticipated this outcome but believed he would heal quickly with proper rest. For him, the injury wasn't the primary concern. Reviving Ellison was. Today had drained him of much energy. Now, what do you plan to do next? How should we handle Ellison? Amberly asked, noting Ellison's weakened state. Landon was also visibly weaker, having expended much of his power and suffering visible injuries. I need to seclude myself to recuperate. You must take care of Ellison during this time, Landon decided. He was barely holding on, suffering substantial trauma that required intensive recovery. He preferred solitude for his healing process, but there were lingering concerns. Nodding, Amberly understood the necessity but remained anxious. Will you be all right? Your injuries seem severe. I'll be fine. Focus on taking care of Ellison, Landon replied, genuinely concerned but without other options. Without timely healing, he might not hold on much longer. Entrusting Ellison to Amberly was his only choice. Don't worry. I'll ensure Ellison is well cared for and protected, Amberly reassured him, confident in her ability to handle the responsibility. Corbin will likely come to meddle again. Be cautious, Landon warned, deeply worried about potential disturbances. Corbin had previously obstructed him and might return. Despite his absence, Landon feared Corbin's relentless interference. He will try to create trouble. Protect yourself and Ellison, Landon emphasized, highlighting his main concern. I understand. I'll be vigilant. Corbin won't harm Ellison again, Amberly promised, determined to prevent any further mishaps. If Ellison is safe, I can focus on my recovery, Landon thought, relieved by Amberly's commitment. A week later, Landon emerged, feeling refreshed and mostly healed. Concerned about their well-being during his absence, he immediately sought out Amberly. You're finally out. Are your injuries fully healed? Amberly inquired anxiously, recalling the severity of the wounds. Let's hope for the best, Landon responded, equally eager to assess their current status. So, Edie, who had been waiting anxiously, asked immediately. No problem. My injuries are almost completely healed. How have you been? Landon felt touched by Edie's concern. After all, she had been waiting for him the whole time. However, his main worry was whether anything had happened outside during his seclusion. Edie shook her head with excitement. I've been taking care of Ellison. He has recovered a lot and is doing well, she quickly added, feeling especially elated about some news. There's also a pleasant surprise for you when you see Ellison. Edie spoke happily, knowing this would make Landon feel very pleased. She recalled how delighted she had been initially and thought Landon would feel the same way upon seeing the improvement. After explaining, they both prepared to go see Ellison. Landon approached Ellison's side. Ellison instinctively became guarded when he saw someone new, as he had just woken up and could only open his eyes and speak. His body hadn't fully recovered yet, which made him feel somewhat panicked. Unsure of what to do, he feared others might harm him. Seeing this, Landon felt reassured. The fact that he can open his eyes and speak means he is recovering well. Landon felt glad. It seemed like Ellison was making progress. Knowing this, he believed Ellison's recovery would be smooth. Don't be afraid. This is the person I told you about before. Edie understood Ellison's fear and cautious demeanor. Since he hadn't met Landon before, and Landon had been in seclusion, this reaction was normal. She explained, "Your master saved your life. He has been in seclusion healing, and only just came out." This explanation was crucial. Ellison needed to know who these people were, especially since he had no memory of recent events or awareness that Landon was his savior. Edie wanted to ensure Ellison understood the depth of Landon's efforts. Ellison was surprised upon hearing this. He carefully examined Landon, finding something familiar but distant. With a newly awakened mind, his memories were blurry. Landon silently observed Ellison's reactions, aware that he now understood more about his current state and how he had been saved. Given this positive sign, Landon felt confident in Ellison's quick recovery. "Thank you for your hard work over this period. You've done so much without me around," Landon said to Edie, noting her fatigue. He appreciated all the effort Edie had put into caring for Ellison while he was in seclusion. "That's all right. I'm your disciple, and it's my duty to do this. It's also your wish." Edie felt these tasks weren't burdensome but rather fulfilling. Saving Ellison had been her wish too, and she was overjoyed to see him waking up. Watching Ellison slowly improve filled her with maternal pride. "I remember." Suddenly, Ellison addressed them, seemingly recalling a memory. "Are you the one I found on the beach?" Ellison asked, recognizing Landon from vague memories of the seaside. Though some details were still unclear, he remembered significant events and felt they were starting to thought it was unacceptable. He also didn't want to witness such an unfortunate event. Is that really the reason? Upon hearing this, Ellison felt even more confused. Why would a stranger risk so much just to save his life? Someone who wasn't closely related to him was willing to go to such lengths, yet his own father, the one who gave him life, had killed him. "But why would you be willing to save me when my own father killed me with his own hands?" As Ellison spoke these words, his mood darkened, and lines of worry appeared on his face. He couldn't comprehend why he'd experienced such a fate, and it made him incredibly distressed. Emotionally, he felt very uncomfortable, questioning why he had to endure this, especially coming from his own father. The fact that his father had killed him over some issues only deepened his pain. Thinking about all this, he felt increasingly anguished. Why would anyone have a father like that? How could he have such a father? Reflecting on it made him feel even worse, unable to articulate his feelings. Actually, there's a reason for everything. Don't dwell on it too much. It's all in the past. Landon didn't know how to console him either. Comforting Ellison was difficult, but since events had already transpired and he had revived him, those details weren't as important. What mattered most was that Ellison must live on and embrace his life properly. Dealing with his current challenges was crucial. Other concerns could wait. "Why don't you tell me if there's anything you want to do? I can help you with it," Landon quickly offered, noticing Ellison's discomfort. Seeing Ellison's pain pained him as well. Perhaps comforting him would ease the situation, since feeling upset was natural given what he'd been through. If Landon's father had done the same to him, he wouldn't have been nearly as composed. He likely would have sought immediate revenge, but such actions weren't permitted here. So, he hoped Ellison could focus on living well, ignoring other worries for now. Surviving and thriving were most important, so Landon wanted to find a way to comfort him. "I'm not sure what to do, but can I go outside for a walk? I've been here for so long." Ellison suddenly spoke up, as staying in this place for so long had become suffocating. Going out might help clear his mind and provide some freedom. But staying cooped up left him restless and uncertain about what to do next, leading to emotional turmoil. Not knowing how to proceed, he felt uneasy, yet certain tasks still needed attention. Encountering and handling various situations had weighed heavily on him. "No, your body is still weak. You need rest and recovery. It's best not to go outside right now." Amberly immediately refused, as Ellison's frail state after recent revival was concerning. He had been taking care of Ellison for quite some time and knew his condition was fragile, especially after such a short recovery period. Venturing outside might lead to unforeseen issues, causing additional worry. "It's okay for you to go out for a stroll. It might help you relax." Landon agreed, understanding that confinement was getting unbearable for Ellison. Allowing him to go outside could offer relief and possibly uplift his mood. "All right." Reluctantly, Amberly conceded, though still apprehensive. However, with his master's approval, he trusted things would be fine. Going out would indeed help Ellison unwind and avoid further distress. Staying confined might lead to depression, so a change of scenery could be beneficial, especially after such a prolonged stay. Additionally, meeting others and engaging in activities would prevent monotony. Finally emerging outside, Ellison seemed rejuvenated, running freely like his usual self. Antony observed this youthful Ellison, who despite his innocence, had endured profound experiences, from life to death. Witnessing this, Antony reflected on how different people face diverse destinies. Some faced hardships from childhood, while others grew under protection. "But why did I have to endure my father's criticism and ultimately be killed by him?" As they walked, Ellison suddenly remembered something, and his expression became extremely grim. He couldn't understand why, at his age, he had to endure such suffering, and to be killed by his own father? Reflecting on these things made him feel particularly distressed, and his pace involuntarily slowed. Antony, observing this, felt quite upset but didn't know how to console him. After all, Ellison had indeed faced some significant challenges, and none of these were good for him. Since they had already confronted them, it was best to look ahead. "If it's a major issue, I would have intervened. Hopefully, nothing too serious has happened," Antony thought. "Stop thinking about these problems. They are in the past. Now, you should focus on living well." Ellison nodded, acknowledging Antony's words. Since he had started life anew, there was no point dwelling on the past. "All right, let's head back. We've been out for quite some time," Antony suggested, growing concerned about the duration they'd spent outside. It would be better to return sooner. They quickly returned, and the others inside seemed pleased to see them. Landon noticed their changed demeanor. "It looks like going out did wonders for your mood. You can't stay cooped up all the time," Landon remarked, noting that everything seemed to be improving. Yes, I feel much better after getting some fresh air, Antony agreed, happy to see Ellison's improved state. Having watched him grow through this period, Antony was genuinely pleased with the progress. However, Antony still had concerns about the lingering issues. I need to talk to you about something important, Antony said to Landon, approaching him cautiously. The matter at hand was significant, and he didn't want to delay discussing it, as it might lead to seeing his mother. Ellison was stunned. Was this really his mother? Why was she here, looking at him? This was too wonderful. If his mother was here, it would truly be the best thing. He hadn't seen her for so long, and now, unexpectedly, she was here. His heart swelled with emotion as he rushed over to her. This reunion was an immense surprise, beyond anything he could have imagined. Chapter 364, Gratitude. When the two met, they had both changed, each showing immense surprise. Especially Ellison's mother, who was utterly astonished to see Ellison standing before her, unharmed. Is this really my child? How can this be? And isn't this wonderful? If this continues, no one knows what incredible events might unfold. Is this really my child? Everything is perfectly fine now? Seeing this, she couldn't believe it. This came as such a pleasant surprise. She hadn't anticipated that when he left, he was lying down, and now he stood here, completely unscathed. Yes, I brought you here to meet. Speak your hearts, Landon said after seeing their reactions, then asked the others to leave, giving the mother and son some private space. After all, they hadn't seen each other in so long. There were many things they wished to say, and he didn't want to disturb them, hoping they could enjoy this time together. They were strangers, yet Landon seemed to invest everything into Ellison's well-being. After saving Ellison, Landon was visibly overjoyed. Leilang couldn't understand why. I don't know why either. It's hard to explain, Landon confessed, scratching his head, feeling puzzled himself. Previously, he hadn't given it much thought, but now, without any reason, he had acted thus and even offered much for Ellison without expecting anything in return. He simply hoped Ellison could live well and be happy without worries. Witnessing their joy that afternoon made him happy too, though he couldn't explain why. Even I wonder why I think this way, he admitted, feeling perplexed. These questions weren't the most critical issues, but the most important thing was that they were playing well. Hearing this, Leilang sighed deeply. It was evident that Landon sought no reward. Seeing Ellison happy made him content, a bond forged through fate. You've come? I'm truly grateful to you for saving my son. Ellison's mother thanked Landon, considering him a great savior who did more than she could imagine. There's no need. It was my duty. I have something important to tell you, Landon explained earnestly, knowing how crucial this was. He didn't want any mistakes. No problem. I won't tell him a word. You can count on me, Ellison's mother agreed, understanding fully. So now he felt quite uneasy and didn't know how to express it. The anticipation in his heart made him feel even worse. Although things were like this, he still felt quite upset, not knowing what to say. Actually, you don't need to worry too much. There will definitely be opportunities later, Landon hurriedly said, looking at him and feeling a little uncomfortable. Imagining himself in Antony's shoes, he could understand the distress. But Landon couldn't do anything about this. They hadn't given permission, and he couldn't make decisions on his own. Even if Antony wanted to go back, it would only happen under specific circumstances. Landon didn't know what else to say, and all he could do was offer some comfort since he couldn't make the decision. All right, Antony sighed, realizing it probably wouldn't be possible. They had never mentioned such a thing, and Brevin had never talked about letting him go back either. So now, no matter how much he thought about it, he had no way out. He had to follow their arrangements, or he'd cause trouble. For now, he just needed to know they were safe. Landon saw that while Antony verbally agreed, he was still very distressed. He understood Antony's reluctance to burden others was causing him pain. Perhaps he didn't want to draw attention, so he kept it to himself. I'll go for a walk with you. It's been so long since we've gone out, and we don't need to see anything specific, Leilang suggested, noticing Antony's discomfort. A walk might lift his spirits. They hadn't left in a while, and getting out might help him relax. That sounds good, Antony agreed, thinking that perhaps a stroll would improve his mood. Though they met now, it didn't change much. All right, it's been a long time since you've eaten anything. Let me prepare some food for you, Landon said and started cooking, as he knew how to do these simple things. Ellison had been here for so long and hadn't tasted his cooking. Now that everyone else was out, he decided to cook something first, as filling their stomachs was the priority. Okay. Hearing this, Ellison felt happy but also a little hesitant inside. Since there were unresolved matters, he looked like he wanted to say something but couldn't bring himself to speak. Landon noticed this clearly, but chose to wait for him to open up on his own. He knew Ellison definitely had something on his mind, but he could usually handle it if Ellison told him. So he waited patiently while continuing to cook, hoping Ellison would tell him soon. From his expression, he seemed unable to hold back much longer. This matter must have troubled him for a long time, so Landon waited quietly beside him. I want to discuss something with you. Ellison finally spoke. Landon smiled, waiting for him to finish speaking. Though it didn't seem serious, he still wanted Ellison to express his thoughts properly. Previously, they had disagreed, but never fully communicated. I want to see my father. Upon saying this, Ellison's face showed a hint of strangeness. He wasn't sure how to express it, as this matter had some ambiguity. His father had harmed him and killed him with his own hands. But now, Ellison inexplicably wished to see him again and talk. Otherwise, he felt his heart wouldn't be at ease and would remain reluctant. Well, Landon felt very hesitant upon hearing this, unsure how to respond. This might be dangerous, considering his father had always obstructed in the past. And after all those actions, Landon was uncertain how Ellison would feel if he knew. Furthermore, it was his father who harmed him, so he wasn't sure how to react now. If Ellison learned of his father's actions, he might suffer deeply. Thus, Landon hesitated, deep in thought. Ellison, seeing this, wondered why but still wanted to do this. It had been a long time since he last saw his father, despite knowing he was the one who killed him. He had seen his mother, but not his father, which he yearned to do. He wanted to clear up some doubts and understand certain principles, making his heart quite uneasy. Knowing these would be beneficial, so he must see his father. If you're hesitating about something, please tell me. Ellison realized Landon was pondering some problems. After all, he had just saved his life, and any mishap would be unfortunate. However, even if there were risks, Ellison believed he had to face them. Not facing them left him unsure of what to do, thus he had to watch how events unfolded. Seeing others take action gave him a sense of power. Just take me there. Nothing will happen. I've been thinking about this for a long time. Ellison almost pleaded, as he had never seen his father since. Facing Landon stopped. It was Ellison's choice. She felt overly worried, unsure how to voice her concerns. They had dealt with such situations before, but remained uncertain. Worried about Ellison and fearing Corbin's unpredictable actions, her heart felt unsettled. Is this really okay? Aubrey asked, feeling pained inside. Though reluctant to ask, it was necessary for his well-being. Previous events involving his father's obstruction caused concern for possible harm. She felt distressed, unsure what to do. But now faced with this problem, it was indeed painful. Don't worry, I'll protect myself, Ellison reassured. Having made his decision, although he was not entirely at peace, he also thought about going back to see what would happen if anything unexpected occurred, knowing that he would change in some way. All right. Aubrey had no other options. Since Ellison was determined, she couldn't say much more. She could only support him from the side, though she still felt worried. Since it's like this, let's all go with you to find Corbin. Landon quickly decided that this would be the best course of action, as it would give him peace of mind. Plus, he could help resolve any issues that arose along the way, making it a good plan overall. How does this sound? Ellison nodded after hearing this. They were obviously concerned about his safety, having just revived him, treating his life as the most important thing now. So, they all decided to go together. No problem. I don't want to speculate too much. I just want them to understand fully, Landon thought. What if Corbin reacts badly to seeing this? Ellison's mother asked fearfully. Her body trembled at the memory of past events. She knew how dangerous her husband could be. After all, he had killed Ellison himself. She feared what might happen this time, unable to stop anything again. She blamed herself for being powerless and ineffective, making her feel miserable. If anything went wrong, she didn't know how to handle it. Thinking about this made her extremely uneasy. Seeing Ellison's mother's distress, Landon understood her concern. But since they were already here, he hoped nothing bad would happen and prayed for a better outcome. Don't worry too much, we're all here to protect him. Aubrey also comforted her, feeling similarly but wanting to resolve this without further trouble. If they could make Ellison realize the importance of this meeting, it would be beneficial. All right, then please be careful. Ellison's mother reluctantly agreed, as she had no other choice. This was Ellison's decision, to see his father. Letting him see for himself seemed fitting, given how long he had been revived. Whatever happened, they would deal with it as it unfolded. For now, they entered together, preparing to face whatever came next. Chapter 366. Overestimating oneself. Walking in, everyone was especially anxious, yet they soon approached quickly. Ellison, who was now walking steadily in the middle, showed a look of anticipation on his face. It was unclear what was happening, but indeed there was such a feeling. After all, this was about meeting his father, the same person who had killed him before. There were no words to describe it. His feelings were somewhat complicated. You. Corbin saw the living Ellison before him and could hardly speak. He never thought that they would come to this point, actually reviving their own son. And here he stood alive and well before him, unchanged from before. This was terrifying. How could they have done this? What kind of dark magic was this? They had genuinely revived his son and brought him back to life. Really did not expect you all to return. If so, then let's dine together today, Corbin said directly. His demeanor completely transformed into a very good expression. It felt utterly different from usual. Typically, he wouldn't act this way. But seeing him change like this at this moment, everyone else felt very strange. Ellison's mother didn't understand what was going on. Why had he suddenly changed into this different form? He seemed entirely unlike before, welcoming Ellison warmly. Landon found this even stranger. This is definitely abnormal. Landon spoke seriously, hoping nothing else was planned. But he believed it was best to let them reunite, first since no major issues had arisen. Once something significant happened, he would rush over immediately. He would not let Ellison get hurt. Since they arrived, he hoped nothing big would happen. Once there's a result, we will decide afterward. Okay. Edie looked troubled. He didn't know how to handle this situation, but his heart was deeply troubled. Though he agreed to it, he was uncertain inside. He constantly worried about the other side and couldn't think of anything else. However, he was already here, having left and could offer no more assistance. He should follow his master's instructions and hurry over if something happens. On the other side, Corbin realized what was happening and had already made many preparations behind the scenes. Now that you've all arrived, I need you to handle a matter for me. What? Upon hearing this, the assassins felt some unease. They hadn't expected Corbin to call them over to kill his own son. That was bizarre, but they dared not question it. They were only hired to do a job. They could do nothing if Corbin asked them to kill his son. So, they had to follow orders. Do this properly, and bring me news when it's done. Corbin spoke earnestly. He wouldn't allow this to continue. Corbin couldn't let Ellison be revived again. Landon shouted loudly upon returning. Sydney was utterly bewildered by the shock, unsure of the reason behind such a panicked tone. It made him feel uneasy and confused. Moreover, as he considered it now, everything seemed very strange. Why had it come to this? It was unbearable. What happened? What's going on? Sydney didn't know how to respond but could tell from Landon's appearance that something was wrong. He couldn't fathom how to resolve this situation. After such an incident, he felt unable to articulate what had happened. It left him particularly distressed inside. Didn't do anything before, but now wants to ruin it? Even destroy everything and kill his son? How can someone be like this? Sydney hurriedly shouted when they returned. Corbin plans to assassinate his own son Ellison, Landon said bluntly, realizing there was no time for explanations. Now, even thinking about doing something else felt impossible. He was in dire straits. What? Hearing this, Sidney could barely contain his emotions. He dashed out immediately, speeding off without looking back. He hadn't anticipated such an event, yet returning already delayed them significantly. Unaware of what had transpired, he was exceptionally anxious, hoping nothing major had occurred. But the uncertainty gnawed at him. Why would this happen? What impact might it have? He had no idea. Dare come to assassinate others? Smirking at their downfall, Landon remarked, such audacity is misplaced. If I encounter any of you again, I won't show mercy. With those words, Landon prepared to confront any further threats decisively. Chapter 367. Reconsidering carefully. Corbin never expected that this incident would occur nationwide, and he was utterly stunned standing in the corner. He always knew his power was formidable, but he never imagined it to be so overwhelming. And how did they come here so precisely? He thought this task would surely be completed, but he didn't expect someone to interfere midway. Otherwise, he would have directly settled things with Ellison today. None of these subsequent issues would have arisen. His actions had seriously hindered matters. How could such a situation arise? He needed to quickly deal with it. Corbin, how dare you do something like this? Landon said angrily to Corbin. He hadn't anticipated that Corbin would go this far. He had already revived people. If anything unexpected happened again, Landon might lose control and kill him. Earlier, everyone assumed Corbin was merely Ellison's father, so no one considered his actions too egregious or against him. But today's events were truly unbearable. If there were no repercussions, he couldn't live with himself. How can someone be like this? Seeing what was happening, Corbin suddenly saw Ellison's mother ahead. Uncertain about her appearance, he was also puzzled by why she was there. I came looking for Ellison. I heard what just happened. Did anything happen to him? Her eyes were filled with worry and nearly tears. As a mother, seeing her son in this state was unbearable. She cared deeply if her son was safe or injured. There's nothing to worry about, Landon reassured, though he was anxious himself. He lost sight of Corbin, unsure where he had run off to. Can you take me to see Ellison? I'm really worried. Ellison's mother was conflicted, knowing she shouldn't have gotten involved but unable to stand by idly. As a mother, her feelings were indescribable, pained and helpless. Her son faced this predicament, and she was unsure how to handle it. All right. Landon looked ahead, seeing no trace of Corbin. If he couldn't catch up, it would be futile. Ellison's whereabouts were unknown. He decided to take her back first. He wanted to ensure Ellison was okay emotionally and physically after being pursued by his own father. Thank you, I apologize. I never expected this to happen. Ellison's mother felt guilty, unable to bear the weight of her actions. No one imagined anyone would repeatedly try to harm their own child. Don't worry, we should check up on him. Landon comforted her, though he still harbored concerns. He must understand what led to this outcome, hoping it wouldn't happen again. Returning to Ellison was essential for his safety. His priority was protecting Ellison against Corbin. Other issues would be dealt with later. Thus, he brought Ellison's mother back, concerned about what might have transpired. The impact on morale was significant, wondering if it affected Ellison psychologically or frightened him. Seeing Ellison spaced out upon arrival, Landon was at a loss for words. Knowing how distressing it was for him, he empathized deeply. What should we do? He seems very upset. Maybe you should comfort him? As his mother, you'll probably help more. Landon felt it best for Ellison's mother to console him since parental comfort was needed now, especially from his mother. Yes. Ellison's mother nodded and carefully approached. She was cautious not to frighten him further, given his traumatic experience. She feared subjecting him to more pain. This time, things had truly gone too far. After all, how could a father do something like this to his own child? If Landon had been present, he would never have allowed such a thing to happen. However, circumstances were different this time. Since these events had already transpired, they had consequences that couldn't be ignored. Had Landon been there, he wouldn't have tolerated it. Acknowledged the absurdity of the situation without delving deeper. All he wanted was to rest and reflect on what happened. Well then, if you're feeling this way, go rest. If anything happens, make sure to tell me. Despite his worry, Landon didn't press further, knowing that this was his son, who was already overwhelmed. Pushing him might lead to worse outcomes. Now, he needed to give Ellison time to calm down and think things through. Seeing this, Landon felt deeply uneasy. He knew this problem needed resolution, and it meant facing more challenges and issues head-on. Let me take you back. Don't worry too much about Ellison. I know what you want to say. Looking at Ellison's mother, hesitant yet clearly concerned, Landon understood her worries but felt it wasn't the right time to discuss them yet. Once back, he would try to counsel Ellison, as he too was troubled by the situation. Regardless, he would handle it step by step. Okay. Hearing this, Ellison's mother didn't argue further, trusting Landon to handle things well. She knew she had much to think about once back. Amberly, please get a doctor to check on Ellison. I can't set my mind at ease otherwise. Landon instructed Amberly. Understanding the urgency, Amberly quickly ran off. He had been worried ever since returning, as Ellison hadn't spoken or eaten, sitting there silently. Seeing him in such a state pained him, so he hurried to fetch the doctor. Even sleep had been troubling him. He never imagined this would happen. The doctor is here. Amberly returned quickly with the doctor, not wasting a moment due to his anxiety. Let the doctor check you over, okay? The doctor prepared to examine Ellison, ensuring his physical well-being amidst these turbulent times. Chapter 368. Totally unable to understand. Amberly cautiously asked, knowing that this matter could have a significant impact on him as well. No, I'm fine. You don't need to check anything. Just let me go. Ellison started shouting directly. It was evident that he was feeling particularly distressed and hadn't moved on from the recent incident. Indeed, this was a massive event for him. A young child had to endure such a result. Just thinking about it made one feel incredibly uncomfortable. If faced with such a situation, anyone would feel uneasy. However, now he was still worried. If not checked, it might compromise his health, and no one knew what issues there might be. So an examination was essential. Can you please listen? We just want to give you a brief checkup to ensure there are no problems with your body. We wouldn't want you to worry us, right? Landon gently persuaded. Since the child's mind had been somewhat harmed, Landon didn't dare speak loudly. Ellison seemed like a puppet, completely at the mercy of others. This deepened Landon's distress, unsure how to console him, yet finding it extremely painful. Such incidents shouldn't happen, but if they do, solutions must be sought to prevent recurrence. Are you sure there are no issues? After Landon asked again for confirmation and received a definite answer, he breathed a sigh of relief. Since there were no physical problems, it was reassuring, though he remained concerned about Ellison's mental state. This issue needed addressing. Now there's nothing wrong. You can return to rest, have a good sleep. Landon softly told Ellison, watching him slowly walk back, eyes vacant. Clearly, he hadn't recovered yet, causing further concern. Amberly, keep an eye on him, and watch Corbin closely. Don't let him near Ellison. Landon spoke earnestly, ensuring there would be no unexpected incidents. Ellison had already suffered enough, and couldn't be startled anymore. Corbin's presence could lead to another breakdown, so Landon didn't wish to see this happen. I will keep watch. Amberly promised solemnly, deeply worried. He was one of the most concerned individuals, and wouldn't allow any harm to come to Ellison. Guarding him was crucial. This was extremely important, and he wished no further harm for Ellison. Since this has happened, I hope everyone takes their responsibilities seriously. Given him here, and insomnia had led him to walk around. Unexpectedly, he had already started crying here, which was why Landon walked in. Since you already know, I don't even know how to put it. I just don't understand it all. When Ellison said this, his anger and pain were palpable. He had never felt his father act like this before. Yet, it truly happened, leaving him battered and bruised. He couldn't grasp the reasoning behind it, but was profoundly troubled inside. Why would my father treat me like this? I didn't do anything wrong, did I? As he asked this, his heart ached even more, unsure what exactly he had done. The past events had passed. He wasn't an unforgivable person. Even after being resurrected, why was he still treated this way? I don't know how to explain it either. Perhaps he has his own reasons, Landon struggled to say, knowing it was a matter between father and son. Though he could observe from the outside, he couldn't meddle in their relationship and thus kept his words minimal. Your father acts based on the perspective of others. In fact, he is trying to protect all the villagers, Landon explained, as that was the only method he could think of. Besides his personal viewpoint and his children, Corbin was responsible for overseeing the entire Chantang Pass. Hence, the weight of many responsibilities rested on him, making his actions somewhat understandable. Though Landon didn't agree with his behavior, now that Ellison had come this far, there was little else to say. This wasn't a favorable situation for him either. What should I do from now on? I can't keep living like this, can I? Ellison didn't know how to continue, having stopped crying. His heart still ached, conflicted and uncertain about what to do next. This turmoil made him feel deeply distressed. You could try thinking about other things to distract yourself. You shouldn't focus all your energy on this, Landon suggested. Staying fixated on one issue wouldn't lead anywhere positive. Moreover, nothing could be salvaged from this point. I understand. I'll find other things to do and won't dwell on this anymore, Ellison replied somberly. There was nothing left to do except move forward and find distractions elsewhere, as staying stuck on this would not benefit him. You seem to understand. I won't say anything more then. I'll leave now, Landon concluded, quietly closing the door. Through the crack, he saw Ellison still lowering his head, seemingly unable to accept what had transpired. Clearly, time was needed for him to process everything. While Landon's heart ached, he knew this period was crucial for Ellison to figure things out on his own. After sighing deeply, Landon left. The next day, Landon rose early. Walking into the courtyard, he saw Ellison already outside, surprising him. Normally, he wouldn't be up so early, especially considering yesterday's ordeal. Now, he seemed perfectly normal, even cheerful. What's going on? Why did he suddenly become so normal? Landon asked Edie quickly, finding the sudden change too peculiar. Just last night, he appeared abnormal, and within just one night, he had reverted to his usual self. Is something off, or did you notice any unusual changes in him? Landon pressed, wanting to understand the rapid shift. It was unsettling and required immediate clarification. Any delay in noticing an issue could lead to dire consequences. Edie also felt surprised but had no answers, adding to Landon's concern. Translation note: the paragraph structure and line breaks have been maintained to stay true to the original text's pacing and style. Chapter 369, Anger. Amberly didn't notice anything strange about him. It all seemed pretty normal. This wasn't much different from before, just a bit more usual. I don't think so. Do you have something specific in mind? Amberly asked. Although he hadn't felt anything odd, his master thought otherwise. If the master believed so, there must be a reason. He was also worried and had to agree with him. Ellison didn't seem to have any issues when he came back yesterday, but today, everything returned to normal. This felt off somehow, yet he couldn't figure out how to verify it. What should we do now? I'm quite concerned about this matter, Amberly said after hearing these words. Clearly, something shouldn't change so abruptly. If something serious happens, it could be disastrous. Now, he needed to closely monitor Ellison and stop any unusual actions immediately. You should stay by his side constantly and observe what he does, Landon suggested. This was the only way since they had no clue what Ellison was thinking. If something bad had already happened, it would be too late. Sure, no problem. I'll stick with him every day, Amberly readily agreed because he was genuinely worried. Only if he stayed with Ellison without any breaks would he feel at ease. He wanted to catch any issues early on. Landon nodded. That was the best course of action for now. Ellison started going out daily, unlike before when he was always cooped up inside. Why didn't you come out earlier? Amberly asked cautiously, afraid of startling him. After all, Ellison's heart was fragile right now. Amberly feared saying anything else. The situation impacted him deeply, which was why he kept a close watch. I had just been revived and was weak then, but now I'm better, Ellison explained, touched by Amberly's careful demeanor. He knew their concerns but didn't need such fussing over him. Lately, Amberly had practically never left his side, even checking on him during sleep occasionally. I know you've been watching me lately. Are you worried about me? Ellison asked directly. Amberly scratched his head, feeling embarrassed as Ellison had noticed all along. Yeah, just a bit worried, nothing else, Amberly admitted, having no choice but to confess. I appreciate it really. I understand that you all care about me. Ellison spoke sincerely, his eyes reflecting deep seriousness. Facing them, he realized all their efforts. Actually, I've come to terms with things. You don't need to worry like this anymore, Ellison added firmly. His expression was resolute, indicating significant internal changes. Landon and Amberly exchanged glances, surprised. It felt like Ellison had turned into someone else, completely dismissing previous thoughts with unshakable resolve. You've been very worried and I understand. But I won't keep thinking about Corbin anymore, Ellison declared seriously. Knowing his past mistakes, he understood Corbin and wouldn't seek further pain. Trying again would only lead to being killed. If you can think like this, I feel relieved, Landon confirmed, sensing the change in Ellison. It appeared he truly had moved on. Amberly and Landon were glad. Their efforts hadn't been wasted. Thank you for your care and concern during this time. Ellison bowed deeply to both, expressing his gratitude. Don't mention it. We only want you to be healthy, Amberly responded. Not knowing what else to say, Landon thought of taking Ellison out to distract him. How about I take you out to play if you have some free time, he suggested. Maybe taking him out will help him shift his focus, Landon thought, unsure if Ellison would agree despite seeming fine. I think it's a good idea. I want to go out too, Ellison replied, showing some excitement. He hadn't gone out in ages and hoped this might help him forget the troubles. To be honest, his father brought nothing but suffering, and maybe getting away would offer relief. Escaping him wouldn't be that easy, but he would try his best to make it happen. He wouldn't allow his father to harm him again. I also want to go with you guys. I want to go out and play. Amberly chimed in quickly upon hearing their conversation, as he too wanted to go out and play. Since they were going out, taking him along shouldn't be a problem since he had nothing else to do. It would be better if they could take him. Sure, if we're all going out, let's all go together. Landon nodded in agreement. Having one more person wasn't bad. It could help, and everyone would be accompanying Ellison for some distraction. The number didn't matter as long as it achieved the purpose. Moreover, everyone now hoped to keep a close watch on things. If they could meet up, that would be great. Everyone was quite happy because they finally had something to look forward to. Previously, they had been idle and worried about Ellison constantly. If everyone went out together now, there shouldn't be any major issues, and it would help resolve the situation. Therefore, everyone showed smiles of relief and anticipation. Let's start preparing then. We don't need much stuff anyway. Landon spoke hurriedly, eager to seize this opportunity to get out and explore. Hearing this, Amberly ran back to pack his things, not wanting to waste time, though his heart was full of joy. It felt good to have such an opportunity after being tense for so long. Why are you running so fast? Where are you going? Anthony found Amberly's frantic pace strange, especially given his smile, but he couldn't understand what was happening. The sight made him both happy and confused. I'm packing my things to go out and play. Amberly blurted out, as they had just discussed this. Excitement overcame him, and he forgot to contain himself. When did you decide to go out to play? Why didn't you tell me? Anthony's expression darkened. He hadn't expected them to plan anything without informing him. Amberly, who had been running, stopped abruptly upon hearing this. He hadn't thought Anthony would react like this, and wished he hadn't mentioned it so quickly. He felt awkward since he hadn't informed Anthony beforehand. We were planning to bring you along, but I came back first to say something. Amberly quickly explained, unsure of how else to proceed. What he said seemed hollow since he hadn't mentioned it until now. Anthony likely wouldn't have known unless he saw Amberly packing. Aren't you intentionally not bringing me? Not telling me anything? Angry, Anthony stormed off without another word. He didn't care about their intentions anymore. They had already decided to pack and go, and if he hadn't asked, he wouldn't have known at all. They clearly planned this without informing him. It's not like that, Amberly shouted after him, but Anthony didn't seem to hear. Amberly felt conflicted and anxious, realizing he should have told Anthony earlier. What should I do? I don't know how to fix this. He seems really mad at me. Amberly rushed to inform Landon, knowing this misunderstanding couldn't escalate further. If it's come to this, I'll talk to him and explain. Landon felt a bit helpless, but agreed that Anthony should have been informed. He was hurt by the misunderstanding, but knew he needed to address it immediately. We never meant to leave you out. Please don't be upset. Landon approached Anthony, trying to soothe him. Anthony pretended not to respond, still angry about not being informed. You don't need to be like this. We will definitely take you with us next time. Landon insisted, knowing they would all go together eventually. They never intended to exclude anyone or deliberately leave him out. This trip was mainly to help Ellison clear his mind. Chapter 370. Isn't this incredible? But now, there's a very important question. They don't know where to go yet. Anthony has now forgiven them after hearing this. After all, it wasn't intentional. If that's the case, then I've misunderstood you. I'm truly sorry. Anthony quickly expressed his thoughts, as he indeed had not meant to be careless with this matter. He hadn't anticipated their reaction, and realized he had overthought things. Therefore, since nothing like this has happened, he can still look for other options. So, where are we going now? Amberly immediately asked, as she hadn't considered this before. With such a vast place, it's hard to know which spot would be most fun. They also didn't know where to head, thus feeling a bit dejected. Do any of you have any suggestions? Landon inquired, but couldn't think of any great places either. After arriving here, he isn't too familiar with this area, let alone others. Hence, he doesn't know what kind of place to visit. Now, they all felt somewhat bewildered. All of them were incredibly surprised. None had anticipated such an issue. I want to find Brevin. Anthony suddenly whispered. He's always wanted to do this, but never had the time. And it wouldn't have been easy to go alone, nor would they agree. So he seized this opportunity to voice his desire. After all, this might lead to many challenges. I think this is a good idea. It's been quite a while since we last saw him, Amberly agreed, thinking it was a fine plan, with nowhere else to go. It would be nice to meet up there and see something new together. What do you all think? Landon hurriedly asked the group. He wanted to gauge their reactions, but thought this plan reasonable. Since they had nowhere else to go, visiting Brevin seemed appropriate. I'll find Brevin and check on their situation. Unless anyone objects, let's settle on this. After confirming everyone's agreement, they nodded unanimously. Their smiles conveyed a collective happiness. Now that this was settled, they could focus on other tasks. Since there are no objections, pack your things. We'll depart tomorrow. After finishing, Landon swiftly walked back, needing to finish some work. There was more to do than just this mission, so they began preparations silently. Upon returning, they packed lightly, only bringing necessities. They aimed to bring everything they'd need, as the journey duration was uncertain. The next day, Landon finished packing and checked on the others. Unexpectedly, they emerged fully packed, some with backpacks, others carrying large bags. They appeared well prepared. Why aren't you carrying anything, Ellison? Landon noticed Ellison without luggage, feeling puzzled. The trip would be long, and it could be inconvenient without essentials. Ellison replied, I did bring things, you just can't see them. What? Amberly was stunned, unsure why Ellison would say this, since he clearly carried nothing. She circled around him but found nothing. How could this be? He's not lying. It's perplexing. I've learned magic and can summon these items anytime. Ellison chuckled at Amberly's bewilderment, realizing she knew nothing about his skills. Even her circling around didn't reveal anything. The magic concealed these items effectively. If visible, his training would be pointless. You're incredible. Learning so quickly in such a short time. Anthony marveled. Clearly, Ellison mastered difficult techniques in mere days. This is too impressive. Why can't I learn such things? Amberly sighed, attributing it to natural talent. With no special gifts, she resigned to carrying baggage, feeling unfairness. Though Ellison was young and studied briefly, she remained inexperienced. Reflecting on this disparity, she felt disheartened. Don't worry, with practice, you can also achieve this. Ellison reassured them happily, knowing he grasped the skill quickly due to recent free time. He felt particularly fortunate, learning effortlessly. Landon nodded approvingly, recalling Ellison's aptitude. Rescuing Ellison partly stemmed from recognizing his potential. Mastering this makes future travels easier, Landon praised warmly. Landon knew they should inform Brevin. He wrote a brief itinerary on a letter. Should we send this? Amberly asked, seeing the letter. Notifying Brevin beforehand was necessary. Sighing deeply, she hoped for a favorable response. You shouldn't sigh. Send this letter. Landon laughed, unfazed by the task. It was merely informing Brevin of their schedule. Understood. Amberly nodded heavily and mailed the letter. On their journey, they continued chatting. Alone, each might feel lonely, but together, they enjoyed conversation. I wonder how Brevin is doing. It's been a few days since sending that letter. Translation notes. Character names like Landon, Anthony, Ellison, and Brevin are transliterated using pinyin. Maintained paragraph structure and line breaks as per original text. Retained tone and style while ensuring grammatical correctness. Ensured coherence and consistency in narrative flow. Anthony was also feeling a bit anxious, as he had been missing Brevin greatly. They hadn't met for a long time, and he didn't know how they were doing over there. Now, his face showed some worry. This had never happened before. He hadn't shown such emotion since they left. The main reason was to conceal his feelings. He hadn't expressed this in front of anyone until now. Should be arriving soon. I guess this letter should come quickly too. Landon said casually. He didn't think there would be anything major. After all, the timing was about right. Here it comes. Just as they were talking, the letter arrived. It seemed everyone's wishes aligned, and the timing was indeed similar to what he expected. Since that was the case, he knew what needed to be done next. Open the letter and see what it says. Everyone was very curious and gathered around eagerly. They were all waiting to read its contents, with expressions full of anticipation. Landon hadn't expected their curiosity and decided to humor them by opening the letter promptly. What does it say? To Landon's surprise, Ellison was also quite curious and joined in asking, clearly impatient about the whole thing. Suddenly, Landon's expression grew serious, alarming everyone who looked at him in shock. Was there something wrong? Had the letter contained bad news? What is it, Master? Did something happen? Amberly asked hurriedly, noticing his troubled expression, which made her uneasy as well. There's nothing to worry about. I was just teasing you guys. Brevin has arranged an inn for us. And when we reach the city gates, someone will be sent to meet us. Landon regained his usual smile, realizing his prank had worried them unnecessarily. I was scared to death, thinking something terrible happened. That's good news, Amberly sighed in relief, still feeling rattled from Landon's earlier demeanor. Now that we're almost there, let's head to the city gates. I can't wait anymore, Anthony said happily, quickening his pace. The others followed suit, smiling as well. Landon observed their excitement and felt relieved. Everything was going smoothly, and Brevin would personally welcome them here, so everything would be fine. Sure enough, someone is waiting for us. As they walked, they suddenly saw someone holding up a sign. Though primitive, this method still worked. Seeing the sign, they waved and rushed over. Landon followed behind, catching up with them. You must have had a tough journey. We've already arranged an inn for you. After speaking, the person led the way, and they curiously followed, taking in their surroundings as they went. Arriving at the inn, they felt a sense of familiarity yet difference. The streets bustled as always, people busy with their own affairs. After settling in, they found themselves at a loss. Although they had been eager to arrive, they now weren't sure what to do next. Why don't we go out for a walk? I'm curious about this place, Amberly suggested to Landon. After pondering briefly, Landon nodded. With no urgent matters, a leisurely stroll would be pleasant. It had been a long time since they visited, and they wanted to see if anything had changed. Soon, they strolled around lightly, enjoying the relaxed pace. Unlike their previous hurried travels, they finally had a moment to unwind. As they walked, Landon noticed Amberly's expression change. Her initial happiness faded into silence, and her face appeared somewhat somber. Coming here, she realized this place wasn't much different from where they had been before. She felt disappointed and unsure of what to say. There was nothing particularly interesting or worth seeing, which reflected on her face. Landon, observant as always, noticed her expression. Chapter 371. No need to worry so much. What's wrong? Did something come to mind? Landon asked directly. After all, as a man, he had no idea what they were thinking. So now he just asked outright. He couldn't possibly guess about such matters. Amberly hesitated slightly. Though she felt deeply troubled, she didn't know how to put it into words. Just say it. We're master and apprentice after all. What could there be that can't be said between us? Seeing Amberly's stuttering manner, Landon knew something was definitely on her mind. But if it was a minor issue, he felt he should be able to handle it. I just think this place isn't much different from the last one. It doesn't give me any fresh feeling. Amberly sounded quite helpless. Maybe it was because she had only just arrived here, but she just didn't feel there was anything exciting, nor had she seen many novel things. After traveling for so long, her life didn't seem to have changed significantly. Is that it? Landon sighed deeply, but then relaxed a little since this wasn't a major problem. Actually, these issues were pretty simple compared to other significant difficulties, which would be hard to resolve. You don't need to worry too much. In the future, we will surely travel further and visit other places. Landon was confident about this. He knew they wouldn't stay in one place forever. Besides this location, they would definitely explore other areas, enjoying various sceneries. So, this concern wasn't really necessary. I understand, Amberly replied, though her eyes couldn't hide her disappointment. She understood and hoped they would visit other places later, but right now, this place truly didn't appeal to her. Landon knew her mood might improve with time. Since there's nothing to see here, shall we head back? Landon led the way back as he spoke. Amberly followed silently behind him. The atmosphere was a bit tense, but it wasn't a big deal. She knew she was being somewhat melodramatic by saying those things, but couldn't help imagining since similar things had happened before. When they returned, Brevin was clearly visible in the room, with Antony watching nearby. Have you encountered any trouble recently? We've been gone for quite some time, Antony asked solicitously and carefully. Seeing this, Amberly was surprised. Before, she didn't recall them expressing such affection. Nothing serious, I'm doing fine. You can see for yourself, no need to worry, Brevin responded. He looked well clothed and well lodged, and seemed content with this place. All right, Antony nodded, appearing a little disappointed. It seemed there were no big issues, but soon he wore a happy smile. If that was the case, everything was fine. You're back? Ellison walked over quickly. He grabbed Landon, who hadn't realized what was happening. But soon he followed along according to Ellison's intentions. Follow me. I'll introduce you to someone. Ellison dragged him forward, and Landon found the situation rather amusing but quickly followed. Ellison rarely acted this way, and never mentioned anything like this before. He felt quite curious. Let me introduce you. This is Brevin. Ellison suddenly pulled everyone in front of Brevin and started introducing him. Landon paused at first but then burst out laughing, heartily at that. Ellison was baffled, unsure why everyone laughed suddenly, especially due to his actions. Had he done something wrong? It was quite unusual for laughter to break out like this. Ellison stood still, waiting for them to explain. Ellison, how do you know him? Landon asked while laughing. Ellison could explain the reason, but still felt bewildered. He wondered why they suddenly laughed together. Even Brevin joined in. Do you know? We came here specifically to find Brevin. Amberly tried holding back her laughter but couldn't. Even she found the situation hilarious. Ellison froze, shocked upon hearing this. He hadn't expected it to be about this, and now only he was unaware of this fact. Everyone else was laughing, making him feel like the butt of the joke. I really didn't expect this kind of thing to happen. Turns out you already knew each other. Ellison spoke sarcastically. His introduction seemed a bit redundant now. It's okay. Your introduction was great. We just didn't tell you. Landon calmed down and explained. After all, it was normal for Ellison not to know. Brevin had left before he woke up, so he wouldn't know anything about their prior interactions. After speaking, Landon walked up to Brevin. How have you been lately? Have you encountered any issues? Landon asked since they had been apart for a long time. He hadn't received any important news. Upon arriving here, this was the first time seeing Brevin in person, whom he hadn't met in a long time. Brevin gazed at Ellison and then at Landon, feeling quite emotional. He never imagined people would actually be revived and brought here. Chapter 451. Ellison vanished. Chapter 451. Ellison disappeared. Brevin saw everyone coming over and quickly put on a smile, not wanting them to worry too much. But Landon soon noticed something was off. He clearly showed signs of fatigue. How have things been recently? If there's anything you need help with, just let us know. We'll do our best, Landon asked anxiously, knowing they hadn't come here just for tourism. If Brevin had problems, he would definitely lend a hand. Concerned that something might be wrong, he hurriedly asked the question. Seeing him remain silent, Landon felt uneasy. All right, recently the country has been unstable, so I've been quite busy, Brevin sighed. After speaking, he realized it wasn't a huge issue but still, it involved many complex matters unresolved, keeping his heart restless. Landon understood his sentiments but recognized this as a significant concern. In that case, please take care of yourself and was already walking ahead. Seeing this, Amberly followed, chatting non-stop, hoping more talk would cheer his master up. As someone who cared about others' well-being, Amberly wanted to see his master happier. This night market is quite bustling, they observed, admiring the red lanterns illuminating the streets. Hawkers called out loudly, creating a lively atmosphere. A scene full of daily life vibrancy that Landon seldom saw but found very appealing. Let's head back, shall we? Landon proposed, seeing Amberly had toured enough. Amberly nodded in agreement, having grown tired after all the walking. Landon chuckled at Amberly's condition. They walked back together, Landon feeling better than earlier, realizing he'd been overthinking. Sometimes, following one's heart was the best way forward. Besides, Brevin surely had his own considerations. Did you see Ellison? Recalling this, Landon suddenly remembered not having seen Ellison all afternoon. His heart tightened with worry upon returning. I didn't notice, Anthony replied, equally puzzled, realizing now he hadn't seen Ellison either. Suddenly, an anxious tension filled the air as everyone grew worried. I'll go look for him, Anthony rushed out, visibly distressed. Concerned, Landon also headed out. If Ellison wasn't home, as long as you're okay, just don't go running off alone in the future. Landon took a deep breath and spoke slowly, trying to calm himself down as he seemed rather troubled. He sat there looking quite absent-minded, seemingly preoccupied with something. What happened to you? Why are you sitting here daydreaming? Did you think of something? Landon asked cautiously, afraid to hurt his feelings. After all, Ellison was still a child. Though he had matured considerably, his age still mattered. I just miss my mother a bit. There's nothing else. I'm really sorry. Ellison felt a little embarrassed. He had come here simply because he missed his mother after leaving her behind. He felt somewhat melodramatic, but could not help it. He had never been away from his mother for so long before. All right, you don't need to be too upset. You'll feel better once you open up about it. Landon spoke gently, as this kind of feeling usually comes with growing up. It was only that this experience happened earlier than usual, and not for too long. Okay, actually there isn't much going on. I just think about it occasionally. Ellison nodded. He should not have mentioned this now, and he quickly pulled himself together. This issue wouldn't cause any significant impact. He just occasionally thought of home. Especially when he had nothing to do or was free, he would reminisce. Let's head back then. They must be waiting. Seeing Ellison was fine, Landon decided to return immediately, as he was still worried. Anthony and others had probably searched everywhere for them, and must have been very anxious. Brevin led them straight to the palace afterward. Berkeley felt excited when he saw them. After all, he hadn't seen them like this in a while. They hadn't brought them here before, so naturally, they were excited now. It was understandable. These buildings within the palace have existed for many years, and have been favored by many emperors long ago. Landon began introducing to everyone. Berkeley stood watching as they crowded around listening intently. They seemed unfamiliar with such things, so they showed great interest upon hearing the introduction. His lips couldn't help but curl up with a smile. He hadn't expected them to be so interested and realized they might not have been to such a place before. I think this place looks wonderful, completely different from where we've been before. Ellison became interested as well. Since he hadn't been to such a place before, the grand and splendid architecture intrigued him. Indeed, it was magnificent and majestic. It gave him an unparalleled sense of honor and unmatched feeling. Since you all like it here, why don't you stay for a few days? There's nothing urgent anyway. Seeing Ellison's happiness, Berkeley suggested immediately. There were many interesting things to see here, and they would realize it once they arrived. Whenever you see anything you like in the palace, you can tell me. Berkeley spoke generously. Since they had taken good care of him previously, he wanted to reciprocate their hospitality now that they were here. That's great, thank you. Amberly felt extremely excited. Unable to resist, she started running around the area. It was indeed beautiful. She couldn't help but stroll around the place. The structures were intricate, and the imperial garden was filled with all sorts of things. The doorways were adorned with pearls and diamonds. It made one feel immensely luxurious and noble. However, despite spending a day there, he found himself unable to sleep soundly at night. Landon tossed and turned, thinking of this and that, but ultimately didn't know what he was thinking about. What's going on? Landon asked himself, but couldn't figure it out. Maybe it was the new bed. He wasn't used to sleeping here yet, and the palace gave a different vibe. After arriving, he really couldn't sleep peacefully. Let's take a walk. Thinking about this, Landon got up immediately. Opening the door, a cool breeze blew in. The night air was indeed refreshing and tranquil. It felt incredibly comfortable on his face, slightly cold but invigorating. Arriving here made everything feel different. Now, he walked straight out. As he walked along, a breeze blew against his face. He then noticed someone ahead. Anthony, why are you outside as well? Landon felt particularly surprised to see Anthony out at this hour. Hadn't he slept either? Anthony laughed seeing Landon's astonished look. Master has finally come out. It feels like I haven't seen you in ages. Landon chuckled, clearly recognized specific. Brevin hadn't seemed different lately. He had merely been busy dealing with many matters. So Landon didn't think much of it. Is that so? Anthony's head dropped slightly, revealing a hint of disappointment. Yet he couldn't pinpoint exactly what was bothering him. He only felt it distinctly after arriving here. If you have some feelings, you can share. I'll help you analyze, Landon suggested. Noticing Anthony's confusion, he must have encountered something unsettling. Hearing Landon's words, Anthony finally prepared to speak from his heart. He had been thinking about it since arriving here, unable to sleep because of it. I feel Master is very cold toward me. As if he has nothing left to say, Anthony spoke somberly, fidgeting with his fingers casually yet revealing how much it mattered to him. Especially regarding Brevin's opinion of him. It made him feel particularly downcast. Nothing's wrong. You might be overthinking it. He's been extremely busy, treating all of us similarly, Landon explained, having not spoken much to Brevin either. Since their arrival, Brevin had plenty of official duties to attend to, focusing on state affairs. Therefore, it was normal for him to be less communicative. Do you really think it's like that? Anthony still looked doubtful, hoping for reassurance. Yes, you're definitely overthinking it. Don't worry about it and get some rest, Landon tried to reassure him, sensing Anthony's unease wasn't justified. Go back and rest early. I'm going too. Seeing Anthony's bewildered expression, Landon silently walked away, returning to his room while catching sight of Anthony looking into the distance. Clearly, Anthony cared deeply about the matter, but it didn't warrant overthinking now. With time, things would become clear. For now, he should focus on doing his part and not dwell too much on these concerns. Hashtag chapter 373, a great surprise. Landon didn't even think twice and readily agreed. After all, it was a rare opportunity for him to join a meal. Since he had already come here and received an invitation, he certainly wouldn't refuse. Let's go now, Landon said, leading the way. The others hurriedly followed behind him. Berkeley felt somewhat pleased after seeing this, but there was also a hint of helplessness in his smile, though the others did not notice it. Upon arriving, Landon was immediately taken aback by the scene before him. It wasn't what he had expected at all. He thought it would just be a simple dinner, but now he saw other officials present, watching him with scrutinizing eyes. They just happened to want to come and haven't met you yet, so they joined us today, Berkeley explained quickly when he noticed Landon's expression. He ushered everyone to sit down, but he could tell from their faces that they were uneasy. Though Landon didn't outwardly show much dissatisfaction, he felt uncomfortable inside. He hadn't anticipated such a gathering, and the situation made him feel uneasy. Don't be too formal today. It's just a casual meal, Berkeley urged, trying to relax everyone. After all, this was essentially a dinner party for the officials to get acquainted, and he wanted to make it less awkward. However, the atmosphere was slightly tense, adding a subtle complexity. Landon pretended as if nothing was amiss and began eating calmly. In this situation, he couldn't say much, especially since those present were high-ranking ministers of the court, people who held great importance. All he could do was focus on his own business and eat quietly, occasionally glancing at others without drawing much attention. Their conversations were far removed from his interests. I'm sorry, everyone. I don't feel too well. I'll have to excuse myself, Landon said abruptly, then left the table. The remaining guests looked shocked but didn't comment. He truly felt out of place and uncomfortable. The atmosphere was stifling. Since that's the case, why don't you head back first? Herb, you go with him to look after him, Berkeley suggested, standing up quickly, perhaps feeling concerned. He hadn't seen anyone react this way before and seemed unsettled. All right, Brevin replied promptly and guided Landon out of the room. The others continued their conversation, likely feeling more at ease without him. Being around officials discussing matters foreign to him only made Landon feel more out of place. Deciding to leave sooner rather than later, he prepared to exit. How are you feeling? Still unwell? Brevin asked worriedly along the way, glancing at Landon frequently. It's fine really, Landon responded honestly. He was perfectly fine. He just wanted to escape that uncomfortable scene. Chapter 455. Feigning illness to escape the feast. Chapter 455. Pretending to be ill to avoid the banquet. Brevin was also greatly shocked when he heard this, unsure why such a sudden change had occurred. Moreover, Landon looked like he truly wasn't in any trouble. His expression had already returned to one of calmness. There was no trace of the earlier discomfort, and he seemed quite normal physically as well. Why did he lie just now? Actually, I felt extremely uncomfortable while other officials were around, Landon explained helplessly, revealing his true feelings. He genuinely couldn't bear to be with them, which made him feel numb both mentally and physically. I see. Upon hearing this, Brevin paused momentarily, but then seemed to understand the situation. Deep down, he didn't know what to say either. Yet this kind of occurrence was something he had seen many times before. You'll realize eventually that such incidents are common in the palace, Brevin quickly replied. He had it earnestly, turning around. His demeanor resembled that of someone deeply focused on learning, or engaged in something important. Decided to start a diary? Landon inquired, noticing how recent this activity seemed. He hadn't observed this behavior before and wondered what had sparked this new idea. I just think since I've come back to life, I should cherish this life and live it again, Ellison said firmly. His tone conveyed determination and a sense of rebirth, indicating that he now saw life more clearly. It appeared he intended to take responsibility for his actions from now on, especially after being away for so long. Living this life anew gave him a chance to remember and cherish it properly. He resolved not to waste another moment as he had in his previous life, but to live authentically for himself. That's wonderful, Landon responded, feeling a wave of emotion upon hearing Ellison's words. Perhaps it had been too long since he'd heard such sincerity and dedication. Edie watched his master's reaction, knowing he had never witnessed such emotions before. Usually, his master maintained a calm and detached demeanor, rarely reacting to anything. Yet now, faced with Ellison's transformation, he reacted differently. Yes, we haven't misjudged him, Edie remarked, reflecting on the moment. The heartfelt nature of Ellison's revival made it feel as if they were seeing a child grow up right before their eyes, albeit in a unique manner. Both Brevin and Landon felt a paternal warmth as they watched Ellison focus on his writing, almost as if witnessing the growth of a son. As Landon stood there, observing Ellison, he was momentarily lost in thought but quickly regained his composure. Someone's coming, he noted, noticing movement out of the corner of his eye. Clearly, it was Berkeley returning from the banquet. Landon adjusted his negative state, restoring his usual demeanor. He had left under a pretext and had no idea what had transpired at the banquet, but it seemed related to him. Seeing Berkeley approaching, he quickly composed himself. Why did you come here? Is the banquet over? Turning around, Landon hurriedly asked. He calmed himself to appear normal. Berkeley looked slightly anxious, seemingly uncomfortable, possibly feeling guilty for making Landon attend the banquet despite his apparent discomfort. How are you feeling today? Why did you suddenly feel unwell during the meal? Berkeley was worried, hence rushing to check on Landon immediately after the banquet. Really, I'm fine now. I've recovered, Landon replied with a smile, showing genuine sincerity to reassure Berkeley that he was indeed better. While he had experienced issues earlier, resting had alleviated everything. Are you sure? Berkeley asked cautiously, seeking confirmation. Everything inside the palace seemed unbearably boring, nothing like how she felt when she first arrived. Back then, every moment felt fresh and interesting. Now, everything appeared monotonous and unchanged. I'm so bored. I don't even want to stay here anymore. It's utterly dull, complained Amberly as she walked up to her master. Landon chuckled at hearing this. She wasn't like this initially. She found everything extremely fascinating back then. How can you feel so bored after such a short time? Landon asked, amused by her appearance. He couldn't help but laugh at her. With no way out of the palace, there were few options for addressing her boredom. Think of something, master. I'm really too bored, Amberly said with a petulant tone, clearly unhappy about the situation. After all, she didn't want to remain in the palace, finding it increasingly dull day by day. She had already toured the entire place and understood its workings within days. Every day seemed like doing the same thing, making it especially tedious. Yes, that's true. But please return for now, let me think about it carefully, Landon replied. Although he acknowledged the lack of activities inside the palace, solving this problem wasn't simple. Just leaving on a whim was not an option. Having come here, they needed to consider alternative methods. How could they alleviate the boredom? Landon racked his brains, but couldn't think of any solutions. The situation was becoming increasingly frustrating. Really, it feels like this? Brevin also heard about her complaints after arriving. Unexpectedly, others had mentioned similar feelings, which he found strange. But upon reflection, it made sense. When he first came, he hadn't solved much either, just handling daily official duties. Without these duties, he might have found it equally dull. Right, I need to do something. We need to go on an inspection tour. Why don't you come along? Brevin suddenly recalled this plan and proposed it. After considering, he thought it was a small matter. Going on an inspection tour would be fine. Taking a few people along wouldn't be a problem if they agreed. Landon thought about it. I'll ask them. Hearing this, he felt it was a good idea. They hadn't left for a long time. Since entering the palace, they've been busy with various tasks. Meals were followed by strolls around the palace. Little actual progress had been made, causing inner restlessness. Going out would be the best option. What do you think? An inspection tour might be beneficial? Landon asked a few others, gauging their reactions. Ellison raised his hand first. I see no problem. Despite initially finding it interesting, prolonged time in the palace led to boredom. His diary entries repeated over days, mostly about daily meals and idle chats. They never went outside. Thus, an inspection tour sounded appealing, offering a chance to broaden horizons. We have no issues, Amberly readily agreed, excited. She was truly bored and saw this as a chance for novelty. Any place was better than this monotony. She could experience new things, perfect for someone easily losing interest. Since everyone agrees, let's settle on this, Landon concluded, satisfied with the unanimous agreement. This solution was the best. The next day, Landon woke up early, still feeling bored. Maybe I should go fishing? This idea popped into his mind. It had been a while since he last fished. Even in the palace, he could do this. The lake offered a place for fishing. He grabbed a rod and bait and quickly prepared to leave. Fishing required minimal gear, so he left without telling anyone, deeming it a minor activity. Seeing the empty room, Brevin felt puzzled. Where did he go? Coming to find Landon, he encountered an empty space. Uncertain of Landon's whereabouts in the vast palace, he grew curious. Usually, Landon mentioned leaving beforehand. Had he gone due to boredom? Shaking his head, he left without finding anyone. Hey, do you know where your master is? I can't find him, he asked Amberly coincidentally passing by. He went fishing, Amberly replied, surprised by the encounter. Seeing Brevin pause, he then smiled. Confused, Amberly tried not to overthink their expressions. All right, I'll look for him, Brevin said, heading to the lakeside. Reaching the lake, he found Landon with an empty bucket. What did you do all morning? No fish at all? It seemed somewhat amusing. Despite spending a considerable time, catching nothing appeared quite pathetic. I have no idea what's going on either. Landon shrugged, indicating his own helplessness. Since he arrived here, he hadn't moved an inch, but still, no fish had taken the bait. Since that's the case, let me give it a try. Brevin picked up the fishing rod and casually cast it into the water, seemingly nonchalant. Landon watched from the side, thinking nothing of it since he himself had also been randomly casting. Despite Brevin's casual manner, it didn't seem problematic. After all, Landon had spent the entire morning fishing without catching anything. How could Brevin possibly catch fish so easily? It was highly unlikely. He turned his head and sighed deeply, gazing at the sky. There. Got one. Brevin immediately reeled in the line, and a large fish was hooked. He quickly pulled it out of the water. Landon suddenly felt both helpless and astonished. What was going on? He had waited for so long without success, yet Brevin got one right away. Was there some kind of bias? It couldn't be. Perhaps it was just a coincidence. This must be a coincidence. Try again. Landon looked somewhat reluctant and uncertain, believing this couldn't happen again. He had waited for such a long time without moving, not disturbing anything. Why wouldn't the fish bite for him? Yet, as soon as Brevin came over, a fish took the bait. It had to be a coincidence. It definitely wasn't his fault. Shaking his head, Landon pondered. Brevin chuckled at his reaction. Let's give it another try. Anyway, it won't take much more time. Sitting down again, he cast the line with the same relaxed posture, as if leaving it there carelessly. This time, Landon watched closely, scrutinizing everything. He wanted to see if there was any trick to it. How is this possible? Soon enough, another fish came up, and this one was even bigger than the last. Landon's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom this turn of events. This shouldn't be happening. How could so many fish come in such a short time? Everything seems so different from his own experience. Why is it always like this when we fish together? Why do I get nothing while you catch so many? Landon expressed his extreme dissatisfaction. His mind was boiling with unfairness. He never thought things would turn out this way. Surely, Brevin must have used some magic. But you saw it with your own eyes. I did nothing special. Brevin waved his hand dismissively. According to him, he didn't need to do anything special. Just sitting there would attract the fish. Perhaps this wasn't about fishing at all, but about the person. Landon was thoroughly shocked but speechless. It seemed to be true, yet he felt indignant. He had spent the entire morning fishing but caught nothing, while Brevin arrived and caught several fish. Hey, why did you come here? Landon paused for a moment, then remembered something. Brevin must have come for a reason, which he had momentarily forgotten while focused on fishing. Brevin hesitated. Surprised by the sudden question, he also forgot why he had come. I can't remember either. Feeling a bit awkward, neither knew what to say. Just moments ago, Brevin was boasting about his fishing skills. Let's walk and think about it. No need to rush. Landon understood that Brevin might recall while walking. Brevin nodded. Carrying the fish and other items, they headed back. As they walked, Brevin continued to think. Ellison? Unexpectedly, they encountered a familiar figure running towards them. Landon was surprised. What was Ellison doing here? Was he looking for him? Berkeley is searching for you. He doesn't know where you are, so I came to check. Ellison looked a little anxious, probably having searched for some time. Got it. Landon was puzzled by Berkeley's urgency. He had a series of questions forming in his mind. What could Berkeley need from him? After walking up, Berkeley stood in front of the two of them. Landon didn't know what to say. He felt completely at a loss. Yet, he maintained a calm exterior. Since Berkeley had come to find him, Landon didn't think much of it. Still, he needed to consider other possibilities. This is His Majesty, the Rock? Berkeley said quickly. Hearing this, Landon felt mildly shocked, though he had guessed as much. The man was draped in yellow robes, exuding immense authority. Given the grand procession following him, who else could it be besides the Rock? Understood. Landon floated these words lightly, seemingly indifferent. He made no other movements. Berkeley was astonished. Even after he had introduced the Rock, why didn't Landon react? Hurry up and bow. Berkeley whispered from the side, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Though whispered, everyone present heard it. This was an important occasion, after all, and nobody would refuse to bow before the Rock. Seeing this, Landon still didn't move. To him, bowing to this so-called emperor meant nothing. He didn't belong to this kingdom and refused to acknowledge him as his ruler. I will not bow. Landon stated calmly, remaining unmoved. He stood there, refusing any further action. He felt no fear, only calmness. The Rock, observing this, showed some surprise. Such a person was rare, yet it highlighted his unique character. This? Berkeley stood by, feeling nervous. He had never seen anyone act like this. Although he knew Landon's proud nature, confronting the Rock should have warranted more caution. But Landon still didn't move, beads of sweat forming on Berkeley's face. It's fine. Unexpectedly, the Rock spoke up, surprising everyone. He didn't seem angry but rather amused. Berkeley couldn't fathom the Rock's intentions, especially as the Rock chuckled. I admire people with strong personalities. The bystanders were puzzled, surprised that the Rock would say such a thing. Everyone was taken aback. However, standing there, Landon smiled. Indeed, he had found someone who understood him. Remaining composed, he appreciated this acknowledgement. If one could remain so composed, it showed a broad and generous heart. Seeing this, the Rock recognized the potential of such a person. In that case, do you have time to join us for a banquet? What? The Rock inviting someone to dine together? Berkeley's eyes nearly popped out, especially inquiring rather than commanding. It had been years since he'd seen such a scene, leaving him speechless. Hearing this, Landon glanced at the Rock. He admired the sincerity and humility shown by inviting him personally. I'd like to attend, but I have a group of companions I wish to bring along. Landon spoke frankly, knowing he couldn't go alone. They were part of his group, and his friends deserved to be included. Ha ha ha, no problem. If they wish to come, they're all welcome. Surprisingly, the Rock agreed, even laughing. Valuing such a unique person, the Rock wouldn't let him slip away. With this opportunity, sharing a meal seemed perfect. Moreover, being close might reveal more about this person. Having just personality wasn't enough. Ability mattered too. Only then could the Rock be convinced. Hashtag chapter 460, banquet invitation. This translation maintains the original tone and structure while ensuring clarity and coherence in English. Chapter 460, banquet invitation. Landon also agreed to this matter. Since the Rock had consented, there wasn't much they could say. Besides, having lowered their stature to invite them, it would be truly unwise not to accept. Since that's the case, you all may go first. After observing, the Rock had already dismissed a few people. Looking at this man before him, he found him quite interesting. He hadn't seen someone like him in a long time. Capable people usually have peculiar temperaments and very distinct personalities. Presumably, the person before him must be exceptionally capable and was also renowned for his prowess. After finishing this conversation, Landon slowly walked. Let's get prepared right away. She ran into her room, knowing she needed to dress appropriately for her first meeting with the Rock. He must be especially dignified, so she needed to be formal. She was torn over what to wear. Landon shook his head and smiled, never imagining such reactions from them. After considering, he went on to do other tasks, setting aside the matter. He needed to think about what the Rock might discuss. It couldn't just be a casual dinner. There must be another reason for summoning him. Contemplating this brought some unease to his heart, but he knew he had to prepare adequately. Now he had to imagine how to respond if certain questions were asked. Time passed quickly, and soon it was nearly evening. Their escort arrived promptly. Landon sat waiting in his room. Amberly and Antony, impatient to attend the banquet, chatted while waiting. I'm here to escort you. Herb couldn't make it due to some matters, Landon heard and nodded. It seemed Herb again had matters to attend to, but sent an envoy to fetch them. The period was indeed rushed, but he needed to reflect clearly. Nothing too significant, since today was primarily the Rock's invitation. However, noticing Antony's unhappiness puzzled him. Possibly because he missed seeing Brevin, Landon understood his distress. Don't worry too much, Landon patted Antony's shoulder consolingly. There was nothing else he could say. Indeed, Brevin handled various Nash were already here, and it was unclear what they would discuss. Brevin glanced over from the side. He hadn't expected that at this time, they had already taken care of other matters and prepared everything. He found it quite astonishing. He originally intended to find them, but now that they had everything set up, he wondered what he should look for next. He chuckled self-mockingly and hurried over. He wanted to understand the situation and think things through as well. When he arrived, everyone else was chatting away, leaving him alone. Landon turned his head and was surprised to see Brevin standing behind him at some point. Why have you all already sat down? Why don't I know anything? Brevin felt a bit lonely when he said this. He hadn't anticipated such a scenario. He originally planned to find them, but upon arriving, he found they were already settled, as if he overthought it. Seeing Brevin's slightly uncomfortable expression, Landon was also taken aback. He hadn't expected that this simple matter might have made him overthink it. We did nothing special. It's just that when your people came, we followed along, Landon explained honestly. His group had come with the people Brevin sent without any ulterior motives. Back then, you were hosting others, and we felt a bit awkward since you were so busy, Landon confessed helplessly. Now, he was speaking the truth. He wouldn't say anything else under these circumstances. Seeing Brevin like this, Landon felt somewhat uneasy inside. I thought he suggested quickly, noticing his own accusatory tone. Such matters shouldn't be blamed on them, especially given that he was preoccupied earlier. Reflecting on this, he decided to find a suitable time to meet them again. I've arranged new seats for you. Go ahead. Brevin guided them to their new positions after speaking. Initially surprised and unwilling to move, Landon complied upon hearing Brevin's words. Given the earlier remark about being overly formal, he couldn't refuse now. Upon reaching the designated seat, Landon sat down, only to realize it was unusually prestigious and prominent. Was Brevin specifically arranging such a high-status seat for them? Antony was equally astonished. Are we really sitting in the best position? Antony's surprise was evident on his face. The surroundings were lined with noble families, implying their importance. Being assigned such a prime location, they seemed highly regarded by Brevin. Carefully observing, Landon noted the presence of royalty and nobility around him. He was positioned visibly, confirming it was an excellent spot. Brevin must have put considerable thought into this arrangement, probably to address their previous distance. Landon regretted not reaching out sooner, as Brevin had already placed them in such an esteemed position. Now, he felt somewhat petty. Yes, I've noticed too. Landon sighed deeply, eyeing his seat, feeling it was an act of compensation by Brevin for the group. Despite the mixed feelings, he remained conflicted. Antony felt uneasy, questioning the appropriateness of the seat for their status. Don't overthink it. It's normal, Landon reassured Antony, acting composed despite the surprise. Antony was taken aback. Why? Antony asked directly. It's because Brevin is favored by the Emperor, granting him significant power, Landon explained casually. Brevin worked diligently for the Emperor, earning favor and the ability to arrange matters effortlessly. That's great then, Antony responded, feeling relieved. Antony immediately stood up, his face beaming with joy. Seeing the seat before him made him feel particularly proud. Although he hadn't arranged this himself, Brevin's status was now also his own. He felt honored and incredibly happy to be favored by someone so important. To be in the Emperor's good graces was undoubtedly the best situation. Yes, it's pretty good, Landon replied with a wry smile, uncertain if this newfound favor was truly beneficial or not. While they were highly favored, it also meant they were very busy. Every day was filled with various matters that kept them from meeting. However, these were important state affairs that required their utmost attention. Other trivial matters had to take a back seat, and Landon was well aware of this, but also saw its downsides. This current arrangement had its pros and cons, but ultimately depended on how he met people like them before, Amberly said casually after a glance, unbothered by it. She continued with her business, finding nothing out of the ordinary. Maybe, Landon sighed, retracting his gaze. Perhaps he was mistaken. He had indeed never seen them before. Drinking some water, strange thoughts began to surface in his mind, muddling it. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck him. I've seen them outside before, Landon exclaimed, surprising everyone. They looked startled by his sudden agitation. Amberly was also taken aback, not expecting to encounter them here. What? Upon hearing this, Brevin was initially stunned, then paused in contemplation. This was something he had never encountered before. But why did they suddenly get in? What's their purpose here? His mind raced with questions. How did outsiders suddenly end up here, and how did they gain entry? Landon, observing intently, feared missing any significant events. He had to keep an eye on the opposite party since their intentions might not be benign. He watched for any small movements, staying alert. Before anything escalated, he had to be cautious. Antony, go tell Brevin about this right away, Landon instructed urgently. He couldn't risk delaying and potentially causing serious problems. He felt uneasy inside, knowing that seeing them again was not a good sign. Brevin, upon hearing this, was taken aback. Pondering this unprecedented situation, he struggled to comprehend it. How did outsiders infiltrate the palace, and what was their motive? Feeling frustrated, he found it difficult to articulate his thoughts. Meanwhile, Landon remained vigilant, wary of any potential mishaps. These individuals' presence warranted extreme caution until their true intentions became clear. Chapter 377, caught off guard. Landon didn't know how to respond. These people were acting rather peculiar. After all, they came from outside, and yet here they were in this place, leaving him feeling somewhat disoriented. Brevin was equally shocked, taken aback by their sudden change in behavior. You must keep a close eye on them. At this point, it's clear they have come with ill intentions. A sense of foreboding crept into his mind, unsure of what to say but compelled to offer this warning. Brevin also felt a wave of surprise upon hearing this. He wondered how the world had become like this, stirred slightly by these thoughts, generating various feelings within him. Why had they come at this moment? What was their objective? Many questions swirled in his head, and he had no idea how to address them. Indeed, some matters were still unclear to him, and he didn't know how to discern the truth. Have you thought it through? Landon observed Brevin lost in deep thought, feeling a bit surprised. His demeanor was unfamiliar, having suddenly changed. What situation could cause such profound contemplation? He felt uneasy inside, unsure of what to say. All right, thank you for your advice. I now understand what needs to be done and will remain vigilant, Brevin replied, expressing gratitude while acknowledging the gravity of the situation. This matter was far from simple, and Brevin needed to find a solution. It wasn't a perfect answer, but it was something he had to work with. Landon nodded, realizing the importance of being cautious. Just moments ago, he hadn't seen these people outside, and their appearance now seemed different and unsettling. Landon was taken aback, tilting his head slightly as he watched the group in front of him. From this angle, they appeared somewhat distorted, but still recognizable. I'll go now. I need to inform others about this, Brevin said abruptly and left without another word. This was indeed crucial, and who knew if they would encounter similar situations again. If this continued, it might turn out well, or it might take an unexpected turn. Landon sighed deeply as he watched Brevin depart. Despite his warning, a lingering unease remained. The thought weighed heavily on him, especially as an unusual sensation arose within him. I really should go. There's nothing else for me to do right now, let me handle it. Antony repeated, emphasizing his intention. A question flashed through Landon's mind, but this matter seemed important to Antony. This? Amberly felt caught off guard. She was about to run to deliver the message, but was suddenly stopped. Feeling confused, she didn't know what to do next. Should I still go? Amberly asked, hesitating. Landon was focused on the urgency of the moment. Whoever went didn't matter as long as the task was accomplished swiftly, especially if Antony insisted. If so, then go. Remember to hurry. Landon emphasized, worried about delays that could complicate things further. He felt uneasy but acknowledged Antony's determination. If Antony insisted, there was little else to say. Antony immediately agreed, eager to convey the message to Brevin as quickly as possible. Checking for himself would save time and ensure speed. Landon, understanding this, gave his consent. All right. He didn't add more, agreeing readily. This was a significant matter, and